Chapter 1. The Little Princess Skips School. In an abandoned courtyard, verdant weeds thrived, the ground damp and soft from the torrential rain that fell the previous night. A little girl, styled with twin buns and clad in a pink dress, squatted in the corner of the wall, a sweet smile gracing her face. This charming child, known as the Little Princess, was the daughter of a general's household. Her grandfather, Sheng Mingzhu, held the esteemed title of Grand Minister, serving as the crown prince's tutor and aiding the emperor in his duties. Her father, Sheng Yuan, had risen to the rank of a first-class general by the age of 30. Her mother hailed from a distinguished family of censors, possessing a noble lineage. Her elder brother, Sheng Mingzhu, had been the crown prince's companion in studies since childhood, fostering a deep bond and promising future. However, the twins, Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingzhu, seemed to disappoint the illustrious Sheng family. They were neither as studious as their elder brother nor inclined to conform to the rigid expectations of noble families. Especially for the little princess, who, having begun her education at the tender age of 4, fled the confines of learning shortly after her initiation. Now, at just over 5 years old, her mischief was already notorious. For Sheng Mingzhu, the pursuit of knowledge was simply not her calling. Engaging in imaginative play held far more significance for her. The uninitiated could not fathom the boundless joy it brought. Beside her stood a slightly stocky boy, donned in silver attire, equally engrossed in their playful endeavors. "Che, I have prepared the food, please serve it to the guests," she instructed. The little girl held a plate fashioned from mud, filled with an assortment of petals and leaves, which she deemed a delicacy. A cup crafted from red clay, containing dewdrops, served as the finest nectar. The ground was littered with various dishes they had molded, alongside some rudimentary kitchen tools, as they busily prepared for a grand culinary critique. Today's theme for their imaginative play was that of an independent female proprietor and her capable assistant, who, through their unique culinary skills, sought to dominate the gastronomic scene of Chun country and ultimately amass great wealth, a story of aspiration and triumph. Coming, the boy immediately set aside his task to fetch the food and drink for the little princess. Che, aren't there 2 guests still yet to arrive?" She pondered aloud, hands raised, mud dripping from her fingertips. Her skirt was already soiled, yet she paid it no mind. The boy, carefree and bold, placed his mud-stained hands on his hips and exclaimed, "Those 2 can't afford our food, ink would suffice for them, ha ha ha. They're indeed having a rough day." Sheng Mingzhu chuckled, reveling in the absence of her companions from their little group. After all, it was not they who remained behind, reciting poetry and practicing calligraphy in the study. The boy, named Lu Che, was the son of a local magistrate, 2 years her senior. Their families resided adjacent to one another, and a girl named Lu Ruo Shi, who was of the same age as Sheng Mingzhu, completed their quartet, alongside Sheng Mingyu, the elder twin brother. Together, they had engaged in countless escapades, skipping school and brawling. Seizing the opportunity while their teacher was momentarily absent, the 2 had successfully escaped, while the remaining duo hesitated and ultimately missed their chance. Thus, the 2 of them assumed multiple roles, that of the restaurant proprietor, the chef, the assistant, and the guests. Their porcelain-like faces were smeared with mud, and their hands were caked in dirt, yet they continued to create delectable dishes, lost in their joyful revelry. Meanwhile, in the general study, Sheng Mingyu and Lu Ruo Shi were standing in punishment, as their teacher interrogated them about the whereabouts of Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Che. "If you 2 can redeem yourselves, I may consider excusing you from today's assignments," the teacher offered. At the venerable age of 70, Master Lin's gaze remained sharp and penetrating, fixated upon the 2 individuals before him. After the eldest son was appointed as the crown prince's companion in studies, the military estate's library lay dormant for several years. It was only when the twins of the Sheng family turned 4 that it was reopened, with the esteemed scholar Lin being invited from his retirement. Lu Jiang, a trusted aide of Sheng Yuan, was then serving as the captain of the guard. Being a mere martial man, Lu Jiang had been remiss in the upbringing of his children. Upon learning that the military estate had engaged a scholar, he promptly prepared a generous gift and sent his siblings, the Lu siblings, to the library. In the study, there were also 2 nephews of Madame Sheng's family and a pair of children from the second branch of the Sheng family. Lu Ruoxi, Petite and exceptionally delicate, possessed a charmingly soft demeanor that sometimes compelled Master Lin to suppress the urge to squeeze this adorable girl. "Master, I did not see them," Lu Ruoxi responded sweetly, her voice a gentle whisper. "And what about you?" The master struck his ruler upon Sheng Mingzhu's desk, exuding an air that warned of consequences should any deceit be detected. At such a tender age, Sheng Mingzhu had already grasped the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, knowing well that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. "Master, Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Che have skipped class. I made every effort to dissuade them, but they would not listen, leaving me powerless." After all what? Master Lin inquired, observing Sheng Mingzhu's hesitation. With a show of drama, Sheng Mingzhu pretended to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye before replying, "After all, I am often bullied by my sister at home and cannot contend with her, hence I dared not intervene too forcefully. Embracing the spirit of a dead comrade is preferable to a living foe." Sheng Mingzhu not only betrayed his sister and brother, but also exaggerated his plight, painting himself as the victim. Master Lin scrutinized this wayward disciple anew, recognizing that the child was neither inclined towards literature nor adept in martial pursuits, comparable to the Lu families. Prodigal S.O. and it was infuriating that these children frequently conspired together. If one were to claim ignorance of Sheng Mingzhu's whereabouts, Master Lin would find that utterly implausible. Thus, I must ask General Sheng to seek them out, Master Lin concluded, fully aware that despite their reckless behavior, these children did possess a sense of loyalty during critical moments. Should this matter be reported to General Sheng, Sheng Mingzhu would not escape punishment, and Lu Chi's fate would be dire under the captain's fondness for corporal discipline. "Master, they may be in the abandoned garden in the back alley, playing house." Lu Ruoxi timidly revealed the truth, primarily fearing that if her brother were summoned by their parents, the consequences would be far worse than a mere reprimand. With only 8 students in total, the absence of 2 posed a significant disruption to the lesson. Hence, the master instructed the 2 to lead the way, intending to personally retrieve the delinquents. However, just as they were about to exit the estate, they encountered General Sheng returning from court. Sheng Mingzhu lamented, "Alas, such ill fortune. Where are you headed, Master Lin?" General Sheng inquired, perplexed, as he clasped his hands in greeting. "To find your wayward offspring." Master Lin, incensed, found himself irritated. Here he was, enjoying a peaceful existence at home, yet this man had summoned him thrice, demanding he instruct his unruly children, which felt like a drain on his vitality. Upon hearing the news of the little rogue's truancy, Sheng Yuan turned to his other wayward child, tugging at his earlobe. "Your sister has skipped class. Do you not know how to advise her? What have you been doing?" Sheng Mingzhu tilted his head slightly and murmured, "Her feet are attached to her legs, not mine." Old Master Sheng was well aware that his words were indirectly implicating his younger son. That mischievous little girl often outsmarted her elder brother, unwittingly becoming her sister's scapegoat on numerous occasions. "Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall personally retrieve Shuer," Sheng Yuan stated succinctly before taking his younger son to search for Sheng Mingzhu. Chapter 2. The hand of discipline. At this moment, Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Che were frolicking in a world made of mud. In her hands, Sheng Mingzhu held a stack of red clay coins. "Look, we have gathered so much money. Next time we might consider finding you a wife," she said playfully. "No, you don't even have a husband yet. I am merely a shop assistant. How can I marry first?" Lu Che immediately rejected the notion. Who would worry about a cook's lifelong affairs? Is that so? Yet, I believe Lan Xin enjoys playing house with weddings. When she comes next time, we can pretend to be diligent shop assistants and eventually marry beautiful wives in our little game, Sheng Mingzhu remarked, entirely unaware of the imposing figure standing behind her. Sheng Zuan listened to his 5-year-old daughter's words and pondered if anyone in the household behaved inappropriately in front of her. Otherwise, why would this little girl constantly engage in make-believe weddings? Or perhaps she had secretly listened to some inappropriate tales. Why not read instead? This little illiterate certainly wouldn't comprehend what she read. With this thought, Sheng Laodao felt immense dissatisfaction towards his younger son and Lu Che. The 2 boys willingly participated in such frivolous games instead of embarking on military adventures or upholding justice. If it weren't for the teacher waiting, He would have been tempted to demonstrate proper conduct himself. Sheng Mingyu could no longer bear her sister's obliviousness and gave a gentle hum to alert the two. Huh? As Sheng Mingzhu looked up, she was startled to see Shang Ziyuan approaching. Her heart raced. She brushed the mud from her hands and immediately stood up. Father, are you thirsty? She asked, bending down to pick up a small clay cup filled with muddy water, eager to present it to Sheng Laoda. Though Sheng Ziyuan maintained a stern expression, he accepted the cup from his daughter. Seeing her eager face, he felt a pang of reluctance to reprimand her. However, he held firm against her sweet tactics. Mingxu, what did you promise your father the last time you skipped school? General Sheng asked directly. Sheng Mingxu certainly remembered. In her desperation to evade punishment, she had vowed never to skip classes again, lest she face the consequences. She fumbled for words, her fingers fiddling with the mud under her nails, unwilling to respond. Observing his daughter as fidgeting, Shang Ziyuan recalled how she often escaped punishment by acting cute. While he might overlook such antics at times, he could not continue to indulge her in matters of learning. Gripping his daughter's shoulder, he led her home and instructed the servants to help Sheng Mingxu change clothes and wash up. He also ordered that Sheng Mingyu, Lu Che, and the others be escorted back to the study. After school, they were to visit the military office, and he mandated that the incident of Lu Che's skipping school be reported clearly to the officer. After the arrangements were made, Shang Ziyuan cared little if Lu Che would return to the study the next day in one piece. Soon, Sheng Mingxu had changed into a light blue pleated skirt and was brought to the study by the housekeeper. Sheng Ziyuan sat at the head of the table and beckoned her over. Noticing her father's displeased expression, she felt apprehensive. Come here, Sheng Ziyuan urged in a deep voice. Sheng Mingxu approached hesitantly, standing before her father. On the table lay a ruler, and without further ado, Sheng Ziyuan took his daughter's chubby little hand, spread her palm open, and grasped her wrist firmly. Sheng Mingxu wished to withdraw with all her might, but alas, the disparity in strength thwarted her desires. 10 strikes on the palm this time. Should there be a next, it will be with a paddle on the behind, declared Father Sheng with utmost seriousness. Father, must you really strike? I promise I won't skip school again. Sheng Mingxu immediately pleaded, who would willingly face punishment. She had merely indulged in a moment's play. Was that such a crime? You previously vowed not to skip school. Those were your own words. Since you have failed to uphold your promise and have erred, you must face the consequences, Shang Ziyuan stated sternly. His expression, though not as fearsome as when he reprimanded her elder brothers, was grave enough to instill fear in Sheng Mingxu. Could you perhaps forgive me just this once? She implored again, her eyes wide with innocence, even shaking her free hand on her father's arm in a bid to elicit a flicker of paternal affection. This time, Shang Ziyuan was resolute in his intent to discipline his daughter, remaining unmoved by her charms. This is not good. Without further ado, he grasped the wooden board, raising it swiftly before it descended with a sharp crack before Sheng Mingxu could brace herself. The sound echoed resoundingly as it struck her delicate, rosy palm. Sheng Mingxu recoiled, her small face contorting in pain. In the next moment, her father pulled her back, her tender palm meeting the board once more. Crack, crack, crack. He delivered the remaining 9 strikes without allowing her a moment to recover. 10 strikes in total, though he moderated his strength, the pampered girl, accustomed to a life of luxury under Madame Sheng's care, was unprepared for such harshness. In the past, punishments had been more bluster than substance. Shielded by her 2 elder brothers, this was the first time she faced such severity. Sheng Mingxu cried out, her small face buried against her father's chest, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down as her tiny body trembled in distress. Shang Ziyuan, witnessing his daughter's heartbreaking tears, lifted her into his arms. Looking down at her with a voice still cold, if you dare to skip school again, it will not merely be 10 strikes. Do you understand? Sheng Mingxu, still sobbing, pressed tightly against her father's chest, her left hand shielding her right, which throbbed painfully. More tears cascaded down, a pitiful sight. Did you not hear? Sheng Ziyuan questioned with stern authority. I heard. Sheng Mingxu dared not feign ignorance, responding obediently. Sheng Mingzhu cast a glance at her gently cradled right hand and spoke. "Let me see." With tears still glistening in her eyes, Sheng Mingzhu looked up at her father. Although his gaze was icy, the underlying concern and affection were evident. He opened her palm to reveal the reddened, swollen flesh. The sting continued to throb, prompting her to cry out once more, clinging to her father's form. Inhaling his comforting scent, her sense of injustice magnifying. Sheng Mingzhu retrieved a bottle of healing ointment from his desk, carefully applying it to the tender skin of her palm. "You must be obedient, my dear," he said, affectionately stroking her hair. Having somewhat calmed, Sheng Mingzhu sniffled softly against her father's chest, whispering, "I wasn't being disobedient." Sheng Mingzhu remained silent, recognizing that this daughter was as resilient as they come. Just as she began to recover, her rebellious spirit flared anew. After reprimanding Sheng Mingzhu, she had to be sent back to the study to explain herself to Master Lin. Once her tears subsided, she disregarded the potential embarrassment before her peers and made her way to the study with swollen, walnut-like eyes. Despite her tender age, Sheng Mingzhu was quite concerned about her image. She was indifferent to her family's opinions, but felt the need to maintain her dignity in front of outsiders. This was precisely why Sheng Mingzhu chose to discipline her in the study rather than sending her directly to the academy. Master Lin's good mood for teaching was disrupted by these two troublemakers, rendering any further instruction impossible. He merely awaited Sheng Mingzhu's explanation so he could return to his own residence, preferring to avoid any further agitation. In the study, Master Lin sat at the lectern, appearing composed and unperturbed. He neither instructed Sheng Mingzhu and her companions on how to behave, nor scolded Lu Che. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest. Sheng Mingzhu, Lu Che, and several children from the Yin and Sheng families engaged in silent communication, gesturing with their fingers as if performing a pantomime, with Sheng Mingzhu's exaggerated expressions appearing somewhat comical. Lu Ruoshi felt restless. Seated in front of her was a young girl from the Sheng family's second branch, who maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. "Master, I apologize for delaying your class," Sheng Mingzhu said as he entered, carrying Sheng Mingzhu and placing her gently on the ground. "It is of no consequence, as long as she can amend her ways," Master Lin replied, observing the girl's reddened eyes, which indicated she had recently faced punishment. He decided not to press further. "Let us conclude for today. You may return and practice a couple of large characters, which I shall review tomorrow." Master Lin, feeling disheartened by the earlier events, refused to compromise his own comfort, even though he was in the role of a teacher. "By the way, General Sheng, it seems the third young master is experiencing difficulties at home. Please ensure there is no favoritism," Master Lin remarked, skeptical of Sheng Mingzhu's earlier claims, suspecting them to be mere fabrications born from a desire for revenge. Sheng Mingzhu shot a glare at his son, who was spouting nonsense, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." After bidding farewell to Master Lin, Sheng Mingzhu led his children directly to the study, where he planned to personally supervise their character practice. Having just faced punishment, Sheng Mingzhu felt psychologically burdened and was reluctant to return to the study. Her eyes, resembling agates, darted around as she tugged on her father's sleeve. "Father, I'm hungry. Shall we go eat?" Sheng Mingzhu, feeling somewhat helpless, was exasperated that they hadn't even begun practicing calligraphy, and she was already seeking excuses. "Very well, let us dine first. However, you two must arrive punctually at my study by the hour of the monkey. Anyone who dares to be late shall face a swift reprimand." Considering that his daughter had just endured a punishment, he felt it might be excessive to have her write characters immediately afterward. With that in mind, Sheng Mingzhu took each child by the hand and headed towards Madame Sheng. In the general's residence, the affairs of the household were managed by Madame Sheng and En. The previous matriarch had passed away young due to illness, and the family patriarch had not remarried, nor did he take any concubines. Sheng Mingzhu and his wife, En, shared a harmonious relationship, their affection admired by the noble ladies of the capital. Sheng Mingzhu also had a younger brother, Sheng Zhiguang, who had recently been appointed as the governor of Yizhou. Their two children remained in the capital for their education. The eldest son was Sheng Mingli, the second son of the general's household, while the daughter was Sheng Mingzhu. the fourth miss of a Sheng family. Both children were accompanied by their mother in the capital. Madame Sheng had just concluded the examination of the rent with her devoted maid, Meng Xiao, when Meng Chun entered to report. Madam, the general is in the front hall with the third young master in Mississippi. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal. Very well, let us proceed. Madam, Sheng replied. Accompanying her were two esteemed maids, Meng Chun and Meng Xiao, who had been nurtured by the Yin family since childhood and were now trusted confidants of Madame Meng. The group partook in a modest lunch, and Madame Sheng had no intention of lingering. During the meal, Sheng Zhiyuan had indicated that he intended to take the two children to the study afterward to practice their calligraphy. As Sheng Mingzhu observed her mother's graceful departure, her head drooped, and she felt devoid of hope. She then raised her gaze to scrutinize the silent Sheng Mingyu, recalling the teacher's words. Father, what did the teacher say about my brother at home? Sheng Mingzhu innocently inquired. Sheng Zhiyuan glanced at the two children and replied, the teacher mentioned that your brother is not faring well at home. He then addressed Sheng Mingyu, saying, to demonstrate my regard for you, I shall reward you. Later, write a few more large characters. Huh? Sheng Mingyu, perplexed, wondered what he had done to deserve this. Father, what wrong has he committed? The 5-year-old boy asked in a high-pitched tone. While his tone should not have been unpleasant, the straightforward Sheng Zhiyuan found it quite irksome. Speak properly. Why mimic your sister's antics? What nonsense is this? The general rolled his eyes, disapproving of his son as childishness. Meanwhile, our little dumpling was contemplating how to evade the task of writing those characters. Unless she fell ill or had her grandfather to support her, she needed a plan. Sheng Mingzhu suddenly thought of a clever ruse and decided to seek her grandfather. She would claim that her hand had been injured by her father, rendering her unable to write. This would provide her with a reliable ally. Father, may I go play with Shishi for a bit? Sheng Mingzhu sweetly asked her father. No, you may not. Then may I say just one thing to Shishi? What would you say? Father, how could you disclose a girl's secret to a boy? The precocious little dumpling, with her pomegranate-like eyes and rosy cherry lips, was sure to charm any father. You may have a teacup's worth of time to play. Exceed that, and you shall receive 5 strikes. Due to his daughter's aversion to study, General Sheng firmly maintained his stance, allowing only a brief reprieve. Sheng Mingzhu took her brother's hand and urged, Third brother, come quickly. Let us find grandfather. Grandfather is in the East Palace. We cannot enter. Sheng Mingyu replied, exasperated. But last time, Brother Yuanzhe said I could visit grandfather in the East Palace. Sheng Mingzhu countered, citing the crown prince's decree. Previously, after receiving punishment, she had attempted to see her grandfather but was stopped by the palace guards at the entrance. The little girl had sat weeping on the steps, waiting for her grandfather. When grandfather emerged from the East Palace, he immediately spotted his precious granddaughter, not only barred from entry, but also sorrowfully asleep on the stone steps. This sight tugged at his heartstrings, and the next day, while giving a lesson to the crown prince, his displeasure was evident. Upon hearing of this incident, the crown prince ordered that the young lady of the Sheng family be granted free access to the East Palace to meet with Sheng Yu and Sheng Mingjin. Guard, my brother, and I wish to see grandfather. The two children declared at the entrance of the East Palace, clearly stating their intent. Upon hearing this, the guard reported to the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, Master Liu, who directly led the two to the prince's study, the Hongwen Hall. Miss Sheng, young Master Sheng, the crown prince has not yet concluded his lessons. You must wait here for a while. Master Liu arranged for the two to sit in a side chamber of the Hongwen Hall and had tea and snacks prepared. Sheng Mingyu picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, occasionally commenting, It is indeed a delight befitting the crown prince's palace, far superior to our family's offerings. Third brother, I must persuade grandfather to inform father to exempt me from studying in the library. Sheng Mingzhu resolved to employ her charming tactics on their grandfather. Sister, you are dreaming. It has almost been an hour. You should consider how many lashes you might receive instead. Sheng Mingyu, upon hearing her sister's naive thoughts, unhesitatingly doused her with cold water. For Sheng Mingyu, receiving a few slaps had become a mundane occurrence. She had grown accustomed to it without any trepidation. She then picked up a piece of layered rose pastry to enjoy. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man pushed open the door to the side chamber and, entered. Elder brother, Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed with joy upon seeing her brother, opening her arms and waiting for Sheng Mingzhu to come and embrace her. The newcomer was none other than Sheng Mingzhu, the eldest son of the general's residence, who was of the same age as the crown prince and resided in the Eastern Palace to attend to him. He returned home to see his younger siblings only twice a month during his days off. Chapter 4. The crown prince invites little Mingzhu to stay overnight at the Eastern Palace. Sheng Mingzhu embraced his sister. At 15, his years of martial training had endowed him with a tall and upright stature, exuding a sunny charm. Elder brother, look, father punished me. Sheng Mingzhu immediately recounted her grievances to the young man. Let me see, Sheng Mingzhu said as he opened the girl's palm. There is only a slight redness and swelling, indicating that their father had not struck with full force. Yet, how could he remain indifferent to the pleading gaze of his sister seeking comfort? Sheng Mingzhu gently blew on Sheng Mingzhu's palm, expressing his sympathy. I must tell grandfather. Seeing her brother's concern for her, Sheng Mingzhu felt certain that their doting grandfather would be even more distressed, thus ensuring her exemption from studying in the library. Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that the two mischievous siblings were undoubtedly seeking their grandfather's intervention for this matter. And what about you? Have you faced punishment? Sheng Mingzhu pondered, aware that his twin siblings often found themselves in trouble together, receiving heavier penalties, especially the boy. Elder brother, I have not caused any trouble. Sheng Mingzhu displayed her unblemished hands, devoid of any marks of punishment. Then shall I take you both to see grandfather? Sheng Mingzhu, with one arm around his sister and the other holding his brother's hand, headed toward the crown prince's study in the Hongwen Hall. Upon their entrance, the crown prince's tutor, Sheng Yu, noticed his granddaughter's arrival, his bright eyes shimmering with concern. As he observed her, his expression shifted to one of feigned sorrow, as though he understood her grievances and approached to take her from Sheng Mingzhu. What brings you both here? Have you not yet paid your respects to the crown prince? This inquiry was directed entirely at the boy, as it was apparent that the girl in his arms had no intention of being set down, rendering any formal greeting impossible. Greetings to the crown prince. Sheng Mingzhu, only 5 years old, knelt down to pay her respects, appearing but a small bundle on the floor. No need for such formality. Mingzhu, the crown prince, Chen Yuanjia, said with a gentle smile, bidding her to rise. Greetings, brother Yuanjia. Sheng Mingzhu, still clinging to their grandfather's neck, greeted the crown prince. And you need not be overly formal either, Jure. Chen Yuanjia gazed at the charming girl, who sweetly called out his name, her innocence endearing. He responded to her with a name bestowed upon her by grand tutor and Sheng Mingzhu. Chen Yuanjia's exquisite visage, with its sculpted features, was strikingly handsome. His raven black hair was elegantly styled beneath a delicate golden crown, clad in a dark robe with a jade belt cinched at his waist. He embodied the spirit of a radiant youth. Seated before the desk, a subtle smile graced his lips, yet an aura of princely authority enveloped him. Grandfather, look! Father struck my palm, and it hurts terribly. Sheng Mingzhu immediately complained to the grand tutor about Sheng Ziyuan's cruelty. Oh dear, grandfather, take a look. The grand tutor, observing the redness of his granddaughter's small hand, lamented, what a disgrace. Instead of attending to state affairs, that ungrateful son resorts to punishing my sweet girl. Hearing her grandfather's reproach directed at her father, Sheng Mingzhu felt a surge of joy, sensing the prospect of triumph. Grandfather, may I stay here this afternoon and keep company with my elder brother and Yuanjia? The little girl swiftly laid out her plan, for returning home now would undoubtedly result in further punishment. The grand tutor understood the reason for his granddaughter's presence. Aside from the punishment already endured, other matters remained unresolved, necessitating his intervention. Yuanjia, would you be so kind as to offer shelter to Mingzhu for a moment? Sheng Mingzhu, noticing her grandfather's hesitation, recognized that in the Eastern Palace, the prince's word held sway, and thus she first turned to the prince for his approval. Her delicate face bore an expression of cautious anticipation, as if to say she would cry if he refused. Grand tutor, let Mingzhu and Mingyu remain, Chen Yuanjia suggested, fully aware that the grand tutor wished to keep them, yet hesitated to breach palace regulations. Thank you, your highness, the grand tutor said with a bow, then turned to the two little ones. You both must not disturb His Highness and your brother, as they have their studies. The smile on Sheng Mingzhu's face faded quickly as she heard the Grand Tutor continue. However, during your stay, you must practice your calligraphy. With that, he retrieved 2 scrolls of calligraphy exercises from the desk and placed them in their hands. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Liu promptly prepared 2 seats, one beside Sheng Mingzhu and the other next to the prince. Quickly take your seats, the Grand Tutor urged them, for the prince's studies could not be delayed. Grandfather, may I not write? Mingzhu protested, unwilling to engage in calligraphy. She never anticipated that having escaped one troublesome situation, she would find herself ensnared in another. Be good, Mingzhu. If you copy the 3 large characters from the exercise, I shall buy you a skewer of candied hawthorn when you return, the Grand Tutor coaxed, employing a sweet bribe to encourage her practice. In that case, I want 2 skewers, Sheng Mingzhu quickly countered. Mrs. Sheng strictly monitored the children's treats, particularly sweets, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Sheng Mingzhu had already taken her seat beside her elder brother, her presence almost imperceptible, embodying a disposition of quietude and non-competition. Once the Grand Tutor acquiesced to her request, Sheng Mingzhu confidently approached Chen Yuanzha's side to take her seat. Noticing her, Chen Yuanzha received her with a warm smile, prompting her to adopt a solemn demeanor as she began her calligraphy practice. Alas, she sighed. At such a tender age, she has already sighed multiple times, drawing the attention of Chen Yuanzha once more. Chen Yuanzha is known for his diligence and studious nature, always composed and focused. He would never allow himself to be distracted or errant during the lessons of the Grand Tutor. However, this time, his attention was entirely captivated by the little girl beside him. Glancing over, he noticed a series of black scribbles on the white paper, utterly unrecognizable as letters. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he realized his rudeness and raised a hand to cover his lips. An hour later, the Grand Tutor concluded the lesson and prepared to head home. Sheng Mingzhu watched her grandfather, who was about to depart, and recalled her father's warning, feeling hesitant to return. A grandfather can protect for a moment, but not for a lifetime. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she turned to Sheng Yu and said, Grandfather, I miss my older brother. He has not returned home for quite some time, and I long to see him. Tonight, I wish to stay here and keep him company. As soon as Sheng Mingzhu finished speaking, the thoughts of those present diverged. Sheng Mingzhu remarked, Are you certain you wish to stay for me? Sheng Mingzhu quipped, You can run from a monk, but not from the temple. Better to die early and be reborn. Sheng Yu responded, Indeed, my dear sibling. It seems you are truly fond of your brother. Chen Yuanzha interjected, Who is the master of the Eastern Palace? In her soft, sweet voice, Sheng Mingzhu asked once more, May I, grandfather? Sheng Yu bowed to Chen Yuanzha and said, Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Might you allow my cherished granddaughter to stay the night? She wishes to bond with Mingzhu as siblings. Certainly, Chen Yuanzha readily agreed. Setting aside his gratitude to the Grand Tutor, he cherished the bond he shared with Sheng Mingzhu, akin to that of siblings. The little one was undeniably adorable. Does the 3rd brother wish to stay as well? Sheng Mingzhu inquired of Sheng Mingyu. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yu prepared to admonish Sheng Mingzhu. Pondering how one was not enough, yet both wished to remain. Did they think the Eastern Palace had no rules? I want to go home. Sheng Mingyu declined the invitation to stay. He preferred to return to his own residence, where he could practice comfortably. Sheng Yu promptly took his leave. Casting a glance at Sheng Mingzhu and offering a few reminders before escorting Sheng Mingyu out. Grandfather, do not forget that you owe me 2 candied hawthorns. And keep it for mother. Sheng Mingzhu was keenly aware of the promise her grandfather had made earlier. The Grand Tutor chuckled in response, taking his little grandson's hand and heading home. Chapter 5. Brother Yuanzha is truly handsome. Chen Yuanzha approached the little girl and took the paper from the bewildered Sheng Mingzhu, which bore a few scattered characters she had written. Sheng Mingzhu observed the usually serious prince, now adopting the demeanor of an affectionate elder brother as he sat beside Sheng Mingzhu. He thought it rare for the prince to exhibit such leisure, especially since the room was filled with the prince's trusted confidants. No one would dare spread such moments outside. As the prince ascends to the throne, If his sister could receive some favor due to this camaraderie, regardless of who would eventually marry Sheng Mingzhu, they would undoubtedly enjoy a life of ease. Brother Yuanjia, I cannot write, Sheng Mingzhu lamented, watching as Chen Yuanjia took away the paper on which she had painstakingly scribbled a few large characters, confused about his intentions. I shall teach you to write, Chen Yuanjia replied, gently grasping Sheng Mingzhu's wrist and personally guiding her in the art of writing. Although it was meant to be a lesson for Sheng Mingzhu, it was Chen Yuanjia's hand that exerted strength, naturally producing strokes that were vigorous and precise. Each character formed with elegance. Wow, how delightful. Brother Yuanjia, please compose a few more pieces for me. I wish to preserve them and share them with Father tomorrow. Perhaps then he shall refrain from striking my palms. Sheng Mingzhu gazed at the neat characters inscribed on the new paper. Chen Yuanjia and Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. This little turnip head had quite the cleverness, ensuring she had a backup plan. After writing for the duration of half a tea session, Sheng Mingzhu grew restless, glancing around with evident reluctance to continue. Yet, the crown prince firmly grasped her wrist, refusing to let go. Brother Yuanjia is truly handsome, the young girl suddenly exclaimed, her innocent and radiant gaze fixed on the crown prince. Her charming smile evoking the admiration one might express towards a beloved. This instantaneously stirred disparate emotions within the two youths present. Sheng Mingzhu silently lamented the fact that his younger sister, at such a tender age, was already enamored with appearances. Chen Yuanjia lowered his gaze to the girl, her large eyes resembling autumn waters, fixed upon him with a beaming smile. An inexplicable emotion surged forth, causing his ears to flush slightly. Sure is also quite lovely. Chen Yuanjia concealed the burgeoning thoughts and sentiments, reflecting on the tender affection he felt for someone of his sister's age. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng Mingzhu was merely searching for an excuse to cease her writing, thus diverting the conversation. However, this inadvertently sparked a hint of mischief in a certain individual. Oh dear, oh dear. Upon hearing the crown prince's compliment, little Shuer beamed and turned to her elder brother. What about you, brother? The implication was unmistakable. She desired her elder brother to extol her virtues as well. Shuer is undoubtedly the most beautiful and adorable in the world. Sheng Mingzhu did not hesitate to praise his pure and innocent sister. Having known you for a decade, it is rare to hear Mingzhu speak so highly of anyone. Chen Yuanjia remarked with a smile. The two shared a demeanor of composed equanimity, masking their emotions. Sheng Mingzhu smiled in response, acknowledging that he had no choice. The little girl cherished beauty and would not relent without ample praise. Moreover, his sister was both endearingly innocent and remarkably intelligent. With a giggle, Sheng Mingzhu's spirits lifted once more as she carefully held the folded writing booklet, treating it as her talisman against punishment. As the daylight began to wane, Eunuch Lu entered and bowed. Your Highness, dinner is prepared in the Chang'an Hall. Very well. Shua, let us dine, he said, promptly scooping her up and departing the study. The crown prince disregarded the astonished expressions of Eunuch Lu and others, as if carrying Sheng Mingzhu was a common occurrence. Sheng Mingzhu felt a twinge of unease. The crown prince, typically distant and aloof, displayed such closeness to his sister. While it was acceptable in the study, carrying her to the Chang'an Hall at this distance was enough to incite gossip. Such whispers could lead to accusations against the Sheng family for overstepping their bounds. A grievous disrespect indeed. Your Highness, Shuer has gained considerable weight in recent days. Allow me to carry her. Sheng Mingzhu offered as he reached out to take Sheng Mingzhu back. Before Chen Yuanjia could refuse, the little one, having overheard her brother's comment about her weight, clung tightly to the crown prince, pouting, I want Brother Yuanjia to carry me. Silly brother, I've only grown taller. Ha ha, indeed, our little Shuer has grown taller. Chen Yuanjia agreed, observing the girl's puffed cheeks and sulking lips. He was well aware of Sheng Mingzhu's intentions, but he reassured him, it is of no matter, Mingzhu. Yes, Your Highness, Sheng Mingzhu replied, choosing to say no more. The crown prince has stated that it is of no concern. How could he possibly seize it? Glancing at the young girl, she clings tightly to the prince while casting a reproachful glare at him, accusing him of having offended her moments earlier. Sheng Mingzhu sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, Brother was merely jesting. Do not hold it against me, dear Xiaoshu. Not at all, unless you agree to one request. I shall not forgive you for calling me a short, fat, ugly little fool. Sheng Mingzhu feigned sorrow, even wiping her tears with the prince's sleeve. The two youths had now witnessed just how nimble this little girl's mind was and her remarkable ability to twist the facts. From a single harsh word, she had extended it to encompass short, ugly, and little fool. Upon seeing her brother nod in acknowledgement, she swiftly revealed her cunning plan. You must escort me home tomorrow morning. Sheng Mingzhu was utterly speechless, realizing the clever machinations of his little sibling, as this served as a dual safeguard against their father's and the tutor's reprimands once they returned home. He, as the prince's companion, was not permitted to leave the palace unaccompanied. However, due to his close relationship with the crown prince, he enjoyed a degree of freedom and authority within the Eastern Palace. Very well, Sheng Mingzhu observed the prince nod discreetly and thus acquiesced. Now can Xiaoshu enjoy her meal in peace, Chen Yuanjia remarked, knowing full well the little girl's mischievous nature, which stemmed from her fear of General Sheng's reprimands. Yes, yes, brother Yuanjia, let's go have a meal, Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands above her head in celebration. After dining, little Mingzhu was settled in a side chamber of the crown prince's quarters, conveniently adjacent to Sheng Mingzhu's room. The primary reason for this arrangement was that the crown prince had yet to be betrothed and had only recently reached the age of maturity, thus refraining from establishing a formal residence for a consort. Consequently, the entire Eastern Palace exuded an air of tranquility and spaciousness. After several maidservants assisted her with her ablutions, they brought her to the side chamber, where two attendants parted the light pink bed curtains, revealing a bed adorned in shades of soft pink. The Ministry of Internal Affairs had swiftly prepared this room upon receiving orders from Lord Liu. Since the crown prince took residence in the Eastern Palace, no female had ever spent the night there. Even the crown prince's younger sister, Princess Chunlanxin, would only visit occasionally, never staying overnight. This was due to both propriety and her own reluctance, as she harbored a genuine apprehension of her stern brother. As Sheng Mingzhu nestled into the fragrant, soft bedding, she found herself wide awake, missing her mother and father on this, her first night away from home. Beautiful sister, could you please summon my elder brother for just a moment? She asked the maidservant holding a fan. At once, I shall fetch the young master, the maid replied, promptly handing the fan to another attending servant before departing to summon him. Before long, Sheng Mingzhu entered the room. You may leave now, he instructed the maidservants, dismissing them as he sat on the edge of the bed, gently ruffling his sister's hair. What troubles you? Do you wish for your brother to stay here? Sheng Mingzhu nodded, rolling over to make space beside her. Brother, please stay with me as I sleep. Without hesitation, the young man removed his boots and lay down beside her. Rest easy, dear sister. I shall watch over you. Brother, if I fall asleep, you must not leave. Sheng Mingzhu murmured, her voice muffled and her spirits low, clearly unaccustomed to her surroundings. But who could blame her for insisting on staying? Fear not, I shall remain. Sheng Mingzhu reassured her, gently patting her back to lull her to sleep. Sheng Mingzhu embraced her elder brother's entire left hand, finding solace in his warmth as her eyes gradually fluttered shut, leading her into a serene slumber. Chapter 6. Today's theme, a pretend play. The hero saves the beauty the following day. Sheng Mingzhu was escorted home by Sheng Mingzhu. General Sheng observed the large characters penned by the little girl. They were somewhat passable, enough to meet expectations. He resolved that next time, she must write on her own, without resorting to others' assistance, not even the crown prince's. Shang Xuan feared that if he did not clarify matters, his youngest daughter would inevitably continue down this path. Fully aware that the cunning little fox wielded the crown prince's influence to pressure him. Understood, father, Sheng Mingzhu acknowledged, cognizant of her transgressions. Days after the young master of the Dewey mansion had last appeared at the study, several children finally gathered at a humble stall in the back street. Kiki, how long has it been since you visited the study? I envy you, Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, taking a small bite that was slightly tart. Yet she enjoyed it thoroughly. With her pocket money, she bought one for each of her friends. Luce took a large bite, Envious? Humph, sister, tell her. He instructed his younger sister, not wishing to recall the misfortunes of the past few days, particularly with Sheng Mingzhu teasing him. Envious? Thanks to General Sheng. Our father nearly beat me to a pulp. What's there to envy? Sister, it's not that he couldn't come to the study. He simply couldn't get out of bed. Lu Ruoxi obediently responded on behalf of her brother. How dreadful! Sheng Mingyu shook her head with a sigh. In truth, she had learned the next day that he had indeed been punished. With Lu Duwei's brash demeanor, a severe thrashing was inevitable. To bring it up now was merely to revel in a hint of schadenfreude, knowingly asking and rubbing salt into the wound. Liuke, studier den Sheng Mingzhu. Rested a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, there will surely be a chance for you next time. Having a rare day off, the young boys pondered. What shall we play today? The boy, Sheng Mingli, from the second branch of the Sheng family, was a year older than the others and often played with them. His sister, Sheng Mingwei, epitomized the upbringing of a high-born lady, graceful and well-behaved, preferring the confines of the inner courtyard and seldom venturing out. Of course, we shall play pretend, Sheng Mingzhu announced excitedly, declaring the day's primary task. Lu Ruoxi nodded enthusiastically, fully supportive. She lacked strong opinions and enjoyed the various renditions of pretend play, led by Sheng Mingzhu. Second brother, your question is well posed, but do refrain from asking next time. Sheng Mingyu and Lu Che replied noncommittally. With Sheng Mingzhu around, were there any options beyond pretend play? Therefore, it was best not to question what they would play, just await her arrangements. Sheng Mingli agreed, realizing he had been redundant. The group moved to a grassy patch not far from the stall, shaded by a large tree, where the surroundings were relatively open, ideal for their antics. All right, everyone listen closely. Today's theme is the hero saves the beauty. Second brother shall play the gallant hero, and the most beautiful maiden in the world, Cici, whom he adores, has been captured by villains, namely, third brother and Che Che. To rescue her, he must exchange something of utmost value, which happens to be in my possession, the last remaining candied hawthorn, known as the elixir of resurrection. Sheng Mingzhu raised the skewer, which bore but a single piece, proclaiming it the treasure needed to redeem Cici. In this tale, my elder brother vanquished me and seized the elixir from my grasp to rescue Cici, who ultimately returned safe and sound. As preparations commenced, Sheng Mingzhu issued a command, and the little ones exhibited remarkable cooperation. Had I known we would engage in such play, I would have taken my father's sword with me. Lu Che appeared quite pleased with the theme of this make-believe game. You dare to bring your father's sword out of the manor? Sheng Mingli exclaimed incredulously. The last time we merely brushed against it, we faced a stern reprimand from Captain Lu, who forbade us from approaching the study again. The sword was so sharp it could slice through iron as if it were mere air. The mere thought of the blade left a lingering sense of dread in Captain Lu's heart, especially when considering the small children who were barely taller than the sword itself. I know of a place where wooden swords are carved. I shall go procure one, Sheng Mingyu suggested, evidently fond of weaponry, despite his usual pretense of disdain for martial arts, simply to evade the rigors of practice. Yet, when the opportunity arose to wield a blade, the sparkle in his eyes betrayed his eagerness. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu conceived her own idea. She would adorn Lu Ruoxi splendidly, ensuring that the title of the most beautiful in the world was not in vain. Very well, let us begin our preparations, and we shall reconvene here shortly, Sheng Mingzhu declared, leading Cici back to the general's residence. Mother, mother, Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed as she hurried into Madame Sheng's courtyard, visibly anxious in her search. Miss, the madam is inside. Meng Qiu, who was by Madame Sheng's side, emerged to usher them both in. What is the matter? I heard your calls from quite a distance. Could you not learn to be a bit more composed like Cici? Madame Sheng chided playfully. Greetings, Auntie, Lu Ruoxi offered, acknowledging Madame Sheng. Cici has arrived. I just made some pastries. Come and have a taste, Madame Sheng said, genuinely fond of the girl, hoping that she and her daughter would grow up to be close friends. Mother, please make Cici look beautiful, the most beautiful in the world, Sheng Mingzhu insisted, presenting Cici before her mother. Madame Sheng immediately understood this was yet another segment of her youngest daughter's pretend play. And what role will Cece play? The most beautiful in the world. Sheng Mingzhu clapped her hands in excitement. Madame Sheng glanced at Meng Qiu, who understood her cue and promptly went to fetch garments. Before long, Cece was transformed by Madame Sheng's skilled hands into a gentle and exquisite vision, transcending the ordinary. Clad in a light purple gown with flowing sleeves, she glided gracefully, the floral adornment in her hair enhancing her striking features. Sheng Mingzhu took Lu Ruoxi by the hand, and they dashed away, followed by two young maidservants. Madame Sheng had prepared 2 trays of assorted pastries for the group, while one maid carried a delicate blanket. The boys were indifferent. But the 2 finely crafted young ladies could not sit on the ground. "All right, let us commence," Sheng Mingzhu announced upon their return, finding the 3 boys equipped with finely carved wooden swords, which had also been procured for her and Lu Ruoxi. After enjoying some pastries, they commenced their make-believe game. With a grand tree as their focal point, Sheng Mingzhu stood at the center, holding a candied hawthorn skewer. The 2 little maidservants stood silently at her sides, each wielding a wooden sword, assuming the roles of her protectors. To their surprise, they too had parts to play. Lu Ruoxi was held captive by Sheng Mingzhu, a knife poised at her throat, while Lu Che stood before them, sword drawn towards Sheng Mingli, whose own blade was similarly poised. "Release Cece, and I shall spare your lives." Sheng Daxia glared furiously at the 2 ruffians before him, proclaiming, "Not a chance. Prepare to face my blade." The encounter between Lu Maozi and Sheng Daxia was fierce, with their wooden swords clashing with a resounding thud. Sheng Mingli, agile and nimble, relentlessly pushed Lu Che back with every exchange. As he witnessed his companion falter, Sheng Maozi thrust the beautiful Cece forward, threatening, "Stand down. If you dare to make another move, I shall end the life of this world's most exquisite beauty. Help me. I do not wish to perish." Cece cried out for Sheng Daxia's assistance. Observing the imminent danger threatening the woman he cherished, Sheng Daxia sheathed his sword, pondering how he might secure Cece's release without causing her harm. Simply procure the long-lost resurrection elixir from the martial world as a trade, and we shall free her. Sheng Maozi stated plainly. "Very well, but you must ensure that Cece remains unharmed," Sheng Daxia insisted before departing, seeking a promise from the 2 ruffians. "Of course," Sheng Maozi agreed. Chapter 7. A fray unmatched 7-year-old Sheng Daxia circled a great tree, first to the left and then to the right. After enduring countless hardships, he finally located the individual in possession of the resurrection elixir. "Who might you be?" Sheng Mingzhu inquired, seeking the stranger's name. "I am but a humble wanderer of the martial world, here to obtain the resurrection elixir," Sheng Daxia replied, introducing himself. A group of matronly women at a distant stall observed the lively antics of the little ones with great amusement, exclaiming their astonishment. The offspring of the General's household are truly exceptional. Their play is unlike that of ordinary children. The spirited display of these martial heroes brought a splash of vibrancy to their otherwise mundane lives. Just as the young martial artists were engrossed in their spirited play, an unwelcome interruption occurred. Who dares to make such a racket without decorum? "Ah, it's merely the General's people." No wonder. A plump young nobleman, adorned in finery, leaped from a carriage, flanked by 2 young gentlemen and several attendants, mocking as he approached. "Where did you crawl out from? Can't you find a proper place to relieve yourself?" Sheng Mingzhu, engaged in a fierce duel with Sheng Mingli, was provoked by the young noble's lack of awareness, retorting without hesitation. As the rotund youth drew near, a sense of foreboding enveloped Lu Ruoxi, prompting her to edge closer to her brother. Yet, Sheng Mingzhu stood defiantly, her hands on her hips, interjecting, "And who might you be? Do you not know? He is the son of the Chancellor's household." The lanky boy accompanying the nobleman answered, a hint of flattery in his tone. "Oh." Sheng Mingzhu glanced from one brother to the other before scrutinizing the plump youth from head to toe. "As far as I know, the Chancellor's legitimate son is several years older than my eldest brother. If you are indeed a son of the Chancellor's house, have you either grown in reverse or found the fountain of youth?" "I am the second son of the Chancellor's household," the young nobleman retorted, his anger palpable. "Ah, a son raised by a concubine. No wonder Lu Che at 6 years old was occasionally quite sharp-tongued. I shall not waste words with you. Sheng Mingzhu, keep your distance from Prince Brother. If you dare to dwell in the Eastern Palace again, I shall not be merciful, the young nobleman declared, delivering his ultimatum to Sheng Mingzhu. You insolent brat, where my sister resides is none of your concern. Sheng Mingzhu, incensed by the nobleman's disrespect towards his sister, bristled with indignation. Sheng Mingzhu, listen closely. My sister aspires to become the crown princess. If your family dares to let her approach the crown prince in the Eastern Palace, you can forget about having peace in your General's residence. The chubby little boy fixed his eyes on Sheng Mingzhu, pointing at Sheng Mingzhu with an air of arrogance, exuding a distinctly spoiled demeanor. Sheng Mingzhu found herself utterly bewildered. What did this have to do with her visit to the Eastern Palace? Who was his sister? What did it mean to be the crown princess? Unbeknownst to her, the chubby boy had merely overheard some casual conversations among the adults at home, where he learned that his sister felt disgruntled about a girl residing in the Eastern Palace before her marriage, prompting him to come and warn Sheng Mingzhu. Impudent little brat, who I choose to associate with, where I reside, and whom I approach is none of your business. If you dare to disrupt my enjoyment again, I shall not hesitate to act with righteous indignation. Sheng Mingzhu retorted, her voice dripping with disdain as she threatened him with a tone reminiscent of a heroine. I shall take your head first, declared the chubby boy, charging at Sheng Mingzhu with ferocity. His two little lackeys followed suit, eager to join the fray. Despite their tender years, Sheng Mingzhu and his companions had already amassed considerable experience in brawling. Their primary strategy was to refrain from initiating attacks, thus retaining the upper hand in any subsequent discussions. They would then deliver a thorough beating to those foolish enough to invite conflict. Thus, while the charming Lu Ruoxi was safeguarded by a few attendants, the siblings Sheng Mingzhu and Sheng Mingli banded together against the chubby boy, while Lu Che faced off against the remaining two children. The scene was a chaotic melee involving 7 little warriors, astonishing the onlookers, who were left agape at the realism of what they presumed was merely a play. Passers-by gradually gathered around, while the attendants of both families dared not intervene, and the hidden guards could not act. What harm could a mere scuffle among children bring? It posed no mortal threat, leaving them merely anxious at the sidelines. Cease this ruckus. Who dares to cause a disturbance? Barked a soldier from the patrol upon hearing the commotion. As he pushed through the crowd to the front, he beheld the children, locked in a fierce struggle, and upon closer inspection, noted their fine garments. He promptly inquired in a hushed tone, "Little ones, why are you fighting here?" At this, Sheng Mingzhu and her companions halted their skirmish. Their clothes were torn, hair tousled, and each sported red marks and bruises on their faces. The chubby boy looked particularly pitiful, his once round face now marred by 2 dark circles reminiscent of a mythical beast. "You cannot fight here. Return home at once," the soldier advised, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. He feared that bringing these children to the magistrate would lead to considerable trouble, so he decided to simply disband the gathering. "You all will pay for this. My father will not let you off easily," the chubby boy exclaimed, covering his cheeks as he retreated in a wagon. "Come back here if you have the guts. Running home to your parents? Have you not weaned yet?" Lu Che shouted after the fleeing boy, punctuating his scorn with a derisive spit. "Shoo shoo. Let's return home," Lu Ruoxi said, wiping the small trickle of blood seeping from the corner of Sheng Mingzhu's mouth, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, startling the nearby onlookers. "Fear not, Ruoxi, we are unharmed." Sheng Mingzhu examined the bruises on her younger sister's face while comforting Lu Ruoxi. "A minor injury pales in comparison to our grand endeavor of upholding justice." Sheng Mingzhu was still quite exhilarated, likening herself to a martial artist and regarding her recent exploits as acts of heroism in the fight against evil. General Sheng was preparing to return to the residence, accompanied by Lu Duwei and several young officers, all mounted on magnificent steeds, exuding an air of authority. From a distance, Sheng Mingzhu spotted her father riding and yearned to join him, calling out, "Father!" Sheng Zuan perked up at the sound, recognizing it as his beloved daughter. Upon looking over, he saw several children nearby. They all galloped over, eager to ride, with even the demure Lu Ruoxi reaching out to her father. signaling her desire to be lifted onto the horse. Lu Duwei hoisted his daughter onto the mount, while General Sheng did the same for his daughter. The remaining 3 boys were subsequently lifted onto horses by the attendants, and they all set off towards the general's residence. As General Sheng cast his gaze downwards, he noticed the little girl's face was marked with bruises, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. "My dear, did you get into a fight with your brothers?" Shang Zuan pondered whether the children had quarreled among themselves, and then reconciled, as their happiness seemed inexplicable otherwise. "Not at all." Sheng Mingzhu grasped the reins and looked up at her father, grinning broadly as she explained, "I fought with a certain rotund bully. He couldn't withstand us and ran away." Sheng Zuan found himself able to listen calmly as his daughter recounted her heroic exploits without suffering any serious injuries. After all, children often grow stronger through playful skirmishes. However, he still feigned anger. "Why did you engage in a fight? If you were bullying someone, you'll see how I deal with you when we get home." "That was not the case at all. We were merely defending ourselves. We are the righteous party, the victors," Sheng Mingzhu retorted loudly, asserting her stance. The others behind her echoed their agreement as well. In the main hall of the general's residence, the children stood in a row, facing inquiries from General Sheng and the others. "They were the ones who attacked first," declared Sheng Mingyu. "They also hurled insults first," added Lu Che. "We were acting in self-defense," chimed in Sheng Mingli. "We were avenging the oppressed, punishing the wicked," Sheng Mingzhu reiterated. The young officers accompanying them stifled giggles. These little ones were undeniably endearing, making one wish to bring them back to the barracks for nurturing. Sheng Zuan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, feeling a sense of pride as his daughter, despite her limited literacy, could deftly incorporate idioms into her speech. "Cece, do you have anything to add?" Lu Duwei inquired, noticing his own daughter was unusually silent. "Father, we did nothing wrong," Lu Ruashi asserted, firmly defending the group's integrity, declaring unequivocally, "We are innocent, and we will not admit to any wrongdoing." This prompted the other children to give her a thumbs up, marveling at her newfound courage and assertiveness. Sheng Zuan exchanged glances with Lu Duwei, surprised by his daughter's atypical boldness. "Why do you believe you are in the right?" Lu Duwei pressed further. "He is a bad person," Lu Ruashi reasoned, though she dared not elaborate. In her heart, she had determined that the chubby boy was indeed a villain, and thus, confronting a villain was hardly a misstep. "Sure, would you explain why that boy approached you?" General Sheng finally posed the central question. "The crux of the matter lies in a few children who incessantly proclaim their innocence, asserting their righteousness, yet none articulate the reasons behind their lack of fault." The rotund child, Sheng Mingzhu, impulsively launched verbal attacks at the chubby boy, only to retract her words upon sensing the disapproving gaze of her father. The chubby boy boasted of his status as the son of the prime minister, chastising me for residing in the palace of Brother Yuanjia, insisting I refrain from seeking him out any longer. How astute little Sheng Mingzhu is. With brevity, she elucidated the characters and the unfolding events. "Why are you discouraged from visiting His Highness the Crown Prince?" Sheng Zuan, taken aback, had assumed it was merely a child's squabble over toys, never anticipating it would entwine with matters of the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu's anger flared. "Humph, I don't know. He said his sister intends to become the crown princess and advised me to keep my distance from Brother Yuanjia." "Father, what is a crown princess?" Sheng Zuan, now enlightened, recognized the prime minister's household likely harbored ambitions towards the Eastern Palace. The children, having caught wind of even the slightest tidbit, cautioned Mingzhu. It appeared the Eastern Palace was not as impenetrable as presumed. Otherwise, how could word have reached the prime minister's estate after just one night of her stay? The reach of the prime minister's household was indeed excessively long. His daughter was merely 5 years old, hardly a suitable match for the crown prince. As Sheng Zuan pondered these matters with a solemn demeanor, his eldest son made a startling declaration. "Father, I too wish to be a crown princess." In an instant, the main hall fell into a profound silence, with the expressions of those present ranging from amusement to astonishment. As Lu Duwei and several young generals stifled their laughter, Sheng Zuan reprimanded sternly. "Nonsense! You, a mere girl, must not utter such folly." One might charitably attribute it to the ignorance of youth. Yet should it fall into the hands of malicious individuals, it could lead to accusations of ambition and ill intent towards the imperial power, with dire consequences. The Sheng family, enjoying considerable prestige within the court, with one serving as the crown prince's tutor and another wielding military power, knew well that those who excelled too greatly often met with tragic ends. The sovereign must surely harbor unease. Consequently, leaving no room for error was imperative to safeguard their legacy and familial stability. This was also a reason for Sheng Yuan's leniency in nurturing his younger son. With a brilliant eldest son already closely acquainted with the crown prince, how could they afford to cultivate a second son skilled in martial arts without alarming the royal family? This young girl, accustomed to the liberties of free speech, dared to voice her thoughts so publicly. Sheng Yuan cast a disapproving glance at his audacious eldest son, deciding to forego punishment this time due to her tender age and ignorance. However, the scuffle among the children was truly uncalled for. Each would be required to write 20 characters in the study before they were allowed to play. "Father, have you grown old and forgetful? Today we need not go to the study. The teacher is absent," Sheng Mingzhu promptly retorted, incredulous that she would be deprived of a long-awaited reprieve. "Surely, you must be mistaken, father." Lu Che also hastily interjected, with others nodding in agreement, wishing to rescind this heartless punishment. "Speak once more, and you shall double your writing." Sheng Yuan shot a glance at the steward, signaling for the children to be escorted away. At that moment, a twist of fate occurred as the crown prince, the crown prince's tutor, and Sheng Mingzhu entered the main hall in succession. Sheng Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her target clear as she immediately leapt into the embrace of the tutor, who had already opened his arms to welcome his little darling. "We humbly welcome His Highness the Crown Prince. May he live for 1,000 years. Led by Sheng Yuan, the group of soldiers respectfully greeted the crown prince, while the remaining children knelt in imitation to pay their respects. "Please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities," Chen Yunjia said as he took his seat at the foremost position on the left. The grand tutor, cradling his granddaughter, settled into the main seat, and the others followed suit, taking their places in order. "Grandfather, look at how pitiful I am. Father insists I write lines as punishment. You must speak to him," Sheng Mingzhu implored, her small hands cupping Sheng Yu's face, urging the grand tutor to take note of the bruises adorning her cheeks. "Let me see, what happened? Oh dear, does it hurt? Where's the physician?" Sheng Yuan scolded, his voice imbued with concern. "How dare you treat my precious granddaughter in such a manner? Do you not hold me in regard?" Sheng Yu, complying with his granddaughter's plea, quickly turned to reprimand General Sheng for his cruelty. Upon hearing the grand tutor's support, Sheng Mingzhu beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around Sheng Yu's neck and casting a teasing glance at her father. "Father, this is merely a child's playful scuffle. It is nothing to worry about," Sheng Yuan replied respectfully. "Her lips are bruised. Do you still call this nothing? Other children are also injured. Go. Summon the physician at once." Sheng Yu, unwilling to engage further in idle conversation with his martial son, instructed the steward to fetch the physician without delay. "Brother Yuanjia, may I still come and play with you and my elder brother?" Sheng Mingzhu, noticing the crown prince quietly sipping tea nearby, seized the opportunity to ask. Chen Yuanjia, observing the little girl's rosy cheeks marred by injury, felt a pang of sympathy and responded gently, "Of course. But why, Mingzhu, must you be so unruly?" Sheng Yuan interjected sternly, anticipating the question his daughter was about to pose. He wished to discipline her, for he feared her antics might invite trouble upon their household. "It is of no consequence. What did you wish to say, Mingzhu?" Chen Yuanjia, intrigued by the vivacious child, pondered how her spirited nature could so easily captivate his heart, evoking feelings of genuine affection amidst the grandeur of imperial authority. Startled by her father's reprimand, Sheng Mingzhu timidly leaned her head against the grand tutor's chest, glancing at her father, whose eyes brimmed with a warning. Yet, emboldened by her age and the protection of her grandfather, she resolved to seize the moment without regard for the consequences. "Brother Yuanjia, a chubby boy has forbidden me from visiting the East Palace. But I wish to find you and my elder brother there," she declared, breaking free from the Grand Tutor's embrace and standing resolutely before Chen Yuanjia. With wide, sparkling eyes, she gazed up at the Crown Prince, her face alight with a smile that caused his ears to redden slightly. "What is the Crown Princess of the East Palace? Brother Yuanjia, could you possibly grant me that title? I would cherish it dearly." Sheng Mingzhu spoke with unrestrained audacity. At that moment, it became clear that the Sheng family should brace themselves for impending judgment, as there was no longer any need for futile resistance. As soon as her words fell, the Grand Tutor, caught off guard, spewed out his tea, hastily casting aside the cup onto the table as he knelt in alarm. "We are guilty of grave offenses." The Grand Tutor, General Sheng, and Sheng Mingzhu chorused in unison. The others also knelt on the ground, with several young children slowly crouching down as well, plunging the main hall of the general's residence into a profound silence. The Crown Prince remained expressionless, his face betraying no signs of pleasure or displeasure as he scrutinized the young girl with a discerning gaze. "What is it, Brother Yuanjia? Did Mingzhu say something amiss?" At this moment, Sheng Mingzhu realized the gravity of the situation. Her venerable ancestor, a figure of immense respect, was in such a state of anxiety. "There is no fault in my words, esteemed tutor. Please rise." Chen Yuanjia, caught off guard, pondered whether the Sheng family was testing him or if it was merely the innocent words of a young girl. Upon reflection, the unwavering loyalty of the Sheng family made it improbable that they harbored ulterior motives. "I am deeply grateful for your Highness's magnanimity. Mingzhu's unfiltered speech may have offended you, and I shall ensure she receives proper guidance." Sheng Ziyuan, having just broken into a cold sweat, thought to himself that this troublesome child was free for anyone to take. He was genuinely afraid. At that moment, the household physician arrived, bringing a temporary resolution to the matter. Though the mischievous children could not escape the fate of being tasked with copying characters as punishment. Chapter 9. I have no desire to be the Crown Prince's wife in the Eastern Palace. Chen Yuanjia frowned slightly as he gazed at the document presented by his personal guard, which bore the name of the second son of the Xiang family, Xiang Yanba. Seeing the Crown Prince lost in thought, his attendant Fan Jia, unable to discern his intentions, reported again. After the death of Lady Xiang, Xiang Yanba was raised by the Wang family and shares a deep bond with the Xiang family's daughter. There was little need for further elaboration. The animosity displayed by a child toward another with whom he had no prior connection could only stem from improper words spoken by the adults in their household. It appeared that the Prime Minister's residents had set their sights on the position of Crown Princess. As the Crown Prince's 16th birthday was approaching on the 8th day of the first lunar month, marking the time for him to marry the lady of the Eastern Palace, Lu Shun ensured that matters are handled thoroughly. "If there are any traitors within the Eastern Palace, you need not return." Chen Yuanjia, typically composed and reserved, rarely admonished his close attendants. Yet, the authority of the heir apparent was always apparent. His silent wrath commanded respect, leaving others quaking in fear. "I am at fault. I am at fault. I will certainly rectify the situation within the Eastern Palace and root out the treacherous." Chief Steward Lu bowed his head vigorously, then scurried off to eliminate the spies. The Crown Prince tossed a bottle of specialized royal wound ointment to Fan Jia, instructing him to deliver it to the general's residence for Mingzhu's use. "And please, inform the general not to take offense or punish little Mingzhu for this." Could this be the same Crown Prince who had just been icy and authoritative? Or had his aloof demeanor gone? Was it appropriate for him to care so deeply for a mere child? Fan Jia found it hard to believe, though he dared not show his astonishment. He could not help but grumble internally as he made his way to the general's residence, where he, the esteemed head of the Eastern Palace's guards, was personally delivering medicine to a little girl. Thankfully, she was still a child. Had she been older, it would have surely appeared as favoritism. He mused that even his own sister was not addressed with such endearment. In the general's study, seated prominently were the esteemed tutor and General Sheng, while Sheng Mingzhu and Sheng Mingyu occupied the lower seats. Little Mingzhu was not so fortunate, kneeling in the center of the room on a mat, her lips pressed together as she fought back tears, looking at the seated figures with immense grievance. "Did I not instruct you to be silent? How dare you speak out of turn? Do you understand that if His Highness were to seek accountability, Neither I nor your grandfather could protect you? Sheng Ziyuan still felt a shiver of fear. Enough. The matter has passed. It must not be mentioned again. Mingzhu, come here. Sheng Yu intervened to halt Sheng Ziyuan's reprimands and called for Sheng Mingzhu to approach. With a gentle rub of her somewhat numb legs, Sheng Mingzhu approached the esteemed tutor, her demeanor subdued, murmuring, "Grandfather, behave, sure. The crown princess is destined to be your brother Yuanji's future wife and the future queen. As subjects, we must not covet the honor of the royal family unless graciously bestowed by His Majesty. Therefore, refrain from speaking in such a manner henceforth. Do you understand?" Sheng Yu, aware that his little granddaughter had no true understanding of the crown princess's significance, believed she was merely jesting to provoke the crown prince. "I have no desire to become the crown prince's wife," little Shu huffed, revealing her indifference to the title. Sheng Ziyuan chuckled, amused by her boldness, and since they were all family, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. "General, someone from the East Palace has arrived," announced the steward. The Sheng family exchanged glances before hastily proceeding to the front hall to greet their visitor. "Your Excellency, I am here on behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to deliver a vial of healing ointment for the 5th Miss and to convey the Crown Prince's decree," stated Fan Jian. The members of the Sheng family knelt to receive the decree, and Fan Jie presented the vial to the general. Relaying the Crown Prince's message, the general need not be concerned and should not punish little Shuer for this. Having fulfilled his duty, Fan Jian took his leave, leaving the 4 men of the Sheng family in a profound silence. Was the Crown Prince perhaps being overly affectionate towards Shua? Thus, for the next fortnight, Sheng Mingzhu lamentably discovered her movements severely restricted, confined within the estate, while her companions could only play within the confines of the general's residence after school, unable to step outside its gates. Even more frustrating was that Sheng Mingzhu sided with their father and offered no support. "I shall protect my sister myself. There is no need for outside men to concern themselves with her, especially not the Crown Prince." After a month of discontent, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, bringing with it a grand banquet at the palace, inviting royal relatives and prominent families to partake. Madame Sheng entered the palace accompanied by her 2 children and the children of the second branch. Dressed in a gentle pink 3/4-length gown adorned with delicate floral chiffon sleeves, cinched at the waist with a sculpted butterfly, Sheng Mingzhu styled her hair into twin buns. Exuding the charm of springtime blossoms and the elegance of autumn chrysanthemums, Sheng Mingyue was equally splendidly adorned, embodying a dignified elegance rare for one so young. Although not particularly close to her cousin, Mingzhu felt an air of aloofness emanating from Mingyue, which was a reflection of her personality rather than any moral failing. Thus, they maintained a respectful distance from one another within the household. Upon entering the palace, all ladies must pay their respects to the Empress in Fengyi Palace before joining her at the banquet. Within Fengyi Palace, Sheng Mingzhu and Sheng Mingyue accompanied Madame Sheng to greet Empress Wei. "General's wife, please rise. The 4th and 5th Misses have grown considerably. Come forward and compare heights with Lanxin." Having recently celebrated her 35th birthday, the Empress bore the marks of time upon her visage. The turbulence of the harem and the machinations of favored concubines weighing heavily upon her. Empress Wei had given birth to Crown Prince Chun Yuanjia and the 3rd princess, Chun Lanxin. Though once a harmonious couple with Emperor Qin Zongdao in their youth, the allure of power and wealth gradually distanced them. Princess Chun Lanxin stepped forward to stand beside Sheng Mingzhu, urging her to compare their heights. The two, being of the same age, revealed no discernible difference in stature. Having visited the palace several times, Sheng Mingzhu found common interests with Princess Chun Lanxin, and over time, they forged a strong friendship. The 3 princesses and the 2 young ladies have grown remarkably tall. It has only been a short while since we last met, and yet they have blossomed into such graceful figures. A noblewoman standing nearby immediately echoed the queen's sentiments, praising the girls from both families. "This lady is the young mistress of the prime minister's residence, adept in her management, ensuring that her household is run with impeccable order. Among the esteemed families in the capital, her reputation is well regarded. Accompanying her are 2 girls, one older and one younger. The elder is the prime minister's legitimate granddaughter, recently coming of age, exuding elegance and grace in her demeanor. The younger girl, also of legitimate birth, is far more vivacious compared to her elder counterpart. Thank you, madam, for your flattering words. These two mischievous spirits dare not compare themselves to Her Highness the Princess. Lady Sheng responded politely. Indeed, every girl in our Grand Shun kingdom possesses both virtue and beauty, radiating youthfulness, Queen Wei remarked with a smile, surveying the room full of young ladies, contemplating which noble daughter might be worthy of her ethereal son. Queen Wei was not particularly fond of the prime minister's eldest daughter. She hoped for her Wei family to produce a crown princess. Conveniently, her elder brother's daughter, Wei Zijin, was of suitable age for the crown prince and distinguished in both appearance and talent among the noble women of the capital. Jinger, come here and greet the esteemed ladies. You have been away from the capital for quite some time and are not very familiar. You must socialize more, Queen Wei called to the girl beside her, beckoning her forward. The girl, with joyful eyes and a charming demeanor, was a rare beauty. She stepped forward, linking her arm with Queen Wei's. Aunt, I will accompany you henceforth, and I shall become more familiarized, she replied. Indeed, that is true, Queen Wei said, feeling unusually content as she introduced her niece to the gathering of noble women. The eldest daughter of the Xiang family wore a gentle smile, exuding poise and grace, without any sign of displeasure. Sure, come with me. I have something new in the palace that I would like to show you, Chen Lanxin whispered to Sheng Mingzhu, unwilling to endure Wei Zijin's haughty demeanor. Sheng Mingzhu nodded in agreement, disliking the atmosphere here. However, she did not forget to inform her mother. Mother, I wish to go to Yilan Palace with Lanxin. Sure, the banquet will commence shortly. Just play for a while and return, Lady Sheng instructed her daughter, also sending Meng Shan to accompany her. As Sheng Mingzhu departed, she took Sheng Mingyue along as well, for although they were not particularly close, she was still her sister by blood. Chapter 10. The incident in the Imperial Garden. The Yilan Palace was specially constructed by the emperor for the third princess. Ordinarily, a princess would only leave the palace to establish her own residence after coming of age. However, the third princess was particularly favored by the emperor, who granted her a palace adorned in splendid opulence. Sure, Mingyue's sister, come in. Chen Lanxin invited the two into her chamber, retrieving a picture book from beneath her pillow. What is this? Sheng Mingzhu inquired, curiosity piqued as she stepped closer to examine it. Chen Lanxin took a step back, holding the book aloft. Are you certain you wish to see? Yes, yes. Sheng Mingzhu nodded eagerly. Then promise me that the next time I leave the palace, you will accompany me to a certain place, Chen Lanxin teased, quickly flipping the book open and closed again. The pages contained vibrantly illustrated tales. Very well, I promise. Sheng Mingzhu agreed immediately. Then it settled, Chen Lanxin said, promptly fulfilling her promise by handing the book to Sheng Mingzhu. Seating herself beside Sheng Mingyue, Sheng Mingzhu held the book in the center for both to admire. The illustrations depicted various folklore and mythical tales, vividly brought to life. After the three of them finished, Sheng Mingzhu intended to visit the Imperial Garden, where her gatherings always revolved around the theme of playing house. Chen Lanxin led the two girls to a pavilion in the garden. The third princess had sent a servant to Fengyi Palace to invite Lu Ruoxi. Today's theme was two girls planting various flowers in their backyard to sell, encountering villains along the way, and being rescued by two passing gentlemen, culminating in a story of love and affection. Sheng Mingzhu recounted the plot summary. Not far away, Meng Qiu, along with several close female attendants and a host of servants, marveled at Miss Sheng's imaginative storytelling. Had they not witnessed it themselves, one might think it was a play staged by a 5-year-old child. Wow, how wonderful. I want to be the hero. Chen Lanxin cheered. All right, then fourth sister and Cici will be the little girls selling flowers. Sheng Mingzhu believed her lovely cousin would be able to accept such a role, also suitable for Lu Ruoxi's disposition. Sheng Mingyue appeared disinterested, saying, You all have fun. I shall rest here. Then, elder sister Mingyue, will you be the hero? Chen Lanxin assumed Sheng Mingyue was dissatisfied with the arrangement. No need. I do not enjoy such games. Sheng Mingzhu stated clearly, without hesitation. Sheng Mingzhu and Chen Lanxin did not press her. Then fourth sister, please rest here. Before long, Lu Ruoxi arrived, and the three girls, accompanied by their maids, played together, filling the air with laughter and merriment. Even Sheng Mingzhu, seated nearby, revealed a faint smile as she watched them frolic. Sheng Mingzhu and Chen Lanxin gathered numerous exquisite flowers from the imperial garden as props to give to Cici. The delicate flowers, captivating in their beauty, were insufficient for the eager little ones. I wish to take the lady as my wife. Would she consent to marry me? Sheng Mingzhu held Lu Ruoxi's small hand, gazing at her with tender affection as she proposed. Just as everyone awaited Lu Ruoxi's response to the proposal, an untimely mocking laughter rang out. Sheng Mingzhu and the others turned towards the sound, spotting several girls of similar age looking disdainfully at Chen Lanxin and her companions. Who are they? Speaking such vulgarities, remarked the speaker, Chen Xiangling, the second princess and daughter of the noble consort. It would be wise for my third sister to keep her distance from them to avoid tarnishing the royal reputation. Chen Lanxin, who loathed this half-sister, did not appreciate her condescending lectures, often ignoring her unless provoked. Truly a case of dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good heart, she thought, realizing they were of the same ilk. The second princess and her companions exchanged taunts, pretentiously adjusting their headpieces, picking flowers from the imperial garden. How bold and rude of Miss Lu, chimed in another girl nearby. Lu Ruoxi's gaze faltered, and she hesitated to respond. Chen Lanxin, unwilling to allow her friend to be insulted, declared with youthful authority, "You too, apologize to my friend. If it weren't for Sheng Mingzhu and Meng Qiu restraining her on either side, this child would have long since given the offender a sound thrashing." Huh? A commoner dares to demand an apology from a princess? Chen Xiangling, though only 10 years old, spoke with biting cruelty. "I command you to apologize to my friend. Do you dare defy me?" Chen Lanxin stubbornly raised her delicate face, glaring at Chen Xiangling, exuding the aura of a legitimate princess. "Sister, must we remain so estranged? No matter how one may argue, I am still your elder sister." The second princess observed Chen Lanxin with earnestness, invoking familial ties to pressure her. Sheng Mingzhu, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, playfully linked arms with Sheng Mingzhu and stood beside Chen Lanxin. Meng Qiu promptly rushed forward, intent on restraining her young lady. Sheng Mingzhu turned back with a smile towards Meng Qiu, her meaning unmistakable. She then addressed Chen Lanxin. "Your Highness, the fault lies entirely with me. I thought that the palace, like you, possessed the grace of a legitimate princess, and that outside the palace, we were akin to biological sisters, hence my playful antics. Please, do not let our folly sever the bonds of sisterhood." Despite being born of a noble consort, the second princess was still a minor branch of the family, and this young girl was raised by concubine. Sheng Mingzhu's references to the legitimacy of birth were aimed at striking a blow to both of these individuals. The distinctions of legitimacy held no weight in the Sheng family, yet today she wielded such rhetoric to silence others. Of course, not everyone was worthy of the princess's ire. "Let us proceed," Chen Lanxin declared, joining Sheng Mingzhu as they made their way to the banquet hall, leaving Chen Xiangling seething with resentment. Inside the banquet hall, the autumn air was crisp, the scent of osmanthus wafted through, and the dew felt refreshing. The relatives and court officials, accompanied by their families, awaited the arrival of the sovereign. Sheng Mingzhu and Sheng Mingzhu approached Madame Sheng, while General Sheng sat beside Sheng Mingzhu. Others took their seats accordingly. Chen Lanxin walked towards the princess's designated spot, where the crown prince sat in the front row beneath the dragon throne, with Sheng Mingzhu positioned slightly behind. Upon catching the gaze of her elder brother, the crown prince, Chen Lanxin felt an inexplicable rush of anxiety, hastening to her seat. Chen Yuanjia found her demeanor amusing, which reminded him of a certain clever sprite. He discreetly glanced down, noticing the little girl cozily leaning against Madame Sheng, who whispered something to her. The girl pouted and mumbled, likely having engaged in some mischief. Sheng Mingzhu playfully shook her mother's arm, hoping she would not be penalized for their earlier quarrel. "It's all Meng Qiu's fault, always talking too much." I didn't do anything terribly wrong. Why couldn't I just keep it to myself for once? The young girl felt somewhat disheartened, releasing Madame Sheng and sitting among the group, propping her chin as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze collided unexpectedly with that of someone seated nearby. Chen Yuanjia was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the little girl would catch him in the act. He then smiled gently, averting his gaze and no longer looking her way. Sheng Mingzhu, upon noticing the crown prince, then spotted her elder brother also observing her, and joyfully waved. Sheng Mingzhu nodded in acknowledgement. Seated behind the crown prince, Sheng Mingzhu struggled to discern his brother's scrutiny of Mingzhu. Due to their significant age difference, he hesitated to delve into familial complexities. Today, all the unmarried women of the esteemed Chun family were present, surely aware of the crown prince's attention, which was not advantageous for Mingzhu. Yet, it was an inexplicable situation, making it difficult to bring it up with the crown prince. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived, the grand eunuch announced loudly. The assembled crowd knelt in reverence, chanting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress!" The emperor took his seat on the ornate dragon throne in the center of the hall, while the empress settled in her jade-inlaid mahogany chair on the left. "All rise," commanded the emperor, granting seats as the crown prince led the others in taking their places. "Thank you, your majesty," came the response, as the crown prince and the assembly seated themselves in turn. Chapter 11. The Crown Prince's Marriage Proposal. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a traditional celebration in the realm of Chun, symbolizing reunion and joy, with the entire nation reveling in merriment, indulging in wine, and paying homage to the moon. Emperor One of Chun, in high spirits, raised his cup to his ministers, proclaiming, "I gather with my esteemed officials tonight to welcome the joyous festival. Let all of you drink to your fill." The palace maids and eunuchs approached to refill the cups of the banquet attendees, prompting the ministers to rise in response, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's generous offering. In an instant, cups were exchanged and laughter filled the air, elevating the atmosphere of the evening feast to a zenith. Amidst the revelry, Sheng Mingzhu seized a moment to furtively sample Lady Sheng's osmanthus wine, only to recoil as its sharpness prompted her to hastily dab her tongue with a handkerchief. "It is quite unpalatable, not enjoyable at all," the young girl murmured. Noticing her daughter's uncouth behavior, Lady Sheng immediately understood and advised, "Dear, perhaps you should try some floral essence instead." She cast a glance at Sheng Mingzhu, whose decorum reassured her. "It is still not to my liking. I wish to taste grandmother's. It must be delightful." With that, Sheng Mingzhu rose and made her way toward the seat of the Grand Tutor. Before Lady Sheng could react, the little girl had dashed to the emperor's vicinity. After all, the general's residence boasted 2 illustrious officials, granting them seats of prominence, which extended to Lady Sheng's position among the female guests. The Grand Tutor, esteemed above all officials, held a rank even higher than that of the chancellor. Due to his role as the mentor to the current crown prince, Sheng Duan occupied the 4th seat, while the chancellor, Xiang Weiman, sat in the 2nd, and the grand preceptor, Zheng Yunzhao, took the 3rd. Approaching the imperial presence, the young girl paused, furrowing her brow as she contemplated whether to sample her grandmother's wine or her father's. Oblivious to her father's increasingly wide-eyed gaze and her mother's anxious fidgeting with her handkerchief, she seemed to have made a choice. Nodding decisively, she opted for her elder brother. After all, she reasoned, this was the home of the crown prince and his family, where the finest delicacies and beverages would undoubtedly be reserved for him. Since her elder brother was a close companion of Yuanza, it stood to reason that his wine would be of the highest quality. Thus, the little one, her skirt trailing like a blooming flower, hurried towards Sheng Mingzhu. The banquet hall fell into a hushed silence, as onlookers observed the Sheng family's young lady's impudence with a mix of curiosity, amusement, and disdain. "Whose child is this?" Emperor Wen inquired, turning to Empress Wei. "Your Majesty, she is the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, the same age as our excellent," Empress Wei replied. The Grand Tutor and Sheng Zuan stepped forward, kneeling to offer their apologies. "It is due to my indulgence at home that my granddaughter has acted inappropriately before the throne. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." "Ah, it is a carefree age, indeed, and quite delightful. Rise, my esteemed officials. Please take your seats. Emperor would address them, then glanced at the little girl, who had reached the crown prince. Sheng Mingzhu beamed sweetly at the crown prince, asking, Yuanzagij, is your wine delicious? Chen Yunza smiled knowingly, aware of the little one's fondness for treats, as she had her sights set on that cup of wine. Just as she was about to bypass the crown prince to reach her brother's table, she noticed the crown prince's wine vessel, a brilliant yellow, containing what appeared to be an exceptionally enticing drink. She halted, altering her course. Delicious, would you care for a taste? Chen Yuanza teasingly extended the wine cup towards Mingzhu. Indeed, the fragrance of the osmanthus wine captivated her, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yuanzagij, I wish to drink. The crown prince personally fed Sheng Mingzhu wine from a goblet, instantly drawing all eyes back to the young lady of the Sheng family. Chen Yuanzha indulged himself in this little girl, not for any particular reason, but simply to cherish her. Come here, dear sister, and taste your brother's wine. Sheng Mingzhu, seated just behind the crown prince, noticed that everyone was observing the tender actions of the crown prince towards his younger sister and called for Sheng Mingzhu to come over. Upon tasting the crown prince's wine, she found it rather unpalatable. Brother Yuanzha, your wine is not good. I want to try my elder brother's, she exclaimed, making her way to Sheng Mingzhu's side. Sheng Mingzhu immediately moved to the edge of his seat, pressing Sheng Mingzhu down beside him, saying, Be good, Mingzhu. Sit quietly next to your brother. I will bring you plenty of candies when I return home next time. As she complied, her eyes sparkled with eagerness to taste her brother's wine. Brother, you must keep your promise. The little girl finally savored the remnants of wine in her brother's cup, smacking her lips as she discovered a hint of sweetness. This is delicious. Elder brother's wine is delightful, she expressed with a soft, sweet voice, her satisfaction palpable. I want to try too, Chun Lanxin chimed in, sneaking a sip. After just a mouthful, she spat it out, exclaiming, Yuck, it's not good at all. Mingzhu, your taste buds are off. How can that be? My elder brother's wine is truly delightful. You should taste it too. Sheng Mingzhu and Chun Lanxin, oblivious to their surroundings, continued their lively conversation from a distance. Shiner, mind your manners, the Empress Wei interjected at the opportune moment, genuinely concerned that her spirited daughter might approach the young gentleman of the Sheng family for a drink. No harm done. Shiner's innocent playfulness compliments the little girl from the Sheng family. Emperor Chun had his reservations about his first wife, yet he lavished paternal affection upon the two legitimate children born of the Wei lineage. What is your name, little girl? Chun Zongdao inquired gently of Sheng Mingzhu. Your Majesty, I am called Mingzhu, she responded warmly, addressing the emperor with intimacy. Mingzhu, do not be impudent. Quickly pay your respects to his Majesty, Shang Duan admonished, his heart in his throat, relieved that his years of military service had spared him the fate of being led to ruin by his rebellious daughter. Little Mingzhu, indeed, you possess remarkable courage and intelligence. You shall surely achieve great things in the future, Emperor Chunwen remarked, gesturing to Shang Ziyuan to ease his tension. Observing how the young girl nestled against her brother, undeterred by authority, he felt a sense of admiration for her poise at such a tender age. Thank you, Your Majesty. The little girl, though young, understood the compliment directed at her and promptly expressed her gratitude to the emperor. Chen Zongdao scrutinized the girl closely. Her bright eyes and radiant smile set her apart, promising that she would blossom into a stunning beauty. Alas, she was still too young. Otherwise, her lineage, looks, temperament, and courage would mark her as a prime candidate for the crown prince's wife. Sheng Mingzhu felt exhausted. Had he not discreetly held onto his sister's garment, she would have dashed to the emperor to converse. Elder brother, why are you holding me? Sheng Mingzhu inquired. Brother Yuanzha, I still wish to taste the wine from your cup. Clever little Mingzhu, knowing that one must first seek the king to request a favor, understood that the crown prince's wine was ultimately decided by her brother Yuanzha. Do not be greedy. If you get drunk, be wary of your father's punishment, Chen Yuanzha warned. Glancing at the little girl whose cheeks, whether from warmth or the effects of the wine, were flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Father cannot see. Sheng Mingzhu gazed at the crown prince, asking eunuch Lu to bring her the items on her desk, filled with delight. Sheng Mingzhu, carefree and somewhat foolish, paid no heed to the noble young ladies at the banquet who were gritting their teeth in envy. The mid-autumn palace banquet, amidst songs and dances, finally came to an end. With Emperor Qin's departure, the guests exited the palace. In the carriage, Madame Sheng held her sleeping daughter, gently patting her little bottom, exclaiming, "You little troublemaker, you truly frighten your mother to death." The following day, after the morning court session, 3 imperial edicts were dispatched to the prime minister's residence, the Wei Taiwei's residence, and the Zheng Taishi's residence. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, the Xiang family, possessing noble virtues, capable of managing domestic affairs, has given birth to a prominent lineage. With a gentle heart, I hereby confer upon them the title of crown princess, to be wed in early February of next year. Thus decreed, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, the Wei family, endowed with both talent and beauty, intelligent and wise, of upright character, is hereby conferred the title of crown concubine, to enter the Eastern Palace in early December. Thus decreed, by the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, the Zheng family, virtuous and gentle, possessing a serene disposition and refined qualities, is hereby conferred the title of crown concubine, to enter the Eastern Palace in early December. Thus decreed, in Fengyi Palace, palace maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground, while Empress Wei shattered a table of tea sets in her indignation, feeling aggrieved that the emperor so disdained the women of the Wei family, directly appointing a marriage for the crown prince without consideration. Meanwhile, the Xiang residence was filled with joy, conducting ancestral rites and distributing porridge to express gratitude for the emperor's favor. Chapter 12. Mischievous children cause trouble. The taste is quite tangy while the capital was rife with unrest. The young miss of the Sheng family attended school diligently every day. One day, Sheng Mingzhu found herself drowsy in Master Lin's classroom, battling sleepiness yet fearing a reprimand from the teacher. She strained to keep her eyes barely open, propping her small head up to resist slumber. Mingzhu. Lu Che, seated beside Mingzhu, turned to see the girl in a half-asleep state and called her softly. Sheng Mingzhu was on the verge of resting her head on the desk, ready to drift off at any moment. Sheng Mingzhu, seated behind her, nudged Mingzhu's chair with her foot and, seeing no response, resorted to kicking it. Sheng Mingzhu jolted awake, sitting up straight and glancing at the teacher, relieved to see that he was still engrossed in his lecture, oblivious to her drowsiness. Mingzhu, Lu Che called her again. Sheng Mingzhu lifted her head to signal him to speak. The items are ready. Lu Che produced a small bundle of paper from his bosom, seemingly containing something within. Who shall go? Sheng Mingli inquired, aware that regardless of who took action, they would all be implicated as accomplices. What about Cici? The teacher favors her the most, Lu Che suggested, believing his sister's gentle demeanor would arouse no suspicion, and that if discovered, their martial father would not be too harsh on her. No, Cici is too timid. She might give us away, Sheng Mingzhu decisively vetoed. I will go, Sheng Mingzhu declared, resolved to take matters into her own hands. Sheng Mingzhu agreed with her decision. Reflecting on this incident years later, Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but scoff at her brother, who favored his sister over all else, having known to protect her since childhood. Thus, Sheng Mingzhu concealed the paper bundle within her sleeve, exchanging glances with her companions as they prepared for action. Madame Sheng. Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 boys from the Yin family sought to intervene. Despite their tender ages, the elder was merely 8, while the younger was a mere 6. They exhibited a commendable sense of justice. The 2 boys held a deep affection for their cousin from the Sheng family, relishing the opportunity to study and practice calligraphy at the Sheng residence, hoping to foster a closer bond with their little cousin. However, the demeanor of the Yin boys was excessively proper and rigid, a reflection of their upbringing under the guidance of their father, a vice minister of rights, which instilled in them a sense of decorum from a young age. Little Shuer felt hesitant to approach them. It was not fear of anything in particular, but rather the weight of guilt she felt at the thought of leading her upright cousins astray, akin to desecrating something sacred. Thus, much like her relationship with her cousin Sheng Mingzhu, she maintained a respectful distance. With a sweet smile, Little Mingzhu clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication towards her two cousins, followed by a shushing motion, hoping for silence, and finally, a swift motion across her throat, implying that should they speak up and betray her, there would be dire consequences. The brothers could hardly suppress their amusement, noting that the little girl had learned the art of diplomacy. In that moment, Sheng Mingzhu, Lu Che, and Sheng Mingli approached, each cradling a book, with Mingzhu trailing closely behind. "Master, I find myself perplexed by a character. I humbly seek your guidance," Sheng Mingyu proclaimed, presenting his book to the teacher. "Mr." Lin was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected boldness of the children. Yet, he appreciated their initiative to learn, recognizing their potential. Before Mr. Lin could address the character in question, Lu Che stepped forward, presenting his own book, followed closely by Sheng Mingli. Amidst the commotion as the three boys encircled their teacher, Mingzhu discreetly retrieved a piece of wrapping paper from her sleeve, unfolding it to reveal a mound of brown powder. With a swift motion, she poured a small handful into Mr. Lin's teacup, carefully replacing the lid afterward. Completing her task, she didn't forget to wipe her hands on the silk handkerchief that lay upon the teacher's desk. Make way, Mingzhu called out, raising the cup and moving behind Lu Che. The three boys, deliberately raising their voices to shield Mingzhu's actions, parted to create space for her. "Master, I believe you must be parched from your diligent efforts in teaching us. Do indulge in a sip," she said with an innocent countenance, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her mentor. Mr. Lin's heart softened at the sight of the mischievous yet endearing child. He realized he had been too strict with her in the past and vowed to teach her with more kindness henceforth. Overwhelmed with mixed feelings of gratitude and guilt, he drank the tea she had offered, oblivious to the concealed peril. "Ah, delightful, my dear Shuer. You are truly thoughtful, Mr." Lin began to raise his hand to caress the little girl's cheek, but suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, rendering his limbs weak. He then succumbed to sleep, resting his head upon the desk. "Che, is everything all right?" Mingzhu inquired, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. "It's nothing, just a common sedative. We must hurry, or we shall be late," Lu Che urged, pulling Mingzhu toward the exit, with Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingli hastily following suit. Left behind, aside from Sheng Mingwei, the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances before advancing to investigate. On the other side, Shuer and her companions had successfully escaped through the back door and boarded the carriage arranged by Chen Lanqin, heading towards the largest gambling house in the capital. "We cannot go. We must find the master," and Shu Yan resolved, noting the master's feeble breathing and the grim situation. Should anything happen, it would be her cousin who suffered the consequences. "Brother Shu Yan, can we wait a little longer?" Lu Ruoshi, who chose not to accompany them due to her lack of interest in gambling, still wished to buy them some time. "Ruoshi, if we do not seek the master and the master falls ill, Mingzhu and the others will be punished," and Shuyang explained. The young girl pondered and agreed, realizing that it would indeed be her brother and the others who would face the dire repercussions. Lu Ruoshi approached Sheng Mingwei, Sister Mingwei. "Could you take us to find Annie?" Although Sheng Mingwei initially hesitated to meddle, she could not resist the pleading gaze of the obedient girl, and thus led them to the residence of Madame Sheng. Upon hearing the news, Madame Sheng nearly fainted and immediately summoned the household physician to the study. Chaos ensued in the general's residence, with even General Sheng, who had been training troops in the barracks, rushing back. Meanwhile, the culprits had joined the third princess, wreaking havoc in a private room of the gambling house. "How about that? Am I not a person of my word?" Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, draping her arm around Chen Lanqin's shoulder, feigning sisterly affection. Yes, indeed. You are reliable," the third princess replied, thoroughly pleased. During this period, Empress Wei had been preoccupied with arranging the crown prince's wedding and had neglected her discipline, allowing them the perfect opportunity to slip out of the palace. Chen Lanqin had a certain obsession with gambling. The strict palace regulations had stifled her chances, and she was eager for an opportunity to hone her skills. With Sheng Mingzhu and a few of her capable allies, everything fell into place seamlessly, just as several young children stood on stools, placing their bets. The door to the private room was violently flung open, and over 20 soldiers clad in military attire surrounded them. Without uttering a word, they seized the children and carried them out to the carriage. "Let's go." Sheng Mingzhu struggled, but the 4 soldiers held them firmly, refusing to allow any escape. Sheng Mingzhu realized that their father must have sent people to capture them. "Great, we haven't even won a few copper coins before meeting our demise," she lamented. "Your Highness, I am tasked with escorting you back to the palace," one of the remaining soldiers said as they surrounded Chen Lanxin. "No, I want to go to the Crown Prince's residence," Chen Lanxin protested, turning toward the Eastern Palace, primarily concerned that Sheng Mingzhu and her companions would face punishment. Seeking the Crown Prince to plead on their behalf. In the Sheng Ancestral Hall, 2 boys and a little girl were being whipped by General Sheng with a small leather strap, rolling on the ground and crying out in distress. The 2 boys, enduring the pain, cried loudly in an effort to convince their father that they were as pained as their sister, hoping to avoid the worst. In the past, no matter how mischievous Sheng Mingzhu had been, she had only faced a few slaps. She was the cherished jewel of the entire household, never having been scolded or whipped. Sheng Mingzhu sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, nearly fainting from the pain, her arms already bruised and swollen. Madame Sheng was unable to intervene at that moment and sent a steward on horseback to the Eastern Palace to summon the Grand Tutor back. Upon peering inside, she turned away, unable to bear the sight. 3 children writhed on the ground, struck by a cruel hand. Fortunately, a few other children summoned help, saving Master from a near-fatal overdose of sleeping pills that almost led to suffocation. Lady Sheng could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Sheng Ziyuan, despite his fury, felt a deeper pang for his daughter. He, therefore, directed his ire towards areas of flesh, delivering a resounding slap to Mingxu's rear. "Father, it hurts," she cried, her voice trembling, struggling to articulate her pain. How dare that reckless girl drug Master, oblivious to her own mortality. Sheng Ziyuan continued to administer several more blows before turning to chastise his other son and beloved nephew. At that moment, Lu Che knelt alone at the entrance of the Sheng study, too intimidated to leave without the general's command. He would have preferred to endure punishment alongside his friends. For as often said, "Die early, be reborn early." Having faced General Sheng's wrath, he thought he would not have to suffer again at home. As General Sheng continued his discipline for nearly half an hour, alternating between slapping and scolding, the Grand Preceptor and Sheng Mingzhu finally returned, coinciding perfectly with the moment when General Sheng delivered a particularly harsh blow to Little Shu. Chapter 13. A decision to seek knowledge in the Eastern Palace in the Sheng Ancestral Hall. The 3 little troublemakers knelt before the ancestral tablets. Having narrowly escaped the wrath of old Master Sheng, the Grand Preceptor, having learned the full account of events during his journey, felt a lingering dread. His dear granddaughter had indeed been audacious. Should word of her misdeeds spread, she would bear the shame of betraying her teacher and ancestors, her reputation irrevocably tarnished. Yet, upon returning and witnessing the small, sobbing figure of his granddaughter curled up in despair, his heart ached with compassion. He decisively intervened. "Silence. Do you still have the audacity to cry?" Sheng Ziyuan glared fiercely at his rebellious daughter, taking a seat nearby, his chest swelling with frustration. Sheng Mingzhu, unable to contain her sorrow, cried out, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to bear the sight of his sister's suffering, Sheng Mingzhu knelt down to plead, "Father, I promise to take better care of them in the future. Please, spare them this time. You speak wisely, and you have chastised them enough. They are still young. We shall educate them gradually," Sheng Yu added, unwilling to impose further punishment. "But mark my words, if you dare to engage in such heinous acts again, I will break your legs," Sheng Ziyuan warned, noticing his daughter's pale complexion. "Take them home," commanded the Grand Preceptor, exchanging a knowing glance with Sheng Mingzhu, who nodded in agreement. Lady Sheng stepped forward to embrace her daughter, while Sheng Mingzhu supported Sheng Mingyu. Sheng Mingli was carried away by the steward as they exited the ancestral hall. "Ensure that the troublesome Lu boy is returned home as well." General Sheng instructed the attendants waiting outside. After the group departed, the Grand Preceptor and his son remained in the ancestral hall for quite some time. With Lin Fusher's life hanging by a thread, he could no longer return to impart his teachings. After much deliberation, the decision was made to enlist the three boys with the military, where, in addition to martial training, they would also have access to scholarly instruction under the watchful eyes of General Sheng, minimizing the potential for further mischief. The two boys from Yin family would join Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Ruoxi in the study, attending lessons alongside the princes, princesses, and offspring of noble families. These children were generally well-behaved and unlikely to cause significant trouble. The final and most challenging dilemma remained: the incorrigible instigator, Sheng Mingzhu. The father and son fell into silence simultaneously. "Father, allow me to take Shu'er to the military camp," Sheng Ziyuan suggested, genuinely unable to conceive a flawless plan. "If we let them gather again at the military camp, are you eager to resign and return home prematurely?" The Grand Tutor shot a glare at the martial son. "Having just separated them, you wish for them to reconvene at the military camp? Is the military camp our Sheng family's domain, to be turned upside down by your daughter?" Sheng Zuan fell silent, pondering the remarkable influence this little girl possessed. A biological elder brother, a cousin, and an unrelated young friend all obediently listened to her. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the housekeeper of the Sheng residence rushed in. "Master, General, the Crown Prince has arrived and is waiting in the front hall." The father and son hurried to the front hall, where they encountered the elegant youth, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my late reception." The Grand Tutor and the General knelt in greeting. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Grand Tutor," the Crown Prince assisted him, then took his seat at the head of the table. "Grand Tutor, General, please be seated." Chen Yuanjia, with a gentle demeanor, offered them seats. Completely devoid of the decisive and formidable presence one would expect from the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, he appeared as amiable as if engaged in a casual conversation with senior family members. "Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour?" The Grand Tutor inquired regarding Chen Yuanjia's purpose. With a faint smile, Chen Yuanjia replied, "To be candid, it is Lan Xin's concern that the two of you may punish Shu'er," prompting me to clarify the situation. The Sheng father and son were bewildered. It was true that they had administered medicine to the tutor, skipped school, and visited the gambling den, but what further grievances could possibly be attributed to those children? Chen Yuanjia exchanged a glance with his personal guard, Fan Jia, who understood and stepped forward to elucidate. "Grand Tutor, General Sheng, during the last Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, the third princess made a trade with Miss Sheng Wu, intending to take her to the gambling den for exposure to the world. Hence, it was not entirely Miss Sheng Wu's desire to visit the gambling den. Was there any distinction from a lack of explanation?" General Sheng longed to inquire what the Crown Prince was subtly implying, yet he restrained himself as a subordinate. "And where is Shu'er?" the Crown Prince asked. "Your Highness, my daughter has returned to her courtyard," Shang Ziyuan replied earnestly, not lying, as she had indeed been taken away by his wife. "Grand Tutor, I hope you will allow Shu'er to accompany you in the Eastern Palace henceforth." The Crown Prince, unable to resist the sight of the little girl's tearful and aggrieved expression, directly requested that the Grand Tutor take her under his wing for education. The Grand Tutor was momentarily at a loss for words. The opportunity to teach his beloved granddaughter was indeed a rare one, with Sheng Mingzhu following him to learn. They would effectively become fellow disciples. After weighing the pros and cons, the Grand Tutor clasped his hands in salute to the Crown Prince. "I express my gratitude on behalf of Shu'er for your kindness, Your Highness." Sheng Ziyuan observed his father acquiescing and found himself somewhat bewildered. The Eastern Palace was soon to have a female master, and the Crown Prince's rear court would become increasingly lively. Was this truly the right time for Mingzhu to enter the Eastern Palace? The Grand Tutor cast a glance at his martial son, implying that he should remain silent. Very well. The Marshal General was self-aware enough not to contradict the Crown Prince, since the Crown Prince had made a special visit. Whether for the sake of the third princess's reputation or for other reasons, it would be beneficial for his 5-year-old daughter to establish connections. In the courtyard of Madame Sheng's residence, Sheng Mingzhu was not gravely injured, aside from a few lacerations on his arm, oozing blood, which caused him to wince as the household physician applied hemostatic ointment. Overall, he had survived a great calamity. Madame Sheng, accompanied by two maidservants, examined the injuries on the young girl, her heart tightening at the sight. On Sheng Mingzhu's delicate arms, back, bottom, and calves, there were multiple swollen welts, bruised and starkly visible, far more pronounced than when she had been struck. Madame Sheng applied pain-relieving ointment several times and had the physician prepare some analgesics, which she administered to the little one. "Mother, how is my sister? If it becomes necessary, I shall summon the imperial physician." Sheng Mingzhu waited anxiously outside, glancing between his younger brother and the commotion within. "Come in," Madame Sheng beckoned, wrapping her daughter in a light blanket, pacing the room while trying to soothe her to sleep. Sheng Mingyu limped in alongside Sheng Mingzhu, his resilience evident despite his limp, and his complexion remained relatively good, which eased Madame Sheng's worry somewhat. Sheng Mingzhu continued to cry inconsolably, her pitiful demeanor affecting everyone in the courtyard, who wore troubled expressions. At that moment, the general entered the courtyard, taken aback by the somber atmosphere surrounding them. Madame Sheng and Sheng Mingzhu took turns cradling the little girl until they finally succeeded in lulling Sheng Mingzhu to sleep. As they stepped outside, they encountered General Sheng standing rigidly at the entrance. Without a glance in his direction, Madame Sheng bypassed him to procure scar-removing ointment from the physician. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being publicly reprimanded by his wife in front of their sons, Sheng Yuan awkwardly scratched his head and quietly asked his sons, "How is your sister?" Before they could respond, Sheng Mingyu collapsed against Sheng Mingzhu, his voice faint. "Brother, carry me back. I fear I may be bedridden for life." Sheng Mingzhu complied, also bypassing their father as he assisted his brother back to their quarters. Sheng Yuan dared not scold the two for their lack of decorum, muttering under his breath to their retreating figures, "No need to feign illness. Next time, I shall truly make you bedridden for life." Just as he finished, Madame Sheng shot him a cold glare. The general, with a hearty chuckle, approached. "I was merely teasing them." His imposing presence seemed unnecessary in explaining himself to a mere woman. Yet, Madame Sheng, upon seeing her daughter's fragile form, felt a deep discomfort. This was not mere fussiness. Though Mingzhu had erred, the punishment was excessively severe. After expressing her thoughts, she re-entered the chamber, with Sheng Zuan naturally following. Madame Sheng meticulously applied the pain relief ointment once more. The marshal general, upon witnessing the extent of his daughter's injuries, could no longer remain composed. How could this be so severe? I had been careful. Regret washed over him, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to weep for his daughter. Madame Sheng let out a cold huff, feeling justified in her resentment. "You ought to feel guilty. How could your whip strike such a delicate daughter? Is there a tendency for domestic violence lurking within you? Yet, when it comes to yourself, you exhibit such tenderness. Could it be a case of intermittent cruelty?" From the look in his wife's eyes, Sheng Yuan sensed he had contracted an inescapable affliction. Once sure as well, she will go to the East Palace to study under her father. Sheng Yuan disregarded Madame Sheng's peculiar gaze and explained the earlier events to her. Madame Sheng remained silent, lost in contemplation. Chapter 14. The Crown Prince presents a gift to his younger sister. A few days later, Sheng Mingzhu's frail body had fully recovered. General Sheng had somehow procured a jade skin ointment for his wife to apply on their daughter, which completely faded the whip marks. Naturally, Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingli also benefited from it, their wounds healing remarkably swiftly. Once again, when Sheng Mingzhu was seen, she was a lively little figure dressed in a sky-blue floral dress, adorably seated in a carriage alongside the Grand Tutor, heading to the East Palace for early lessons. The little one listened to her grandfather recount the whereabouts of her other little friends, and she embraced the opportunity to freely enter and exit the East Palace, accompanied by her grandfather, along with the Crown Prince and Sheng Mingzhu. Though young, Sheng Mingzhu possessed the wisdom to seek advantage and avoid harm. She pondered that joining the military camp would require her to practice stances for an entire incense stick's duration, a lesson learned deeply at the tender age of 4. Attending the study room would entail endless writing of characters. Now, following her loving grandfather and doting elder brother, along with a future heir, was undeniably a favorable arrangement, and thus she gladly acquiesced. Of course, refusing was not an option, as her martial father would be watching her closely. It would be unwise to clash with a straightforward general who lacked any understanding of cherishing delicate beings. Humph. Moreover, another crucial point was that Sheng Mingzhu intended to demonstrate to that little chubby boy that in the East Palace, she could come and go as she pleased. Last time, during their scuffle, he had insisted she not approach the crown prince, yet she decided to stay close to brother Yuanjia. The next time she encountered that little chubby boy, she would certainly relish in teasing him. Sheng Mingzhu was still unaware that his sister had already been conferred the title of crown princess. In the Hongwen Hall, Qin Yuanjia had completed his morning readings and was now engaged in writing essays, while Sheng Mingzhu was studying alongside him. The hall was quiet and solemn. Typically, the grand tutor instructed the crown prince during the morning hours, with his grandson accompanying him. However, today, due to little Mingzhu's reluctance to rise, they were delayed for quite some time. Big brother, Yuanjia. Sheng Mingzhu pulled her hand away from the grand tutor's grasp, her short legs barely crossing the threshold of the Hongwen Hall when her voice echoed into the study. Concerned about disturbing the crown prince, Sheng Mingzhu rose to silence his sister. However, at that moment, the crown prince had just finished his writing, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced towards the entrance. Sheng Mingzhu quietly returned to his previous position, continuing to transcribe the texts. Sure, dear child. We must speak softly so as not to disturb others, the grand tutor advised, catching up to his granddaughter and gently taking her hand, reminding her to be mindful of her behavior. Oh, understood, grandfather, Sheng Mingzhu replied cheerfully, obediently mimicking a gesture for quiet. Your Highness, forgive my tardiness, the grand tutor said as he entered the study, guiding Shu'er to bow before the crown prince. Upon seeing the duo enter, the crown prince set aside his brush and ink, observing the little one approach. There is no need for haste, dear tutor. It is of no consequence, Chen Yuanjia replied, his tone devoid of reproach. Though decisive in his actions, he held great respect for his teachers and treated the Sheng family with exceptional leniency. Brother Yuanjia, big brother. Sheng Mingzhu politely greeted the two individuals, yet she was still unfamiliar with the formalities of a monarch and his subjects. It wasn't that she couldn't perform the rites. Rather, the prince's special regard for Sheng Mingzhu often led him to bypass such ceremonial steps. Despite the general's repeated corrections in private, the young girl would forget as soon as she turned away. Mingzhu, come here, Qin Yuanjia beckoned, indicating for her to approach. He then turned to retrieve a brocade box from the bookshelf behind him. Brother Yuanjia, what is this? Sheng Mingzhu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the brocade box in the prince's hands. The box, crafted from Wangwali wood, was adorned with cloud-patterned silk and edged in gilded silver, looking remarkably exquisite, which explained the girl's astonishment. From now on, Mingzhu and I shall be like siblings, as I bestow upon her this gift as her senior. Qin Yuanjia appeared quite fond of this new role, and the fact that a royal gift box was used for a mere introduction indicated the significance he placed on it, not to mention the value of the gift itself. Mingzhu, you must greet His Highness and call him brother. The grand tutor guided the little girl in recognizing the prince as her elder brother, although unclear on the particulars. The grand tutor believed that any ensuing gossip would not tarnish the Sheng family's reputation, as it was the prince's own choice. I know. Brother is the one who was expelled from Mount Shu by a wicked master and encountered sister lanting on the road, and they ended up together in a cave. Sheng Mingzhu raised her hand, eager to express her understanding of this so-called brotherhood. Before she could finish, however, her older brother, Sheng Mingzhu, swiftly covered her mouth. He was all too familiar with this tale, as the two siblings had once sneaked a peek at a vulgar comic book and had faced punishment from their father, the general, due to certain inappropriate illustrations within its pages. Your Highness, forgive me. Mingzhu has read too many of those comics, Sheng Mingzhu explained to Qin Yuanjia. Finally managing to free herself from her brother's grasp, Sheng Mingzhu looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had silenced her. Minggu, you should call the prince brother, Sheng Mingzhu suggested, discreetly touching his nose to divert his sister's attention. All right. Brother, hello. Sheng Mingzhu cheerfully addressed the prince with utmost sincerity. Hello, little sister, Qin Yuanjia replied. But in that case, I should be the elder sister, Yuanzha brother. Shouldn't you call me elder sister since I've already called you brother? Sheng Mingzhu pondered aloud, her brow furrowed in confusion, as this seemed rather unfair to her. Both Sheng Yu and Sheng Mingjin felt a headache coming on at the little girl's interpretation of such relationships, opting for silence. Because I am older than you. I am your elder brother, Qin Yuanzha simply explained to Sheng Mingzhu. He understood the unique way the young girl thought and placed a box in her hands. Sister, this is for you. Open it and take a look. The grand tutor stroked his beard, though he verbally expressed reluctance to accept such a grand gift. He craned his neck in anticipation to see what lay within. Hee. Sheng Mingzhu was overjoyed to receive the gift, grinning as she accepted it from the prince. Upon opening the brocade box, she discovered a pendant made of icy agate, shaped like a peace symbol. The piece is crafted from natural agate, possessing a delicate texture, a lustrous sheen, and an air of purity and clarity akin to ice crystal, exuding an exquisite elegance. The grand tutor immediately recognized it as genuine jade, skillfully fashioned. Thank you, brother Yuanzha. No, thank you, senior brother Yuanzha. The young girl promptly corrected herself, displaying her understanding. No need for thanks. It suffices that my junior sister is fond of it, Qin Yuanzha remarked, pleased to see her genuine delight, deeming it a worthy gift. I really like it. Sheng Mingzhu beamed, her affection eliciting gentle laughter from those around her. Thus, the bond between Crown Prince Qin Yuanzha and the fifth miss of the general's mansion was confirmed in a straightforward and joyous manner. In the ensuing months, Sheng Mingzhu frequented the Crown Prince's study, sharing meals and studies with Sheng Mingjin, albeit her studies were limited to the three-character classic. Occasionally, she would even stay overnight in the Eastern Palace. In this daily companionship, her reliance on the Crown Prince surpassed that of her own elder brother. The Xiang family caught wind of the situation, but chose not to express any dissatisfaction towards the Eastern Palace at this juncture. As the 12th month approached, both the former dynasty and the imperial harem were bustling with activity. The Crown Prince's Eastern Palace was to receive new members, although it was a side consort entering. She was still a noble lady of royal lineage, necessitating meticulous preparations by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, especially with Empress Wei overseeing the arrangements for the grand entrance of Wei Zijin. Meanwhile, as the year-end approached, the court was engrossed in the accumulation of governmental affairs, with officials diligently summarizing and reviewing their achievements. Currently, Sheng Mingzhu treated the Crown Prince with the same familiarity as her elder brother. In just a few months of interaction, she became increasingly unrestrained around Qin Yuanzha, indulging in her whims. Each time the grand tutor observed their exchanges, he was left astounded, unable to fathom how the future sovereign would so readily indulge a mere child. Was this perhaps the Crown Prince's method of relieving pressure? Regardless, the atmosphere became more congenial, with the once solemn and austere Eastern Palace now imbued with a warmth reminiscent of home, something Qin Yuanzha had never truly experienced before. Thus, he tacitly accepted some of the girl as playful antics. Amidst this backdrop, the day arrived for the two side consorts to enter the Eastern Palace. On the second day of the 12th month, the two side consorts were received. Due to the Empress Wei's influence, Wei Zijin was the first to be escorted into the Eastern Palace through a side entrance, granted residence near the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters in the Chengyan Hall, while Zheng Zijin was assigned to the Yichong Hall. That night, the 16-year-old Crown Prince graced Wei Zijin with his presence. Originally, Qin Yuanzha had intended for Wei Zijin to be his primary consort, but the emperor had chosen Xiang. Wei Zijin, with her enchanting beauty and graceful demeanor, had long harbored affection for the Crown Prince, resulting in a mutual and profound connection. The following day, Qin Yuanzha could not neglect Zheng Zijin and visited her quarters. Zheng Zijin, whose given name was Mei, was the sole descendant of the esteemed grand tutor Zheng Yanzhou. Her parents had perished in battle, leaving her family without influential ties. Zheng Mei, possessing an ethereal beauty, was naturally selected to be a side consort for the Crown Prince. Emperor Qin, in recognition of her parents' sacrifice for the nation, had designated this orphan girl for the Crown Prince, expressing his gratitude and rewarding loyal subjects. Subsequently, Qin Yuanzha did not linger much in the inner palace, occasionally visiting Zheng Zijin. Regarding my cousin Wei, I have spent several more occasions with her. The young prince, upon his initial foray into matters of affection, does not indulge excessively in pleasures or become enmeshed in carnal desires. He remains steadfast in his principles of self-restraint and propriety. Little Taoanzi is still unaware that there are now 2 women in the Eastern Palace. Sheng Yu informs his granddaughter that she may take a break for several days and need not attend the Eastern Palace for her calligraphy lessons, prompting her to joyfully seek out her friends, finally able to frolic with her companions. Last night, after the family had enjoyed dinner together, the Grand Tutor informed her that she was to resume her studies in the Eastern Palace the following day. Sheng Mingzhu showed no resistance. She was quite familiar with everything in the Eastern Palace, feeling as though she were returning to her own home. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, Sheng Mingzhu once again accompanied the Grand Tutor to the Hongwen Hall of the Eastern Palace. "Brother Yuanzi, I have returned," Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed. Her voice heard before her presence was seen. Chun Yuanzi, upon hearing the cheerful tone of the little girl, felt a sense of familiarity. This spirited child radiated with sunshine and vitality. She dashed towards him, affectionately linking her arm with the prince's wrist. "Brother Yuanzi, it has been so long since I last saw my adorable and beautiful junior. Have you missed me?" Chen Yuanzi gazed into her clear eyes, her smile brightening her face, evoking a flutter in his heart. Indeed, he had missed his junior. Chen Yuanzi chided himself for harboring improper thoughts. A man who prided himself on being a paragon of virtue should not entertain such notions regarding a 5-year-old child. How absurd! A day apart feels like an eternity, Sheng Mingzhu declared, oblivious to the deeper implications, leaning against the prince's arm. However, she quickly straightened upon catching a whiff of an unpleasant fragrance. Leaning closer to Chen Yuanzi, she inquired, "Brother Yuanzi, have you secretly applied your mother as perfume?" Having once surreptitiously used Lady Sheng's rouge, she recognized the scent, though it was not as disagreeable as this. "What perfume?" Chen Yuanzi was perplexed. "It's just that you have a fragrant scent about you, but it's rather unpleasant," Sheng Mingzhu replied candidly. Chen Yuanzi wiped his nose, then realized what the little girl was referring to. Having spent the night in the chambers of concubine Wei and coming directly from the Chang'an Hall to the Hongwen Hall for morning studies, the scent must be attributed to Wei Zijing. The Grand Tutor approached and gently lifted the little girl from the prince's arm, playfully tapping her forehead. "Are you a little dog? Only a little dog would sniff others this way. Brother, quickly save me. My forehead hurts," Sheng Mingzhu whimpered, covering her forehead and feigning pain as she coquettishly looked at Chen Yuanzi. "Sister, telling lies will earn you 10 pages of copywork," the Grand Tutor warned her. Upon hearing this, the little girl darted to her seat like a gust of wind, promptly settling down to recite the 3-character classic, shaking her head in concentration. Sheng Mingzhu soon dismissed her concern over the unpleasant scent. After class, Sheng Mingjin left to organize some matters for the prince's upcoming responsibilities, departing early. The Grand Tutor intended to take Mingzhu back to their residence, as it was rather unsuitable to leave a young girl in the Eastern Palace with 2 concubines present. However, when Sheng Mingzhu learned that eunuch Liu had prepared lunch at the Chang'an Hall, her gluttonous nature took over, rendering her unable to move. "You may go ahead, Grand Tutor. If Mingzhu wishes to return to the general's residence, I can arrange for someone to escort her," Chen Yuanzi offered, retaining Sheng Mingzhu's company. With a rare appearance of clear skies, the prince did not take a sedan chair, but instead held Mingzhu's hand as they proceeded to the Chang'an Hall. On the way, the little girl suddenly squatted down and refused to move, tearfully gazing up at the prince. "What troubles you, Shua?" Chen Yuanzi was perplexed by her sudden halt. "My legs hurt. I cannot walk any longer." Sheng Mingzhu exuded an air of pitifulness, yet did not explicitly request to be carried. Chen Yuanzi quickly comprehended her unspoken desire for him to carry her. He bent down and said, "Come here." "Thank you, senior brother." Sheng Mingzhu immediately climbed onto his sturdy back, using both her hands and feet. The esteemed prince, bearing the little girl, listened to her muffled giggles of triumph, and the corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards. Within Chang'an Hall, 2 concubines awaited his arrival. Upon seeing the prince enter, they rose to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Highness. May Your Highness be ever well. Wei Zijin and Zheng Mei were momentarily taken aback upon noticing Chen Yuanjia carrying a small child, but quickly recognized her as the 5th young lady of the Sheng family, who was studying in the Eastern Palace. Sheng Mingzhu could only see 2 elegant and graceful women, whom she did not recognize, instinctively tightening her grip around the prince's neck. Sure, they're your elder sisters. There is no need to be shy, Chen Yuanjia gently explained to her. Indeed, this must be a young lady from the Sheng family. Wei Zijin approached. Although she was not particularly fond of the prince carrying a small child, she acknowledged the innocence of the situation and greeted her. Zheng Mei stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. Chen Yuanjia gently set the little girl down beside him on his left. Please take a seat. Wei Zijin concealed her awkwardness and sat to Chen Yuanjia's right, while Zheng Mei subtly settled next to Sheng Mingzhu. As Wei Zijin stood to serve the prince, he stopped her, saying, Zijin, there is no need to rise. Serve yourself. He also instructed Zheng Mei, do not stand on ceremony. Please enjoy your meal. Thank you, Your Highness. Zheng Mei expressed her gratitude. During the meal, the prince consistently attended to the little girl beside him, personally serving her dishes and wiping the crumbs from her mouth. Observing Chen Yuanjia's indulgence toward the commoner's daughter, Wei Zijin felt a twinge of discontent. Cousin, do try this. Wei Zijin placed a dish of exquisite shrimp balls into Chen Yuanjia's bowl. Graciously, he accepted it, remarking, this is delightful. Do have some more, Zijin. Chen Yuanjia held a special fondness for Wei Zijin, being his first true affection, which he cherished far more than Zheng Mei. Sheng Mingzhu, witnessing the prince's affection for Wei Zijin, though oblivious to the complexities of romantic entanglements, felt a twinge of possessiveness over Chen Yuanjia's gentle words towards other women. Pretty sister, this cake is delicious. Sheng Mingzhu offered Zheng Mei a piece of lotus pastry, her face beaming with joy. Chen Yuanjia discreetly observed the little girl's expression. Her mischievous glint betrayed her upbringing as a pampered young lady of the Sheng family. If you enjoy it so much, I shall ensure you have plenty to take home, he reassured her. In truth, the prince was uncertain of why he held such concern for the little girl, always reluctant to see her unhappy. Diligent in his studies, steadfast in his ambitions, and aspiring to build a family, he wished for everything to occur naturally. Emperor Chunwan had few heirs. Though there were instances of the favored consort and her son stepping out of line, none could impede his destined path to assume the mantle of governance. In the grand scheme of things, the ambitious young prince has always shown a particular fondness for the young lady of the Sheng family. The reasons for this affection remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is the result of karmic ties from a previous life. Whether sweet or bitter, only time will reveal the truth. Miss Sheng, you ought to express your gratitude to the prince, Wei Zijing playfully remarked, observing the girl's indifference to the prince's generous gesture. Yet, she harbored a disdain for the rigid customs of the general's household. Sheng Mingzhu swallowed her food and turned her gaze to Chen Yuanjia, who remained poised and dignified. Setting her chopsticks aside, she lifted her delicate face and said to the prince, Brother Yuanjia, she keeps talking and one tea let me eat. I don't want to dine with her. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. Wei Zijing felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at the girl's blatant rudeness, while Zheng Mei set down her chopsticks without uttering a word. Chen Yuanjia understood that the young girl was merely feeling jealous. Children are instinctively protective of their possessions and cannot easily accept the presence of a rival. Sure, do not misbehave. Jing'er is your sister, and Zheng is also your sister. You will have opportunities to play with them in the future, so it is essential to get along well, he admonished gently, his expression growing serious. It was imperative to curtail such childish antics. Otherwise, given Mingxu's temperament, there would be more uproar in the future. Wei Zijing felt a wave of comfort at the prince's defense of her. It was clear that he valued her more than the little girl. Mingxu fell silent, her lips slightly pouting, a clear sign of her displeasure. Chen Yuanjia, unable to resist, reached out to gently pinch the girl's cheek, playfully saying, Be good, Shi, and Brother Yuanjia will reward you with many treasures, all right? Zheng Mei had always kept a low profile, fully aware of the nature of the prince's feelings towards her. She had no desire to compete with Wei Zijing or any woman in the prince's court, lacking the resources for such a contest. She preferred to live a tranquil life. However, witnessing the prince's evident concern for a mere 5-year-old girl was quite astonishing. Should this little girl eventually enter the Eastern Palace to serve the prince, she would undoubtedly receive his favor, though alas, the timing was not right. Brother Yuanjia, will they always live here? Mingzhu inquired, refraining from answering but posing another question. Chen Yuanjia nodded, finding her earnest contemplation endearing, and affectionately ruffled her hair. Are they your concubines? Mingzhu pressed on. Chen Yuanjia hesitated, uncertain how to explain the nuances of marital hierarchy to such a young child. Perceiving the prince's reluctance, Wei Zijing, despite feeling a twinge of discomfort, seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Miss Sheng, we are the prince's secondary consorts. The principal consort has yet to be brought into the household. What is a secondary consort? Mingzhu asked, her expression one of innocent curiosity. It was no fault of hers, as the Sheng family upheld a noble lineage, and one could hardly find another family in Dachun whose 3 generations practiced monogamy. Concepts of wives and concubines, or even secondary consorts, were utterly foreign to her at the tender age of 5. She had only heard of distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children in the context of childish quarrels, matters that were deemed unbecoming for respectable families. All right, Shu, are you full now? If you are, come with me to the study to write, Chen Yuanjia interjected, cutting short her barrage of questions. Sheng Mingzhu noticed the prince's displeasure and refrained from further inquiries, turning instead to engage others. Seizing a moment, she discreetly approached the head guard, Fan Jie, who was unaware of the midday events. Mischievously, she inquired about the distinctions between the crown princess and the secondary consorts. 5th Miss, the crown princess is His Highness's primary wife, while the secondary consorts are his lesser wives. There are also the esteemed concubines who hold a minor status, and then the humble ones beneath them, Fan Jie explained, relishing the rare opportunity to converse with such a charming child. Wait, why are there so many lesser wives? Sheng Mingzhu questioned, astonished. My father has only one wife, my mother. She found it hard to believe that those 2 beautiful ladies were indeed the prince's lesser wives. What does that mean? Soon the courtyard may not be able to accommodate them all. Oh no, 5th Miss, I am Fan Jie. Yeah. As in the realm of the heavens, he corrected, realizing that the young girl had taken offense and felt compelled to rectify it. Wicked brother. I shall never return here again. I want to go home, Sheng Mingzhu declared, having missed Fan Jie's clarification but grasping that the prince had taken 2 concubines, with the prospect of many more to come. The illustrated books had mentioned that only a heartless man would take multiple wives. She resolved to distance herself from the prince. What? 5th Miss, perhaps you should inform the prince, Fan Jie suggested, perplexed by the child's swift change of heart, yet hesitant to unilaterally decide her departure. I refuse. I shall not speak with the fickle prince, Sheng Mingzhu muttered, insisting on leaving. As the head of the Eastern Palace's guards, with formidable strength, Fan Jie could hardly ignore her murmurs. He chastised himself for his loose tongue, realizing that the young girl now viewed the prince as a heartless rogue. Immediately, he followed her, smiling as he said, I was merely jesting, 5th Mississippi. You are the most obedient. Shall I escort you to see the prince? No. I want to go home, she asserted, firmly placing the prince second on her list of unworthy men, with the first being Fu Tingyu, the one who abandoned his wife for fame and fortune. Very well, she thought. Next time, her game of make-believe would feature the prince as a model. Fan Jie dared not embrace the young girl, and instead arrange for her safe return to the general's residence while he proceeded to report to the prince. Chen Yuanjia could easily envision the girl's exasperated demeanor, perhaps even plotting her grievances against him in her mind. He had not intended for her to learn so early about the many women in his household, but Fan Jie's loose lips had betrayed that. Let her know, he thought. She would eventually interact with these individuals when she came to study at the Easter Palace. Fan Jie stood anxiously by as the prince remained silent, casting a solemn glance at him, seemingly a warning against his indiscretion. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yuanjia inquired, what else did she say? 5th Miss referred to His Highness as a Fickle prince, Fan Jie stammered, quietly confessing, and then knelt, realizing he had shown great disrespect by offending the prince's dignity. To his surprise, Chen Yuanjie chuckled, recognizing that only Sheng Mingzhu would dare to speak so boldly against him. He ordered 2 boxes of lotus syrup pastries to be sent to the general's residence. As the year draws to a close, Sheng Mingzhu ceases her visits to the Eastern Palace for studies, and the children are on holiday, preparing to welcome the new year. Chapter 17. The Most Realistic Playhouse. The Crown Prince is a heartbreaker on this day. The Liu siblings visit the General's residence to see Sheng Mingzhu, gathering together in her Rui garden. Sheng Mingzhu's 3 brothers have been sent to the military camp, growing sturdier and taller, making the 2 girls appear somewhat petite in comparison. Cici, would you like to visit the study? Sheng Mingzhu inquires of Liu Ruoxi, primarily thinking of her impending return to the Eastern Palace for studies after the new year, which she dreads due to her reluctance to meet the Crown Prince. If the study proves enjoyable, she could implore the Grand Tutor to escort her to the palace, which would be far preferable to encountering a certain fickle-hearted young man. While I still prefer Master Lin, Liu Ruoxi reminisces about her time under Master Lin's tutelage, neither affirming nor denying the appeal of the study. Sheng Mingzhu and the others discern her reluctance. However, once the Grand Tutor and Liu Duiwei mention it, her father promptly sends her to the study, leaving her no room for refusal. Is someone bullying you? Sheng Mingzhu observes Liu Ruoxi's downcast demeanor and speculates whether someone has spoken ill of her in the study. It's that big, fat boy from last time. He doesn't allow anyone to talk to me or play with me. Liu Ruoxi responds. Why didn't you tell our family? Liu Ge, hearing of his sister's plight for the first time, is astonished. I have the 3rd princess and sister Mingwei to protect me. No one dares to bully me. Liu Ruoxi replies, her timid nature making her prone to enduring such mistreatment without confrontation. Cici, if I encounter that fat brute again, I shall teach him a lesson for daring to bully my sister. Does he not know you are the sister of the most formidable figure in the capital? Sheng Mingzhu declares boldly, hands on her hips, vowing to stand up for her friend. You? The most formidable figure in the capital? Sheng Mingzhu raises an eyebrow at his sister's boastful claim, doubting her exposure to too many martial arts tales. Who conferred that title? I was unaware that you were the most formidable figure in the capital. Liu Che adds mischievously, questioning her audacity. I conferred it upon myself. Do either of you have any objections? Sheng Mingzhu narrows her eyes, casting a dangerous glare at her 2 dissenting siblings. Not at all. They both shake their heads in denial, well aware of the consequences of crossing a girl who might hold a grudge for a long time. Very well, listen closely. For today we shall engage in a most realistic playhouse scenario where the Crown Prince is a heartbreaker. Sheng Mingzhu, seeing no objections, dives straight into the subject. The Crown Prince? Gigi, you must be referring to my elder brother, right? Liu, que questions? Gigi, what has he done to offend you? Sheng Mingzhu asks. Gigi, you are truly courageous to dare speak ill of the Crown Prince. Sheng Mingli exclaims. Gigi, did you not have a fondness for the Crown Prince? Liu Ruoxi adds, her words startling everyone. The 3 boys gaze at Liu Ruoxi in disbelief, then turn their attention back to Sheng Mingzhu, wearing expressions of intrigue, their youthful curiosity piqued. I merely want to find my elder brother, not to meet the Crown Prince. Sheng Mingzhu firmly denies any such intention, noticing the 3 boys scrutinizing her with inquisitive eyes. She glares back at them, imperiously commanding, you all must pay close attention to today's theme. All right. Liu Ruoxi is a steadfast follower of Sheng Mingzhu, reveling in her company and finding joy in whatever they do together. Sheng Mingzhu casts a disdainful glance at the 3 young men, disregarding their inquisitive gazes. A transcendent beauty, Shi encounters her beloved Crown Prince Chun, a role to be played by 3rd brother, and the 2 are destined to wed. Yet, years later, the unfaithful Crown Prince Chun takes a concubine, the petite Lady Che, forgetting his first wife, Shi. At this moment, a dashing gentleman, Master Li, appears, enamored with Shi. Why must I be the 2nd wife? I refuse to don women's attire. I too desire to be a handsome man. Liu Che is the first to oppose the character setting. Indeed, I revel in being a handsome man, he asserts. Sheng Mingli nods in agreement, thoroughly satisfied. Why must I be the unfaithful man? Sheng Mingyu also expresses dissatisfaction with his role. Sheng Mingzhu once again asserts her authority, stating that changes cannot be made and must be obeyed. I am the chivalrous woman who enacts justice upon all unfaithful men, she declares, clapping her hands. Immediately, several maidservants present an array of garments before each character. A maid standing before Lu Ruoxi offers various new accessories, promptly adorning the young lady. Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingli are similarly clothed in opulent attire, exuding an air of extravagance. I refuse. I wish to play another role. Only Lu Che cannot accept his fate, as he is presented with a dress and a wig. Protests prove futile, and the others quickly prepare, free to unleash their creativity. Sheng Mingzhu disregards Lu Che's objections. Reluctantly, Lu Che enters the inner chamber to change. Sheng Mingzhu herself wields a short sword, exuding the aura of a female general. After a considerable time, Lu Che has yet to emerge, and impatience grows among the group. Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingli exchange knowing glances and head to the inner chamber to escort Lu Che out. Before them stand a reluctant Lu Che, clad in a delicate pink dress, her long hair cascading to her waist, adorned with hairpins, her attire billowing, albeit with a slightly sullen expression. Upon seeing her, Sheng Mingzhu bursts into laughter, unrestrained, prompting the maids in the room to stifle giggles. Sheng Mingyu, Lu Ruoxi, and the others join in hearty laughter. This moment undoubtedly marks a significant blemish in Lu Che's life. Next time, if I accompany you in this game of make-believe, I shall be a dog. Lu Che grits her teeth. She vows never to partake in such girlish games again. Oh dear, Che, why must you speak so loudly? Young ladies ought to speak softly, Sheng Mingzhu chimes in, affecting a high-pitched voice towards the exasperated Lu Che. As Sheng Mingzhu approaches to inspect Lu Che's attire, she notes that aside from the sun-kissed complexion from military training, Lu Che possesses a well-proportioned figure, exuding a unique charm. Under Sheng Mingzhu's guidance, the story nears its conclusion. Sheng Mingzhu brandishes her sword at Sheng Mingyu, declaring, "Today, I shall avenge the wrongs done to the forsaken Shi. Sheng Mingyu kneels on one knee, embracing the beautiful Che. Can you slay all the unfaithful men in the world? For everyone you kill, there are countless others. Such is reality. If you marry in the future, you cannot escape the fate of a husband with multiple wives. If I cannot have a lifelong bond with one person, then I shall never marry him," Lu Che retorts. Sheng Mingzhu's words were so convincing that both Lu Ruoxi and Sheng Mingli, who had just finished their performances, clapped in applause. What if in the future you encounter someone you fancy, but he has several wives and concubines? Shuji, would you truly refuse to marry him? Lu Che reclined in Sheng Mingyu's embrace, looking up with curiosity. Before Sheng Mingzhu could respond, Sheng Mingyu playfully punched Lu Che, declaring, "Whoever dares to wrong my sister, I shall annihilate their entire ancestry. You too, cease your nonsensical chatter. The performance is not yet over." Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes, wondering if this was the appropriate time to discuss her. As she was fully engrossed in her act, the two of them disrupted her thoughts. "Enough of your nonsense. I shall take your lives." With that, Sheng Mingzhu brandished her sword, lightly grazing them both, a playful retaliation for their lack of focus. "Are you genuinely intent on murdering us?" Lu Che exclaimed, though inwardly he rejoiced, relieved that it was finally over and he would no longer have to wear women's attire. "What are you doing? The performance is not finished." Sheng Mingzhu swiftly halted Lu Che's attempt to remove his headpiece. She directed towards the door, "Come in." Several maidservants entered, placing a wooden frame in the center of the parlor, upon which lay a blank scroll. Shortly after, an elderly gentleman entered, seated himself, unfurled the scroll, and grasped a brush, looking towards Sheng Mingzhu. "Shua, what is this for?" Sheng Mingli inquired. "Let us all stand properly. We are to be painted together, commemorating our fleeting years of 5, 6, and 7. Sheng Mingzhu urged her companions to take their places. "I refuse. I absolutely will not be painted." Liu Qifeng then escaped. Once more, Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingli, those mischievous friends, restrained Lu Che between them, positioning themselves behind the two girls, rendering him immobile. After half an hour, the gentleman finished his painting and invited them to view it. Sheng Mingzhu was quite pleased and instructed a maidservant to lead the gentleman to collect his reward. The group stepped forward to examine the artwork closely. On the left side of the painting stood Sheng Mingzhu, while Lu Ruoxi graced the right. Lu Che was naturally positioned in the center towards the left, with Sheng Mingli standing just behind Sheng Mingzhu and Sheng Mingyu behind Lu Ruoxi. The ink painting captured their likenesses with remarkable realism, immortalizing their friendship and familial bonds in a moment worthy of preservation. Apart from Lu Che's slightly downer mouth, the scene radiated serenity. Chapter 18. The prince's grand wedding after the new year. Sheng Mingzhu turned 6. With the Eastern Palace preoccupied with preparations for the prince's wedding, it was no longer convenient to visit. Thus, the esteemed Minister Sheng and General Sheng once again engaged a female tutor to educate the three girls. As they reached 6, the gender divide became more pronounced, and several boys were dispatched to the military camp, effectively separating the groups prone to mischief. The tutor began to emphasize the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and also included needlework. Many of these subjects did not capture Sheng Mingzhu's interest. The tutor, following the minister's advice, refrained from pressuring them to excel in every discipline, opting instead for tailored instruction. Consequently, Sheng Mingzhu, who was averse to studying, received special consideration and was not compelled to engage in subjects that did not intrigue her, such as needlework. In early February, as the prince's wedding approached, Emperor Chun issued a decree of amnesty, and the entire realm rejoiced. The procession to fetch the bride was magnificent, adorned with dragon banners, canopies, and accompanied by the sound of drums and music, all under the protection of the imperial guards. The future princess consort, Xiang Wan, was carried in a phoenix palanquin, borne by eunuchs into the Eastern Palace. This is the honor of the future matriarch of the realm. Lady Xiang adorned herself with a crown of 9 phoenixes and 4 feathers, clad in a resplendent red robe embroidered with golden cloud and phoenix patterns. In the main hall of the Eastern Palace, the crown prince donned a dark robe and crimson trousers, his head crowned with a 9-stream cap and a white jade hairpin. At his waist hung a jade sword, symbolizing the authority of the future heir. Chen Yuanjia personally welcomed the crown princess into the grand hall to pay homage to heaven and earth. After the rites were concluded, she was escorted to the palace bestowed upon her, the Yufeng Palace. Initially, Chen Yuanjia did not favor Lady Xiang as a wife. However, the marriage was a decree from Emperor Wan, and Lady Xiang's maternal family was of noble standing, with the chancellor wielding significant influence in the court. Furthermore, Lady Xiang herself possessed a gentle disposition, intelligence, and virtue, indeed suitable for the responsibilities of the empress. In the bridal chamber, the crown prince lifted Lady Xiang's veil, partook in the ceremonial wine, and performed the hair-combing ritual. Once all the rites were completed, the eunuchs withdrew, leaving the newlywed couple in solitude. Lady Xiang's beauty was both graceful and dignified, her demeanor exuding poise. At this moment, Chen Yuanjia felt assured of Lady Xiang's capabilities as the crown princess. "Do not stand on ceremony. Let's share a meal," he suggested. "Thank you, Your Highness. I dare not," she responded. How could Xiang Wan overstep the boundaries? And how could she possibly eat? The peach tree blossoms in abundance, radiant in its blooms. A son returns to his home, fitting for his family. Lady Xiang, as the crown prince's lawful wife, was met with his satisfaction regarding her graceful conduct. A good fate is preordained, and a perfect match is divinely arranged. In the years to come, Your Highness, I hope for your benevolence, and I shall serve you faithfully for a lifetime. Lady Xiang's face flushed with shyness, her eyes shimmering with profound affection. The crown princess rose to assist Chen Yuanjia in shedding his garments, feeling a slight tension. For the crown prince's demeanor was remarkably cold, yet captivating. Everything unfolded naturally, as if the waters flowed effortlessly. Yet the crown princess's first night called for 3 requests for water. The following day, they were to enter the palace together to pay respects to the emperor and empress, performing the duties of a daughter-in-law and presenting jujubes and chestnuts. Considering Lady Xiang's inexperience, Chen Yuanjia decided to conclude the evening as festivities. In the Chengyan Palace, Wei Zijing appeared slightly weary. At just over 15 years of age, the young lady bore an air of weariness that belied her youth. "My lady, you should rest early," advised the chief maid, Jian. "I cannot sleep. I will sit for a while longer," Wei Zijing replied, feeling a pang of sorrow. Before entering the Eastern Palace, she had prepared herself for the inevitable presence of women in the crown prince's harem. However, witnessing such a grand welcome for the legitimate wife left her unable to suppress her sadness and disappointment. Why can I not compare to Lady Xiang? In terms of appearance, she felt she surpassed her, and in talent and virtue, they were equally matched. Alas, the prestige of the chancellor's household overshadowed that of the Grand Commandant. Jiyun understood her mistress's unfulfilled desires, but found herself at a loss for words of comfort, silently keeping her company. The next day, after assisting the crown prince in changing his attire, Lady Xiang accompanied him into the palace. Emperor Wen received them in the chambers of Empress Wei. Your son, accompanied by the crown princess, pays respects to father and mother. Chen Yuanjia knelt in homage. Your daughter-in-law, Lady Xiang, bows to father and mother. Xiang Wan performed the 3 bows of respect. Rise, commanded Emperor Wen gently, visibly pleased with Lady Xiang. As one could discern from her mother the potential for Lady Xiang to embody the grace of an empress. Regardless of Empress Wei's dissatisfaction with her daughter-in-law, it was of little consequence, and she managed a faint smile at the crown princess. You and the crown prince are bound by a noble fate. May you foster harmony in the palace and bear many descendants. The empress bestowed upon the crown princess a pair of exquisite jade ruby, a precious gift of considerable value. The daughter-in-law humbly expressed her gratitude to the empress dowager, understanding that it was her duty to serve the prince with utmost dedication. The crown princess once again conveyed her thanks. Empress Wei observed the demeanor and conduct of Lady Shi, finding her behavior to be both poised and gracious, which slightly altered her impression of Shi. Subsequently, the prince, accompanied by the crown princess, visited the ancestral temple to pay homage to their forebears before returning to the Eastern Palace, where a congregation of ministers awaited their audience, bowing in reverence. They greeted His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Crown Princess with a traditional salutation, wishing them longevity. The ministers knelt in respect, and upon the command of Chen Yuanjia, they rose. The Crown Princess was also to receive the court ladies in the Yufeng Hall. Historically, crown princesses were expected to present fine silk to the wives of officials of rank as a sign of favor. Lady Sheng held the title of a second-class noblewoman and was thus part of the court ladies. At this time, various noble families brought their sheltered daughters to witness the grandeur of royal weddings. However, one particular girl seemed resolute in avoiding any association with the Eastern Palace, choosing not to partake in the festivities. Among the court ladies, the crown princess's mother, a first-class noblewoman, stood prominently at the forefront, radiating pride. At last, all the wedding rites were fulfilled. The prince continued to reside in the crown princess's Yufeng Hall, as tradition dictated that he stay there for a month following the wedding. That night, the prince, in the vigor of his youth, kept the crown princess quite exhausted. The following day, Wei Zijing and Zheng Mei came to pay their respects to the crown princess, offering her tea as a sign of reverence. Upon entering, Wei Zijing witnessed the harmonious interaction between the prince and Lady Shi, which pierced her heart with pain. Suppressing her bitter emotions, she stood beside Zheng Mei, bowing to the 2 seated figures. We pay our respects to Your Highness and to Her Highness the Crown Princess. The 2 knelt and performed a deep bow. Observing Wei Zijing with her head bowed, Chen Yuanjia felt a twinge of guilt, yet remained composed and did not require them to rise. Lady Shi, well aware of Wei Zijing's identity, promptly rose to assist the 2 sisters, stating that they need not perform such formalities for a first greeting. She had prepared modest gifts for them, hoping they would accept with smiles. As she spoke, 2 palace maids approached with trays adorned in red fabric, each bearing an identical golden hairpiece. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The sisters expressed their gratitude, and the maid stepped forward to collect the gifts. We take our leave. The concubine, lacking the standing to dine with the crown princess, withdrew after the formalities. Chen Yuanjia cast a glance at Wei Zijing, noting her delicate beauty now tinged with loneliness. Lady, she smiled, appropriately serving the prince. She refrained from unnecessary conversation, quietly enjoying her breakfast. After the prince departed Yufeng Hall, he made his way to Hongwen Hall, where Sheng Mingzhu and the Grand Tutor awaited him. But notably absent was Sheng Mingzhu. Grand Tutor, where is Mingzhu? Chen Yuanjia inquired. Your Highness, Mingzhu has recently become enamored with pursuits favored by young ladies, such as chess and music scores, and has insisted on learning them. So I had to find a female tutor for her at home, the Grand Tutor replied earnestly. I see. Chen Yuanjia mused, understanding that the Sheng family was being cautious, and that the young lady likely had her own reservations about attending. I suppose my tenure as her senior brother has been rather brief, he joked. Your Highness, once a brother, always a brother. Mingzhu shall be your sister for life, the Grand Tutor solemnly remarked, his words laced with jest, yet carrying deeper implications. Amidst laughter, the truth remains unspoken. Chapter 19. The daughter of the Sheng family blossoms. 9 years later, at the general's residence, in the Rui Garden, Sheng Mingzhu is adorning a young girl who bears a striking resemblance to her, with flowers and hairpins. The two girls, one large and one small, are like exquisite carvings, radiating joy and warmth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Now 15, Sheng Mingzhu is soon to undergo her coming-of-age ceremony. The once innocent and lively girl has blossomed into a vision of beauty, untouched by makeup, her complexion reminiscent of dawn's rosy hues reflecting off pristine snow. When she smiles, she resembles the first bloom of March peach blossoms, and in a fleeting glance, she embodies the grace of a startled swan. Occasionally accompanying Madame Sheng or her elder sister to social gatherings, whispers of the general's fifth daughter captivating the hearts of many have spread far and wide. Even before her coming-of-age ceremony, suitors from esteemed families have persistently sought her hand. Ultimately, it was the Grand Tutor who declared that no marriage discussions would occur until the Sheng daughter turned 16, effectively halting the influx of suitors. Today, clad in a delicate lotus-hued dress, Sheng Mingzhu's expressive eyes and gently arched brows exude an effortless charm, blending both allure and innocence. Ah, how lovely, she muses, tenderly cradling the face of a 3-year-old girl. This little girl, named Sheng Yunna, is the daughter of Sheng Mingzhu, the eldest grandson of the Sheng family. At 18, Sheng Mingzhu wed the legitimate daughter of Zhao Wenxiang, the Minister of Justice, and they are blessed with a son and a daughter. Their son, Sheng Yunjin, is already 6 years old, dressed in an array of jewels and flowers. Sheng Yunna resembles a fairy. Auntie, who am I? She inquires, having forgotten the name her aunt bestowed upon her. You are the fairy of 100 flowers, here to attend the Queen Mother's peach banquet, Sheng Mingzhu replies, reiterating her role. Then who are you, Auntie? The little girl asks again. I am the little fairy who styles the fairy of 100 flowers, Sheng Mingzhu answers. At that moment, Sheng Mingzhu knocks and enters. One need not ask to know that her younger sister is engaged in imaginative play with her 3-year-old niece. Sheng Mingzhu, having honed her skills in the military, possesses a robust physique and a resolute demeanor. Due to her exceptional courage and strategic acumen, she has secured a position in the military alongside Liu Che and Sheng Mingli as a brigadier general in the elite cavalry. Upon seeing little Yunua adorned in a complex array of accessories, Sheng Mingzhu expresses concern that her niece's delicate head might not bear the weight of her aunt's fanciful creations. Third uncle, do you think I look pretty? Sheng Yunua promptly showcases herself to Sheng Mingzhu. Indeed, you are quite beautiful, Sheng Mingzhu replies, albeit reluctantly. Lifting the little girl, he examines her face, which is painted as if she were performing in a grand theatrical production. What brings you here, Sheng Mingzhu? Sheng Mingzhu asks, noticing the disdain on her brother's face as she snatches Yunua away, shielding her from his view. I am your brother, Sheng Mingzhu retorts exasperated. My sister has become quite unlovable. Brother, would you like to play the role of the Marshal Tianpeng who teases the fairy of 100 flowers? Sheng Mingzhu's eyes sparkle with mischief, realizing she can add an antagonist to their theme, and Sheng Mingzhu fits the bill perfectly. Sheng Mingzhu gazes skyward in exasperation. Despite his esteemed reputation in the military alongside Liu Che, he still finds himself frequently indulging his sister's whims. Each time he attempts to refuse sternly, he is met with the sight of Sheng Mingzhu's tearful expression, which invariably leads him to relent, even though he is well aware of her scheming. It is simply a matter of mutual consent. Ever since little Yunhua has grown, she has liberated him from the need to engage in such play with Liu Che and the others. Regrettably, today I have presented myself willingly, entirely at the behest of my brother. Do not entertain any notions about me, for I must inform you, Sheng Mingzhu, that I, a dignified major general, shall not indulge in such childish games with you two. Sheng Mingzhu resolutely declined this time, as a 15-year-old youth. He could not afford to squander his reputation by associating with two young ladies in such frivolities. Sheng Mingzhu cast a sidelong glance at him, a spark of mischief igniting within her. Nur, your third uncle finds you lacking in wit and calls you foolish. You ought to complain to grandmother and great-grandmother. Sheng Yunhua, momentarily taken aback, stared incredulously at Sheng Mingzhu. Before her eyes welled with tears, and she promptly dashed out, heeding her aunt's words to seek assistance. Sheng Mingzhu watched with delight as Sheng Mingzhu grew increasingly aware of his sister's immaturity. Not comprehending why the world perceived the fifth young lady of the general's residence as reserved and aloof. Was she not, after all, just an innocent child at heart? Sure, this is a coming-of-age gift from Liu Che. He entrusted me to deliver it to you, fearing he might not return in time. Sheng Mingzhu produced a small box from his sleeve and handed it to Sheng Mingzhu. What is it? Why did he not come to present it himself? She inquired, receiving the wooden box without hesitation and opening it to reveal a jade hairpin. Sheng Mingzhu observed keenly, understanding Liu Che's intentions. Being a year older than them, he had yet to propose, waiting for Mingzhu to reach the age of 16. Looking at his sister, who appeared utterly oblivious to the underlying significance, Sheng Mingzhu recognized that private gift-giving, particularly with regards to items such as jade hairpins, was often conducted discreetly. Nevertheless, he trusted Liu Che's character. If it were to blossom into something more, it could indeed serve as a fine match for his sister. You little rascal! How dare you call my Nuar foolish? Exclaimed Sheng Tai-fu, entering with the tear-stained Sheng Yunhua in his arms, directing an angry glare at Sheng Mingzhu. The discerning Tai-fu soon spotted the jade hairpin in Sheng Mingzhu's hand, evidently custom-made. Grandmother, he insulted me too. You must stand up for me. Sheng Mingzhu interlaced her arm with Sheng Yu's affectionately. Yes, indeed, I bear witness. The third uncle called the little aunt a fool. She whimpered, resembling a younger version of Sheng Mingzhu, full of whimsy and mischief. Before Sheng Tai-fu could intervene, Sheng Mingzhu rose, bowing respectfully, and apologized. I am at fault. I apologize, I offer my contrition, and I shall take my leave. Having accomplished his mission, Sheng Mingzhu had no desire to linger and become an eyesore for the trio of grandparents and grandchildren. No, you have disrupted our playtime, and you must compensate us for our losses, Sheng Mingzhu declared, positioning herself defiantly in front of him, emboldened by her grandfather's presence. Upon my return, I shall bring you delicacies from Su Fangzhai, Sheng Mingzhu offered, able to easily sidestep his sister, yet still acquiescing to her demand. A promise is a promise. Sheng Mingzhu insisted on sealing the agreement with a clap, which Sheng Mingzhu mockingly complied with. Little Nuan, seeing this, also wished to join in the clapping. After lunch, Madame Sheng accompanied Sheng Mingzhu, along with her daughter-in-law Zhao and two grandchildren, to enjoy the afternoon breeze in the courtyard. The April air had become oppressively warm. Mother, have you heard? A grand selection is to take place in the palace. Zhao spoke gently. Madame Sheng's heart sank as she glanced at her youngest daughter, blissfully engaged in a hand-clapping game with her cousins. Zhao was well aware of her mother-in-law's concerns. With the palace's selection of young ladies, all eligible daughters from noble families were required to participate without exception. Sheng Mingzhu is on the verge of her coming-of-age ceremony, meeting the qualifications for candidacy. How can this be at this time? Inquired Madame Sheng. Since the late emperor's demise, the imperial harem has remained unfilled for quite some time. The emperor, in the prime of his youth, has been urged repeatedly by several officials to consider procreation for the ancestral temple, which finally led him to acquiesce to the expansion of the harem. Zhao, having heard this from her maternal family, relayed the information to Madame Sheng, serving as a reminder for her to make early preparations. Zhao has garnered praise from her mother-in-law, and there is no discord between the in-laws, as she enjoys a harmonious relationship with Sheng Mingzhu, living comfortably within the Sheng household. Naturally, she contemplates the lifelong affairs of her sister-in-law. The Chun emperor passed away in the 26th year of the Jiangwen era, and the crown prince Chen Yuanzhe ascended the throne smoothly, establishing the era name as Jian Yuan. Now in its 5th year. Once your father-in-law returns from his duties, we shall discuss and finalize her future, said Madame Sheng, observing her young daughter and 2 grandchildren frolicking. She couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Time indeed flies. Do not worry, my dear mother-in-law. Our clever daughter will surely encounter a worthy match, reassured Zhao. Madame Sheng nodded, yet unease lingered in her heart. While she admired her nephew from her family, Sheng Mingzhu was not in agreement. The young girl, though seemingly naive, was quite perceptive. She felt no inclination towards Shuyan. Coincidentally, Sheng Mingyue and Shuyan, having shared a childhood bond at the Book Academy, found mutual affection and were wed last year. Chapter 20. Coming of age within the general study. The grand tutor sat with Sheng Yuan and his brothers, Sheng Mingzhu and Sheng Mingyu. Sheng Mingyu touched his nose, feeling somewhat sheepish. Lu Che possesses commendable character. I agreed to assist him, which is certainly preferable to becoming a concubine to the emperor. Among the 4 men of the Sheng family, with the steward on duty outside, their conversation was notably candid. Since the last imperial banquet where the emperor laid eyes on Sheng Mingzhu, news of officials advising the emperor to take a concubine had spread shortly thereafter. While others remained oblivious, the grand tutor and Sheng Mingzhu, having accompanied the emperor for many years, since the days of the youthful crown prince to the present sovereign, were well aware of the emperor's affections for Sheng Mingzhu. Even as a child, she had garnered the crown prince's inexplicable favor. Now, as a young woman blossoming into her beauty, it was inevitable that the officials would advocate for her entry into the palace. It is no arduous task for the emperor to take a concubine. A single imperial decree suffices. However, considering the bonds of mentorship and brotherhood with the grand tutor and Sheng Mingzhu, as well as Sheng Mingzhu's own wishes, was paramount. After all, throughout the capital, everyone knows that the foremost condition for seeking the Sheng family's daughter is an unwavering commitment to never take a concubine. Yet, Chen Yuanzhe's first condition was already disqualified. Although Sheng Mingzhu may be a tad willful and playful, she has always been steadfast in her desire for a lifelong partnership, having played house since childhood. Moreover, Chen Yuanzhe, with his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, boasts a prolific lineage. At 25, he has already fathered 6 princes and 2 princesses. At present, her childhood companion Lu Che undoubtedly presents an excellent match. The 2 families are well acquainted, and the lad is merely 16 years old, raised under the watchful eye of General Sheng, making his character quite apparent. Yet, to conspire with the traitorous Sheng Mingyu and privately exchange tokens of affection is infuriating. This little rascal is brazenly attempting to woo our precious daughter, thought General Sheng as he shot a fierce glare at Sheng Mingyu. Sheng Mingyu shrugged, feigning innocence. I had intended for Mingzhu to wait until after her 16th birthday for a betrothal, but it seems we cannot delay any longer. In a few days, it will be her coming-of-age ceremony, and we shall convey the message to Lu Jiang afterwards. The impetuous man exhibits no enthusiasm whatsoever. The grand tutor, while reproaching Lu Jiang, had instructed Sheng Ziyuan, yet the Lu family adhered to their own established customs, refraining from seeking a marriage proposal prematurely. Indeed, father, Sheng Ziyuan still harbors the hope that his precious daughter will choose someone with whom she shares a profound connection, rather than hastily determining her fate. However, compared to the treacherous depths of the imperial harem, a marriage to the Duwei mansion seems more favorable. Although Shu perceives Lu Che's playful nature, she is acutely aware of the sentiments she harbors for him. If nothing else, she can cultivate these feelings gradually. The grand tutor has meticulously observed the dynamics between the two over the years. Lu Che's heart and soul are undoubtedly entwined with Mingzhu. In contrast, Sheng Mingzhu regards Lu Che as more than a friend, yet less than a lover, akin to her relationships with Sheng Mingyu and Sheng Mingli, characterized by sibling affection and camaraderie. Sheng Mingjin interjected, "Grandfather, father, let us inquire about Shu Er's wishes once she has completed her coming-of-age ceremony." This is indeed prudent. However, it is wise to prepare in advance to avoid any disarray later on. The grand tutor pondered deeply, hoping that his granddaughter would embrace this union with joy. On the 15th of April, the highly anticipated coming-of-age ceremony for Sheng Mingzhu commenced. On this day, the general's residence was abuzz with esteemed guests, bustling with visitors who came to witness and celebrate. The general and his wife stood at the winter steps to welcome the honored guests, among whom was the mother of Madame Sheng, the matriarch of the family. After the guests were seated, the ceremony began with the initiation rites. Clad in ceremonial attire, with her hair styled into twin buns, Sheng Mingzhu, despite her youthful appearance, could not conceal her breathtaking beauty, drawing endless admiration from the ladies present. Kneeling with her face to the south, the elderly matriarch of the family recited, "On this auspicious month and day, you shall don your official robes, abandon your childish aspirations, and embrace the virtues of adulthood." Upon concluding her recitation, the matriarch gazed lovingly at her granddaughter, adorning her hair with a plain wooden hairpin and a simple skirt. The subsequent rites involved further blessings from the matriarch. "On this propitious month and moment, may you don your ceremonial garments with respect and dignity." She then placed a white jade hairpin in her hair. Following this, the final rites commenced. Sheng Mingzhu was to don a ceremonial robe made of brocade, adorned with a gold and jade hairpin, her hair styled in a majestic bun. The matriarch intoned, "With the passage of years and the arrival of this month, may you be adorned in your ceremonial attire. May you enjoy longevity and endless blessings." She was bestowed the name Zhao Rong, symbolizing brilliance and honor, embodying both virtue and grace, esteemed yet humble. Sheng Mingzhu knelt in gratitude to her parents and her maternal grandmother, marking the completion of the formal rites. She graciously expressed her thanks to the esteemed guests alongside Madame Sheng. The banquet continued until the afternoon, and exhausted, Sheng Mingzhu returned to Rui Courtyard to rest. The young mistress, Zhao, came to summon her for dinner but failed to rouse her. Ultimately, it was the two children who playfully awakened their aunt. "Help! Help!" Little Nua exclaimed as she fled, with Sheng Yunzheng bringing up the rear. After a quick wash, Sheng Mingzhu chased after them. The two little ones had barely reached the front hall when they turned to see their aunt in pursuit, immediately crying out for help. The people of the Sheng household turned to witness the spectacle, two small figures shrieking in terror ahead, while a larger one pursued them, disregarding her dignity. The once tranquil general's residence erupted in chaos. "Great ancestor! Great ancestor! Help!" Little Nua cried out to the crowd, having already been caught in her aunt's embrace. "Oh, you! Just after your coming-of-age ceremony, and you reveal your true self?" Madame Sheng stepped forward to tap her daughter's forehead, rescuing her granddaughter from her grasp in the process. In a moment of joy, little Nono found herself nestled in her grandmother's embrace, subsequently daringly provoking her aunt. Sheng Mingzhu turned to glance at her nephew, Sheng Yunjin, who had already approached their grandfather. "Brother, they are bullying me," she complained to the children's father. "Oh dear, your aunt still sees herself as a mere 3-year-old, Sheng Zhiyuan teased, as he lifted Sheng Yunjin, playfully mocking his daughter. Grandfather, look at them. They're all picking on me," Mingzhu pouted, settling next to the grand tutor and affectionately cuddling him. "Auntie is being shy," Nono retorted from her grandmother's arms, hurling words at her aunt. "Next time, I shall dress you up as a little demon," Mingzhu shot back. "Grandmother, Annie is bullying me," Nono echoed, mimicking the scene. The playful banter between the two lively children created a light-hearted atmosphere around the Sheng family dinner table. Days later, Madame Sheng found herself alone with Mingzhu in the inner chamber, having dismissed the attendants. "My dear, you have come of age, and it is time to contemplate your future," Madame Sheng began. "Mother, are you so eager to marry me off? Mingzhu retorted, evading the topic. Oh, how could I bear to part with you? Yet, circumstances compel us. The palace is to hold a selection, likely in June, and you will have to participate. Madame Sheng laid out the facts. Observing Mingzhu's silence, she understood that the young girl, at merely 15, was at the tender age of blossoming emotions, naturally wishing to encounter a beloved companion. Your father values Lu Che. He has pledged his life to you alone. My dear, aside from our Sheng family, which family in the capital does not have multiple wives. Though I cannot guarantee Lu Che's future fidelity, given your childhood bond, it is unlikely to falter, Madame Sheng reflected. Having pondered deeply over the past few days and discreetly inquired about eligible bachelors in the aristocracy, ultimately deciding that Lu Che was the best option available. Mingzhu leaned against her mother's shoulder, sighing, Mother, I do not wish to grow up. Oh, but you're already a young lady. You're just like Nono. No wonder she finds you amusing, Madame Sheng jested. Had it not been for the impending selection, how could she bear to pressure her daughter so? Should you participate in the selection, I assure you, you will be chosen. However, the palace is not suited for you, she added. Mingzhu sat up straight, her expression earnest. Mother, I have never considered entering the palace, nor do I wish to be with Che. I want to find someone I love, who loves me in return. Otherwise, I will not marry at all. I told you not to read those novels, yet you seem to have memorized every word. Where will you find such a person? Madame Sheng lamented, lightly smacking her daughter's small hand before continuing. Do you remember how, when you were 5 or 6, you often visited the Eastern Palace? I do. Mingzhu nodded in response. Even when the emperor was still the crown prince, he showed you great affection. This upcoming selection may very well be for you. Madame Sheng pointed out. Mingzhu fell silent, recalling a previous palace banquet where she had idly conversed with the third princess in the imperial garden. And then Sheng Mingzhu had approached, adorned in a yellow robe, his noble bearing unmistakable. Reflecting on his gaze now brought forth a myriad of emotions. Since the time of the crown prince, Chen Yuanzhi's grand wedding had caused Sheng Mingzhu to refrain from visiting the East Palace, and their encounters could be counted on one hand. Out of a desire to avoid suspicion, their conversations became infrequent, and gradually, any ambiguous feelings began to fade. Mother, that won't happen. Even if it were true, I would never agree. He already has so many concubines. How could he dare to dream of a young girl? Sheng Mingzhu scoffed. Madame Sheng chided her daughter with a smile. You little rascal. How dare you speak ill of the emperor? Indeed, at his age, he still seeks girls of 15 or 16. How shameless. Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of disdain for Chen Yuanzhi's actions. The once ethereal figure of her elder brother Yuanzhi had turned into someone so frivolous. Madame Sheng immediately covered her daughter's mouth, warning, if your father hears this, he will surely punish you. Since ancient times, it has been customary to enrich the harem and select candidates. One must not speak so recklessly. Mingzhu, you must be more discreet. I understand, Mother. I was just speaking freely in front of you. Sheng Mingzhu had momentarily let her tongue run loose. Remember, my dear, at all times, you must exercise caution in your words and actions, lest you give others ammunition against you. Madame Sheng instilled in her daughter a sense of vigilance. Holding her daughter's hand firmly, she said earnestly, Mingzhu, consider trying with Lu Che. Sheng Mingzhu was aware that this matter had already been discussed within the family, and with no better alternatives, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her daughter acquiesce, Madame Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 21. An incident at the commandant's residence disrupts the marriage since that day when Sheng Mingzhu consented to the marriage with Lu Che. Sheng Ziyuan relayed to Lu Jiang that he was welcome to propose. The commandant's residence promptly began preparations. Within a fortnight, they sent a matchmaker to the general's residence to seek the hand of the young lady, bypassing numerous formalities to present the betrothal gifts directly. Fearing that prolonged delays might complicate matters, Madame Lu, known for her gentle disposition, easily recognized Lu Ruoshi's character. In their household, the women often followed the lead of the matriarch, lacking in assertiveness. Accepting the proposal to marry her son to the general's daughter was an agreeable decision. Knowing her son's affections for Sheng Mingzhu and seeing them come to fruition brought her great joy. The happiest among them was Lu Ruoshi, who rushed to the general's residence upon hearing of Mingzhu's agreement, calling her sister-in-law, which left Sheng Mingzhu blushing. The general's residence accepted the betrothal gifts from the commandant's household, and the matchmaker returned beaming, eager to report and claim a reward. Madame Sheng had been preparing Sheng Mingzhu's dowry for years, so little remained to be arranged now. The wedding gown was also entrusted to a skilled embroiderer, and when the time came, Sheng Mingzhu would symbolically stitch a few threads on the gown, as if she had crafted it herself. Only the wedding date needed to be finalized, and the marriage was set to proceed. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when an incident occurred at the commandant's residence. Lu Jiang was accused of embezzling military funds and of corruption. The imperial guards surrounded the commandant's residence, and both Lu Che and his father were imprisoned. In no time, the capital buzzed with gossip, expressing outrage at Lu Jiang's actions. How could he possibly embezzle military funds? Sheng Ziyuan found it hard to believe Lu Jiang could act in such a manner. He had faith in Lu Jiang's integrity. Over the years, having trained soldiers by his side, he had always exhibited bravery and uprightness. Due to the years of stability at the borders of Dichun, opportunities for martial generals to gain promotion had been scarce. Lu Jiang still held the position of commandant, but he was not the type to cling to power or engage in the corruption of withholding pensions or accepting bribes. I fear it is not directed towards the Lu family. Sheng Yu observed his anxious son pacing back and forth, articulating the crux of the matter. Father, are you suggesting that the emperor, Sheng Ziyuan, has suddenly ceased his discourse? Perhaps the emperor's gaze is omnipresent. Our daughter has just betrothed herself to the Lu family, a fact known to only a few. We must take great care to prevent any leaks. We intended to announce the engagement only upon finalizing the wedding date. Yet now, at this critical juncture, there has been an incident at the Duwei mansion. Our haste in proposing the engagement stems from our desire to shield Shu from coinciding with the election date, as we wish to prevent her from entering the palace. It seems we have offended the Emperor's Majesty. The election is merely a pretext. The Emperor seeks Shu, and he knows full well we cannot be oblivious to this. The Grand Tutor's expression darkened, his mind in turmoil. To challenge the Emperor could lead to dire consequences for the entire Sheng family. The imperial palace, vast as the sea, could easily consume the Na-Ve and innocent granddaughter, even jeopardizing her life. Faced with the choice between the family's well-being and the fate of his granddaughter, how should one decide? Can one clearly delineate the weight of each? The Emperor has been in power for 5 years, nurturing his confidants, controlling state affairs, and consolidating imperial authority, now wielding power unchallenged. Standing atop his pinnacle, he is unrestrained by any inhibitions, executing decisions with resolute certainty, no longer bound by ancestral traditions. To claim a minister's daughter is as simple as turning his palm. There is no need for him to speak. Many are ready to act on his behalf. Father, I shall enter the palace to meet the Emperor and testify on behalf of Lu Jiang, Sheng Ziyuan declared. I cannot bear to see Lu Jiang wronged. The Grand Tutor cast aside his book, glaring at his martial son. Is evidence truly what matters? Moreover, how can you provide proof? The rations have been distributed. By the time the recipients have consumed them, what can be measured that is not merely a fade? This is not even a grave offense, as both parties cannot be verified. The main issue of embezzlement requires time to unearth the disbursement records. You must then plead guilty for lack of oversight, requesting the inspector to investigate the border rations, and only then will the merits and demerits become clear. The Grand Tutor still wished to pursue an alliance with the Lu family, desiring to marry his granddaughter into their clan, hoping to leverage the bond of teacher and disciple with the Emperor. Yes, Father, I shall commence at once, Sheng Ziyuan replied, eager to alleviate the Lu family's plight. The unjust calamity befalling Lu Jiang and his son was a consequence of their family's entanglement. Yet it also presented an opportunity to test the Lu family's sincerity. The Grand Tutor murmured thoughtfully. Sheng Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Whether for the sake of his camaraderie with Lu Jiang or his daughter's happiness, he would spare no effort. Mother, how are Uncle Lu and Lu Che faring now? Sheng Mingzhu inquired, having caught wind of the news and hurrying to question her mother. Mrs. Sheng observed her daughter rushing towards her, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. "Do not worry. Your grandfather and father will find a solution," Mrs. Sheng reassured her. "Uncle Lu is such an upstanding individual. How could he possibly engage in embezzlement? It must be that Brother Yuan Zhe is blinded by folly, hastily levying false accusations." Sheng Mingzhu argued, having long fostered a friendship with Lu Che and maintained regular dialogue with Lu Jiang, firmly believing in Lu Jiang's character. Mrs. Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's familiar reference to the current emperor. Realizing that her youngest daughter's sentiments towards Chun Yuanzhe were not as disdainful as she had portrayed. "Leave these matters to your father. You should remain at home. Focus on your studies, engage in activities you enjoy, and relish your time before marriage. All right?" Madame Sheng tenderly caressed her daughter's delicate face. Sheng Mingzhu silently embraced her mother, harboring neither anticipation nor disappointment regarding the marriage. It was not a union she had yearned for, nor one she found repulsive to the point of rejection. Ultimately, her feelings for Lu Che were devoid of love, existing solely as friendship, which was destined to be forsaken. All of this was merely a measure to avoid becoming a concubine for the lady of the palace, a reluctant decision. Sheng Mingzhu had always perceived Lu Che's affection for her, which transcended mere friendship. Now, marrying him under such circumstances felt like a betrayal. Should Lu Che one day encounter someone he truly loves, and who loves him in return, Sheng Mingzhu would undoubtedly support their union to atone for her current disloyalty. Time swiftly passed, and by late May, Shang Yuan's attempts to gather evidence faced numerous obstacles. He approached the Ministry of Revenue to request access to the records of military funds submitted years prior. However, the officials responsible for these documents claimed that they had been lost due to improper storage and could not be retrieved. Frustrated, General Sheng stormed out of the ministry, seeking alternative methods. Without evidence, Shang Ziyuan could not proclaim Lu Jiang's innocence, and with Lu Jiang still imprisoned, adding another charge against himself would be counterproductive. That evening, as twilight descended, Sheng Mingzhu, accompanied by her loyal maid Bai Ying, discreetly slipped out through a side door. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a carriage that Bai Ying had prepared in advance, mindful not to use the family's vehicle at such an hour. Bai Ying took the reins, navigating for about half an hour until they reached a narrow alley. The night was deep, the moon obscured by dark clouds, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. Sheng Mingzhu remained hidden within the carriage, while Bai Ying alighted to knock on the door of an official responsible for the ministry's documents. Soon, the door was opened by the steward of the household. He observed a young girl, elegantly dressed yet unpretentious. "Who is this young lady?" he inquired. "My mistress wishes to speak with your master. May I request an audience?" Bai Ying replied. "Please wait," the steward said, glancing at the carriage. Realizing that the mistress within was no ordinary person, and he turned to inform his superior. Moments later, a minor official from the ministry emerged, eyeing Bai Ying before directing his question toward the carriage. "May I ask who you are?" "There is no need for you to know my identity. I possess something that you require. You may come inside the carriage to verify," Sheng Mingzhu replied, ensuring her veil concealed her features from recognition. Bai Ying stepped forward to usher the official into the carriage, subsequently taking a seat herself to remain vigilant for her mistress's safety. "You need not be astonished. I have come merely to propose a transaction that is mutually beneficial," Sheng Mingzhu stated, handing the official an envelope to clarify her intentions. Upon opening the letter, the official's face turned pale, his hands trembling slightly. "How could you possibly possess this?" he stammered. "You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. Simply understand that the correspondence you have sought in vain, which has kept you restless, is now in my possession," Sheng Mingzhu revealed. She had discreetly engaged a private investigator to shadow this individual, uncovering evidence of the official's fraudulent reporting of military supplies between the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. The official believed he had concealed his actions well, yet he had recently noticed the sudden disappearance of several ledgers, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. "What do you require of me?" he asked. "I shall grant you 3 days to compile and present the list of military funds submitted by Lu Dui in previous years," she instructed. "Remember, time waits for no one. This evidence will be placed before the emperor, declared Sheng Mingzhu resolutely. Are you the young lady from the Duwei mansion? The official queried, perplexed. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, negotiating under the cover of night for the sake of the Duwei mansion, disregarding her reputation. You need not concern yourself with my masteress identity. You have 3 days to complete the task assigned to you, Bai Ying interjected, halting the official's inquiries regarding her mistress's background. And what if I refuse? The official retorted, feeling pressured by the two young ladies. Sheng Mingzhu chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe you have a choice? Someone will be waiting for you here at the hour of the snake in 3 days. Bai Ying handed the official a note inscribed with the Nanqingfeng Tower, a tavern in the capital. As the official dismounted from the carriage, he watched the carriage of the young girl depart, remaining rooted in place, filled with regret. He cursed his own greed and ambition, realizing he had been ensnared by a mere child. Chapter 22. Regretful marriage. Upon returning to the general's residence, Sheng Mingzhu entered her Rui garden, only to find a room ablaze with candlelight. She exchanged a glance with Bai Ying before stepping inside. There stood Sheng Mingzhu, who raised his eyes to glance at his sister upon their arrival. Brother, what brings you here at such a late hour? Sheng Mingzhu inquired, lowering her guard upon recognizing him, relieved it was not their father. I came to see what my sister was up to at this hour, Sheng Mingzhu replied candidly. Sheng Mingzhu was aware he was feigning ignorance, undoubtedly aware of her covert exit from the residence. I overindulged at dinner, so I went out for a stroll with Sister Bai Ying, she offered evasively. Seeing his sister's stubbornness, Sheng Mingzhu approached her. Sister, heed my words, do not involve yourself in this matter. We have 4 strong men in our family. Can we not protect a young girl like you? Remain at home and await Lu Chie's return. For a moment, Sheng Mingzhu was a loss for words. Her usually carefree brother was now imparting such earnest advice. Do not worry. With you all here, I can walk freely in the capital, she said, feeling touched by his concern. Walk freely? Are you a crab? Sheng Mingzhu teased. Get some rest. A young lady should not roam about at such a late hour. With that, he playfully poked her forehead and departed. As she watched Sheng Mingzhu walk away, she redirected her gaze. She suspected all of this was intertwined with her, and she could not simply stand by. 3 days later, at the hour of the snake, Bai Ying, in disguise, arrived at the prearranged tavern, Qingfeng Tower. After a thorough search, she found no sign of the official from the Ministry of Revenue. Feeling uneasy, Bai Ying searched again, but to no avail, and hurried back to inform Sheng Mingzhu. It is impossible. The amount he covets is substantial. Such a crime could lead to confiscation and annihilation of his family. He would not dare to change his mind unless he was hindered or met with an unforeseen circumstance. We must wait a little longer. Sheng Mingzhu resolved to investigate further. At Qingfeng Tower, the two ladies donned knee-length hats and settled into a private booth that offered an excellent view of the comings and goings of patrons. While they surveyed their surroundings, a young attendant approached, bowing respectfully. Miss, I trust you are well. Someone has been waiting here for quite some time. May I escort you to them? Sheng Mingzhu regarded the young attendant, who spoke softly and bowed his head modestly, displaying great decorum. Thank you for leading the way, she replied graciously. Sheng Mingzhu accepted the invitation and followed the servant into a private room. Upon entering, she encountered Chen Yuanzhe's inner servant, the current chief eunuch, El Shun. Ah, I have the honor of meeting Miss Sheng, El Shun said, setting down his teacup and bowing to her. As the chief eunuch in the emperor's court, many sought to curry favor with him, yet few had the opportunity. Whether they were officials from the previous dynasty or ladies from the harem, all treated him with utmost respect. El Gongong, it has been quite some time. Why are you here alone enjoying tea? Sheng Mingzhu, now understanding the situation, realized that the minor official from the Ministry of Revenue had not arrived. And this chief eunuch was not attending to his master in the palace, but instead appeared here. During her time at the Eastern Palace, she had developed a close relationship with El Shun. Now, as the chief eunuch, he exuded a commanding presence befitting his elevated status. To be candid, I am here specifically waiting for the 5th miss. El Shun did not hide his intentions. Since 3 days ago, when he received word that Miss Sheng had ventured alone to the minor official's residence seeking evidence, disregarding her safety and reputation, the emperor, though appearing indifferent, had dealt with several officials due to minor oversights. That very evening, he had reviewed memorials late into the night, neglecting the harem. In just 3 days, a palpable tension had enveloped the imperial study, instilling fear in the palace maids and eunuchs on duty. Being in close attendance to the emperor, El Shun understood the crux of the matter and naturally wished to ensure the emperor's desires were met. El Gongong, please speak plainly, Sheng Mingzhu interjected, lacking the patience for riddles. Miss Sheng, might I request that you dismiss your maid? El Shun proposed with a smile. Sheng Mingzhu nodded to Bai Ying, signaling her to leave. Once Bai Ying had closed the door behind her, El Shun leaned in, grinning at Sheng Mingzhu. Miss Sheng, considering the struggles regarding the Duwei residence, I truly empathize. If you do not mind, I have a plan that may be feasible. El Gongong, having known each other for years, you should be aware that I do not appreciate circumlocution. You are here, so you must be privy to the situation. Speak directly. Sheng Mingzhu replied, observing El Shun's eager smile. Understanding the young lady's fiery temperament, El Shun spoke plainly. Fifth Miss, under heaven, all land belongs to the emperor. On all shores, there are no subjects but royal ones. The emperor is fond of you, and according to ancestral customs, he intends to select you for the imperial harem. However, the general's residence is seeking to ally with the Duwei residence, which is a blatant affront to the emperor's favor. The Duwei residence is merely the first. How far can the general's residence be behind? El Shun did not hesitate to stoke the flames, laboring tirelessly to fulfill the emperor's desires, employing both persuasion and intimidation in his discourse with Sheng Mingzhu. Is he out his mind? Does he take pleasure in my misfortunes, as if I owe him from past life? Sheng Mingzhu retorted without restraint, her anger directed at Chun Yuanjia. My lady, such words are unwise. Do you wish to lose your head? El Shun cautioned, recalling how, in his youth, he had dared to show displeasure to the then crown prince, Chun Yuanjia. Now, as a grown lady, Sheng Mingzhu displayed audacity that was both surprising and reckless. What must I do to free them? Sheng Mingzhu demanded, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with fury. Lu Shun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recognizing the arduous nature of his task. Yet, it was imperative to see it through. The emperor was undoubtedly aware of the efforts he had exerted. His silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Forgive my candor, but with the fifth Miss's consent to enter the palace for selection, the Duwei mansion shall naturally be unsealed, allowing both Lu Duwei and the young general to be released from imprisonment. I hope you honor your word. After delivering this statement, Sheng Mingzhu departed. Lu Shun clasped his hands together, murmuring, Ba, relieved to have persuaded this little sovereign. The emperor, after years of yearning for a beloved, deserved the chance to embrace his cherished one. Though the means may be less than honorable, the outcome was favorable. He could return with a clear conscience. Oh heavens! With the villain he has become, what future awaits him once this lady enters the palace? The following day, within the ancestral hall of the general's residence, Sheng Mingzhu knelt on a mat, reflecting on her decisions. There was no other matter. She wished to retract her engagement. After breakfast, she hurried to her father's study, expressing her desire not to marry Lu Che and requesting the butler to return the betrothal gifts from the Lu family. She aspired to participate in the palace election. Enraged, General Sheng sent his daughter to the ancestral hall to contemplate her actions. No matter who attempted to persuade her, Sheng Mingzhu remained resolute in her stance. The Grand Tutor, seated nearby, observed his granddaughter's stubborn demeanor and inquired, Is someone influencing your decision? Not at all, grandfather, she replied. You know I have always been close to Brother Yuanjia. I am upset that he has married another. However, I cannot marry anyone but him. Her words, a mixture of truth and pretense, revealed her inner conflict. My dear, I am certain someone has helped you analyze the current circumstances prompting this choice. Yet, we have not reached the final juncture. We can still strive for our desires. The Grand Tutor expressed, feeling for Mingzhu's sense of responsibility. Grandfather, that is not the case. No one has spoken to me. I have merely come to understand my own heart. I wish to marry him, and if I must be a concubine, I shall accept it. Mingzhu's denial was resolute, her gaze unwavering. With a sigh, the Grand Tutor replied, Rise and accompany me back. Yes, grandfather. Let us disregard father and give him a good scare, Mingzhu said with a playful smile, linking her arm with the grand tutors as they exited the ancestral hall. As they walked, Mingzhu concealed her worries with laughter and mischief, eliciting hearty laughter from the grand tutor. For the sake of her family, she chose submission to her fate, one dictated by her status as a noblewoman, distinct from the realm of imperial power. Chapter 23. The selection in the 5th year of Jian Yuan, during midsummer before dawn. The candidates for selection had already entered the palace, commencing the preliminary examination conducted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This was to verify the eligibility of the candidates, ensuring their household registrations were in order, that they bore no ailments, and most importantly, that they were intact in body. Following this initial round, those who passed would await the final selection. The final selection was to be held in the Tai Chi Hall, commencing at the 3rd quarter of the morning. As the hour arrived, both the Empress and Consort Jingda arrived at the Tai Chi Hall, each holding a booklet as they reviewed the list of candidates. Consort Jingda, Wei Zijin, had ascended from her entry into the Eastern Palace to the esteemed rank of 2nd-rank consort, enjoying the emperor's favor. At merely 10 years past her coming of age, she had already borne a son and a daughter. Her status in the harem was second only to that of the empress, and her favor was unparalleled. As Consort Jingda perused the pages, her heart tightened at the sight of the name Sheng Mingzhu prominently displayed at the very top of the list, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. The queen, Xiang, observed Wei Zijin's anxiety and trepidation, a smile playing upon her lips as she continued to peruse the tome in her hands. Renowned for her virtuous reputation, Xiang had garnered great favor within the previous dynasty's court. Since ascending to the imperial palace, she had taken command of the Phoenix Seal, diligently managing the affairs of the 6 palaces while nurturing the imperial heirs. Chen Yinja bestowed upon her the respect and authority befitting a primary consort, with her bearing the crown prince and the 4th prince, solidifying her unassailable position. His Majesty has arrived, announced a voice from outside the hall. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The queen and consort arose to greet him. Ladies, no need for formalities. Chen Yuanjia, having just concluded the morning court session, entered wearing his dragon robe, exuding a formidable presence. Upon seating himself, the queen and consort stood. The queen stepped forward, presenting a rather substantial volume. Your Majesty, this is the roster of the current selection of talented maidens for your perusal, Xiang said, bowing slightly before Chen Yuanjia. He accepted the document, glanced through it briefly, and remarked to Xiang, your efforts are appreciated. Let us commence. Yes, Xiang replied, instructing the eunuchs of the Naiwafu to announce the maidens for their audience. Wei Zijin clutched her handkerchief tightly, casting a nervous glance at Chen Yuanjia, who, catching her gaze, offered her a gentle smile. Sheng Mingzhu, daughter of General Sheng Ziyuan, Yun Jun, daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Yun Bo, and Yu Wuqin, daughter of the Grand Secretary, Yuan Gu, the eunuch proclaimed as he read the names of the maidens summoned before the throne. These 3 were the most distinguished among the current selection, their fathers holding the highest official ranks, and their families possessing considerable wealth. Sheng Mingzhu and the other 2 maidens entered the hall with measured grace, approaching the front to perform a deep bow. This humble girl, Sheng Mingzhu, Yun Jun, Yu Wuqin, pays her respects to your Majesty and to her Majesty the Queen. Dressed in a pale azure wide-sleeved robe, adorned with a matching sheer scarf, and crowned with a floral hairpiece, Sheng Mingzhu appeared dignified and poised. Chen Yinjia recalled the day of the palace banquet when the young girl, amidst the plum blossoms of the imperial garden, captivated him with her ethereal presence. Her garments flowing like wisps of smoke, pure and enchanting. The memory lingered long in his mind, and with a nod to the eunuch of the Naiwafu, the young eunuch swiftly understood the unspoken command, marking a tick beside the names of the maidens for retention. Sheng Mingzhu, Yun Jun, and Yu Wuqin are retained. Express our gratitude, the young eunuch announced. We thank His Majesty for the great favor. The 3 maidens bowed again in appreciation. Rise, Chen Yuanjia said, observing the young lady with her head bowed, unusually subdued perhaps due to nerves. Following this, they were escorted out, each returning home. Beginning the next day, a designated matron from the Naiwafu would arrive to instruct them in court etiquette, awaiting further directives regarding their ranks and entrance into the palace. As Sheng Mingzhu made her way to the palace path, a sedan chair awaited her. A young eunuch hurried ahead, bowing low. "I have come at the behest of Master L to escort you out of the palace." Sheng Mingzhu nodded, accepting the honor without hesitation, and settled into the spacious sedan chair, which was equipped with refreshments. She indulged in the delicacies, unwilling to deprive herself. At the palace gate, Buying craned her neck in anticipation, accompanied by other maidens' attendants, being among the first to be interviewed and escorted by a sedan chair. She was the first maiden to exit the palace. Miss Buying approached, offering her hand to assist Sheng Mingzhu down from the sedan chair. The servant respectfully bids farewell to the esteemed guest, wishing them a smooth journey. After completing the formalities, the young eunuch departs. Sheng Mingzhu turns to enter her carriage, accompanied by Bai Ying as they return home. At the general's residence, the family eagerly awaits Sheng Mingzhu's arrival, having received news from a servant that the young lady has successfully passed the palace election. However, there is no semblance of celebration for a daughter chosen by the imperial family within the general's household. Despite its formidable stature, a dual nobility, and command over troops, the family remains powerless over the fate of its children. Sheng Mingzhu, in a fit of anger, kicks a chair, which bears no blame for his frustration. Upon hearing of Sheng Mingzhu's intent to participate in the selection, he vehemently opposed it, unwilling to sacrifice his sister's happiness for the family's interests. Even in a battle against imperial authority, it was only after his sister confessed her affection for Chen Yuanjia that he hesitated. He remains uncertain about the truth of her feelings, but recognizes that his sister does not harbor enough love for Lu Che. Fifth miss has returned. The steward calls out from within the door. Moments later, Bai Ying supports Sheng Mingzhu as she approaches. Sheng Mingzhu carries herself with grace, her steps light and her demeanor dignified, a stark contrast to the little girl who had previously competed with Xiao Nuonyuo for sweets. Those unfamiliar might mistake her for an exceptionally composed young lady from the Sheng family. The Sheng family, upon seeing her, lightens their somber mood with playful banter. "Auntie, you look so splendid. Where have you been? Why didn't you take me and my brother? You are so ungrateful." Xiao Nuonyuo immediately accuses her aunt upon seeing her beautiful attire. "No, your aunt is tired. Shall we take her to rest first?" Sheng Mingjin, holding his daughter, intervenes to prevent further questioning. "All right," Xiao Nuonyuo concedes, not wishing to burden her aunt. Madame Sheng takes her daughter and the others to the main hall, where a meal has been prepared. "Sure, please eat something. You must be famished." The Grand Tutor has arranged for dishes to be served for his granddaughter. "Grandfather, I've had some pastries. I'm not hungry at all," Sheng Mingzhu responds. The Grand Tutor, well aware of the palace's selection rules prohibiting candidates from having breakfast, feels uncertain upon hearing her words. "Before leaving the palace, Lu Shun prepared some snacks for me, and I've had a bit." Sheng Mingzhu mentions Lu Shun, reassuring her family of the emperor's favorable regard towards her. The effort put forth by Lu Shun is akin to that of the emperor himself, indicating at least some consideration. After the meal, Sheng Mingzhu returns to Rui Courtyard to rest. Having entered the palace before dawn, she feels the need for a brief respite. She awakens from her slumber around the hour of the monkey, feeling much more alert. She notices Madame Sheng embroidering something beside her. "Mother," Sheng Mingzhu softly calls, her voice hoarse from sleep. "You've awakened. You must be exhausted from today," Madame Sheng replies, setting aside her work to sit at the edge of her daughter's bed. Sheng Mingzhu sits up and playfully clings to Madame Sheng, saying, "Mother, then reward me with some sweets. If Noir sees this, she might tease you endlessly." Madame Sheng lightly pats her daughter's back, and the two share a tender moment together. At that moment, a knock sounds at the door. "Come in," Madame Sheng calls. "Mother, dinner is ready, and grandfather and the others have already gone in," announces the young mistress, Lady Zhao, who has come to invite them to the evening meal. "Elder sister-in-law, you must have hidden quite a number of sweets. Would you be so kind as to share some with me?" Sheng Mingzhu was attended by Bai Ying as she washed and dressed, not forgetting to share a jest. Lady Sheng and her daughter-in-law could not help but chuckle, exchanging glances filled with amusement. Both Sheng Mingzhu and her niece Xing Yunhua had an insatiable sweet tooth, delighting in various confections. To prevent cavities, their household seldom purchased sweets, allowing only the occasional treat. Nevertheless, the two managed to procure candies by any means necessary. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, with the lively banter and playful teasing between Sheng Yunhua and her younger aunt, Sheng Mingzhu, lifting the atmosphere from its earlier gloom. Chapter 24. The noble consort in Weiyang Palace. Within the empress's quarters, Chen Yuanze concluded his governmental affairs and proceeded to dine with the empress. Following dinner, the gentle Zhang presented Chen Yuanze with a digestive tea, seated herself beside him, and received a booklet from the head palace maid, offering it to the emperor. Your Majesty, I am uncertain if the ranks I have assigned are appropriate. I humbly seek your guidance, she spoke softly. Chen Yuanze accepted the booklet, noting that 6 young ladies had been retained, with 5 clearly designated in rank and residence. However, the space beside Sheng Mingzhu's name remained blank. Observing the emperor's gaze linger on the empty line, the empress quickly added, Your Majesty, I was at a loss regarding the arrangement for Miss Sheng. While the titles of concubine could be conferred due to her connections with the Grand Tutor and the General, the ancestral customs dictate that, without having served the emperor or bearing a royal heir, such a rank might invite criticism. Noting the emperor's expression remained unchanged, she continued, To assign her a rank lower than a concubine might be seen as disrespectful to Miss Sheng. Hence I implore you to make a decision. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yuanze placed the booklet on the table, declaring her title as noble consort. In the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, there is no need to arrange for anyone else to reside with her. The empress appeared somewhat astonished, but concealed her surprise, responding with respect. She had aimed to use a concubine's title as a means of negotiation, hoping to ultimately grant Sheng's family the rank of 9th concubine. Yet the emperor had only granted her the title of noble consort. This title, while not as prestigious, granted her the privilege of solitary residence in the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. It was already known that the emperor had commanded Lu Shun to renovate the Forgetting Worries Pavilion meticulously, including the gardens, which were to be diligently maintained by appointed personnel, with the prohibition of other consorts entering. The title was further conferred as Yuan, effective from the beginning of September upon her entry into the palace. I shall comply with your decree, Zhang replied, nodding graciously with a serene smile. Your Majesty, the head maid from Yonghe Palace requests an audience outside, announced the chief eunuch Xiang. Let her in, the empress replied with a smile, revealing no dissatisfaction. The visitor was Ying Shi, the chief maid of Yonghe Palace, which belonged to Wei Zijing. Rise. Does the esteemed consort Jingde have a matter to discuss? The empress inquired. Your Majesty, the long princess has been crying incessantly after dinner, yearning for the emperor. Despite my lady's efforts to soothe her, nothing seems to work. The princess has cried herself hoarse. Thus, I humbly beseech the emperor to visit her. Ying Shi stated with conviction. Ah, it is no wonder. Yuhua has not seen her father for quite some time and must miss him dearly. Your Majesty, you should go and keep the princess company, the empress generously urged. Chen Yuanze rose. Before departing, he addressed the empress. I shall come to spend time with you in Yongheng and Yongrui tomorrow. I await your Majesty's arrival, Zhang replied, gracefully bowing in gratitude. As she watched the emperor leave through the main gates of Weiyang Palace, she returned to her chamber, preparing to rest. Your Majesty, why has only the title of noble consort been conferred upon a young lady from the Sheng family? The palace maid Han Su, inquiring with a hint of confusion, remarked that both the Xinfu Palace and the Zhongsue Palace, despite having borne imperial sons, had not conferred titles of consort. How could she, upon her entrance to the palace, be granted a rank of consort, with the censors and officials allowing such a thing? Another maid by the queen's side, Ningyu, replied, I initially thought a title of Jiaoyi would suffice, but instead, she was bestowed the title of Jiyu, which seems less prestigious than we had imagined. Listening to the conversation of her 2 close attendants, the queen displayed a weariness upon her countenance, shedding the decorum expected of her in public. It was evident that Sheng Mingzhu was not lacking in grace. Rather, it was the emperor who sought to ensure her safety, perhaps even plotting her future with meticulous care. Han Su and Ning Yu wished to steal a glance, but dared not interject. The emperor's words echoed in her mind, suggesting a desire for an eternal companionship with her. Xiangshi displayed a trace of disdain, secretly eager to see whether his wishes could manifest. Your Highness, the current consort Jingde, relying on the Empress Dowager, has shown you considerable disrespect. If another Jiyu were to emerge, would it not pose a threat to your Highness and the two princes? Han Su began to voice her concerns regarding potential elimination, but upon catching the queen's piercing gaze, she swiftly fell silent. Entering the palace may be advantageous, sparing the emperor from lingering thoughts, the queen mused. Let us observe which of the favored consorts captures the emperor's heart, and who will ultimately prevail. The queen had already devised her strategies, needing not to act herself. Merely watching the one in Yongle Palace would suffice. On the following day, the Ministry of Internal Affairs dispatched edicts to the residences of 6 talented maidens. Among them, Yu Wenqin from the censor's residence was ennobled as a beauty and granted residence in the side hall of Zhongsue Palace, known as Sheng Mingzhu. Yin Zhen, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, was likewise elevated to beauty and assigned to the side hall of Funing Palace, called Jiyue Hall. The remaining 3 were all conferred the title of Baolin, residing in Chuxiu Palace. At the general's residence, the Sheng family gathered in the main hall to receive the decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Sheng Mingzhu, a maiden of illustrious lineage, radiates brilliance and virtue, embodying grace and dignity, esteemed yet humble, whose serene demeanor aligns perfectly with my desires. I hereby confer upon her the title of Jiyu, with the name Yuan, to reside in Wanyu. Entering the palace on the 2nd day of the 9th month to accompany the imperial carriage. Thus it is decreed. The esteemed Lu Shun personally delivered the edict, accompanied by generous rewards. The maidens expressed their gratitude upon receiving the decree. Sheng Mingzhu knelt and thanked Lu Gonggong, who had worked tirelessly, suggesting he partake in some tea before departing. The Grand Tutor instructed someone to escort Lu Shun for tea. I cannot impose. I must return to report to the palace. Lu Shun replied, bowing repeatedly. The steward of the general's residence discreetly slipped a bundle of silver notes to Lu Shun, recognizing that since Sheng Mingzhu had decided to enter the palace, it was imperative to curry favor with such a high-ranking official. Lu Shun accepted graciously, thanking the Grand Tutor for the generous gift. The emperor, considering Zhu Yuan's entry into the palace after the Mid-Autumn Festival, had granted her this special permission. All arrangements within the palace were thoroughly prepared, providing reassurance to the Grand Tutor. Thank you, Gonggong, and safe travels, the Grand Tutor said, exchanging a knowing glance with Sheng Mingzhu, who then stepped forward to personally escort Lu Shun to the door. Was not this selection of maidens intended solely for the sake of Mingzhu? Why then were so many chosen? Jiyu? Not even a noble consort, he thought, feeling insulted. After seeing Lu Shun off, Sheng Mingzhu returned to find his family in the study, where he overheard Sheng Mingyu in a fit of anger. Sheng Ziyuan kicked the door, bellowing, quiet down. Is your voice the loudest? Be quiet yourself. The Grand Tutor admonished Sheng Ziyuan with a soft chuckle. Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but laugh upon witnessing the perfect cycle of her family, where 3 individuals mirrored one another, save for her elder brother. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Have you lost your senses? Sheng Mingyu retorted sharply. Turning to her father, Sheng Mingzhu whimpered, Father, look at him. He has bullied me since childhood. Now that I am about to leave home, he still insults me. Sheng Mingyu, do not provoke me to strike you. Quickly apologize to your sister, Sheng Ziyuan admonished, pointing at Sheng Mingyu. An apology will not alter the fact that she is not even worthy of being a noble concubine. Sheng Mingyu shot back, her words dripping with sarcasm. Sheng Ziyuan fell silent. Having just entered the palace, it was certain he would start from the position of Baolin. Granting the title of Jiyu was already an exception, and the officials would not voice their objections. However, even if he were to elevate her to the rank of Guifei, his precious daughter would still not be the legitimate wife. Marrying into the royal family, that fact was immutable. I shall tell you all. I care not whether I am a high-ranking concubine or a lowly one. Upon entering the palace, I shall live life on my own terms. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I will ensure they cry out for their mothers. When the time comes to compare the strength of our maternal families, I expect you all to bring me pride, Sheng Mingzhu declared, standing up and earnestly addressing the others. She then dashed over to the Grand Tutor, addressing Sheng Yuan and her two brothers. Father, this illustrious General Wei Yuan must persist until the age of 80. Elder brother, strive to attain the position of head of the Hamlin Academy as soon as possible. And third brother, this little general is simply inadequate. A mere sesame seed of an official. I have no regard for you. You best secure the title of Piaoqi General within 3 years so that I may live freely. Indulging in wealth and mischief. Ha ha ha. Oh, and dear ancestor, you must frequently visit me in the palace so that everyone knows my support comes from the renowned Grand Tutor. Sheng Mingzhu chattered incessantly to the Grand Tutor. The 4 men of the Sheng family fell into collective silence, pondering whether this naive girl could survive even a year and a half in the treacherous depths of the palace. And, second brother, your words could suffice for a Duwei general. Sheng Mingzhu mused in her flights of fancy, oblivious to Sheng Mingyu rolling her eyes in exasperation. In any case, you all should strive diligently. I will await your good news in the palace. Sheng Mingzhu concluded her remarks. Unable to endure any longer, Sheng Mingyu approached and delivered a playful smack. So you intend to reap the rewards all by yourself, do you? Sheng Mingzhu clutched her forehead and sought refuge in the Grand Tutor's embrace. Elder brother, please help me take revenge. Sheng Mingjin stepped forward with a grin and playfully gave Sheng Mingyu a light smack, which she did not evade. Everyone understood that both the thunder and the gentle rains were the emperor's grace, whether a Jiu or a beauty, once they entered the palace. They became part of the royal family, leaving no room for their maternal families to intervene. Sheng Mingzhu's laughter and jesting were an effort to keep her family distance from her own affairs. Who knew if there were ears on the other side of the wall? Chapter 25. The eve of entering the palace with a major selection concluded and mid-autumn approaching. The Duwei mansion was finally unsealed, and the Liu family returned home after their release from prison, taking a few days to recuperate. The internal court concluded its investigation, releasing an announcement detailing the origins of the matter and the results of the inquiry. The general, in a display of lax governance, allowed his subordinates to languish in negligence, failing to timely distribute the death compensation. Although not the primary offender, he was found guilty of oversight and penalized with a 6-month salary deduction. Should one wish to fabricate a charge, there is no shortage of pretexts. Upon hearing the news, Sheng Mingzhu scoffed, questioning how Chen Yuanjia could treat loyal subjects in such a manner, all for his own benefit. She firmly believed it was merely an excuse to suppress the ambitious general's household and to create friction with the general's office. The Sheng family boasted 2 first-rank officials. The eldest grandson served as an editor in the Hamlin Academy, alongside 2 minor generals. Madame Sheng, born into the family of a minister of rights, and the young lady Zhao, whose family produced a minister of justice, further solidified ties with the general's household. The Sheng family, with their blend of civil and military officials, was exceedingly bold, causing discomfort to the one seated upon the dragon throne, thus leading to such absurdities. On this day, Sheng Mingzhu, leisurely ensconced in Ruei Garden, immersed herself in a newly released tale. Miss Lu Ruoshi has arrived, Bai Ying announced, ushering in Lu Ruoshi. Cici, come here, Sheng Mingzhu beckoned, standing to pull Lu Ruoshi by the hand, inviting her to sit beside her. What are you reading? Let me see. Lu Ruoshi inquired with a smile. The once delicate girl had blossomed into a refined beauty, her gentle smile radiating warmth. Sheng Mingzhu presented her with the novel, a unique story of a little phoenix from the celestial realm descending to the mortal world. Lu Ruoshi leafed through it, admiring the ink illustrations of the phoenix transforming into a human. Once you've finished, have someone bring it to me, she requested. As you command. Sheng Mingzhu responded with a bow, and the 2 sisters playfully engaged with one another. Sheng Mingzhu invited Lu Ruoshi to sit on the couch, and they leaned against soft pillows, perusing the book together. After Bai Ying brought tea and snacks, she withdrew, granting the 2 young ladies their privacy. Cici, how are Uncle Lu and your brother faring? Sheng Mingzhu asked. All is well. They are currently recuperating at home, rising with the sun to practice martial arts. Their noise has driven both my mother and me to wish we could send them back to the barracks, Lu Ruoshi jested. Ha, they are restless. Much like my second and third brothers, Sheng Mingzhu mused, recalling her own family of warriors. Sheng, I have something to discuss today, Lu Ruoxi said, producing a letter and handing it to Sheng Mingzhu. You will soon enter the palace, and there is much to prepare. I shall return on the day you go to the palace to see you off. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Sheng Mingzhu replied, gesturing for Bai Ying to escort Lu Ruoxi out. Unfolding the letter, Sheng Mingzhu read, Devote one's life to resting, offering you a single day of joy. A faint smile graced her lips, yet she felt a tightening in her throat, a pang of sympathy. What virtue or merit had led Lu Che to disregard everything, wishing to soar far away with her? Ultimately, she felt she had failed a passionate and sincere young man. Fortune had not favored them, and fate had offered no bond. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, a grand banquet was held within the palace, and, as Sheng Mingzhu was on the brink of marriage, she was unable to attend. Eunuch Lu delivered the emperor's gifts, accompanied by offerings from the empress and concubines, a splendid array of rare treasures sent to the general's residence. As September began, the following day marked Sheng Mingzhu's entrance into the palace. The general's household, in preparation for the marriage of their daughter, was festooned with lights and decorations. Early that day, relatives and friends arrived to offer their congratulations, while elders and close companions contributed to the dowry, creating a lively atmosphere. In her boudoir, Sheng Mingzhu was attended to by a young maid who applied hand cream. Miss Lu Ruoxi has arrived, Bai Ying announced, ushering her in. Sheng, I am here. Lu Ruoxi entered and approached Sheng Mingzhu. Sheng Mingzhu had asked Bai Ying to invite her over. Applying an icy cream, a lotion for hand care, she raised her hand, fearful of staining her garments. You may leave now, she instructed. Bai Ying led several maidservants out. Cici, follow me. Sheng Mingzhu beckoned Lu Ruoxi to accompany her to the bedside. Cici, please lift the pillow and take a look. Obediently, Lu Ruoxi complied, discovering a small box hidden beneath the pillow. It was a gift from Lu Che to Sheng Mingzhu on the occasion of her coming of age. You must deliver this to your brother and ensure that no one discovers it, Sheng Mingzhu cautioned, since it has been severed. It is only right that it returns to its rightful owner. Understood, Lu Ruoxi replied, carefully placing it within her sleeve. The Sheng family shared their final dinner together, the atmosphere at the table heavy with gloom. Even when Sheng Mingzhu playfully teased Sheng Yunhua with light-hearted banter, spirits remained low. After the meal, they urged Sheng Mingzhu to retire early. Madame Sheng escorted her daughter to her chambers, sharing tender words. Mother, do not worry. I am not leaving forever. I shall find a way to sneak out and visit you, Sheng Mingzhu joked, cherishing the last moments of warmth at home. Once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. My dear, you have always been straightforward and ambitious. Yet within the palace, both overt and covert schemes abound. You must not let your guard down. Remember to speak cautiously and act prudently, for self-preservation is paramount, Madame Sheng advised her daughter. Having grown up in a simple and untainted environment, the general's residence lacked concubines or illegitimate children, and the male figures in her life had indulged her excessively. Her upbringing had been smooth and joyful. In contrast, the other consorts, accustomed to a tumultuous domestic life filled with intrigue, had developed the skills to navigate and exploit advantageous situations. Madame Sheng understood that her pure and upright daughter was ill-suited for the palace's survival tactics. However, words of caution were futile. All she could do was offer her advice. Currently, the favored consort in the palace was Consort Jingda, followed by the Empress Dowager, while other consorts also enjoyed their share of favor. You enter the palace alone. I implore you not to compete for favor on behalf of our family. Your safety and well-being are what matter most. Living comfortably is paramount, and that will ease my heart, Madame Sheng wept openly, wiping away her mother's tears. Sheng Mingzhu reassured her, do not worry, mother. I understand the importance of protecting myself. I will ensure that I accompany you through life until we reach 100 years. You silly girl. Madame Sheng chuckled through her tears, gazing at her daughter's face. With such beauty, how can you avoid the palace's intrigues? By virtue of your lineage and appearance, it is not a matter of choice whether to vie for attention. My dear, throughout history, Seeking the emperor's affection has been akin to embarking on an irreversible journey. You must guard your heart, avoiding descent into obsession or wavering resolve. Accept favor, but do not seek love. Do you understand? Madame Sheng reiterated her counsel, reminding her of the emperor's notorious indifference, comparing the palace's consorts to blooming flowers, all vying for attention, yet ultimately facing the same fate of withering away, one after another. Mother, I will remember this. I shall never fall for that scoundrel Chen Yuanjia. Sheng Mingzhu replied mischievously. Madame Sheng laughed and scolded, "You mischievous child." Then, tenderly stroking her daughter's hair, she lamented, "How can I bear to part with my dear daughter? Tomorrow, you will become a wife and a consort in the palace." "Mother, I am not yet a consort," Sheng Mingzhu replied playfully. "In order for your daughter to soon ascend to the rank of a noble consort, you must consistently urge the men in our family to strive diligently, to make their mark and support me. Let's not forget little Yunzheng as well," Sheng Mingzhu said earnestly to Madame Sheng. Madame Sheng laughed until tears streamed down her face. Her daughter was whimsical and bold, unafraid to voice her thoughts. As the evening grew late, Madame Sheng presented her daughter with a bound book. "My dear, rest early. Tomorrow is your grand day and will require much of you. Take a close look at this book and remember its contents, for you shall need it. I shall return now. Mother, please take care on your way back." Sheng Mingzhu insisted, wanting to escort her to the entrance of Riyuan, but Madame Sheng insisted she return to sleep. After washing up, Sheng Mingzhu leaned against her soft pillow and casually picked up the book her mother had given her. The book was carefully wrapped in cloth, its contents well guarded. As she unwrapped the layers, she found it to be a slender tome of merely a dozen pages, light in her hands. Upon opening the first page, she swiftly closed it again. It was a risque illustration book, inappropriate for her age, causing her cheeks to flush bright red. Outside, Bai Ying heard the commotion and inquired, "Miss, do you require my assistance?" No, it's fine. I am ready to sleep," Sheng Mingzhu promptly replied, extinguishing the lamp's wick. In the darkness, feeling guilty, she tucked the book beneath her pillow, too embarrassed to look at it again. In the Duwei residence, in the study, Lu Che held a box, lost in thought. On the table lay a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "Friendship stems from understanding. Blood ties need not bind." Lu Che chuckled at himself. He did not blame Sheng Mingzhu, for it was Chen Yuanjia who had intruded and forcibly sought her hand. He simply could not compete with him. He returned the note to the box, concealing it beneath a white jade hairpin, and raised a nearby cup, drinking deeply. The night enveloped him, swallowing his bitterness. Chapter 26. The bestowal of favor. The following day, Sheng Mingzhu was welcomed into the inner palace by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The general's residence had prepared 128 loads of dowry, heavy and overflowing, signifying their daughter's esteemed status. In comparison, when the crown princess entered the Eastern Palace, she brought merely 130 loads. The Sheng family had ensured their daughter as prominence, conveying the message that even as a consort, she remained the revered daughter of the general's house. Lu Che watched from a street-side tavern on the second floor, near the window, as the bridal procession gradually faded from view. In a fit of rage, he overturned the table, scattering the dishes, and threw down 10 taels of silver before storming off to the military camp. Sheng Mingzhu was carried to Wanyu Pavilion, where the eunuchs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs received their rewards and returned to report. As merely a jiyu, she was not required to perform the wedding rites, nor was there a banquet. The decor of Wanyu Pavilion was festive, yet adhered to the proper rituals. Sheng Mingzhu brought with her 2 attendants, Bai Ying and her sister Bai Ling. "Miss, are you tired? Would you like me to fetch some pastries for you?" Bai Ying inquired. Sheng Mingzhu surveyed the room's decorations, which aligned with her taste. The overall style was warm and elegant, creating a sense of comfort. Although Wanyu Pavilion was not as grand as the palace's, its splendid location, nestled on the southern side of the Imperial Garden and distance from the clusters of consorts at Chusho Palace, offered a tranquil escape amidst the bustling surroundings. "I am not hungry, but I do feel a bit parched. Please have someone bring me some tea," Sheng Mingzhu instructed. "Certainly." As Bai Ying busied herself with the task of serving tea, she ushered in the waiting palace maids and eunuchs. "Your servant pays respects to the esteemed Yuan Jiyu." Wishing her endless favor, they greeted. 3 eunuchs and 3 palace maids offered their salutations to Sheng Mingzhu. Bai Ying poured a cup of tea for her, while Bai Ling stood quietly at one side without uttering a word. "Please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities," Sheng Mingzhu instructed. "Thank you, esteemed Yuan Jiu," they replied, rising and bowing, not daring to glance around. Bai Ying presented the prepared pouches to them, imparting a gentle admonition. "As long as you abide by the rules and refrain from causing trouble, you shall naturally reap the benefits." "Thank you for your grace, my lord," they exclaimed joyfully, the pouches feeling heavy in their hands. "Now, return to your duties," Bai Ling dismissed them. Left alone, the 3 of them exchanged bewildered looks. "Bai Ying, elder sister, I feel so sleepy," Sheng Mingzhu murmured. Bai Ying stepped behind her and began to massage her shoulders. "Miss, you must call me by my name. You cannot refer to me as elder sister. Then we cannot address you as miss. We must call you Jiu." Bai Ling chimed in, her expression foolishly earnest. Sheng Mingzhu and Bai Ying were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "It seems we are all mistaken. It matters not. As long as there are no outsiders, we may call each other however we please." Yuan Jiu. What a difficult title to pronounce. Bai Ling practiced saying the honorific, struggling with its complexity. "You little imp, how dare you speak such nonsense?" Bai Ying teased, playfully poking her sister's forehead. After a brief afternoon nap, Bai Ling remained in the inner chamber to accompany Sheng Mingzhu while Bai Ying attended to organizing the dowries brought in by the other palace maids and eunuchs. They busied themselves throughout the afternoon, and by the time they finished, everything was largely in order. In the inner chamber, Bai Ling assisted Sheng Mingzhu in rising and preparing for the evening meal as the hour approached. Typically, after entering the palace, concubines were summoned to the Chengqian Palace for the emperor's company. However, not long ago, Lu Shun sent a eunuch to inform them that the emperor would be visiting Wang Yuxian tonight, clearly indicating that Sheng Mingzhu should await his arrival. Lu Shun was concerned that the eldest daughter of the Sheng family would finish her meal and retire to bed, unwilling to wait for him. It was not without reason that Lu Shun took this precaution. Sheng Mingzhu was known for her strong temperament, having caused Chen Yuanjia much distress during their time in the Eastern Palace, where he had faced numerous frustrations without being able to express his anger. Thus, he was eager to give advance notice. Just as Sheng Mingzhu settled at the dining table, a eunuch announced, "The emperor has arrived." She rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "You certainly know how to be punctual, neither too early nor too late." Nevertheless, she promptly rose to greet him. "Your servant pays respects to the emperor. May the emperor enjoy peace and prosperity." Chen Yunjia approached swiftly, extending his hand to assist Sheng Mingzhu, not releasing it as he led her into the room. "I have kept you waiting, my dear Shuer. Your servant would not dare," she replied with decorum. Chen Yuanjia chuckled, finding it somewhat disconcerting to see the once mischievous girl now so compliant. "There is no need for such formality. Please sit and accompany me for dinner." He helped Sheng Mingzhu in her seat, then took his place beside her. Remembering the etiquette taught by her governess regarding how concubines should behave during the emperor's meals, Sheng Mingzhu pondered whether she should serve him, yet hesitated, unsure of his dietary preferences. Perceiving her inner turmoil, Chen Yuanjia guessed she was contemplating his eating habits. Noticing her furrowed brow, he encouraged, "Sure, do help yourself to more." Chen Yuanjia delicately placed a glistening shrimp morsel for Sheng Mingzhu, interrupting the young girl's thoughts. Sheng Mingzhu glanced at Chen Yuanjia, who remained as composed and profound as she remembered, with a subtle warmth that made him seem approachable, as if embodying a gentlemanly pretense. Raised in the manner of a sovereign, Chen Yuanjia was quite particular about dining etiquette, observing his every movement. Sheng Mingzhu followed suit and set down her chopsticks when he did, feeling that continuing to eat alongside him would lead to indigestion. "Have you finished your meal, my dear?" Chen Yuanjia asked, accepting the mouthwash tea from a palace maid, rinsing his mouth before wiping the moisture from his lips with a handkerchief. "I have used it well," replied Sheng Mingzhu after rinsing her mouth. "Have you taken a stroll in the courtyard?" Chen Yuanjia inquired, wishing to accompany the girl outside for a breath of fresh air. "Not yet," Sheng Mingzhu answered truthfully. "Then shall I take you to see your courtyard?" He proposed. "Yes," she consented, as he gently took her delicate hand, and led her into the courtyard. On the night of the second day of the new year, darkness enveloped the surroundings. But the red lanterns hung in the corridor, and the eunuch carrying a lamp illuminated their path. Your chess skills must have improved quite a bit, as you were able to defeat me back in the Eastern Palace, Chen Yuanzhi remarked, seizing the opportunity of the dim night. Sheng Mingzhu could not help but roll her eyes, though she replied, I dare not claim such a thing. I have not played in quite some time. Chen Yuanzhi noticed her playful gesture and the contradiction between her words and expressions, stirring a long-forgotten feeling within him that compelled him to gently ruffle her hair. We must find a day to engage in a match, to see if you truly have lost your former prowess. Or perhaps you fear losing to me and wish to avoid giving me the upper hand, he continued. Sheng Mingzhu sensed his indulgence towards her, perhaps out of desire to mend her broken fate. She merely smiled softly, choosing not to respond. After a cup of tea, Chen Yuanzhi escorted Sheng Mingzhu back to her chamber, where they separated to wash up. Once he had changed into his nightclothes, he sat on the edge of the bed, holding a poetry collection that Sheng Mingzhu had brought with her to the palace. Bai Ying had placed the book she enjoyed reading on the table in her chamber when tidying up in the afternoon. Soon, Sheng Mingzhu returned after washing up. Chen Yuanzhi lifted his gaze and saw her in a delicate, low-cut pink gauze dress, revealing an inner garment as she approached gracefully, like ripples on water. The young girl appeared enchanting, her head bowed, cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Yuanzhi could no longer contain himself and swiftly embraced her, placing her onto the bed while elegantly letting the bed curtains fall. Candlelight filtered through the gauzy drapes, casting a warm glow upon Sheng Mingzhu, enveloping her in a golden hue. Chen Yuanzhi lowered his head, examining this girl whom he had cherished for many years, her brows like distant mountains, her enchanting eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and her delicate lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Sheng Mingzhu gazed back at the man beside her, unable to suppress a gentle tremor that coursed through her body. Such unparalleled beauty, he whispered. Your Majesty, she replied. Call me Brother Yuanzhi, he urged. Brother Yuanzhi, she echoed softly. Chen Yuanzhi then tenderly captured her crimson lips, treating her like a precious gem, savoring each gentle kiss. As he began to remove her nightgown, his hands roamed, drawing them deeper into a world of intimacy. Sheng Mingzhu found herself overwhelmed by his advances, soft moans of shyness escaping her lips. At the tender age of 15, akin to a budding flower, she exuded a delicate charm, possessing an alluring physique. Chen Yuanzhi, like an inexperienced youth newly awakened to desire, repeatedly sought her, heedless of the girl's pleas for mercy, until she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. In the aftermath, Chen Yuanzhi cradled Sheng Mingzhu as they stepped into the bath, the water infused with nourishing oils that promised to alleviate fatigue. Sheng Mingzhu leaned against Chen Yuanzhi's robust chest, still lost in a peaceful sleep, showing no signs of waking, as he tenderly attended to her, wiping her down. After their ablutions, he carried her to bed, enveloping her in his embrace as they drifted in a slumber together. Outside, Lu Shun and Bai Ying, who had been waiting, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The incessant calls for water had finally ceased. As the chief eunuch, Lu Shun worried that such commotion might prevent the emperor from attending court the next day. Bai Ying, on the other hand, was concerned for her young mistress, who had just entered the palace and might not withstand such trials. Thankfully, tranquility had returned. The following day, at the hour of the serpent, Sheng Mingzhu awoke, startled by the bright light flooding the room. Miss, it is time to rise and partake in some breakfast. Bai Ying approached to assist her in getting up. Why did you not wake me? I am late for paying my respects to the empress. Sheng Mingzhu's voice was hoarse, her urgency palpable. Having entered the palace as a concubine, she was keenly aware of the court's protocols, particularly the need to pay homage to the empress, the principal wife. As Bai Ying helped her dress, she reassured, Do not fret, miss. The emperor has issued an edict allowing you to rest a day, and you need not visit Weiyang Palace. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu's anxiety began to dissipate, and she took her time to prepare herself. However, she soon became aware of discomfort spreading through her body, with soreness at her waist and abdomen, and a sense of swelling and stickiness in her most intimate areas. The memories of the previous night flooded back, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized that the sounds of her struggle had surely been overheard by those keeping watch. "Miss, Eunuch Lu has come bearing gifts," Bai Ling announced as she entered. With Bai Ying's support, Sheng Mingzhu exited the inner chamber and made her way to the Forget Worries Pavilion, where the main hall waited. "I pay my respects to you, Lady Yuan. May you be blessed." Lu Shun greeted her with a bow. "Eunuch Lu, please rise," Sheng Mingzhu replied, observing the 5 young eunuchs behind him, each holding a token of imperial favor. "I come bearing the Emperor's decree to present these trinkets for your enjoyment," Lu Shun declared, and the eunuchs stepped forward to present the offerings before Sheng Mingzhu. They were merely a few gold hairpins inlaid with jade bracelets, and ruby necklaces, trinkets that the daughter of a military general had certainly encountered before. Thus, seeing these exquisite pieces did not evoke any significant surprise in her. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gifts." Sheng Mingzhu knelt in gratitude, expressing her appreciation for the Emperor's kindness. Lu Shun lowered his voice, informing her that the palace maids and eunuchs in Forget Worries Pavilion had been carefully selected, all of reputable backgrounds, ensuring her peace of mind in their company. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Eunuch," Sheng Mingzhu replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Ling, who promptly stepped forward to present a small purse. "May you rest well, Lady Yuan. The Emperor mentioned he would visit you after attending to state affairs. I shall take my leave now." Lu Shun bowed and exited, returning to the dining table. Sheng Mingzhu found breakfast laid out, though with the sun already high in the sky, it seemed hardly deserving of the title of breakfast. Sheng Mingzhu felt an emptiness in her belly. After consuming a bowl of bird's nest porridge, she began to alleviate her hunger. Following that, she indulged in a few delicacies before finally setting down her chopsticks. "I'm still growing, otherwise I would not increase in stature." Sheng Mingzhu noticed Bai Ying repeatedly attempting to prevent her from eating, wary of gaining weight and altering her figure. Yet, she paid no heed to such concerns. "One must eat and drink as needed. Miss, the gifts from Her Majesty the Empress and concubine Jingda, along with the other esteemed ladies of the harem, have arrived." Bai Ling entered and observed the 2 girls engaged in light-hearted banter. "Let us take a look," Sheng Mingzhu remarked, turning to silently express her exasperation to the Bai sisters. "How bothersome." This elicited a laugh from Bai Ling, promptly silenced by a playful slap from Bai Ying. As the trio ventured outside, they encountered the head, maidservants, and eunuchs from the various palaces. "We pay our respects to Lady Yuan." Upon seeing the smiling young lady emerge, everyone immediately bowed and inquired after her well-being. There is no need for such formalities. Sheng Mingzhu surveyed the gathering. Many had come to pay their respects. "I am Han Su from Weiyang Palace, dispatched by Her Majesty the Empress to present gifts and to congratulate the esteemed lady on her favor." Han Su signaled to the maid behind her to deliver the royal gift to the attendants of Wanyu Pavilion. "I am most grateful for the Empress's graciousness." Sheng Mingzhu expressed her thanks. "I am Yingshi from Yonghe Palace. I am Danju from Changchun Palace." The process of expressing gratitude continued for about a quarter of an hour, as Sheng Mingzhu thanked each maidservant in turn before finally dismissing them. After the round of greetings, she felt even more fatigued than the previous day. Sheng Mingzhu longed to cry out in frustration toward the heavens. This arduous life had only just commenced. Bai Ling attended to her mistress, encouraging her to lie down for a brief respite to restore her spirits. Bai Ying, accompanied by 2 maidservants from Wanyu Pavilion, Su Shang and Jin Shu, began cataloging the received gifts. In the afternoon, the emperor graced Wanyu Pavilion with his presence. Inside, Sheng Mingzhu and Bai Ling were engaged in arranging flowers, the 2 young ladies exchanging playful grievances regarding each other's aesthetic sensibilities. "Miss, do take a look. Do you truly find this pleasing? It is merely adding superfluous detail," Bai Ling protested as she attempted to remove a few elongated stems from the vase. Sheng Mingzhu would not allow it. "Why not consider it the finishing touch? I believe it appears quite lovely as it is." Sheng Mingzhu remained steadfast in her opinion, refusing to alter her arrangement, and yet whose floral arrangement has consistently received the highest accolades, and whose has received the lowest. Bai Ling, spirited and innocent, was fortunate to serve in the Sheng household. Since the general's residence had engaged a female tutor, she had been by Sheng Mingzhu's side, accompanying her to lessons. Through observation, she had self-taught the art of flower arranging, surpassing even Sheng Mingzhu in skill. Each time their tutor assigned a project requiring a floral arrangement for the following day, Bai Ling completed it for her, earning first place, while Sheng Mingzhu invariably received lower marks. "Ah, and yet you dare mock me," Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, playfully pouncing on Bai Ling and tickling her. When Chen Yunjia entered, he found the young lady atop her maidservant, incessantly tickling her underarm. The melodious laughter of the two girls echoed throughout the room, a delightful symphony of youth. "Shia," Chen Yunjia called out. At the sound of his voice, Sheng Mingzhu was startled as if struck by lightning, forgetting her actions and turning to gaze at the unexpectedly intrusive Chen Yunjia, her mind raging. Is this reasonable? Are there no announcements? No knocking? Bewildered, she thought, "Are you not going to rise?" Chen Yunjia made himself comfortable on a nearby couch, indifferent to her presence. Bai Ying entered with tea, accompanied by Lu Shan. After Master Lu served tea to Chen Yunjia, the two stepped aside to await further instructions. Sheng Mingzhu turned over, straightened her clothes, and, unaware of the emperor's presence, humbly sought his forgiveness. Bai Ling, feeling a lingering trepidation, knelt beside Sheng Mingzhu. "It is of no consequence. Come closer." Chen Yunjia beckoned, inviting Sheng Mingzhu to approach him. She suppressed her earlier playful demeanor and obediently stepped forward. "Have you rested well?" Chen Yunjia inquired, observing the young girl before him, who was trying to appear composed and restrained, stifling her lively and mischievous nature. He felt a pang of tenderness and asked gently about her well-being. Standing before him, her hands clasped in his, she raised her gaze to meet his, momentarily entranced by the depth and warmth of his eyes. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. She remained silent, merely nodding. Chen Yunjia drew her into his embrace, gazing down at her. "You are undeniably delicate, easily embarrassed, and prone to blushing. It is utterly endearing." Lu Shan led the way out, and the Bai sisters discreetly withdrew, granting the couple some privacy. "Do you blame your brother, Yunjia?" he asked, referring to his decision to bring her into the palace. "Blame him? Certainly, for I am forced to assume the role of a lowly concubine. How could I not?" she replied, though she did not dare to voice her resentment. Chen Yunjia sighed inwardly. It was only natural for her to harbor such feelings. The young girl had dreamt of a lifetime spent with one person. Yet because of his choice to take a secondary wife, their connection to the Eastern Palace had been severed. Now, for the sake of her family and to avoid implicating the innocent general's residence, she was compelled to marry him as a concubine. "Though I cannot promise you the status of a primary wife, I shall ensure we build a home that is uniquely ours, allowing you to live freely within this palace," Chen Yunjia assured her. He had chosen the Forgetting Worries Pavilion for her, deliberately distancing her from the intrigues of the harem. His little girl should remain untouched by such conflicts. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall remember your words," Sheng Mingzhu responded, striving to relax and not appear overly distant. "You must inform me of any troubles. I will resolve them for you. Your comfort is paramount, just as it is in the general's residence," he urged, concerned that she might be naive and suffer grievances from the other concubines, keeping her feelings bottled up inside. "Yes," she murmured, feeling Chen Yunjia's firm embrace, unable to move, her neck aching from the strain as she leaned against his solid chest. Seeing her trust in him grow, Chen Yunjia's heart softened further. The future was long, and there would come a day when she would rely entirely on him. There was no need to rush. Chapter 28. The audience in the palace in the Yonghe Palace. Wei Zijing gently lulled her 5-year-old daughter to sleep. Upon returning to her chamber, she removed her ornate headdress and gazed at her reflection in the mirror. "Tao Yu, do you think I have aged considerably?" Wei Zijing furrowed her brow, noting her evident weariness and unease. "Your Highness, you are still in your prime, radiant and resplendent. Which lady in the palace dares to rival you? Even the Empress cannot compare to your elegance," Tao Yu praised her, reassuringly. "Indeed, Your Highness, you must find solace. For in terms of offspring and favor, our Yonghe Palace stands unparalleled." Who could surpass your grace? Ingshi chimed in support. Wei Zijin listened to the conversations around her, feeling warmth in her heart, before rising to retire for the night. Did you behave yourself when you saw her this morning? Asked Ingshi, replying to your majesty. Yuan Jiu personally came out to receive the rewards for the imperial concubines, and her demeanor was entirely proper, Ingshi reported on the morning's observations. What a little imp she has turned out to be. I wonder if this is a facade or a cultivated elegance. We shall see, Wei Zijin concluded, lying down. The space beside her chillingly empty. Within the Forgetting Worries pavilion, the atmosphere was already suffused with a sensual allure as the trio of night watchers feigned ignorance. Refraining from uttering a sound. Enter, came Chen Yuanji's deep voice. Upon hearing him, Bai swiftly brought in the prepared health tea. Inside the chamber, the soft, muffled sounds of a young girl's breaths, despite her attempts to suppress them, reached by Ying's ears. The lingering scent of passion hung heavily in the air, provoking a blush and quickened heartbeat. Bowing her head and averting her gaze, she set the tea by the bedside. Chen Yuanji took it and quickly withdrew. Sure, would you care for a sip of water to ease your thirst? Chen Yuanji asked, his face reflecting satisfaction as he cradled the young girl, kindly bringing the cup to her lips. Sheng Mingzhu's face flushed crimson, her body devoid of any covering, illuminated by the warm light, revealing her smooth and delicate form. Chen Yuanji felt a rush of blood pulse through him once more. I've had enough, she protested after several sips, burying her face in his embrace. Chen Yuanji placed the cup aside, looking down at her. Enough? Enough of what? Water or affection? Sheng Mingzhu's eyelashes fluttered as they brushed against Chen Yuanji's sculpted chest, igniting his desire further. He pressed her beneath him once more, their bodies entwined, yet his movements remained gentle. Cherishing the innocence of the young girl experiencing such intimacy for the first time, El Shun gazed at the night sky, noting the silence within. A much earlier respite than the previous night. Alas, there are numerous concubines in the harem, yet it seems as if they have encountered a much-needed rain after a long drought. How reckless they are. Ever since he had taken a liking to Sheng Mingzhu, the frequency of his summons had diminished greatly, yet such commotion might lead one to believe it had been 2 or 3 years of absence. At the third quarter of the hour of the rabbit, Bai Ying roused Sheng Mingzhu, who, after freshening up, made her way to the Weiyang Palace to pay her respects. Outside the Forgetting Worries pavilion, the young eunuch Lin Ji had prepared the sedan chair, awaiting the lady's emergence. Sheng Mingzhu, accompanied by Bai Ying and Jin Shu, set off to greet the empress, leaving Bai Ling to watch over the residence. Upon arriving at Weiyang Palace, the lower-ranking concubines had already gathered, standing in their respective places awaiting the summons. Sheng Mingzhu was guided by the young eunuch to stand in the central position, awaiting the empress's call. Today, she donned a gown of golden mud, adorned with gold powder and embroidered with cloud and lotus patterns, the hem trailing on the ground, cinched at the waist with a silk ribbon. Her accessories were modest, featuring a red gold flower hairpin nestled in her hair, which cascaded down to her waist, exuding an air of innate nobility. A few early-arriving, lower-ranking concubines occasionally cast glances at this newcomer. We pay our respects to the Jingda Consort. The keen-eyed concubine, having spotted Wei Zijin entering through the palace gates, hastily performed her salutations. We pay our respects to the Jingda Consort, echoed the standing concubines and their attendants. Wei Zijin did not initiate the greeting. Instead, supported by a palace maid, she walked to the front row, straightened her robe, and calmly stated, "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Consort Jingda." The assembly rose. Wei Zijin scanned the room, her gaze settling upon Sheng Mingzhu. "Is this indeed the esteemed Yuan Jiu?" The maidservant, Sheng, respectfully greeted the noble Consort Jingda, wishing her well. Sheng Mingzhu stepped forward to bow once more. In her heart, she harbored resentment towards Chen Yuanji for placing her in such an awkward predicament. The disdain she had for him during their time in the Eastern Palace now felt like a distant memory as she stood in a position of humility, unable to escape the repercussions of her past. "Very well, you may rise," Wei Zijing remarked, exhibiting intelligence by refraining from causing discomfort to Sheng Mingzhu within the confines of the Weiyang Palace. "Yes," Sheng Mingzhu replied succinctly, unwilling to engage in flattery, and promptly positioned herself to the side. The gathered crowd observed the aloof demeanor of the Sheng family's eldest daughter, hesitant to initiate conversation. Upon the arrival of the Shu Feizheng, she too received the customary salutes from the various courts. The palace convened to pay their respects to the empress. The head eunuch of Weiyang Palace, Gonggong Xiang, announced the concubines' entrance into the main hall to pay their respects. In Chen Yuanzhe's harem, apart from the empress, there were only two esteemed consorts, Consort Jingde, in the honored left position, and Consort Xu Zheng, unentitled, with two daughters beneath her. Only two concubines held positions, the Honorable Li Zhao Yuan Hu from the Xianfu Palace, nurturing the third prince, and Ning Zhao Yuan Gao from the Zhongsue Palace, who bore the fifth prince. Among the 9 concubines, Sheng Mingzhu shared her rank as Jiyu with Zhou, the master of Funing Palace, who was the mother of the 6th prince, the youngest of Chen Yuanzhe's sons. There was also Wu Jiyu from the Chushu Palace. Following them were the beauties residing in the Xianfu Palace's side hall, Yihe Hall, including Sun Marin, and the contemporaneous Qinfeng, Marin from the Zhongsue Palace, residing in Chanqiu Hall, as well as Zhen Marin Yun, who dwelled in the Zhuiyue Hall of Funing Palace. The remaining 4 were talented women, while 3 belonged to the Baolin rank. After a brief moment of stillness, the empress emerged, taking her place upon the central throne, accepting the reverent salutations of the concubines towards her as the legitimate wife. "I pay my respects to the empress. May she reign for 1,000 years," they proclaimed. "All sisters, be at ease and take your seats." The empress responded with her characteristic warmth and grace. "We thank the empress for her kindness." Once the foremost concubines had settled, Sheng Mingzhu too found her seat, attentively focusing on the vacant space ahead, listening quietly to the empress's admonishments. "With the addition of new members to our palace, it is essential that all sisters maintain harmony within the inner sanctum, diligently serve the emperor, and ensure the continuation of our lineage. Jealousy and discord must not tarnish our virtues. Any acts of defiance against palace regulations will not be tolerated." The empress articulated, her demeanor amiable, yet underscored by resolute authority. "Your commands are duly noted, Empress," the concubines replied in unison, rising to bow once more. Ningxu, tasked with serving tea, acted upon the empress's instructions. Soon, refreshments were presented to the concubines, lifting the atmosphere considerably. "The tea from the empress's palace is truly exceptional. Just the other day, I received a canister from the emperor that was remarkably similar to yours. It is evident that your bond with the emperor is profound, and he must have shared much with you. Today, I feel fortunate to partake in such fine tea," Ning Zhao Yuan Gao offered, bestowing compliments upon the empress. "How petty! As if no one else has tasted fine tea," Li Zhao Yuan scoffed. "What do you mean by that? The emperor's gifts are naturally precious. Just because you have not received any, does that mean others cannot speak of them?" Ning Zhao Yuan retorted, her spirit invigorated. Wei Zijing took a sip of her tea, and Taiyue took the cup from her hand, placing it upon the table. "Is a mere can of tea worth your ostentation?" Wei Ji stared, and Hu immediately withdrew, not daring to show disrespect to this esteemed figure. "Is Lady Yuan accustomed to palace life since her arrival?" The empress disregarded the verbal skirmish among the earlier attendees and turned her attention to Sheng Mingzhu, uninterested in the squabbles of others. Sheng Mingzhu remained ensconced in her own imaginative world. Suddenly called upon, she returned to reality with a start. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I have adapted well," she remarked, rising to curtsy, responding succinctly and avoiding unnecessary chatter. "That is good to hear. In the future, do mingle more with your sisters in the palace. Familiarity will ease your days," the empress observed with a hint of amusement at the young girl's pride, realizing that the palace was rife with arrogance. And who could withstand the weight of imperial grace? "Indeed," Sheng Mingzhu replied, preferring not to become a target for this group, choosing silence instead. It was her first meeting, and given her distinguished lineage, no one in the palace, except for the empress's maternal clan, the Xiang family, or the Wei family of concubine Jingde, could rival her background. Thus, her initial encounter with the court concluded smoothly. Chapter 29. accompanying in the imperial study upon returning to Wanyu Pavilion. The emperor's gifts had also arrived. It was customary to bestow rewards after a night spent in the emperor's company. As Sheng Mingzhu entered the palace as a jiayu, she held a higher status than her contemporaries, making it imprudent for her to be promoted too swiftly. Thus, her material rewards were substantial, serving as compensation. Just after finishing her breakfast, a court eunuch arrived to summon her to the imperial study to accompany the emperor. "Lady Yuan, the emperor awaits you." "I shall announce your arrival," the eunuch said. LV Shun approached Sheng Mingzhu to offer his greetings. "Thank you, eunuch," she nodded in response, watching him enter before waiting in place. Soon, the doors of the imperial study opened, and LV Shun emerged to escort her inside. Upon entering, she observed the Grand Tutor was present, to whom she offered a gentle smile before bowing to the emperor. "I pay my respects to your majesty. May you be in good health. You need not be overly formal. Have you met the Grand Tutor?" Chun Yuanjia, cherishing the bond of kinship, had concluded official matters and retained the Grand Tutor specifically for their meeting, hoping to alleviate the young concubine's homesickness. "Grandfather, I hope you are well." Sheng Mingzhu greeted Sheng Yu, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy. Chun Yuanjia, watching from the side, felt a pang of envy. The young girl exhibited decorum with him, devoid of any warmth. "Lady Yuan, I am well, thank you," Sheng Yu replied, observing that his granddaughter had not lost weight. She appeared bright and joyful, suggesting she was faring well in the palace. "My dear, please take the Grand Tutor to a side chamber to rest for a while," Chun Yuanjia gestured, allowing LV Shun to guide the pair to a more comfortable setting, feeling slightly constrained in their presence. Sheng Mingzhu curtsied and withdrew, accompanying the Grand Tutor to the side chamber of the imperial study. After LV Shun served them tea, he hurried back to attend to the emperor. "Dear child, are you adjusting well to life in the palace? Is your stay in Wanyu Pavilion comfortable?" The Grand Tutor, seeing the room empty, eagerly inquired about his granddaughter's well-being. Sheng Mingzhu handed him the teacup. "Grandfather, rest assured, I eat well and sleep well. It is no different from home." "That is splendid to hear. Should anything arise, you must find a way to inform us. Do not bear it alone. Understood?" The Grand Tutor was still apprehensive about his innocent granddaughter falling victim to the intrigues of the imperial harem. "Rest assured, grandfather, I understand. As long as father and my brothers strive diligently, I can simply relax," Sheng Mingzhu remarked, still holding on to her dream of leisure. Noticing his granddaughter's cheerful demeanor and playful banter, the Grand Tutor felt reassured, despite the slight dark circles under her eyes, likely a result of the emperor's recent upheaval. "I shall remind your father and brothers upon my return," he promised, affectionately patting her little head. After a cup of tea, he took his leave, and Sheng Mingzhu proceeded to the study to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your benevolence, your majesty," she said, her tone somewhat melancholic, perhaps due to her reluctance to bid farewell to the Grand Tutor. Chun Yuanjia set aside the documents in his hands and approached Sheng Mingzhu, enveloping her in his embrace. "If you miss home, after some time, I shall take you back to the general's residence. Would that be agreeable?" Sheng Mingzhu looked up at Chun Yuanjia in disbelief, asking, "Is that truly possible?" "Of course. I will make the necessary arrangements. Just await my word," he replied, recognizing the glimmer of hope and surprise in her eyes, tinged with a hint of skepticism. "This humble servant thanks your majesty wholeheartedly," she responded, her pomegranate-like eyes sparkling with joy. "As a token of appreciation, would you accompany me in my duties today and assist me in grinding ink?" Chun Yuanjia suggested, holding her gently. "This humble servant obeys," she replied, gazing up at him, her small hands gripping his arm, appearing delicate and charming beside him. Unable to resist, Chun Yuanjia leaned down to bestow a kiss upon her, and just as she was about to gasp for breath from the sudden closeness, he released her and guided her to the writing desk, where they both commenced their tasks. The seemingly proud and aloof Sheng Mingzhu had, in secret, proven to be quite adept at charming the emperor, having only entered the palace 3 days prior and already seeking favor in the study. Meanwhile, in Yonghe Palace, Li Zhaoyuan, Hu Yanran, and Wei Zijin were engaged in idle chatter. Upon hearing of Sheng Mingzhu's visit to the study, Li Zhaoyuan could not help but criticize her. The Jingda consort reclined on a concubine's chair, attended by young maidservants who either massaged her feet or fanned her. At Li Zhaoyuan's remarks, she let out a cold laugh. What can one expect when she possesses such a distinguished grandfather and lineage? No one can compare to your majesty in terms of family background. Having received the emperor's favor for 2 consecutive days, I dare say she will be summoned to his bedchamber tonight. Li Zhaoyuan, oblivious to Wei Zijin's disapproving expression, continued her tirade. However, upon realizing her misstep and seeing the icy glare directed at her, she quickly fell silent. Newcomers always surpass the old. Has anyone not endured this? Wei Zijin remarked, taking a sip of tea, as if advising Li Zhaoyuan as well as herself. Even newcomers cannot be compared to you. I am but a shallow servant. Li Zhaoyuan quickly added in an attempt to mend her words. Wei Zijin remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Your Majesty, the princess has awakened, a maid announced, bringing forth the eldest princess, Chen Yuhua. Huar is awake. Come to mother, Wei Zijin cooed affectionately as she took her daughter into her arms. Chen Yuhua bore a striking resemblance to Wei Zijin, showing early signs of beauty at such a tender age, being the emperor's first daughter and thus greatly favored. Mother, why hasn't father come today? Chen Yuhua inquired with a puzzled expression. In the past, the longest she had to wait to see the emperor was merely 2 or 3 days. Why then had so many days elapsed without a glimpse of him? Wei Zijin cast a glance at Hu Yanran, her meaning unmistakable, to refrain from excessive chatter. She gently reassured her daughter, stating that the emperor was preoccupied with numerous state affairs and would undoubtedly come to visit them as soon as he was able. Let's not disturb your father, shall we? Yet Chen Yuhua remained unconvinced, persisting with her inquiries. But I haven't seen father in so many days. What if he misses me? Your father will come to see you once he is finished, Wei Zijing replied. If you do not believe me, wait a couple more days, all right? In her heart, Wei Zijing calculated the situation. It was not the right time to use her daughter as a bargaining chip to intercept the affection of Sheng Mingzhu. It was only the beginning, and she should not act rashly, lest the emperor perceive her as someone who cannot tolerate others. After all, he had waited for so many years. It would be a loss if things went awry. In the evening, Sheng Mingzhu settled down in the Chengqian Palace with Chen Yuanjia. After reviewing the official documents in the imperial study, it was already dusk. Chen Yuanjia had no intention of sending anyone back after dinner. El Shun quietly sent Bai Ying to fetch clean garments for Sheng Mingzhu. Upon hearing the sounds of fabric tearing and a woman's startled exclamation from within, it seemed that her dress would likely be in tatters by morning. If she were to pay her respects to the empress the next day, she might miss the designated time. Perhaps the emperor might excuse her from the formalities, but regardless, it was wise to be prepared in advance. El Shun believed that this headstrong young lady from the general's residence would refuse to meet or converse with the emperor's other consorts, let alone pay her respects. To his surprise, that morning, the emperor casually inquired, and the shadow guard reported that Yuan Ju had gone to pay her respects without any delay. Hearing this, Chen Yinjia felt a mix of relief and guilt, hastily retaining the grand tutor to commend Yuan Ju for her understanding. El Shun vividly recalled the words of the young Mingzhu, particularly the remark that any situation involving 2 women was to be deemed contemptible and deserving of disdain. The little girl had grown up and learned to conceal her skills within. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 30, Punishment of Kneeling, Display of Authority the following day. Within the Weiyang Palace, after the concubines paid their respects to the empress, they engaged in casual conversation. Sheng Mingzhu was notably present among them. Although Chen Yuanjia had suggested she need not pay her respects, she arrived early at the Weiyang Palace, weary from the prospect of her senior wife potentially plotting against her. The empress, Lady Xiang, had prepared some nourishing delicacies for the newly favored concubines. Yuan Ju, Qin Marin, Zhen Marin, Su Kairan, and Su Baoan, expressing that since they had recently entered the palace and served the emperor well, they should take these to replenish their vitality and strive to bear the emperor's offspring. Lady Xiang singled out these 5 newly favored consorts, with Sheng Mingzhu being especially favored at present. Lady Xiang's intent was to showcase her own magnanimity while simultaneously irritating Wei Zijing and unsettling the purity-obsessed Sheng Mingzhu, placing her in the spotlight for others to seek trouble with her. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gifts." Sheng Mingzhu, along with the others, rose to express their gratitude to the Empress. "No need to rush, Baolin. Take care of your health, and when the Emperor has time, he will naturally summon you to his side. Just wait patiently. I shall mention this to the Emperor." In the wake of the recent selection, Yang Miani, who has yet to find her place in the palace after 2 months, is met with the Queen's efforts to demonstrate her impartiality by extending her care to the less favored concubines. "I am grateful for your Majesty's grace," Yang Baolin stammered awkwardly, retreating to a corner. This was largely due to the unexpected arrival of her monthly cycle on the night she was summoned to the Emperor's chambers, resulting in her being sent back to the Shushou Palace midway. Peach Moon, a maid attending Wei Zijing, hurried in and whispered something to her. Upon hearing it, Wei Zijing rose and addressed the Queen. "Yuhua seeks me, so I shall take my leave." "Go on, dear. The child is paramount. You all must be weary. Return and rest," the Queen spoke gently. With that, Wei Zijing said no more and turned to depart, followed by the others who gradually exited the Weiyang Palace. "The weather today is pleasant. Let us walk back," suggested Sheng Mingzhu, eager to take in the scenery after being carried about in palanquins for days. Bai Ying and Su Shang flanked her, and they chose a less traveled path, steering clear of the palace roads. After about 15 minutes, the trio arrived at the Imperial Garden. In September, despite the gardener's meticulous cultivation, the flowers and trees in the garden appeared disheveled and forlorn, reflecting the deepening autumn. The vibrant blooms of spring would return in April, offering the ladies another chance to appreciate their beauty, Su Shang explained, noticing Sheng Mingzhu's lack of enthusiasm. "I am not particularly fond of flowers and plants. I find it equally pleasant to stroll around without any obligations," she added. Sheng Mingzhu indeed had little affection for gardening, not out of discontent for the lack of flowers, but rather due to her fatigue from insufficient sleep. From the other side, a quarrel erupted, drawing their attention. It was the maid Xing Hui scolding Yang Muni loudly. "I did not mean to. I beg for your forgiveness, Lady Zhou," Yang Baolin implored, on the verge of tears. Having been inadvertently bumped by Xing Hui, she found herself accused of offending Zhou Lan, and with her weak position, could only repeatedly apologize. "Then you shall strike your own face 10 times as punishment." Yolan remarqued dismissively to Yang Baolin. "What? Do you dare to refuse?" Xing Hui pressed. Sheng Mingzhu wished to avoid the ensuing conflict, but felt a sense of compassion for Yang Baolin, whose family was not of noble lineage, and whose relatives held no significant positions, making them susceptible to such bullying. Accompanied by Bai Ying, Sheng Mingzhu deliberately took a path that circumvented Zhou Lan, approaching Yang Yini. "What brings you here? I have been waiting for you. Come with me." Seeing the opportunity Sheng Mingzhu provided, Yang Baolin readily agreed. "I will go with you at once." Lady Yuan carries herself with such arrogance, taking advantage of the Emperor's favor and her family's merits, treating me, another lady-in-waiting, with disdain. "Do you not see me instructing her in palace etiquette? How dare you take her from my grasp?" Zhou Lan confronted Sheng Mingzhu and Bai Ying fiercely, glaring at them. "Not at all. I wish to return. Please allow me to pass," Sheng Mingzhu replied, reluctant to engage further. As she attempted to move past, Zhou Lan pushed her forcefully, accusing her of feigning nobility while clinging to the Emperor as favor. "Lady Zhou, I advise you once more. Good dogs do not obstruct the way." Sheng Mingzhu silently urged herself, "Do not act impulsively." Her martial father and brothers had yet to reach a point where she could completely rely on them, so she must refrain from taking action for the time being. It is all the fault of the maidservants. I, Zhou Jiyu, humbly plead for your forgiveness and ask that you do not trouble Yuan Jiyu." Yang Baolin knelt before Zhou Lan, seeking her mercy. "Ah, now you seek forgiveness? It is too late. I shall personally teach you a lesson," Zhou Lan declared, raising her hand to strike Yang Yini in a swift and decisive manner. Sheng Mingzhu subdued Zhou Lan, preventing her from making any further moves. "I am the biological mother of the 6th prince. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Zhou Lan threatened, yet she was taken aback by Sheng Mingzhu's prowess. What a lively spectacle! It truly added a touch of beauty to the autumn ambience. Suddenly, several court ladies led by Li Zhao arrived from the woods, followed closely by Wu Jiu, Sun Meiren, and Feng Baolin. "Greetings, Lady Li Zhao," Sheng Mingzhu said, releasing Zhoulan's hand and bowing to Hu Yanran. "I did not expect Yuan Jiu to possess such remarkable skills. No wonder the emperor favors her." Li Zhao first praised Sheng Mingzhu with veiled sarcasm, while those behind her stifled their laughter behind handkerchiefs. Sheng Mingzhu felt overwhelmed. What did her skills have to do with the emperor's affections? If they were so envious, they should practice martial arts themselves. Though she thought this, she knew better than to voice it. She could not afford to offend two people in a single day. She was not yet in a position to act with impunity. So she opted for patience. Seeing Sheng Mingzhu feign ignorance, Hu Yanran redirected her ire towards Zhou Lan, questioning her authority in the presence of the empress and consort Jingda. "Why do you have to instruct here? Forgive me, Lady Zhao, but it was Yang Baolin who offended me, and I was compelled to speak." However, Yuan Jiu, emboldened by her recent favor with the emperor, dared to raise her hand against me, Zhou Lan lamented. Sheng Mingzhu gazed skyward in disbelief. Could this person have been groomed in some theatrical troupe before being sent to the palace? Her ability to deflect blame was truly masterful. "Oh, does Yuan Jiu have something to say?" Li Zhao remarked, her demeanor exuding superiority as she addressed the three women. In response to Lady Li Zhao, "I simply wish to return with Yang Baolin and avoid any trouble," Sheng Mingzhu stated, choosing not to defend herself, refraining from further debate or unnecessary words. Seeing her chance slipping away, Zhou Lan angrily retorted, "You speak nonsense. Enough. Since the truth of your quarrel cannot be discerned, all of you shall kneel before me for 1 hour to reflect," Hu Yanran declared, using her position to impose punishment on the three lower-ranking concubines. Was this not also a display of authority towards Sheng Mingzhu, the newly favored one in the harem? Hu Yanran then turned to her steward, the eunuch Xiao Diji, and instructed him to ensure they remained kneeling for the duration. After delivering her orders, she departed with several junior concubines. Left with no choice, Sheng Mingzhu resigned herself to her misfortune and knelt alongside the other two. As soon as she knelt, she winced. The path was littered with pebbles of various sizes, causing her knees to ache painfully. "Bai Ying, you and Su Shang return and check if Bai Ling has stolen my candies, and be sure to hide them well," Sheng Mingzhu whispered to the two, noticing they too intended to kneel. She firmly objected. "No, you both must not kneel with me. Jiu, I will send Su Shang back." "I will remain with you," the maid replied. Su Shang was reluctant, yet Bai Ying whispered something before rising to leave. The eunuch from Xianfu Palace, who was discreetly observing them, dared not speak, for this esteemed Yuan Jiu was quite favored. It was best to turn a blind eye. After an hour, the eunuch from Xianfu Palace returned to report. Bai Ying immediately stepped forward to assist Sheng Mingzhu in standing up, who found her legs sore and numb, making it somewhat difficult to rise. "Sheng Mingzhu, we shall see." Zhou Lan glared at Sheng Mingzhu and Yang Mian-yi, supporting the maid as they limped away. From a hidden position, Su Shang promptly approached Lin Ji and the others, instructing them to bring the sedan chair before Sheng Mingzhu, while also preparing a smaller chair for Yang Baolin. "I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed Yuan Jiu. It is I who have brought you trouble. Your benevolence today shall be eternally remembered." Yang Mian-yi, enduring the pain, knelt to pay her respects to Sheng Mingzhu. "Return now, and avoid those individuals in the future. Should you require anything, you may find me at Wang Yuxian," Sheng Mingzhu said before being assisted into the sedan chair by Su Shang, who then turned to accompany Bai Ying back. The esteemed Yuan Jiu walked slowly. Yang Baolin, moved by the gesture, watched as Sheng Mingzhu distanced herself before boarding her own chair and departing. In Wang Yuxian, Sheng Mingzhu reclined against a soft pillow on the couch, her skirts lifted, exposing her straight and fair legs, which bore swollen, purplish knees. And she could not suppress her gasps of pain. "Miss, why concern yourself with others' affairs? Now, look at the result. You are the one injured." Bai Ling chided as she applied a medicinal ointment to promote circulation and reduce bruising, lamenting Sheng Mingzhu's meddling. For now her knee was severely swollen and undoubtedly painful. Sheng Mingzhu touched the swollen skin with her fingers, hissing, I merely saw her and thought of she. Like her, she is always bullied and dares not rebut. Miss, you seem to have forgotten all that Madam instructed, save for Miss Ruo Shi, Bai Ling remarked, exasperated. It will heal in a couple of days. Please cease your lecturing and prepare some food for me. I am quite hungry. Sheng Mingzhu interrupted Bai Ling's continued admonishments. Bai Ling hurried off to prepare the meal, leaving Su Shang to attend to her, finally granting her some peace. In the imperial study, the 7-year-old second prince, Chen Yongzhe, was punished by kneeling on the ground, with 2 young eunuchs serving him trembling behind the 4th prince. Chen Yuanzhe was known for his strictness with the 6 princes, imposing rigorous standards for their upbringing. Apart from the 2-year-old 6th prince, who would not enter the prince's academy for another year, the other 5 princes were required to arrive punctually at the hour of the hare to commence their daily studies. Among the princes, the 2nd prince was known for his reckless behavior, nurtured by the favoritism of the Empress Dowager and Wei Zijing, resulting in a rather arrogant and combative disposition. Unfortunately, on his way to court, Chen Yuanzhe discovered his truant son and, infuriated, ordered Lu Shun to take him to the imperial study for punishment. Upon returning from court, he addressed this issue, failing to learn about the affairs in the imperial garden. Your Majesty, Consort Jingde and the eldest princess seek an audience, Lu Shun announced upon entering. Chen Yuanzhe glanced at Chen Yongzhe, who knelt on the ground, uncomfortable but silent, and said, Let them in. Shortly thereafter, Wei Zijing entered the imperial study, leading Chen Yuhua, both mother and daughter bowing respectfully, with Chen Yuhua's salutation notably proper. What brings you here at this hour? Chen Yuanzhe inquired of Wei Zijing, gesturing for Chen Yuhua to step forward. Chen Yuhua approached the emperor, who lifted her into his arms. Seeing his daughter's obedient demeanor, his mood brightened considerably. Your Majesty, where has been clamoring for quite some time to see you, and feeling overwhelmed, I brought her to pay my respects, she exclaimed. Wei Zijing implied that she was unaware of her son's punishment of kneeling there and was not there for that reason. Yongzhe, have you been mischievous again, causing your father distress? Wei Zijing sternly questioned her son, who was kneeling to the side. Chen Yongzhe, catching a glimpse of Chen Yuanzhe's cold glare, immediately withdrew his head like a quail, acknowledging his mistake and assuring he would not repeat it. Father, would you forgive my elder brother? Chen Yuhua seized the moment to intercede. Chen Yuanzhe was unfazed, perceiving it as a display of sibling affection. Very well, for war's sake. I shall overlook your brother's transgression this time, he agreed. Ed Shang, send someone to return the 2nd prince to his residence and inform Scholar Wu that I shall be assessing their studies mid-month. Chen Yongzhe glanced at his mother, who offered no rescue, and left the study in despair, feeling as if his life were at stake. Within the study, the bond between father and daughter flourished as Chen Yuhua clung to her father's neck, playfully exclaiming, Father, I have missed you so much. It has been many days since you last spent time with me. Hearing his daughter's lament, the affectionate Chen Yuanzhe decided to accompany his little princess for the day. Would it please you if I spent the day with you? He teased, playfully pinching her nose. Really? That would be wonderful. Father, Mother said you have countless memorials to review and advised me not to disturb you, which is why I haven't come to see you. But I have missed you dearly, Chen Yuhua expressed, her intelligence shining through her words, reflecting Wei Zijing's understanding of propriety. Indeed, Chen Yuanzhe felt a twinge of guilt for neglecting his cousin and first love, having not spent time with her for over a month. It was not only Wei Zijing. Aside from the 1st and 15th of the month when he visited the Empress, his duties had reduced his visits to the inner palace, although compared to other concubines, he still spent a considerable amount of time with the beloved consort Xianjing. Let us go. Father will accompany you back to Yonghe Palace, he declared, carrying his little princess and taking Wei Zijing with him to Yonghe Palace, where they naturally stayed overnight. In Weiyang Palace, having anticipated some commotion, Yuan Jiyu surprisingly remained composed and did not seek the emperor's intervention. Han Su, while tending to the empress's hair with silk cloth, pondered the earlier conflict in the imperial garden, her mind elsewhere and thus unperturbed. The empress murmured, How can Yuan Jiu's heart not be with the emperor? Ansu, taken aback by this revelation, questioned Yuan Jiu's disinterest. Let them create their own turmoil. Just ensure they are monitored. No need for intervention, she decided. Xiangshi rose to change into her night clothes, again advising her subordinates to keep a low profile. The servants understand, Han Su assured, as she attended to the Empress. Extinguishing the candles. The next day, after court, Chen Yuanjia was in the study reviewing memorials. El Shun, what is Yuan Jiu doing today? He inquired. El Shun hesitated, having only learned that Sheng Mingzhu was punished by Li Zhaoyuan to kneel in the Imperial Garden that morning. No news had reached him yesterday while he was in Yonghe Palace, resulting in a delay. What? Chen Yuanjia abruptly looked up at El Shun, halting his writing with a cold gaze. Yuan Jiu was punished to kneel by Li Zhaoyuan yesterday and is currently recuperating in Wanyu Pavilion, not having emerged since. El Shun, with his eyes closed, recounted the events in meticulous detail. He could sense the chilling aura emanating from the emperor, a coldness that threatened to freeze the very core of his being as the chief eunuch. He lamented his grave oversight in failing to notice Yuan Jiu's punishment. Kneeling, he begged for forgiveness, knowing that, as a close attendant, it was imperative for him to remain well-informed, to be acutely aware of any stirrings within the palaces, and to report them to the emperor without delay. In the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, Chen Yuanjia recalled the image of the tearful Sheng Mingzhu, who had once come to the Eastern Palace to complain to the Grand Tutor after being punished. He wondered if, at this moment, she was similarly shedding tears in secret, causing him much anxiety. Your Majesty, he began, the Minister of Revenue, along with Governor Sun from Jiangnan, requests an audience. Before Chen Yuanjia could descend the steps, a young eunuch rushed in with the news, halting him in his tracks. Reluctantly, he set aside his intention to meet the young consort. Recognizing the gravity of the matter concerning the inspection of salt taxes, El Shun, convey my decree. Yuan Jiu, with her elegant disposition and pure nature, is to be promoted to the rank of Chao Yuan. Chen Yuanjia, unable to attend to her personally at that moment, sought to find a way to make amends for her. Surprised yet obedient, El Shun bowed and departed to announce the edict. However, just a few steps away, he was called back by Chen Yuanjia. Furthermore, you shall visit my private treasury and select some items she has yet to enjoy to present them as gifts. Inform her that I shall visit her palace tonight. Unable to decide on what to bestow upon Sheng Mingzhu, Chen Yuanjia left it to El Shun to choose from his private collection. Your servant shall attend to it at once. El Shun hurried off to select exquisite fabrics, jewelry, and vessels from the tributes received from foreign lands, accompanied by a retinue of servants, bearing the imperial decree and gifts as they made their way to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. As the decree arrived at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, news swiftly spread throughout the palace, accompanied by the sound of shattered porcelain, particularly in Xianfu Palace and Funing Hall. Sheng Mingzhu's eyes were drawn to 3 books among the numerous gifts, their covers adorned with red, green, and blue silk, piquing her interest. Bai Ling, place those 3 books on the shelf. I intend to read them whenever I have the leisure. Yes, Miss, Bai Ling replied promptly. Bai Ling, you must address me as Chao Yuan. After all, I have ascended to the rank of a lady. Sheng Mingzhu declared proudly, imagining how her third brother would react upon seeing her new title. Bai Ling suppressed a roll of her eyes, knowing that if the third young master were to discover that she had merely been elevated by 1 rank to the lowest position of Chao Yuan, he would certainly mock her. Fuming, Sheng Mingzhu retorted, have you accepted bribes from my third brother, always defending him? I swear on heaven and earth, I have not. Bai Ling declared earnestly. As Bai Ying entered and observed the two engaged in banter, she chuckled, Chao Yuan, it is time for your lunch. With her head held high, Sheng Mingzhu rose to partake in her meal, leaving Bai Ling speechless. After dining, Bai Ying applied a swelling remedy to Sheng Mingzhu's knees, and she soon succumbed to sleepiness, drifting off for a midday nap. After concluding his audience with the 2 ministers, Chen Yuanjia's thoughts remained fixated on the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, and he hurried to visit the young consort. Upon his arrival, as he stepped into the courtyard, Bai Ying and the others were busy with their tasks. Upon hearing El Shun's announcement, they immediately came forward to greet him. Where is Chao Yuan? Chen Yuanjia inquired, noticing her absence. Bai Ying responded, Your Majesty. Chao Yuan has taken her medicine and is now resting. Chen Yuanjia swiftly entered Sheng Mingzhu's chamber, only to find the young girl peacefully asleep, embodying a serene passage of time. He took a seat at the edge of the bed and noticed the conspicuous and terrifying bruises adorning her knees. A profound sense of guilt washed over him as he gently caressed her cheek. In her drowsy state, Sheng Mingzhu murmured his name, Brother Yuanjia. At the sound, Chen Yuanjia's heart stirred. The little girl, who usually concealed her feelings and maintained a demeanor befitting a noble subject, revealed a lingering trust and reliance on him in her dreams, unguarded and innocent. Don't worry, Brother Yuanjia is here. He pressed a tender kiss upon her, delicate and soft. As she stirred, feeling a constriction in her breath, Sheng Mingzhu slowly opened her eyes. Her lashes fluttered, and her gaze met the deep, affectionate eyes of the man before her, filled with warmth and yearning. Your Majesty, she said, still in disbelief, her voice a soft, melodic whisper with a hint of nasality. Chen Yuanjia's heart melted. He embraced her tenderly, cradling her in his arms. Sure, call me Brother Yuanjia. Brother Yuanjia, she complied, a smile illuminating her face. Don't worry. I've always been here, waiting for you to grow up. He placed a kiss atop her head, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. Lying in his embrace, Sheng Mingzhu gazed at the emperor before her, overwhelmed by his affectionate regard. Fearful of falling too deeply, she was nonetheless stirred by the budding emotions of her youth. At the tender age of 15, when a heart begins to awaken, does it hurt? Why are you so foolish? Chen Yuanjia's concern for her injuries mingled with a tinge of reproach for her lack of self-protection. It doesn't hurt. I'm almost healed, she replied with a cheerful grin. Feigning seriousness, Chen Yuanjia admonished, Next time, you must come to me immediately if anything happens. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, she nodded, secretly amused by his feigned sternness. Her lips curving into a discreet smile. Though he was reluctant to part, he maintained a facade of displeasure. That evening, as Chen Yuanjia lingered, Sheng Mingzhu felt a pang of anxiety. With her injuries, she worried he might harbor ulterior motives. Furthermore, her previous visit to Consort Jingda weighed heavily on her mind. Observing her retreat to the farthest corner of the bed, almost pressed against the wall, Chen Yuanjia began to reflect on whether his exuberance had left her with lingering fears. He had not anticipated that the young girl not only feared his intentions, but also found his past associations distasteful. Don't worry, I won't touch you. Sleep peacefully, he reassured her, using the word I to alleviate her concerns. Only then did Sheng Mingzhu roll into his embrace, avoiding her injured knees, and they drifted into a restful slumber, filled with sweet dreams. Chen Yuanjia stayed at Wanyu Pavilion for 9 consecutive nights, inciting jealousy among the palace's concubines, who expressed their grievances towards Sheng Mingzhu when they paid their respects to the empress the following day. Unfazed, she remained composed, embodying a demeanor of tranquility and grace. When a few sought to provoke her, she simply replied, Go find the emperor. Do not involve me. The likes of Li Zhaoyuan and Zhou Jiyu retreated discontentedly, deterred from further entanglement. On the 15th of September, Chen Yuanjia, as was his custom, visited the queen's palace and departed only after partaking in breakfast the following day. He then spent 2 days at the Yonghe Palace, 1 day at the Changchun Palace of Consort, and summoned Ning Zhaoyuan and Zhen Marin each for a night of company. The only consorts remaining without summons were Li Zhaoyuan and Zhou Jiyu. The implications of such an omission were unmistakable. Sheng Mingzhu had entered the palace for over a month, becoming well acquainted with its various quarters. On this day, she was summoned to the imperial study to attend to the writing implements, while Chen Yuanjia had not found the time to visit the Wanyu Pavilion for quite a while. He had been preoccupied with assessing the studies of the 5 princes, rewarding those who showed progress and encouraging those who stagnated, while the stubborn second prince faced punishment for his obstinacy. Coupled with matters from the previous court, he had not entered the inner palace for over 10 days and had no time to summon the consorts to the Chengxian Palace. As Sheng Mingzhu ground the ink, she stole glances at Chen Yuanjia, the youthful emperor clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, his golden crown adorning his hair, his countenance radiant like the sun and stars, exuding an aura of grandeur and authority. Remembering that day when he gazed at her with profound emotion stirred her heart, causing her to succumb to dreamy reveries. Her initial resolve now wavering. The ancient chill pervaded, silence enveloped all, tranquility of heart and spirit led her thoughts to a serene state. She silently recited the calming mantra, striving to guard herself against the emotional web woven by Sheng Mingzhu. She recalled her mother's admonition to remain vigilant and not fall for this scoundrel. Sheng Mingzhu, upon hearing the little consort muttering to herself, listened intently and realized she was reciting the calming mantra, prompting a chuckle from him. This little one had grown, yet remained delightfully quirky. Why was Shu'er reciting the heart-clearing spell? His face brightened with a playful smile, devoid of the sternness he usually bore while handling court documents. Mingzhu immediately covered her mouth, fearing her voice had been too loud and inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts to Sheng Mingzhu. With mischief in his heart, Sheng Mingzhu pulled Sheng Mingzhu into his embrace, leaning down to scrutinize her averted gaze. "Are you afraid of falling for Brother Mingzhu, hence reciting the heart-clearing spell?" he teased. Mingzhu vehemently shook her head in denial, her heart racing. Was it that she had already fallen for Brother Mingzhu, fearing she might not receive his affection, which led her to recite the spell? Sheng Mingzhu pressed on with his teasing inquiries. Mingzhu found herself caught in a whirlwind of confusion, her mind not keeping pace with her heart, fearing she was hopelessly ensnared in emotions unbeknownst to her. What then? Sheng Mingzhu showed no signs of relinquishing his pursuit of the young lady. His lips hovered close to Mingzhu's rosy ones. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, tears glistening in her eyes. Sheng Mingzhu, parched with longing, acted before he could think, pressing his lips against hers in a deep kiss, savoring the sweetness of the young girl. Shu'er, he breathed hoarsely, his fingers deftly finding the sash at her waist, skillfully loosening it. Her graceful form unfolded gently, revealing a delicate sweetness akin to a ripe peach. In a moment of impulsive desire, Sheng Mingzhu, unable to restrain himself, drew the little consort onto the throne within the imperial study to share an intimate encounter. Hearing the sound of shattering porcelain, Sheng immediately intended to enter and tidy up, but upon lifting his foot, he was met with an inappropriate noise. Understanding the situation, he cleared his throat and assumed the role of a sentinel at the door. If this matter were to leak, the empress would be publicly shamed, and the censors would denounce Chong Yuan, mercilessly. Chapter 33. Finding a new playmate about an hour had passed when Sheng heard a summons from within, hurriedly leading the maid Bai Ling to attend to Sheng Mingzhu. Sheng Mingzhu wrapped the young concubine in his dragon robe, leaving only her fluffy little head exposed. Sheng cast a quick glance and noticed that Sheng Mingzhu's complexion was flushed and her breath unsteady. Sensing Sheng's gaze, she shyly turned her face into Sheng Mingzhu's chest, unwilling to meet the eyes of the two who had entered. Sheng Mingzhu shot a warning glance at Sheng, who promptly lowered his head in fear. Having followed Sheng Mingzhu since childhood, Sheng understood the gravity of the situation well. The emperor had been married for nearly a decade. He had witnessed many scenes before. Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of joy as he observed the bashful demeanor of the girl in his arms, his expression softening considerably. At least the little girl did not seem to reject his proximity. As for her psychological defenses, he had ample time to dismantle them. "Leave us." Sheng Mingzhu instructed Bai Ling to set aside the garments, preparing to assist the young Mingzhu in changing, since the little concubine refused to let anyone else see her while in his embrace. After Bai Ling and Sheng exited, Sheng Mingzhu lifted Sheng Mingzhu from his arms, guiding her to change clothes. Sheng Mingzhu opened her eyes to glance at Sheng Mingzhu, but was still too shy to rise. In this completely vulnerable state, how could she stand? Hence, she clung tightly to the dragon robe. "Since you are unwilling, what else must I do?" Sheng Mingzhu teased, pretending to act mischievously. "I want to get up," Sheng Mingzhu murmured softly, suppressing her embarrassment as she removed the heavy dragon robe and donned the garments Bai Ling had brought, hurriedly attempting to cover the numerous, varying shades of kiss marks on her body. Chun Yuanjia, observing the marks on the little concubine, felt a pang of guilt. The evidence of his passion was laid bare before him, each mark silently accusing him of his misdeeds. To make amends for the little concubine's plight, he stood and adjusted her attire, presenting her with a lake blue, tassel-adorned dress made of delicate gauze and a plush, richly colored cloak. Once her outfit was arranged, he admired her exquisite beauty. His heart stirred. Chun Yuanjia casually donned the prepared attire beside him. "Are you tired? Would you like to rest in the side hall?" he suggested, hoping Sheng Mingzhu might retire to the Imperial Study's side hall while he attended to some documents. "I want to go back," Sheng Mingzhu replied, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, yearning for a wash. Chun Yuanjia pinched the soft, fair cheek of the young girl. "Then return first. I shall come to see you once I finish my work." "Yes," Sheng Mingzhu replied, bowing her head as she took her leave. After exiting, Sheng Mingzhu still dared not look at the smiling El Shan, quickening her pace alongside Bai Ling to escape the scene of gossip. She did not summon a palanquin, opting instead to walk back. Just halfway home, a little girl suddenly leaped from behind a rockery, throwing herself at her legs, trembling and sobbing, unable to speak, only wailing desperately. "What is the matter?" Sheng Mingzhu knelt to lift the little girl, taking the handkerchief offered by Bai Ling to wipe away her tears. The small figure trembled, clearly frightened. The girl was Chun Yuqing, the second princess and the daughter of Consort, only 4 years old this year. "How dare you run away? I shall twist your head off." A small boy's voice emanated from a distance, laden with a chilling tone. Sheng Mingzhu observed as the little girl hid behind her, whimpering softly, too frightened to cry out. Following the source of the boy's voice, she beheld a richly dressed lad, and she mused that such attire must signify a prince. Having entered the palace for over a month, Sheng Mingzhu had only interacted with the Weiyang Palace and the Chengxian Hall, leaving her largely unfamiliar with the offspring of Chun Yuanjia aside from their mere number. "Who are you to dare protect her? Do you believe this prince would not thrash you both?" boasted the audacious boy, the second prince Chun Yuanjia, flanked by 4 eunuchs and 2 palace maids. "Indeed, I do believe," Sheng Mingzhu retorted, turning the tables on the unruly child. Taken aback by the woman's unexpected belief in his authority, the second prince found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Fear not. Which palace do you hail from? Shall I escort you back to your mother?" Sheng Mingzhu gently inquired, cradling the little girl in her arms. Before the girl could respond, the second prince, incensed and embarrassed, commanded, "You lot, bind this woman and punish her." The eunuchs exchanged glances, recognizing the esteemed Yuan Chongyuan before them, and hesitated to act. "Are you deaf? Do you dare defy my orders? I shall inform my mother to have you punished," threatened the second prince. "Your Highness, please forgive us. This lady is the esteemed Yuan Chongyuan from the Wanyu Pavilion." These 2 maidservants were specifically chosen by Wei Zijing to serve Prince Chun Yuanjia, explained one of the maids, realizing that their young master was about to create a scandal. Yet, the second prince dismissed their words, kicking the maid who spoke out. "Begone! I will have my mother sell you off." As the second prince advanced to confront her and the little princess, Sheng Mingzhu entrusted the young girl to Bai Ling and stepped forward to intercept the uncoordinated and flailing Chun Yuanjia. "You still require several more years of practice before you are worthy to spar with me. Return and diligently hone your skills," she remarked with ease, holding the boy's wild flailing. The second prince, feeling humiliated, grew even angrier, yet found himself unable to retaliate, accustomed to having his wishes fulfilled by Wei Zijing. He was unaccustomed to being constrained, and tears began to well in his eyes as he glared fiercely at Sheng Mingzhu. "Real men do not shed tears. Did your father not teach you that?" Sheng Mingzhu jested lightly. "Wait for me. My mother will not let you go unpunished," the second prince shouted as he broke free from her grasp and fled. Sheng Mingzhu had intentionally released the boy, wishing to avoid further conflict. Observing the little girl's admiring gaze, she felt it was worth it. "Whose little princess are you?" Sheng Mingzhu asked, her demeanor softened by her affection for the child. "Greetings, Lady Yuan. I am from the house of Shu Fei, and my name is Chun Yuqing," the little girl replied, inexplicably drawn to Sheng Mingzhu and recalling the maid's introduction of her as Yuan Chongyuan. Then shall we escort the princess back to find her mother? Sheng Mingzhu said, gently stroking the girl's hair. Upon hearing that the elder sister would take her home, the little princess was overjoyed and nodded vigorously in agreement. Sheng Mingzhu then led the little princess to the Changchun Palace of Shufei and, after announcing their arrival, was welcomed inside by the gracious Shufei. Upon entering the main hall, the noble consort noticed her daughter's crimson eyes, a clear indication of recent tears. She hurriedly approached and embraced her. "Chinger, who has wronged you?" "It was second brother." The little princess replied. "He wanted me to jump from the mountain, and when I refused, he struck my hand. Mother, look." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing several fresh bruises on her arms. "It was Empress Yuan who drove off second brother and brought me back." The little princess then turned to see Sheng Mingzhu standing silently nearby. The noble consort bowed gracefully to Sheng Mingzhu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for protecting her and personally escorting her home." "I cannot accept such courtesy from your highness," Sheng Mingzhu replied modestly. "I merely happened upon the situation. In the future, it would be prudent for your highness to assign more attendants to accompany her." Sheng Mingzhu returned the gesture of gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness." But ever since the noble consort entered the Eastern Palace, she has been overshadowed by Wei Zijin. Her own demeanor has been one of passivity, which has led to a shift in the palace's dynamics over time. Rest assured, your highness, there will be no significant conflict with the second prince. I believe all will be well. Sheng Mingzhu sought to reassure the mother and daughter pair, acknowledging the fear that must have lingered in their hearts after so many years under Wei Zijin's influence. As for herself, she harbored no concerns, for trouble seemed to find her without her seeking it. "Empress Yuan, do you enjoy playing house? Would you join me for a game?" Shen Yuqing suddenly invited Sheng Mingzhu to play. The little princess lacked siblings and found herself devoid of companions. The eldest princess dismissed her, and the boys paid her no heed. Thus, she eagerly seized the opportunity to invite the kind-hearted Sheng Mingzhu. "Of course, I would love to. How about you come to my palace to play another day?" Sheng Mingzhu finally found a playmate, albeit a 4-year-old girl, younger than she was, yet full of potential. "Yay! Then I will come to Empress Yuan's palace tomorrow," Shen Yuqing exclaimed with excitement. "Very well. I shall await the little princess's arrival tomorrow," Sheng Mingzhu replied, her affectionate demeanor towards the child deeply moving the noble consort. "Noble consort, I shall take my leave now," Sheng Mingzhu said, not lingering any longer. The noble consort and her daughter escorted her to the palace gates, where they agreed upon a time before she departed from Changchun Palace. Chapter 34. New Affections and Old Flames, which is worthy and which is not. After returning to Wanyu Pavilion and indulging in a soothing rose-petal bath, Sheng Mingzhu was about to reach for a book from the shelf when a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. "Please wait, noble consort Jingda. Allow me to report this matter," Lin Ji daintily interjected, blocking the furious Wei Zijin, fearing she might harm their esteemed mistress. Wei Zijin, radiating fury, surveyed the servants of Wanyu Pavilion, and some, intimidated by her presence, dared not impede the noble consort's approach. "What audacity! Who dares to obstruct me?" Wei Zijin looked down haughtily upon the gathered individuals. A dozen eunuchs, led by the chief eunuch from Yonghe Palace, advanced and subdued by Ling and the others. Wei Zijin strode confidently to the door, kicking it open to intrude upon Sheng Mingzhu's sanctuary. Bai Ying hurriedly stepped in front of Sheng Mingzhu, guarding her against any sudden aggression from Wei Zijin. "Relying on the emperor's fleeting favor, you dare to tread upon my dignity. I shall show you who holds true power." Wei Zijin raised her hand, signaling Taoyue and Ingshi to seize Sheng Mingzhu. Sheng Mingzhu was utterly speechless, pondering how calamity had befallen her unprovoked. She had merely intervened to quell a dispute between two children. It was not as if she had committed any heinous act. Who dares to lay a finger on them? Sheng Mingzhu gazed at Wei Zijing's two maidservants as they attempted to restrain Bai Ying, her voice stern as she intervened. "As a noble consort of the second rank, am I not permitted to discipline a mere 9th-ranked concubine?" Wei Zijing maintained an air of superiority over Sheng Mingzhu, seemingly eclipsing her in terms of years in the palace. "Actual age, rank, and favor. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I truly do not recall when I have offended you to warrant such treatment, Sheng Mingzhu declared, shielding Bai Ying behind her and refusing to allow Tao Yue and her companion to continue their intimidation. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Chongyuan was a coward who dared to bully a 9-year-old child one moment, but was now too fearful to own up to her actions. Is this the reputation of your Sheng family? In a fit of rage, Wei Zijing, having endured the emperor's neglect for some time, felt her pent-up grievances reach a boiling point, especially after her second son returned in tears, claiming Yuan Chongyuan had harmed him. Without a second thought, she rushed to seek retribution. Sheng Mingzhu, fully aware of Wei Zijing's motives for her outburst, feigned ignorance to avoid escalating the matter and did not wish to engage in conflict. Your Highness has misunderstood. I merely intervened to protect the second prince from the bullying of the little princess. I did not lay a hand on him, and I hope you can ascertain the truth, she calmly explained to Wei Zijing, unfazed by her hostility and oppression. Wei Zijing sneered, closing the distance between them, her eyes aflame with animosity, as if they were sworn enemies from rival houses. Suddenly, she struck Sheng Mingzhu with a resounding slap, the force of which left the young girl momentarily disoriented. How dare you speak back to me? Who taught you such insolence? Wei Zijing scoffed, looking down at the pair of master and servant. Sheng Mingzhu lifted her chin defiantly, motioning for Bai Ying to step aside, and confronted Wei Zijing with unwavering resolve. Is this the conduct of your Wei family? Is this what you consider proper upbringing? Distorting the truth and turning the tables? Her eyes widened in anger as she confronted the audacity of Wei Zijing, who dared to strike her at her own doorstep, a reflection of her own weakness that invited such contempt. As Wei Zijing, taken aback by Sheng Mingzhu's boldness, raised her hand again to strike, Sheng Mingzhu seized her wrist, declaring, "Only my family has the right to strike me. What gives you the audacity?" Wei Zijing, caught off guard by Sheng Mingzhu's defiance, felt her face burn with embarrassment as pain began to register. Dazed, she turned her head, her ears ringing, momentarily frozen in place before she charged forward to retaliate. "You wretched girl! How dare you defy the hierarchy and disregard palace rules? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the emperor." Sheng Mingzhu, refusing to back down, recognized that such bullies thrived on the weakness of others. If she remained silent, she would forever be tormented. Gathering her strength, she kicked Wei Zijing, who stumbled backward, landing comically on the ground. Peach Moon and Ying Shi witnessed their beloved lady sprawled on the ground, and they rushed forward, eager to assist Wei Zijing. Bai Ying, however, took the opportunity to trip Peach Moon as she advanced. Ying Shi, noticing Peach Moon fall beside their lady and recognizing Bai Ying's foul play, lunged at her in a fit of fury. Instantly, the forgetting worry pavilion transformed into a battleground, the eunuchs from Yonghe Palace leveraging their numerical superiority to overpower the maids of the pavilion. Inside the room, Sheng Mingzhu, with her extensive experience in brawling, gained a distinct advantage. "Enough! Cease this at once!" Chen Yuanjia bellowed, his voice booming as he surveyed the chaotic scene. There lay Sheng Mingzhu atop Wei Zijing, delivering solid slaps to her face. Though Wei Zijing was at a disadvantage, she was not idle, grabbing a handful of Sheng Mingzhu's hair and pulling fiercely. "Pull them apart," Chen Yuanjia commanded, his icy demeanor directed at El Shun as he observed his two women behaving like unruly shrews. El Shun flicked his whisk, and several guards promptly entered, separating the two concubines and retreating to await further orders. Upon seeing Chen Yuanjia arrive, Wei Zijing immediately leaped into his embrace, seizing the moment to assert herself. "Cousin, look at her. She dares to lay hands on me," utterly disregarding palace decorum. Chen Yuanjia cast a glance at the unruffled Sheng Mingzhu standing aside, then looked down at his cousin, who was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Wei Zijing raised her eyes to him, tears streaming down her cheeks, her already exquisite features marred by sorrow. What a pitiful sight. Why resort to violence? Do you not remember your status as a concubine? Although Chen Yuanjia did not direct his inquiry at Sheng Mingzhu, everyone present understood it was aimed at her. The room, full of servants, hearing the emperor's stern tone, fell to their knees in fear, while Sheng Mingzhu stood tall and unyielding, unperturbed. Seeing that Sheng Mingzhu did not speak in her defense, Chen Yuanjia turned his gaze toward her. Her hair was disheveled, faint marks of red on her face where her skin had been scratched, and one cheek slightly swollen. In stark contrast, Wei Zijing appeared quite disheveled, her cheeks flushed, makeup smeared, and attire in disarray. Daring to raise your hands in the palace. Have I been too indulgent with you? Chen Yuanjia refrained from directly blaming either woman. Sheng Mingzhu remained aloof, refusing to engage. Wei Zijing, however, could not contain herself. Cousin, not only does she disrespect me, but she also harmed our Yongzhe, who is still unable to stand in Yonghe Palace. Sheng Mingzhu listened quietly to Wei Zijing's embellished complaints, finding them somewhat amusing. If your son truly cannot rise, you ought to lament, not threaten. Yuan Chongyuan, do you have anything to say? Chen Yuanjia observed the little concubine's nonchalant demeanor, recognizing that while disputes among concubines could be attributed to jealousy, laying hands on a royal prince was a blatant affront to the imperial family. Sheng Mingzhu met his gaze directly, the anger in his eyes palpable, his brows knitted together. Not long ago, they had shared the most intimate moments, yet now he regarded her with a chilling demeanor, devoid of any warmth, while embracing his other concubine in a united front against her, suddenly realizing that in a mere month, she had placed herself in such a predicament. Forgetting the heartfelt admonitions of her mother, who had raised her with great care, and harboring delusions regarding the man surrounded by numerous consorts, Sheng Mingzhu felt she truly deserved this fate. She knelt upright, understanding the distinction between sovereign and subject, and bowed for the sake of her family. At this moment, the truth was clear. There was nothing left to argue. When Chen Yuanjia coldly questioned her, he had already placed his trust in his favored concubine. With no words left to say, Sheng Mingzhu lowered her gaze, refusing to look at the embracing couple before her. Her tone was so flat that Chen Yuanjia could sense the immense pride and spirit concealed within the frail figure of the young concubine. Your Highness, the second prince is convulsing and has a high fever, reported the eunuch attending to the second prince from Yonghe Palace. Upon hearing of the second prince's relentless fever, Wei Zijing leaned weakly against Chen Yuanjia, unable to stand. Yingat, El Shun, hurry and summon the imperial physician, Chen Yuanjia exclaimed, cradling the sinking Wei Zijing and anxiously ordering El Shun while staring at Wei Zijing's pale face. Cousin, I must return to Yonghe Palace to be with our son. Wei Zijing weakly uttered. Very well, I shall carry you back, Chen Yuanjia replied, lifting Wei Zijing without casting a glance at the kneeling Sheng Mingzhu as he departed from Wanyu Pavilion. He hurriedly took Wei Zijing onto the dragon carriage, hastening towards Yonghe Palace. In Weiyang Palace, Xiangshi swiftly received the news. After a long pause, she remarked, in matters of new love and old affection, which is more precious and which is less? Chapter 35. House arrest in Wanyu Pavilion. Several palace maids began to clean up the aftermath. Inside, only Bai Ying and Bai Ling were in attendance. With tears in her eyes, Bai Ling watched Bai Ying apply medicine to Sheng Mingzhu, feeling a pang of sympathy for the pampered young lady who had suffered injury twice in such a short time within the palace. Miss, last time you were punished to kneel for a stranger, simply because you resembled Miss Ruo Shi. This time, for someone else's daughter, you were once again made to suffer. Is it only because she resembles our Miss Nuo that you intervened? Bai Ling chattered on, feeling it was unfair for Sheng Mingzhu. Meeting them is my destiny. When fate arrives, one cannot evade it, do you understand? Sheng Mingzhu replied gently, explaining to Bai Ling, Miss, it would be wise to steer clear of such disputes in the future. Who knows how long this chaos will last? Bai Ying expressed her concerns, having observed the emperor's attitude towards her mistress in this matter. Sheng Mingzhu forced a smile. Fear not, I shall accompany her in this turmoil. I am not known as the demon king of the world for nothing. It has been many years since that incident. Moreover, the third young master and the eldest son of the Liu family do not acknowledge that title for you, Bai Ling bluntly countered. Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes, exasperated by Bai Ling's lack of consideration for her dignity. If I had known I would endure such grievances, I would have preferred a marriage alliance with the eldest son of the Liu family, Bai Ling grumbled as she tossed a handkerchief into the basin. Silence. What nonsense are you speaking? Are you trying to harm the miss? Bai Ying exclaimed in shock, immediately reprimanding her sister to be quiet. Bai Ling stuck out her tongue. Am I not allowed to speak the truth? The young Master Lu is so infatuated with the miss. Surely, he loves her alone. At least there wouldn't be so many women gossiping. Elder sister Bai Ying, please grant an extra month as salary to Xiao Lin and the others, as they have unwittingly suffered because of me. Sheng Mingzhu surmised that the individuals outside must have endured suffering, and she decided to offer them some silver as compensation. The young lady was kind-hearted, and the maidservant expressed gratitude on her behalf. Bai Ying knelt gracefully, accepting her orders with a smile. When Chen Yuanjia arrived at Yonghe Palace, cradling Wei Zijing, he heard the second prince groaning in pain, despite his usual strict discipline towards the princes. Witnessing the small body writhing in agony on the bed filled him with compassion. Where is the imperial physician? What did he say? Chen Yuanjia inquired of the attendant. The attendant respectfully replied, Your Majesty, the physician has stated that His Highness, the second prince, is suffering from a shock, which has left him in a weakened state, resulting in a high fever and convulsions. He requires ample rest and meticulous care to recover. Chen Yuanjia sat at the edge of the bed and felt the second prince's forehead, which was indeed burning with fever. What shall we do? He asked. Wei Zijing, supporting herself against a maid, stood by the bed, her heart heavy with worry as she gazed at her son, whose breath was faint. Do not fear. I will ensure our son comes to no harm. Chen Yuanjia reassured her, taking her hand in comfort. I trust you, Your Majesty, Wei Zijing replied, her earlier flirtation forgotten, embodying the demeanor of a devoted and caring mother. Summon Huiqilan to attend to the second prince. Chen Yuanjia commanded Lu Shan. It is worth noting that Huiqilan was the emperor's personal physician, a man so esteemed that even the revered empress mother could not summon his expertise. Wei Zijing understood the significance of Huiqilan, her heart swelling with joy at the emperor's evident concern for their son, filling her with hope for the future. What caused the shock? Chen Yuanjia pressed for details. The kneeling eunuch, unable to meet the emperor's gaze, replied, Your Majesty. It was the Lady Yuan Chongyuan who seized His Highness's hands, preventing him from moving. When he struggled to escape, her threats frightened him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanjia reflected on the various misdeeds of the young concubine in her childhood, finding it unsurprising and without doubt. Your Majesty, Wei Zijing lamented, I merely sought to inquire about the matter today, yet she disregarded decorum and acted against me. How can my son and I survive in the inner palace if she continues to bully us? You cherish Yuan Chongyuan so dearly. Yet will you allow her to torment us to our demise? Do not speak of death. I will stand by you both, Chen Yuanjia promised, unable to bear the sight of his beloved consort in tears. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to teach the reckless young concubine a lesson. Let it be known that Yuan Chongyuan has overstepped her bounds with her reckless words and actions. She is to be confined for a month and shall transcribe the palace regulations 10 times, Chen Yuanjia declared, fully aligning himself with Wei Zijing in this matter. Without even asking Lu Shun to ascertain the facts. Your command is acknowledged, Lu Shun noted. Recognizing the emperor's serious demeanor and understanding that he was indeed intent on punishing Sheng Mingzhu, Wei Zijing felt a surge of pride upon hearing the emperor's decree. At that moment, Huiqilan arrived, greeting the emperor in the defay before proceeding to examine the young prince. Huiqilan, how is Yongzha? Is it serious? Wei Zijing asked urgently. Huiqilan withdrew his hand and reassured both Chen Yuanjia and Wei Zijing. Your Highness, do not worry. I will prescribe some medicine, and he shall improve within 2 days. Huiqilan did not explicitly express his opinion, remaining ambiguous, likely influenced by the whispers from the palace, thus refraining from making definitive statements. Chen Yuanjia immediately sensed that Huiqilan's words were laden with concealment. Casting a glance at Lu Shun, who understood without words, he quietly followed Huiqilan, who was about to draft a prescription. Chen Yuanjia waited until the potion was prepared and observed the maidservant administering it to Chen Yongzha before returning to the imperial study. Physician Ho reported that the second prince had inadvertently consumed something harmful, leading to vomiting and diarrhea, resulting in a weakened state. Furthermore, due to his impatient temperament, his anger had harmed his liver, causing instability of mind and body, accompanied by fever and convulsions. Lu Shun bowed to Chen Yuanjia and reported. Chen Yuanjia paused, his expression grave as he looked at Lu Shun, inquiring about the situation in the Wuyo Pavilion. After receiving the imperial edict, Ru Chongyuan had not emerged again. Lu Shun lowered his voice in reply, unable to bear the emperor's direct gaze. After a moment of silence, seeing Chen Yuanjia had nothing further to say, he bowed and stepped aside, becoming inconspicuous. The following day, Sheng Mingzhu, confined to her quarters, did not have to attend the morning and evening audiences at Weiyang Palace, allowing her to rest adequately before rising to wash and partake in breakfast. Consort Zheng emerged from Weiyang Palace, taking her daughter to the imperial study to seek an audience with Chen Yuanjia. Lord Lu, I have brought Qing'er to pay respects to the emperor. May his majesty have the time to see us. Consort Zheng spoke gently, showing great respect to the chief eunuch. Please wait, your highness. I shall inform his majesty. Lu Shun replied promptly. The purpose of Consort Zheng's visit was evident. She felt remorseful about the confinement of Sheng Mingzhu due to matters concerning her daughter and had brought the second princess to explain herself. Your highness, his majesty summons you. Another eunuch approached Lu Shun to invite them inside. We humbly wish the emperor peace. The mother and daughter duo greeted Chen Yuanjia. Rise. Qing'er, come here to father. Chen Yuanjia, though not as indulgent towards this younger daughter as he was with the elder, still held her dearly. He embraced her upon seeing her, not letting go. Father. Chen Yuqing spoke sweetly, her intelligence shining through. What brings you here today? Chen Yuanjia knew that Consort Zheng would not approach unless there were matters of significance and rarely sought favor in the harem. Father. I had made plans with Princess Yuan to play house today, but mother said I cannot go to see Princess Yuan. Chen Yuqing frowned, seemingly facing a monumental dilemma. Chen Yuanjia, intrigued, wondered how this little concubine had come to interact with his young daughter. Why can't you see Princess Yuan, who is so wonderful? Chen Yuqing continued to furrow her brow in inquiry. What makes her so wonderful? Chen Yuanjia countered. Chen Yuqing wore her displeasure openly, her little head drooping. Yesterday, second brother wanted to hit me, and Princess Yuan protected me. If not for her, second brother and his friends would have caught me and pushed me down the mountain. Hearing this, Chen Yuanjia's anger surged. He regarded the little princess with a stern countenance and asked gravely, Who told you to say such things? Please forgive me, your majesty. Consort Zheng, noticing Chen Yuanjia's anger, rose to plead for forgiveness, fearing for her daughter. No one prompted me to say it. It was second brother who struck me first. And I ran into Princess Yuan, she insisted. If you don't believe me, father, look at this, second brother hit me here. After Chen Yuqing finished speaking, she strained to roll up her sleeves, revealing bruises and welts upon her arms. Upon seeing the injuries on his daughter's limbs, Chen Yuanjia could no longer feign ignorance. He was acutely aware of the affection that Empress Shu had for this daughter. Reflecting on the words of the imperial physician, he realized he had acted foolishly. Empress Shu rose, and Chen Yuanjia understood the purpose of her presence. Whether to avenge her daughter or to offer an explanation for Sheng Mingzhu, her intentions were undeniably justifiable. Qing'er shall return with your mother. Once I have concluded my state affairs, I will accompany her, if it pleases you, he said, handing the princess into Empress Shu's embrace. Noticing the emperor's worried expression, Empress Shu sensed his anxiety over having wronged Yuan Chongyuan. However, the shackles of sovereignty compelled the man before her to remain composed and restrained. I shall not disturb your majesty further. I will take Qing'er and take my leave, she said, bowing respectfully. Go, he replied. Ed Shan, please bestow the recently presented silks upon the empress and the princess. Such lavish rewards were a testament to his affection for his daughter and a commendation for her justifications. This humble servant and Qing'er extend our heartfelt gratitude for your majesty's grace, Empress Shu expressed, and without further detours, she made her way directly back to Changchun Palace. From Chen Yuanjia's subtle expressions, she discerned that this emperor was indeed ensnared by feelings of his own, not for herself, but for her daughter's future. She resolved to let the factions led by the empress and the noble Wei family recognized her closeness to Wang Yuxian, no longer shying away from it. She would take a gamble, testing whether the emperor's affection for Miss Sheng would endure. Chapter 36. This concubine's beauty is unique. Do not intrude the concubines of the inner palace. Even the empress were keenly observing whom the emperor would summon to his bed after confining Cheng Yuan, to Wang Yuxian. As anticipated, that very night, the emperor went to Changchun Palace, eliciting both joy and resentment. The one rejoicing was the little princess, Chen Yuqing, for her father had finally come to accompany her, and she felt cherished just like her elder sister. Resentment brewed among the palace women towards Empress Shu, who they presumed was leveraging the princess to garner favor. This roasted lamb is splendid. Have the imperial kitchen send a portion to Wang Yuxian for Cheng Yuan to sample. Chen Yuanjia ordered, merely issuing a warning to the scheming courtiers. Even while confining Sheng Mingzhu, his heart remained tethered to her. I wish to try it as well. Chen Yuqing urged her mother to serve her a piece. Before Empress Shu could act, Chen Yuanjia personally selected dishes for his daughter. Delicious. I am certain Yuan Yang will enjoy it, Chen Yuqing remarked after savoring the flavors. Chen Yuanjia smiled, pleased that his little concubine had captured his daughter's affection. In Yonghe Palace, Wei Zijin angrily shattered the tea tray against the floor, sending fragments scattering. That wretched woman, even in confinement, she still entices the emperor with her meals. Upon hearing that the emperor had sent a dish from Changchun Palace to Wang Yuxian, Wei Zijin realized that he was not genuinely angered with Sheng Mingzhu. Your Highness must remain vigilant. She is no ordinary woman. She may one day surpass you, Taiwa cautioned. Leaning back, Wei Zijin took a moment to collect herself. Her aunt would soon return to the palace, and at that time, she could no longer monopolize the emperor's affections. Your words hold weight, with the Empress Dowager present. We can rest easy, Shu concurred. In the days that followed, Chen Yuanjia did not set foot in the inner palace. While she understood that the young concubine felt wrong this time, it was imperative for an emperor to avoid any inconsistency in his decrees. Once words of gold are spoken, they cannot be retracted. This incident could serve as a lesson for the young concubine to comprehend the intricacies of the harem and temper her inclination towards martial prowess. Sheng Mingzhu would not allow trivial matters to disrupt her mood. She relished the luxury of not having to pay respects, rise early, or encounter those women who concealed daggers behind smiles, and thus her appetite was particularly robust. After enjoying dinner, she reclined on a soft couch, perusing a book entitled Walin Ji. My lady, if you continue to lie down like this, you will surely gain weight. Bai Ling expressed her concern over her mistress's sedentary behavior after a meal. Sheng Mingzhu, with a piece of pastry in her mouth, mumbled indistinctly. One must never betray delicious food. Bai Ling wished fervently to pull her mistress up for a few laps to burn off the high-calorie meat from dinner. Sister Bai Ling is becoming quite the matron. Increase her monthly allowance and let her rest properly, Sheng Mingzhu jested. My lady, perhaps I could accompany you for a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. Bai also encouraged Sheng Mingzhu to engage in some physical activity, acknowledging that she had indeed overindulged that evening. Nay, it is a waste of time. I am engrossed in the most crucial chapter, Sheng Mingzhu resolutely declined. The two sisters exchanged glances, unable to persuade their mistress to vacate the soft couch. If I were to master this unparalleled martial art, I would certainly wield a sword and roam the world, becoming a legendary heroine. Sheng Mingzhu fantasized about the extraordinary female martial artist in her book, reveling in the thrill of the imagined adventure. Yet you cannot even leave this humble forgetting worries pavilion, and you dream of wandering the martial world? With only the three of them present, conversation flowed more freely, especially since Sheng Mingzhu was typically lenient with her subordinates. Is it truly that I cannot go out? With your lady's exceptional martial skills, it would be a trivial matter, Sheng Mingzhu boasted somewhat exaggeratedly. Is it that you do not wish to go? Bai Ling questioned, puzzled. Sheng Mingzhu fell silent, setting the book down and sitting up to regard her two attendants. It is that I cannot bear to leave. Outside the door, Chen Yinji's heart raced as if facing his beloved for the first time, quietly listening. upon hearing the young concubine express her reluctance. He harbored a fervent hope that it was an expression of affection directed towards him. Yet, he recognized the stark reality that she was merely speaking of her family. The Sheng household, El Shun and the others dared not make a sound, eavesdropping on the emperor. "My lady, what is there to be reluctant about? What is so delightful within this palace?" Bai Ling failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Sheng Mingzhu's words. Delicious food and drink was not to like. Sheng Mingzhu teased Bai Ling. "Of course, it is not pleasant. Those women are all like they've been injected with enthusiasm. We do nothing, yet they come seeking our misfortunes. Are they out of their minds?" Bai Ling continued her lament. "Why concern ourselves with them? I alone am exquisite. They need not come near." Sheng Mingzhu resumed reading, unwilling to pursue the topic further. "My lady, have you forgotten? You are the last in line," Bai Ling remarked, raising her pinky finger. Bai Ying chuckled, playfully slapping Bai Ling to halt her nonsense. "The emperor has arrived," El Shun observed as Chen Yuanjia nodded to signal the announcement, quietly wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Fearing that Chong Yuan might utter some scandalous remarks, Sheng Mingzhu and her companions were taken aback. Wasn't she under house arrest? Was it appropriate for her to come here? Did she have no sense of decorum in eavesdropping? "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." Sheng Mingzhu descended from the bed, barefoot, and curtsied. Upon entering, Chen Yuanjia noticed the little concubine's bare feet. Although the heated floors and golden silk charcoal warmed the room, he still worried she might catch a chill. He approached her, lifted her gently, and placed her back on the bed. "What brings your majesty here?" Sheng Mingzhu inquired, genuinely curious about how much of their conversation he had overheard. "I came to see you. Have you been diligently copying the palace regulations?" Chen Yuanjia jested. Sheng Mingzhu's eyes widened as she recalled that it had been 7 or 8 days since she was assigned that task, and she had completely forgotten about it. She moved her lips a few times, then fell silent. Chen Yuanjia, perceiving her expression, knew she had not completed the task. She had always detested writing as a child, and it seemed that nothing had changed. With little time remaining, failing to finish would result in punishment. Chen Yuanjia continued to tease the little concubine. Sheng Mingzhu gazed at Chen Yuanjia with disbelief, her eyes brimming with incredulity and discontent. Chen Yuanjia studied her. She remained as radiant and self-assured as ever. Yet he could not overlook the undeniable affection that shone through her youthful demeanor. Just days prior, she had shown a hint of longing for him. The fragile bond they had nurtured seemed to revert to its original state, and his favoritism towards Wei Zijing had ultimately wounded Sheng Mingzhu's pride. She appeared quite adept at sealing her heart and locking away her love, seemingly relishing the practice. "Have you been engrossed in these tales lately?" Chen Yuanjia caught sight of a book on the table, Wulin Ji, and casually flipped through its pages. Sheng Mingzhu felt an urge to snatch it away, for some of its content was inappropriate for children, and she dreaded the thought of Chen Yuanjia discovering her interest in such material, fearing the ridicule that would follow. Such occurrences often transpired. The things one wished to avoid were inevitably unavoidable. As Sheng Mingzhu leaned forward to take a look, she noticed Chen Yuanjia's gaze had landed precisely on that page. Chapter 37, Brother Yuanjia, It Hurts. Sheng Mingzhu met Chen Yuanjia's amused gaze, feeling the acute embarrassment of being caught reading something so risque. "Your servant has finished reading. I shall put it away now," she said, handing the book to Bai Ying, signaling her to take it far away. "Was it interesting? Did you comprehend it?" Chen Yuanjia asked with a teasing smile, pulling the little beauty into his embrace. With one hand, he wrapped around Sheng Mingzhu's back, gazing down at her slightly parted cherry lips, which were a result of her flustered state, and he could not help but plant a gentle kiss upon them. He had been in the imperial study reviewing memorials, and thoughts of whether the little concubine might feel sorrow due to his neglect, or how the palace women might treat her during her confinement, plagued his mind. These thoughts troubled him, and after concluding his affairs, he hastened to see his beloved concubine. Upon arriving at Wanyu Pavilion, he heard her words and saw her open-hearted demeanor as she laughed and conversed with the palace maids, which eased his worries. Yet, his actions were at odds with his thoughts. As an emperor, he decided to indulge himself just this once, granting both of them a moment of freedom. "Dearest, How could you possibly understand the intricacies of this? Would you allow your brother Yuanjia to guide you through this exploration? At that moment, the emperor's usual stern demeanor faded, revealing a more playful and charming side. Sheng Mingzhu flushed crimson in an instant, her slender swan-like neck tinged pink with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Indeed, he had seen it clearly. The book's explicit and vulgar prose depicted every intimate scene between men and women with such vividness that readers felt as though they were present, their hearts racing involuntarily. Your concubine knows her mistake and will not read such things again, Sheng Mingzhu immediately confessed. What fault is there in my beloved consort? Chen Yuan's voice was low, his handsome face bathed in the warm glow of candlelight, both noble and alluring as he smiled at her with tender words that held her gaze captive. Before she could react, darkness enveloped her vision as Chen Yuanzi cradled the back of her head, his lips descending upon hers. He savored the lingering sweetness of pastries on her tongue, deliberately intensifying his assault, his fiery tongue plunging deep in her mouth with unrestrained dominance. Fierce, wild, leaving her no room to breathe. A muffled protest escaped her lips, but it was futile. Only when she was on the verge of suffocation did Chen Yuanzi relent, gazing down at her dazed expression, like a fish gasping for air after being pulled from the depths. Moments later, his scorching kisses trailed like brands down her snow-white neck. Each touch deliberate, his hands peeling away her garments as her body melted helplessly against him. Your Majesty, we cannot. There are people. Sheng Mingzhu clutched at his shoulders, her voice trembling. Gone. No one remains. He paused, soothing her with his words. Look at me, Shuer. Her eyes, now glazed with desire, shimmered with unshed tears, her lips bitten in a display of irresistible temptation. With a growl, Chen Yuanzi tore away her pink undergarment adorned with pomegranate blossoms, his touch turning ravenous as he claimed her. The moment his fingers grazed her skin, her mind went blank. Every brush of his body against hers painted her cheeks a deeper shade of crimson, her once innocent eyes now darkened with lust. A primal urgency seized him, his restraint fraying. Rising slightly, he shed his imperial robes and undergarments with deliberate elegance, the faint curve of his lips betraying his satisfaction with the woman beneath him. Be patient, Shuer. Your Yuanzi will give you everything. His voice was thick with promise, his actions reducing her to pleas and whimpers. Her cries never ceased until she was thoroughly ravished. Inside and out, as the storm of passion subsided, Chen Yuanzi watched her with tender amusement as she struggled to catch her breath. So easily overwhelmed, he smirked, already contemplating how to strengthen her endurance. The room was filled only with the sound of their ragged breathing. When she finally regained some composure and met his gaze, she found his eyes still burning with unquenched desire. Call my name here, Your Majesty. Call me Yuanzi. Yuanzi. Good girl. I will always be with you. His lips descended once more, tracing a path of kisses, bites, and licks along her collarbone. Yuanzi, it hurts. Shia, let me show you the love written in those books. Would you like that? She had no power to refuse. He was the master of this dance, and she could only surrender, drowning in the flames of desire that consumed them both until dawn. In the early morning, one is confined and does not need to pay respects, while another enjoys a day of leisure, resembling a besotted monarch enamored with beauty and a captivating consort. Sheng Mingzhu gradually awakens, only to find Chen Yuanji already risen, leisurely engrossed in a book upon a soft couch. As she attempts to rise, a sharp pain shoots through her lower back, prompting her to exclaim softly, hiss. Has Shuer awakened? Chen Yuanji observes that the little concubine has finally stirred. By now, the sun is high in the sky, suggesting that last night truly exhausted the delicate beauty. To Chen Yuanji's surprise, Sheng Mingzhu unusually displays her displeasure, neglecting to pay her respects, nor daring to summon Bai Ying to assist her. How could she allow them to discover the marks upon her body? And Bai Ling? Wouldn't she mock her mercilessly? A familiar sensation washes over Chen Yuanji, reminiscent of another world. This little troublemaker has finally revealed her true nature. Daring to cast a sidelong glance of disdain. I shall attend to my beloved consort, he declares, stepping forward to drape her in garments with great attentiveness. "There is no need for your majesty. I can dress myself," Sheng Mingzhu replies, turning aside to hastily don her attire before heading to wash up. Chen Yinzhe refrains from pressing further, assuming his previous disregard for the young consort's feelings had caused her displeasure. Once she has completed her ablutions and is about to exit the chamber, Chen Yinzhe gently restrains her. "Does it hurt? Allow me to examine it and apply some medicine," he inquires with genuine concern. Sheng Mingzhu continues to resist, unwilling to trouble the emperor. It dawns on Chen Yinzhe that Sheng Mingzhu is genuinely upset with him. "Sure, do you still harbor resentment for my confining you? Indeed, it was unjust of me, and I've spent the entire night atoning for it. Is that not sufficient?" Hearing the man's unabashed tone ignites her ire. She reacts with displeasure. The emperor, in his quest to vindicate Jing Defei, treated her harshly last night and even struck her. The pain lingers, making it uncomfortable to sit on soft cushions. Frustration prevents her from even addressing him as Your Majesty. In response, Chen Yinzhe bursts into hearty laughter, his spirits lifted. The little concubine believes she is imparting a lesson, yet he perceives her jealousy. At that moment, as he gazes upon her youthful form, the delicate contours of her shoulders accentuated by her position, a primal fire ignites within him, stirring his deeper desires. His actions may have been too forceful, leading her to misconstrue his intent. "Do you understand that my actions were driven by?" he whispers in her ear, causing her complexion to pale, her lips to bite down in a mix of shame and fury. This shameless emperor dares utter such words, and she yearns to flee, unwilling to face him. "Are you still angry, Shua?" Chen Yinzhe continues to tease her mercilessly. Sheng Mingzhu struggles against his hold, but remains immobilized. Enough of a jesting, he finally says, his playful demeanor fading as he guides her to the dining table. "Sure, I acknowledge that I have wronged you this time. It is my fault. However, I cannot change my words once spoken. For the remaining days, you shall stay here quietly, and once your confinement is lifted, I will arrange for us to return home," Chen Yinzhe assures her. Sheng Mingzhu eagerly wished to remain in the Forgetting Worries pavilion, avoiding encounters with the troublesome women. Upon hearing that she would be taken home, her eyes instantly sparkled with joy as she cheerfully replied, "This humble servant complies with your command." After they finished their meal together, Chen Yinzhe prepared to head to the imperial study to attend to state affairs. Before his departure, noticing the little concubine's delight at his promise to take her out of the palace, he mischievously remarked, "By the way, you are to personally transcribe a neat copy of the palace regulations for me to review. Should you attempt any deceit or sloppiness, beware of the consequences." Sheng Mingzhu's face fell immediately, and her resentful gaze darted towards Chen Yinzhe, her pitiful demeanor radiating a silent hope for him to retract his command. "Should you dare to employ others' hands, I shall punish you multiple times," Chen Yinzhe teased, gently tapping the tip of her nose before leaving with a smile. Chapter 38. The Lifting of Restrictions and Returning Home in Mid-November. Sheng Mingzhu was freed from her restrictions and began to resume her visits to the Weiyang Palace to pay her respects. Sitting regally on her phoenix throne, Empress Yang surveyed the concubines before her. Yuan Chongyuan, still young and naive, had not yet grasped the weight of her actions. Fortunately, the emperor kept her in mind, and after a month of self-reflection, she reminded her sisters to take heed and refrain from rebellion or contempt for palace regulations. This humble servant adheres to the empress's gracious decree. The concubines chorused as they rose to pay their respects. Wei Zijin cast a scornful glance at Xiang, reluctantly performing a superficial courtesy before seating herself unbidden and glaring at Sheng Mingzhu with venomous eyes. Sheng Mingzhu chose to ignore her. For the sake of seeing her family outside the palace, she opted to endure the current tranquility, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to stir trouble. While the empress hoped for harmony among the sisters, some, blinded by arrogance and their family's achievements, disregarded the concubines entirely, exhibiting sheer audacity. Li Zhouyuan, Bei Zijin's confidante, would not let Sheng Mingzhu escape unscathed. Unmoved, Sheng Mingzhu stood firm as Li Zhouyuan pointed out the strict regulations of the palace. Yet some still managed to seduce the emperor during their confinement, neglecting state affairs. It was indeed necessary for someone to teach her the ancestral rules. Zhou Jiu immediately sided with Li Zhaoyuan. Zheng Shufei, unable to watch any longer, contemplated intervening, but, seeing Sheng Mingzhu's composure, decided to let the two engage in their performance without interference. Yuan Chongyuan, basking in youthful favor, indeed required some rectification to prevent any future actions that might tarnish the royal reputation. Li Zhaoyuan shot a glance at Wei Zijin, directly naming her target. Sheng Mingzhu, who typically subscribed to the philosophy of an eye for an eye, was not one to simply endure indignities. Indeed, I may be younger than Lady Li Zhaoyuan, but youth is an asset that you cannot envy, Sheng Mingzhu replied, demonstrating her fierce spirit in the palace's complex social tapestry. Furious, Li Zhaoyuan rose, pointing at Sheng Mingzhu and exclaimed, "How dare you, Yuan Chongyuan, show such disrespect to a concubine in the presence of the empress? You are utterly lawless. Enough. None of you are permitted to speak further." Empress Yang timely intervened to quell the escalating argument. Sheng Mingzhu shrugged at Li Zhaoyuan, unperturbed. Wei Zijin shot a malevolent glare her way, but Sheng Mingzhu met her gaze with unwavering defiance. As the tumultuous greetings concluded, Sheng Mingzhu was summoned to the imperial study. "My dear, I shall take you out of the palace this afternoon," Qin Yuanjia said, observing how relaxed and at ease Sheng Mingzhu had become in his presence as she perused his poetry collection, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Really? Your Majesty, that would be splendid." Upon hearing his words, Sheng Mingzhu set down her book and rushed to his desk, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. Qin Yuanjia, with a soft gaze, gently clasped the delicate hand of the young concubine in his broad palm, playfully rubbing it. "So, how will you express your gratitude to me, my dear?" Qin Yuanjia jested. Sheng Mingzhu felt an urge to roll her eyes. It was not as if she had begged him for this. He had made the promise himself. A rather petty man. Qin Yuanjia pulled her into his embrace, observing her awkward demeanor as she stuttered, leaning closer. Sheng Mingzhu deeply despised herself. Not long ago, she had dismissed any thoughts of this man, believing him unworthy of trust. Yet, she could not resist his advances, her heart turbulent. She truly felt foolish. Just a simple hum from him was enough to enchant her heart. Raising her head, she shyly pressed her crimson lips against Qin Yuanjia's thin ones and quickly lowered her gaze, too bashful to meet his eyes. Qin Yuanjia felt a stirring in his heart, surprised that the young concubine had taken the initiative today. He boldly tilted Sheng Mingzhu's flushed face upward and returned her gesture with a long, sweet kiss, their breaths mingling, igniting a shared desire. Sheng Mingzhu pushed him away, fearing he might become too beastly and delay her return to the palace. Just past noon, El Shun arrived with a eunuch's attire for Sheng Mingzhu to change into. Although there had been precedents for concubines visiting their families, emperors had never accompanied them. Queens typically returned alone. Sheng Mingzhu was not yet qualified for such visits. However, Qin Yuanjia made an exception this time, intending to travel discreetly, disguised as a commoner. Captain Fan Jie arranged for a contingent of elite guards to accompany them, with shadowy protectors ensuring their safety. The group successfully arrived at the general's residence, where Sheng Mingzhu had already changed into a gown befitting a palace concubine. The Grand Tutor awaited them at the entrance with his family, their faces beaming with joy. The elderly official respectfully welcomed the emperor, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor!" Qin Yuanjia, amidst the crowd's adoration, entered the gates of the general's estate. Sheng Mingzhu was flanked by Madame Sheng and the young madam. With the emperor present, they could only exchange knowing smiles, unable to reminisce. In the main hall, everyone took their seats and tea was served. "It has been over 3 months since my dear entered the palace. I have brought her back to pay respects to the Grand Tutor," Qin Yuanjia explained to Sheng Yu. "We are deeply grateful for your Majesty's favor," responded the Grand Tutor, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu felt her eyes welling with tears, touched by the warmth of her family, making her previous discomfort seem trivial. "Aunt, why did you stay in the palace for so long? No one has played house with me, and my brother the rascal won't join me either," Sheng Yunhua exclaimed. Breaking free from her father, Sheng Mingjin's grasp, and running to Sheng Mingzhu with a puzzled expression. Sheng Mingzhu lifted the little one onto her lap and countered. Then perhaps Nuanua should seek out our great ancestor to discipline your brother. Aunt, I'm still right here, Sheng Yunjin replied, speechless, realizing that the two were conspiring against him as soon as they met. Little aunt, mother said if you don't return home, it means you are getting married. Is he my and my brother's little uncle? Sheng Yunua innocently inquired. You must not speak so recklessly, Shang Zuan interjected, taking Nuanua into his arms to prevent her from uttering any further blasphemous remarks, reminiscent of her aunt's childhood. Your Majesty, please forgive her. Nuar did not mean to offend your authority. The Grand Tutor hastily apologized. What little uncle? The granddaughter of the family is a concubine, and the younger uncle is accused of coveting the throne of the empress. Chen Yuanjia pays little heed to such matters, never doubting the loyalty of the Sheng family across 3 generations, from the Grand Tutor Sheng Yu to General Wei Yuan, and now to his own companion, Sheng Mingzhu, whom he trusts immensely. Nevertheless, I have come to discuss certain state affairs with the Grand Tutor. Let us proceed to the study. Chen Yuanjia is here to accompany the young concubine on her return, but he also has his own matters of state to confidentially deliberate with the Grand Tutor. A dual purpose that shall not conflict. Very well, I shall prepare at once. Sheng Ziyuan rose, leading Mingjin and Mingyu to the study. They merely needed to change the cushions. Incense was lit in the study to purify the air, a demonstration of respect for the sovereign. Soon after, Sheng Mingzhu arrived to extend an invitation. Sister, do engage in conversation with Madame Sheng. There is no need to rush. Let us dine before returning, Chen Yuanjia instructed. Indeed, Sheng Mingzhu knelt in greeting. After bidding farewell to Chen Yuanjia, Madame Sheng approached, taking her daughter's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. My dear, how have you fared in the palace? Mother, I am well. You needn't worry, Sheng Mingzhu replied, using her handkerchief to dab away the tears from her mother's eyes. Ah, I see. As long as you are comfortable, I shall feel at ease, Madame Sheng said, observing her daughter's countenance, which radiated with the favor of the emperor, her skin as delicate as the petals of a flower. Aunt, can Nuor speak now? Sheng Yunua, nestled in the young mistress's arms, inquired eagerly. Naturally, our Nuor can certainly speak. We are all listening, Sheng Mingzhu replied with a smile. Then, Aunt, you won't leave again, will you? When will you accompany Nuor in playing house? Little Nuor wished for Sheng Mingzhu to remain with her as a companion. Hearing her daughter's words, the young mistress feared to stir the sorrow of parting between her mother and younger sister. Noyer begod. Your aunt has come back with great difficulty. Have you hidden many of the sweets she likes? Go fetch some for her, one to you. The little girl suddenly remembered she had secretly saved numerous candies for Sheng Mingzhu. All right, aunt, wait for Nuar. With that, she dashed off with her maid. Zhengia, do you have any hidden treasures for your aunt? Money is also acceptable. Your aunt does not mind. Sheng Mingzhu grinned mischievously, ready to raid her nephew's savings. Madame Sheng felt a bit of her melancholy dissipate. The levity had returned. Aunt, wealth is but a material possession. I do not covet such mundane things. Sheng Yunjin replied in a tone of a young adult, his mature demeanor making Sheng Mingzhu envision the fragrant legacy of their family in the future. Sheng Mingzhu immediately crouched before Sheng Yunjin, saying, Zheng, your aunt does not seek your money right now. Just focus on your studies with the grand ancestor, and grow to become a grand tutor like him. When your aunt grows old, I shall rely on you to support me. Sheng Yunjin pondered this seriously, convinced that his aunt must be cherished. Rest assured, I will remember this, he said. Wonderful. I am now one step closer to a life of ease. Sheng Mingzhu clasped her hands together, sighing in satisfaction. The daughter-in-law and mother-in-law looked upon this daughter, now a concubine, yet still retaining her childlike innocence, feeling both joy and apprehension. They rejoiced in her ability to maintain such a mindset, indicating she had not been tainted by the intrigues of the harem. However, they worried that while family could protect her for a time, it could not shield her indefinitely. Without vigilance, how would she fare? Chapter 39. A series of misunderstandings seizing a moment of respite, Sheng Mingzhu made a brief return to the Rui courtyard, eager to inspect her personal chambers. Upon her arrival, everything remained as it had been, the courtyard pristine and immaculate. She settled onto the couch, glancing around, and called out Bai Ling, "Could you see if there are any books I have yet to peruse? Please bring them back to the palace as well." "Yes, I shall look for them at once," Bai Ling replied, heading toward the bookshelf. Sheng Mingzhu rose and approached her writing desk, her fingers gliding along the edge as nostalgia washed over her. Circling the desk, she took a seat, her eyes wandering, only to discover numerous scrolls carelessly left unrolled. Picking up the most recent one, she gently unfurled it, revealing a painting of herself and several companions engaged in a game of house. The joy radiating from the small group was palpable, particularly harmonious and pleasing to the eye, with the exception of Lu Che, who was attired as a woman. "Your Highness, Miss Lu Ruoshi requests an audience," a maid announced. Sheng Mingzhu set the scroll aside and rose to greet her guest. "Shishi, please come in," she exclaimed, joyfully pulling Lu Ruoshi into the room. "Mingzhu, no." "Your Highness Sheng Mingzhu," Lu Ruoshi stammered, momentarily flustered by the formality. Sheng Mingzhu chuckled at her friend's confusion. As Lu Ruoshi took a seat, Sheng Mingzhu settled opposite her, noting the distance that had grown between them during their time apart. "That is not the case. You are now a royal consort, and I cannot address you as before," Lu Ruoshi insisted, her tone laced with urgency. "Regardless of your status as a consort, you will always be my dear sister. You must never treat me with formality," Sheng Mingzhu asserted firmly. Lu Ruoshi finally relented, leaning closer. "I shall remember that, Mingzhu." Satisfied with this assurance, Sheng Mingzhu smiled at Lu Ruoshi, though she could not help but notice the unspoken sorrow lurking in her friend's eyes. "Shishi, has something happened at home?" Sheng Mingzhu grasped Lu Ruoshi's hand, compelling her to meet her gaze without evasion. Lu Ruoshi hesitated, unsure if revealing the truth would burden Sheng Mingzhu. Sensing her friend's hesitation, Sheng Mingzhu surmised that something was amiss. "Is it your brother who has encountered trouble?" "Mingzhu, my brother has not left the house for an extended period. He has been sequestered in the martial arts hall, training day and night, heedless of our father's admonitions or our mother's pleas. He seems possessed," Lu Ruoshi confessed, her voice trembling. "I understand you wish to avoid entanglement, but only you can save my brother. I implore you." Despite the awkwardness of her current position, Sheng Mingzhu could not bear to disregard Lu Che's plight. However, with Chun Yuanjia residing in the manor, it would be a grave breach of palace decorum for her to visit a male outside her family. She needed a clever ruse to navigate this predicament without alerting her family or Chun Yuanjia. "Bai Ling, please fetch a maid's outfit that fits me," Sheng Mingzhu instructed, sending Bai Ling to retrieve a suitable garment. After a brief wait, Bai Ling returned with the clothing. Once changed, Sheng Mingzhu instructed Bai Ling to play the role of a decoy as they followed Lu Ruoshi out of the general's residence, appearing as a mere personal maid. Thus avoiding any suspicion, Lu Ruoshi led Sheng Mingzhu through the streets unimpeded, directing her straight to the martial arts hall. At the entrance of the martial arts school, the guards stood vigil, while Lu Ruoshi discreetly reassigned them, creating an absolute sanctuary for Lu Che and Sheng Mingzhu. As Sheng Mingzhu stepped through the door, the dimly lit room echoed with the rhythmic sounds of fists striking wooden posts. Lu Che and Sheng Mingzhu called out, their voices trembling with emotion. The man before them had lost all semblance of dignity, exuding only a chilling aura of resentment. Upon hearing the enchanting voice from his dreams, Lu Che abruptly halted, caught in a moment of uncertainty between reality and reverie. Slowly, he straightened himself, peering cautiously to discern the truth. "Ake, how could you not come to visit me during my rare excursion from the palace?" Such a lack of consideration. Sheng Mingzhu pouted playfully, as if their camaraderie had returned to its former warmth. Lu Che's heart soared with joy. He quickly adjusted his attire, concealing his battered hands, and hastened forward. "Mingzhu, you have come," he exclaimed, captivated by the sight of his beloved, who seemed to materialize before him like an ethereal vision, longing to embrace her. "Since you do not come to see me, I had no choice but to visit you," she replied. "And may I remind you, Ache, do you not recall the years you spent serving me as a humble shop assistant? Yet, here you are, making me come to you. Sheng Mingzhu settled onto a nearby wooden bench, her demeanor self-assured. Lu Che followed suit, his gaze fixed upon her, feeling a pang in his heart as he noted the aura of a married woman she now exuded. Mingzhu, does he treat you well? Lu Che's heart brimmed with disdain for Chen Yuanjia, the man who had forcibly taken away the wife that was rightfully his, the girl he had cherished from childhood, nurturing her until she reached maturity, with dreams of a lifelong companionship. Sheng Mingzhu nodded, gazing calmly at the thin, weary youth before her. Aki, please take care of yourself, for the sake of your family. Do not torment yourself. It is not worth it, truly. Mingzhu, do not speak in such a manner. He implored. I only despise my own cowardice, my inability to confront him. Lu Che's expression was one of torment and regret, prompting tears to cascade down Sheng Mingzhu's cheeks. He reached out to catch the crystalline droplets, his voice choked with emotion. Mingzhu, I have ultimately lost you. I no longer possess the right to stand by your side. A profound ache filled Sheng Mingzhu's heart. Her feelings for Lu Che were steeped in sibling affection and friendship, yet confronted by the depth of his love. She felt a heavy guilt. Grasping Lu Che's injured hand, she retrieved a jar of healing ointment prepared in advance. Lowering her head, she gently blew upon the wound before applying a generous layer of salve to the gash. Lu Che felt no pain, a smile gracing his face as he gazed serenely at her, fearful that he might awaken from this dream at any moment. Aki, please do not allow yourself to be harmed any further. I wish for our next meeting to find you whole and unharmed. Otherwise, I shall cease to acknowledge you. Sheng Mingzhu declared, tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly culpable. If only she had not consented from the start, he would not have endured such suffering. A regret that gnawed at her. Without hesitation, Lu Che wiped the tears from her cheeks, just as he had done in their childhood, unencumbered by the complexities of gender or societal norms. Mingzhu, do not cry. I will remember, he said, his own eyes misting with emotion. I cannot linger much longer, Mingzhu. Both you and Cici are my family, and I wish for your safety and joy in the years to come. Sheng Mingzhu articulated her heartfelt wish, hoping he could fulfill it. Lu Che understood that once he stepped through that door, he would never see her again. He took a step closer to Sheng Mingzhu and spoke in a tone meant for their ears alone. If he cannot bring you happiness, I will take you far away. Sheng Mingzhu recognized the sincerity in his words. If that day ever came, it would lead to irreparable consequences. Aki, I am leaving, for good, she said, forcing a smile as she bid farewell to Lu Che. As she approached the door, Lu Che rushed to block her path, his voice tinged with urgency. Shu, as long as you wish to leave, I will always be here. Sheng Mingzhu maintained a facade of calm as she replied. Che, I do not fancy running back and forth. It would be best for all of you and my family to achieve success soon, so I can enjoy a life of ease. She encouraged him, keep striving, I believe in you. Before Lu Che could utter another word, she stepped outside. Waiting for her was Lu Ruo Shi. Sheng Mingzhu nodded at Lu Ruo Shi and quietly followed her out of the Duwei mansion, heading back to the general's residence. Arriving at Rue Yuan, a sense of unease washed over her. The courtyard was unnaturally silent, and Bai Ling was absent to greet her. Pushing open the door, she found Chun Yuanze seated at his desk, engrossed in a painting left unattended. Not bothering to glance in her direction, he continued to admire the artwork. Bai Ling knelt in a corner, guarded by imperial soldiers, silenced and restrained. Chapter 40. The New Favorite, Yun Jieyu. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. Sheng Mingzhu stepped forward to bow. Chun Yuanze, as if oblivious, did not acknowledge her presence nor call for her, remaining absorbed in his viewing. Upon noticing the proximity of Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Che in the painting, resembling a pair of celestial beings, jealousy stirred within him. Rise, Chun Yuanze finally commanded in a cold tone after a lengthy silence. Sheng Mingzhu dared not meet his gaze, fearing he would discern the traces of her tears. Should he inquire about her sorrow? How could she possibly explain? The painting is exquisite. It can be framed and displayed in the palace, he remarked, his expression impassive. Sheng Mingzhu could discern the underlying implication of his words. Such childhood sketches of concubine were hardly worthy of being taken back to the palace. Perhaps satisfied by the small concubine's attempts to appease him, or perhaps due to Sheng Mingzhu's declaration of her stance, Qin Yuanzhe chose not to pursue the matter further. He accompanied Sheng Mingzhu to the main hall, where they dined with the Sheng family before returning to the palace. Upon their return, the initial signs were subtle. But over the course of 10 days to half a month, Qin Yuanzhe summoned Yuan Cheng Yuan to his bedchamber only occasionally in Chengqian Palace, never once crossing the threshold of Wang Yuxian. As time passed, the atmosphere within the harem began to shift. Certain schemers started to frequently seek ill fortune from Wang Yuxian. El Shun, recalling the incident where Li Zhao Yuan had punished Sheng Mingzhu, had refrained from reporting it immediately, leading to the emperor's displeasure. Thus, in the past couple of months, upon witnessing Yuan Cheng Yuan being chastised by higher-ranking concubines, he dutifully reported back, yet Qin Yuanzhe feigned ignorance. Qin Yuanzhe was far from idle. He reinstated the previous balance of attention he had given to all concubines before Sheng Mingzhu entered the palace. Among them, Yinmei Run of Zhai Yutang excelled, matching the frequency of Jing Defei's visits to the bedchamber. As the year-end concluded, the arrival of spring brought a bustling atmosphere. Sheng Mingzhu became engrossed in reading romantic tales in Wang Yuxian, utterly captivated. "Miss, please try on the attire for tonight's palace banquet," Bai Ying said. "Having just returned from the weaving bureau, I fear the workers rushed it and it may not fit well. In the imperial harem, those scheming individuals are most adept at flattering the high and trampling the low, observing that the emperor has neglected the forget-worry pavilion. The fabric sent a month ago was only retrieved today, forcefully reclaimed by Bai Ying. No need for that, Sister Bai Ying, as long as it adheres to the rules. It suffices," Sheng Mingzhu said, continuing to read without a trace of anxiety over her diminished status. Yet, Bai Ying remained unconvinced. Measuring herself against Bai Ling and discovering she indeed stood a shoulder higher, Bai Ling's physique resembled that of Sheng Mingzhu, rendering the palace attire ill-fitting. "I knew it. These despicable sycophants are belittling our young lady," Bai Ling exclaimed in anger. "A mere garment is hardly worth our concern. Does the Sheng family truly lack such trifling money?" Sheng Mingzhu replied with a chuckle. The funds provided by Madame Sheng were ample enough for a comfortable life within the palace. With wealth comes influence. She had already procured numerous fine garments tailored outside the palace, ensuring she would never suffer from a lack of attire. Bai Ying opened a wardrobe, beginning to prepare the garments for Sheng Mingzhu's participation in the evening banquet. The winter night was cold, yet the room was warm and cozy with the charcoal fire burning brightly, making Sheng Mingzhu reluctant to stir. However, as the palace banquet was approaching, with high-ranking officials bringing their families along, it was imperative she make an appearance to ease their worries. Adorned in a moonlit gown layered with a silver-white cloak adorned with emerald patterns, she appeared both noble and graceful. Bai Ling remained at the Forget-Worry Pavilion, accompanying Bai Ying and Su Shang to the banquet. Upon arrival, most attendees were already present, with the consort seated to the right and the kinfolk to the left, followed by the ministers arranged on either side. A palace maid guided Sheng Mingzhu to her seat, and as they passed by the scheming Lady Zhou, the latter cast a gleeful glance her way, which Sheng Mingzhu met with complete indifference, refusing to acknowledge her presence. The emperor and empress entered, and upon the announcement of Lu Shun, all rose to kneel in reverence. "Long live our emperor! Long live our empress!" With the command, they resumed their seats. Qin Yuanzhe, accompanied by Lady Xiang, presented a picture of deep affection and harmonious relations with the emperor and empress as they received the minister's homage. Once seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Yuanzhe exchanged pleasantries with the guests. The grand banquet hall shimmered with gold and jade, radiating imperial splendor. The feast was filled with fine wines and exquisite dishes, accompanied by melodious songs and graceful dances, celebrating prosperity and longevity, wishing the emperor eternal joy. Lady Xiang raised her cup in salute to Qin Yuanzhe, who readily drank to her toast and reciprocated, wishing for benevolence to endure through the ages. "I toast to the emperor year after year, sharing in the joys of spring," Lady Wei Zijing said with a playful smile, her boldness in expressing such sentiments drawing Chen Yuanzhi's amused gaze. "Zijing is forever joyful," he replied, raising his cup in kind. Subsequently, the consorts, princes, and princesses each offered their toast to Chen Yuanzhi, gauging his inclination. Some reciprocated warmly, while others merely went through the motions. Soon, it was Sheng Mingzhu's turn, and the hall fell silent, for the past and present ladies knew a thing or two about the whispers within the harem. Yet, the lady herself was devoid of any internal strife or entanglements. "If you treat me sincerely, I shall reciprocate in kind. Otherwise, any fleeting favor holds no significance." Sheng Mingzhu, disdaining the capricious emperor, was determined to prove a singular truth. The affections of a woman, once entangled, can indeed be disentangled. With a poised smile, she raised her cup and toasted, "I offer my respects to your majesty. May the empire remain steadfast and all affairs prosper." Chen Yuanzhi replied indifferently, draining his cup in one swift motion. Sheng Mingzhu mirrored his action, but upon sitting, she found the taste rather harsh and took up a teacup to rinse her mouth. Throughout the gathering, she remained engrossed in her own thoughts, unperturbed by the gazes of others, and refrained from looking at Chen Yuanzhi again. Chen Yuanzhi cast a fleeting glance at the junior concubine he had not seen for several days, noting the desolation surrounding her, which pricked at his heart. Both were acutely aware of the reasons behind the rift that had formed between them, primarily her clandestine meeting with Liu Che, which he had discovered. To be more precise, he might have overheard their conversation. Chen Yuanzhi's sudden coldness towards her stemmed from jealousy towards Liu Che, his feelings bubbling with resentment. Likewise, Sheng Mingzhu's emotional scruples were at play. Upon witnessing Chen Yuanzhi's frequent summons of other concubines to his bed, she resolved to maintain her own dignity. The virtuous Jeanne Mayerin of the Jiyue Hall was a gentle and compliant woman, who, in the presence of Chen Yuanzhi, never spoke of the hierarchy of the harem, which had made her the object of his recent favor. "May your majesty enjoy robust health and eternal happiness," the maid Yun said tenderly to Chen Yuanzhi. Jeanne Mayerin is indeed well-mannered. Chen Yuanzhi complimented Yunjun, while his peripheral vision caught Sheng Mingzhu's unflinching demeanor. "Your majesty speaks the truth since Yun entered the palace. Harmony has prevailed, and she has been dutiful and diligent. Now that she is with child, your majesty should bestow her additional favors," Xiang said with a smile, gently advocating for Yunjun. Upon hearing the empress mention Yunjun's pregnancy, everyone promptly rose to congratulate Chen Yuanzhi. Even Wei Zijing, despite her reluctance, feigned a smile to offer her felicitations, expressing joy at the prospect of another royal heir and congratulating Jeanne Mayerin on her wishes being fulfilled. In the past 2 years, Chen Yuanzhi had seen few offspring. After the birth of the 2-year-old sixth prince, there had been no new additions. The sudden news of a concubine's pregnancy stirred mixed emotions within him. While Yunjun was of a modest disposition, he felt it harmless to indulge her. Yet, deep down, he harbored a desire for Sheng Mingzhu to bear him children instead. As he observed the junior concubine congratulating Yunjun alongside the others, did she not feel a twinge of sorrow? Yunjun, having contributed to the royal lineage, was elevated to the rank of Jiyu and granted 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver. Chen Yuanzhi, suppressing his personal feelings, proceeded with customary rewards, and the hall was soon filled with the sounds of congratulations. Sheng Mingzhu gradually retreated to the back, occasionally exchanging whispers with Baiying. At that moment, she felt little emotion. After all, he already had 8 children, and the addition of 10 or 8 more would hardly be surprising. As long as it did not interfere with her affairs, he could father as many as he wished. Baiying, concerned for her young mistress's feelings, quietly accompanied her, gently holding Sheng Mingzhu's wrist and offering a reassuring smile. "Why has Yuan Chongyuan, who entered the palace just days after you, not made any impression yet?" remarked the ever-vengeful Zhou Jiyu, who was always restless. "Indeed, who can say otherwise?" Wu Jiyu chimed in. Since entering the palace, Chen Yuanzhi had nearly favored Sheng Mingzhu exclusively, disregarding the other concubines who remained in solitude, which had incited the wrath of many towards Yuan Chongyuan. Royal heirs are not bestowed upon just anyone. Those with ulterior motives may find themselves bereft of such blessings, Zhi Zhaoyuan observed candidly while gazing at Sheng Mingzhu. Although the whispers of the concubines were soft, Chen Yuanjia and Xiangwan clearly heard them. Just as Xiang was about to intervene, Chen Yuanjia stopped her, eager to observe how far the young concubine would yield. Was her apparent indifference to others' jabs a sign of her lack of concern? Yuan Chongyuan still intended to pay respects to the guanyin of childbearing, perhaps hoping for a blessing of a son and daughter. Zhou Jiyu, with her sharp tongue, retorted, "What do you mean by a son and daughter? Do you not know that Zhou Jiyu could give birth to only half a child? If you desire it so much, why not bear one yourself? Am I stopping you?" Sheng Mingzhu glared at her ominously, causing Zhou Jiyu to feel a chill run through her, and she quickly fell silent. Li Zhaoyuan, undeterred, escalated the situation. "Zhou Jiyu is mistaken. Our Yuan Chongyuan has not seen the emperor in a long time. Could it be that she seeks a common man?" Sheng Mingzhu, upon hearing this, laughed, disregarding the protests of Bai Ying and Su Shang, and approached Li Zhaoyuan with a wine jug in hand. Chen Yuanjia and Xiang Wan turned their gazes toward her, as did the royal relatives across the table, all witnessing an astonishing scene. Sheng Mingzhu stood before Li Zhaoyuan, forcefully pouring the wine into her mouth, then flinging the jug away and delivering a slap to each side of her face, perfectly symmetrical. Chapter 41. House arrest again. Sheng Mingzhu's actions were executed with such swiftness that even Chen Yuanjia was momentarily stunned. "This concubine has committed an offense. I beseech your majesty and the empress to deliver judgment." Sheng Mingzhu boldly knelt before the throne, her gaze fixed on the ground, avoiding the sight of those seated above. "Your majesty, you must take a stand for this concubine. After all, I am the mother of the third prince, and Yuan Chongyuan has struck and insulted me." Li Zhaoyuan wept openly, disregarding her dignity, pleading with Chen Yuanjia for justice. At that moment, Chen Yuanjia truly grasped that his young concubine had publicly assaulted another concubine before the assembled officials and royal kin. "Sheng, you possess great audacity to dare strike a concubine before me," Chen Yuanjia exclaimed in fury. He recognized the girl's passionate nature, but had not anticipated such reckless boldness. "This concubine acknowledges her fault," Sheng Mingzhu replied, maintaining her composure. "Sheng has disregarded the law, disrupted the court banquet. You are sentenced to a month of house arrest and must transcribe the palace regulations 10 times, Chen Yuanjia swiftly decreed. "This concubine accepts the decree with gratitude." Sheng Mingzhu bowed her head in thanks. "You may leave." Chen Yuanjia, fearing an immediate reprimand from the censors, wished to send her back to the palace. Yet she was ungrateful. Sheng Mingzhu knelt upright again, declaring, "This concubine has been wronged. I implore your majesty and the empress to make a fair judgment on my behalf. If I am to be humiliated before my family, then none shall have it easy." Chen Yuanjia felt a headache coming on. This young concubine seemed relentless, always willing to confront him. "I did not strike Li Zhaoyuan without cause. She incited me to betray the emperor, suggesting I find a common man, with the intent of tarnishing my reputation," Sheng Mingzhu stated candidly, not mincing her words. "No, I did not." Zhou Jiyu and Wu Jiu mocked her inability to bear children, cursing her as ill-fated, suggesting that even if she were to give birth, it would be to an ill-omened child, all aimed at ruining her name. Sheng Mingzhu paid no heed to the cries of Li Zhaoyuan, Zhou Jiyu, and Wu Jiu, resolutely speaking her truth. "I am reluctant to instigate trouble, yet I cannot allow them to conspire against me with curses and slander. My family is steeped in loyalty and righteousness, and should my reputation suffer due to their treachery, I would bear the blame. I implore your majesty and her majesty the empress to act justly. If the esteemed nobles present believe my actions warrant reproach, I am prepared to atone with my life." The resolute demeanor of Sheng Mingzhu startled those kneeling beside her. It astonished the guests at the banquet. As whispers circulated about Yuan Chongyuan's integrity, truly a daughter of a general, acting with honor, and the exemplary upbringing of the Sheng family. Little did they know that the cunning of the little fox did not escape the watchful gaze of the great fox. What nonsense about life and death! Chen Yuanjia understood that Sheng Mingzhu was merely speaking out of turn, Yet hearing her solemn declaration of willing to die for her honor weighed heavily on his heart. The Grand Tutor was also aware of his granddaughter's tactics, yet he felt compelled to support her. The old minister, advanced in years, lamented that Yuan Chongyuan was isolated and mistreated within the palace, and he found himself unable to speak on her behalf. It was his inadequacy that allowed his beloved granddaughter to be belittled to the point of self-defense. Such exaggeration. Was it not Yuan Chongyuan who acted aggressively? Was that self-defense? Was that preserving her life? Qin Yuanjia was obliged to play along with these two cunning foxes. The Grand Tutor's words were excessive. Justice would be served by me. The Hu, Zhou, and Wu families have acted improperly before the court. They shall be confined for 2 months and required to transcribe the palace regulations 20 times. Are you not dismissed yet? Upon hearing Qin Yuanjia's stern reprimand, the three departed the banquet in despondence. As Sheng Mingzhu turned, she playfully winked at the Grand Tutor. A delightful display that even her martial father and brothers noticed. The Sheng family kept their heads bowed, concealing their amused smiles. On the 15th day of the Lantern Festival, a family banquet was held in the palace, but certain individuals, due to their confinement, were not required to attend. The inhabitants of Wanyu Pavilion enjoyed the moonlight and warmth by the hearth, savoring fine wine and roasted oranges, a lively scene. Meanwhile, the family banquet was hosted in the Taiji Hall, where, following the punishments meted out on New Year's Eve, the palace ladies behaved more decorously. Throughout the event, the most radiant was Yun Jiu, who received numerous attentions from Qin Yuanjia, naturally becoming another formidable rival to Sheng Mingzhu. Qin Yuanjia raised his cup and drank deeply. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Elshun hastily stepped forward to pour more wine. What is happening at Wanyu Pavilion? Qin Yuanjia's gaze drifted to the dancing Qian Marin. Devoid of interest. Returning to your majesty, Wanyu Pavilion is enjoying the moonlight in the courtyard. Elshun lowered his voice to inform Qin Yuanjia of the recent report from the Shadow Guards. Xiangshi was merely a meter away. Yet Elshun's hushed tones were still partially overheard. Indeed, this Yunji was being positioned as a shield to deflect arrows aimed at Sheng Mingzhu. She would even risk her own pregnancy for this purpose. A wave of unease surged within Xiangshi. Despite Wei Zijing's growing favor, Qin Yuanjia had not exerted such effort to pave the way for her. Very well, reward her, Qin Yuanjia commanded, bestowing accolades upon the dancing Qian Marin. Immediately, Jin Kai-jin, Han Kai-jin, Su Baolin, and Feng Baolin all presented themselves before the emperor, performing music and poetry, each showcasing their talents. Qin Yuanjia, in a good mood, generously rewarded them. According to ancestral customs, during each spring festival, rewards would be conferred upon the imperial harem, advancing ranks and bestowing titles. This year, Yunji stood unrivaled. When the significant day of the 15th arrived, Qin Yuanjia showed no inclination to bestow any rewards, and Xiangshi dared not broach the subject, remaining silent until the very end. Naturally, Qin Yuanjia escorted Xiangshi back to Weiyang Palace, and the year passed in a tepid manner. In early February, the restrictions on Wanyu Pavilion were lifted. Madame Sheng promptly sent a name card to request an audience at Weiyang Palace. Xiangshi, known for her amiable and benevolent demeanor, graciously accepted Madame Sheng's invitation without hesitation, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, directed her to Wanyu Pavilion. Bailing awaited at the entrance, and upon seeing Madame Sheng approach, she greeted her from afar. "Greetings, Madame." Bailing performed a courteous bow and assisted Madame Sheng. Upon entering Wanyu Pavilion, Sheng Mingzhu was already at the front hall, and upon spotting her mother, she rushed over affectionately, calling out, "Mother, Your Majesty." Madame Sheng returned her daughter's greeting. Sheng Mingzhu helped her mother rise, and the two shared smiles as they entered the room. Bai Ying and Su Shang had prepared tea and snacks, which they promptly presented before excusing themselves, leaving Bailing to attend to them. "Since you were confined on New Year's Eve, the family has been worried about your well-being. Knowing you were only just released yesterday, your father asked me to bring some banknotes for you, so you may indulge a little more." Madame Sheng observed that her daughter had not lost weight. Instead, her round face bore a hint of baby fat, which eased her worries. "Mother, I am quite well off at the moment. I will never let myself suffer." Sheng Mingzhu replied earnestly. After all, what is the purpose of our 5 gentlemen striving for success if not to ensure that I and Nuo can live luxuriously at all times? Madame Sheng could not help but lightly poke her daughter's forehead, laughing. If they heard you say such things, they would scold you for being idle. But jesting aside, Madame Sheng had made the effort to visit the palace not only to check on her daughter's circumstances and deliver money, but also to share good news. Sheng Mingyu was set to marry Lu Ruoxi, with the wedding planned for early June. The 15th of April marked the birthday of the twins, and once that day passed, they would officially turn 16. I always knew that third brother harbored special feelings for Shi. It seems his intentions were far from innocent, Sheng Mingzhu remarked, genuinely pleased to hear of their mutual affection. The Sheng family's eldest grandson and his wife were indeed an enviable couple in the capital. With Sheng Mingyu marrying a beloved woman, one could only wonder how other noble families would fare. Oh dear, I wonder if you'll be able to return home from the palace when the time comes? Mother, who knows? If any more foolish people provoke me, I certainly shall not let them off easily. Sheng Mingzhu's words came as if they were a casual remark. You little rascal. Perhaps your father should reward you with another whipping to instill some discipline in you. Just be sure not to act out in public. Madame Sheng thought back with a hint of fear. Thankfully, the Grand Tutor had intervened. Otherwise, she might have faced banishment to the cold palace. Rest assured, mother, if I have reason, I shall not fear traversing the world. Unless that person feigns blindness, she added, referring to Qin Yuanjia. After all, there are boundaries between sovereign and subject, and once the goodwill of your grandfather and elder brother is exhausted, he may very well turn against you. Shia, it's best to exercise caution in both speech and action, Madame Sheng advised earnestly. Understood, mother. I would never place myself in danger, Sheng Mingzhu assured. Lady Sheng drew closer to her daughter, inquiring, during your confinement, has the emperor ever visited? Not all. Mother, it is better that he does not come, for I am spared from the need to pay my respects, which is indeed quite liberating. Sheng Mingzhu displayed no signs of melancholy from being overlooked. Rather, her eyes sparkled with brightness. Lady Sheng chose not to meddle in her daughter's affairs with the emperor, refraining from further comments, trusting that her wise daughter would navigate her own path. Chapter 42. Yin Jiyu's Miscarriage. Aiming at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, Sheng Mingzhu resumed her daily visits to the Weiyang Palace to pay her respects. Occasionally, on a whim, she would engage in heated disputes with the idle women, no longer concealing her claws. Qin Yuanjia did not frequent the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, and Sheng Mingzhu did not seek to mingle or curry favor in the imperial study. Thus, the days turned into weeks, and by March the weather began to warm. On this particular day, Sheng Mingzhu, accompanied by Bai Ling and Jin Shu, strolled through the imperial garden, feeling somewhat stifled from spending the day in the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. She donned a floor-length, ethereal gown and adorned her hair with a golden butterfly-shaped hairpin, exuding an innate elegance even without makeup. The group took a respite in a pavilion by the lake, and a waiting eunuch returned to the Forgetting Worry Pavilion to prepare tea and snacks, allowing them to linger and enjoy the picturesque scenery. However, some ill-mannered individuals approached them. Zhou Lan and her companions had just been released from confinement, and they harbored a collective animosity towards Sheng Mingzhu, particularly Zhou Lan, whose fiery gaze suggested a desire for vengeance. Yin Zhen, residing in the side chamber of Funing Palace, was close enough to overhear. Though she disdained Zhou Jiyu's fidgety behavior, she was compelled to navigate the social intricacies of court life. As Sheng Mingzhu brewed tea and savored the afternoon, Zhou Jiyu approached, accompanied by Yin Zhen. We come to pay our respects to Her Highness, the Princess, Yin Zhen greeted. Oh dear, Zhen Jiyu, you are far too cautious. You are with child, and the Emperor has exempted you from formalities. Why must you be so courteous to those of lesser favor? Zhou Lan retorted, her voice brimming with mockery as she pulled Yin Zhen into the fray against Sheng Mingzhu. Sheng Mingzhu, savoring her tea and gazing at the shimmering lake, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Bai Ling interjected with a stern tone, I beg your pardon, but our princess wishes to enjoy her respite here without disturbance. Perhaps you two should explore elsewhere. Is this imperial garden solely your mistress's domain? Are we unwelcome here? Zhou Jiu snapped back angrily. Perhaps we should take our leave, Yun Jun suggested, wary of provoking conflict. Zhou Lan, blocking Yun Jun's retreat, exclaimed, "What is there to fear? We are favored by the emperor, and why should we defer to an unremarkable concubine? I intend to remain here. If she is displeased, she may leave." Surely, Zhou Jiu understands the principles of precedence. Our princess arrived first. You came later. Are you not merely seeking companionship? Bailang zet pochet julan. You insolent maid. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Zhou Lan shot back. I would never presume. But I must remind you that my mistress is one of the 9 concubines, while you hold the title of Jiu. It is only fitting that you show deference and respect to our esteemed princess. How could you possibly contrive to drive away my master? At this moment, Belan had seemingly assumed the role of a diplomat for Wanyu Pavilion. Zhou Lan released Yun Jun and approached Belan, raising her hand as if to admonish her. Dare to touch her? I dare you. Sheng Mingzhu spoke with unwavering authority. This forceful declaration compelled Zhou Lan to halt her hand mid-air, genuinely refraining from harming Belan. Zhou Lan, unwilling to concede defeat, though hesitant to act, did not keep her tongue idle. Yuan Cheng Yuan, that insolent slave, has spoken disrespectfully to the consort. I shall duly report this to Her Majesty the Empress and ensure she learns proper decorum. And what title should you assume, Zhou Lan? Do you not know the consequences of disrespecting this consort? Sheng Mingzhu questioned with the weight of her rank as the 9th consort. You are merely a fallen Cheng Yuan. While I possess the 6th prince, naturally, I am of higher standing than you. Unable to find a retort based on her rank, Zhou Lan resorted to her connection to the royal heir for justification. To call you foolish and you take pleasure in it. The 6th prince may be noble, but how esteemed are you, Zhou Lan? Sheng Mingzhu rose, her presence commanding, her incisive words piercing Zhou Lan's heart. Zhu Lang, born of a lesser family and a secondary branch, had the audacity to assert her superiority in front of the general's legitimate daughter. Showing no regard for her own position. I am unwell. I wish to return, Yun Jun said, feeling a wave of discomfort in her abdomen. Where do you think you're going? Zhou Lan obstructed her path, refusing to let her leave despite the humiliation. Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes. I am targeting you. What concern is it of Yun Jun's? Lady Zhou, take heed. I cannot be bothered to argue with you, Sheng Mingzhu stated, preparing to depart. Do not leave. Zhou Lan seemed bewitched, positioning herself defiantly before the two. Sheng Mingzhu effortlessly pushed Zhou Lan aside, clearing her path. Just as she was about to step away, a sudden splash echoed behind her. Turning around, she witnessed both Zhou Lan and Yun Jun plunging into the lake, desperately struggling. Belan promptly leaped into the water to rescue Yun Jun, followed by palace servants attempting to save Zhou Lan. In mere moments, Yun Jun had swallowed a significant amount of water, rendering her unconscious. Just then, Chen Yuanjia and Wei Zijing happened upon the scene, noticing a crowd gathered. Upon closer inspection, they found Yun Jun lying lifeless on the ground, while Zhou Lan shivered uncontrollably. Only Sheng Mingzhu stood composed, leading one to suspect she was the instigator of this calamity. Your Majesty, please hold the guilty party accountable for my lady's plight. Yuan Cheng Yuan heartlessly pushed Lady Zhun into the water. A maid beside Yun Jun stepped forward to point accusingly at Sheng Mingzhu. Oh heavens, Lady Zhun has suffered a miscarriage. Wei Zijing gasped, horrified, as Yun Jun's already drenched garments were further stained with blood. Chen Yuanjia immediately lifted Yun Jun and carried her to the nearest palace for treatment, leaving Sheng Mingzhu standing alone, disheveled by the turn of events. Last time it was Wei Zijing. This time it is Yun Jun. Who will be next? Sheng Mingzhu suddenly found herself weary of the whole affair. Even if she were to temper her brilliance, there would still be those who accused her of wrongdoing. It was disheartening to realize that within the palace, no one could be trusted completely. Typically playful and mischievous, she would never toy with lives. Yet, facing such a dire scenario, she felt a genuine fear, experiencing for the first time the treachery that lurked in the hearts of those within the palace. Do not fear, my dear. Those with integrity need not worry about shadows, said the gentle voice, as Bai Ling and Jin Shu stepped forward to support the somewhat flustered Sheng Mingzhu. Nodding in agreement, Sheng Mingzhu lost interest in her tea, and the group made their way back to Wang Yuxian. Once home, Sheng Mingzhu freshened up briefly before resuming her reading of the unfinished novel. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanzhe carried Yunjun to the Chengqian Palace, where the imperial physician awaited. He laid Yunjun upon the couch, and the physician promptly began his examination. "How is Zhen Jieyu?" Wei Zijing inquired anxiously. The physician, having taken her pulse, rose to report, "Your Majesty, the lady has been startled and has caught a chill from falling into the water. Unfortunately, the royal heir could not be preserved. She requires some gentle medication and must rest quietly. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for her to conceive again in the future." Chen Yuanzhe held little expectation for this child, yet naturally wished for a safe delivery. "Prepare the necessary remedies," he instructed the physician, then turned to Yunjun's maid. "You must take good care of Zhen Jieyu. There must be no mistakes." "We shall obey," the maid replied. As Chen Yuanzhe exited the inner chamber, he made his way to the main hall of Chengqian Palace, with Wei Zijing closely following beside him. Xiangshi arrived as well, for such matters could hardly be addressed without the presence of the matriarch of the harem. "How could this happen?" Xiangshi asked, disbelief etched across her features. "Please, take a seat," Chen Yuanzhe replied, gesturing for her to sit. The maid dared not deceive, stating, "Zhou Jieyu and the present maids and eunuchs can testify that it was Yuan Chongyuan who pushed Zhen Jieyu, causing her to lose her balance and fall into the lake." Cui Er, the maid by Yunjun's side, spoke with certainty. Chen Yuanzhe regarded her in silence, causing Cui Er to feel increasingly anxious, yet she persisted in blaming Sheng Mingzhu for Yunjun's fall. Zhou Lan, who had accompanied Chen Yuanzhe to Chengqian Palace, cowered in a corner, afraid to approach, lest he inquire about the truth of the incident. Only she knew that it was she who collided with Yunjun, leading to both of them plunging into the water. Yet, how could she admit to having caused Yunjun's fall? The accusation of attempting to harm the royal heir was a burden too heavy to bear. The best course of action now was to insist that it was Sheng Mingzhu who had pushed them into the water. Though she was puzzled as to why Cui Er would frame Sheng Mingzhu, she recognized this as a rare opportunity to find a scapegoat. Upon hearing Cui Er mention that Zhou Jieyu could also testify, Wei Zijing kindly remarked, "Zhou Jieyu, how careless of you to fall into the water with Zhen Jieyu. The lake is frigid. How could your constitution endure such a chill?" Steeling herself, Zhou Jieyu timidly approached and knelt, confessing, "I too was pushed into the water by Yuan Chongyuan. I could not prevent her from harming the royal heir. How could Yuan Chongyuan be so reckless, disregarding the safety of the royal heir?" Wei Zijing mused, her tone appearing concerned for the child. Xiangshi listened quietly, recognizing the ulterior motives behind Wei Zijing's words. Thus, all blame began to converge upon Wang Yuxian. Chapter 43. Diminished status, what of disfavor? Chen Yuanzhe commanded someone to summon the parties involved from Wang Yuxian for confrontation. His countenance was dark, an aura of coldness enveloping him, leaving one to wonder whether it was directed at Sheng Mingzhu or the situation itself. Soon enough, Sheng Mingzhu was summoned to Chengqian Palace. When Sheng Mingzhu arrived, a multitude of concubines had already gathered, drawn by the rumor surrounding Yunjun's fate. The concubines offered their respects to the emperor and the empress. Sheng Mingzhu, as was customary, returned the greetings. Knowing that the emperor expected her, Xiangshi observed Chen Yuanzhe as silence, indicating that she was to take the lead in this matter. "Yuan Chongyuan, please rise. I summoned you to discuss the unfortunate incident involving Jiyu Zhen and Jiyu Zhou's fall into the water," Xiangshi inquired, her tone composed and devoid of reproach. Sheng Mingzhu knelt and replied, "I shall convey the truth. Jiyu Zhen lost the imperial heir due to the cold from the water, while the maid Cui Er has accused me of deliberately pushing her into the lake. Do you have any defense?" Xiangshi outlined the situation, allowing her to present her case. "Your Majesty, I do not acknowledge this accusation. One failed to protect her master, and the other harmed the imperial heir. Naturally, they would attribute this blame to me. Who else can attest that I pushed Jiyu Zhen into the lake?" Sheng Mingzhu responded with unwavering calm. Upon hearing the accusation turned toward her, Jiu Zhou erupted with venomous words. Yuan Cheng Yuan, it was clearly you who pushed both me and Jiu Zhan into the water. Now you dare to frame me in front of the emperor and the empress. You are utterly heartless. Heartless? How so? Sheng Mingzhu approached Zhou Lian, glaring at her. Was it I who restrained Jiu Zhan from leaving when she expressed discomfort? Did I block my own path to exit? Was it I who approached like a fly to disgust others? It was you. You envied Jiu Zhan's pregnancy and, unable to gain the emperor's summons, deliberately caused her to fall into the water. Zhou Lian insisted vehemently. Every word Zhou Jiu utters is true. I can testify that I witnessed Yuan Cheng Yuan push Jiu Zhan and Jiu Zhou, Chui'er added, reinforcing the accusation. Standing tall, Sheng Mingzhu turned to Bai Ling. Since these individuals fail to see clearly, you shall present the facts to the empress. Your Majesty, as Yuan Cheng Yuan admired the scenery at the pavilion. Jiu Zhou and Jiu Zhan arrived. Jiu Zhou spoke disrespectfully to Yuan Cheng Yuan, who chose not to engage. I suggested they visit another area. Yet Jiu Zhou continued to belittle Yuan Cheng Yuan for lacking favor. Displeased with such verbal disputes, Yuan Cheng Yuan ignored her. At that moment, Jiu Zhan expressed her discomfort and wished to leave, but Jiu Zhou obstructed her path, insisting on confronting Yuan Cheng Yuan. When Yuan Cheng Yuan attempted to depart, it was Jiu Zhou who stood in her way. During the struggle, Jiu Zhan fell into the water, and afterward, Jiu Zhou falsely accused Yuan Cheng Yuan. Bai Ling recounted every detail to the empress and Chen Yuanjia. Xiang Shi observed the visibly anxious Zhou Lian. The truth of the matter appeared to align closely with Bai Ling's account. Wei Zijing stood beside Chen Yuanjia, noting Sheng Mingzhu's rising prospects. Regardless of the truth or falsehood, Yuan Cheng Yuan ought to distance herself from Jiu Zhan, prioritizing the imperial heir above all else. Why engage in such trivial disputes? Regardless of the truth or falsehood, must one bear the blame for another? If you're so fond of this role, why not assume it yourself? Sheng Mingzhu expressed her disdain for these duplicitous women and their pretense. Wei Zijing could hardly fathom that Sheng Mingzhu would dare to show such disrespect in the presence of Chen Yuanjia. The emperor, Yuan Cheng Yuan's audacity knows no bounds. How could she disregard me so blatantly? It was evident how imperious she had been towards Zhan Jiu and Zhou Jiu. Indeed, Your Majesty, Zhan Jiu has always been respectful and courteous, never daring to provoke Yuan Cheng Yuan. How could the imperial heir be in jeopardy during such a brief absence? Li Zhaoyuan also emerged to voice her support for Zhan Jiu. Jing Defei, Li Zhaoyuan, we are not mere pawns. Do not direct your disdain towards me. Sheng Mingzhu retorted without hesitation. Impudent. Chen Yuanjia interjected, casting a stern gaze at Sheng Mingzhu. With an air of defiance, Sheng Mingzhu confronted the other concubines. Undeterred by their malicious intent, Chen Yuanjia believed that Sheng Mingzhu would never harm a concubine or the innocent heir out of jealousy. Due to the incident involving Lu Che, she had been marginalized and subjected to the scorn and ridicule of the harem, and now faced such tribulations. It was not merely a matter of pride, but also a test of her willingness to lower herself and a reflection of his own deep-seated obsession with the young concubine. Undeniably, Chen Yuanjia was the one unable to let go, yet his position as a long-standing authority made it impossible for him to bow to Sheng Mingzhu. Both remained entrenched in their stances, unwilling to take a step towards reconciliation. Since Yuan Cheng Yuan's entry into the palace, she had been embroiled in controversy. Her behavior marked by arrogance and insolence, heedless of imperial grace. Consequently, she was demoted to a mere talent and punished to transcribe the Dizong Sutra 100 times. Confined to her quarters without summons, Chen Yuanjia contemplated forcing Sheng Mingzhu to submit once more, cruelly demoting her. This concubine obeys, Sheng Mingzhu proclaimed upon receiving the decree, turning away without a trace of regret, not even glancing at Chen Yuanjia, let alone pleading for mercy. Chen Yuanjia still failed to comprehend Sheng Mingzhu. The pride, dignity, and tenacity of that young woman were impervious to anyone's trampling or provocation, regardless of their status. To expect Sheng Mingzhu to submit or to extend an olive branch was a hope for another lifetime. Soon, word spread throughout the palace that Wanyu Pavilion had fallen entirely from grace, akin to being cast into the cold palace. Zhou Jiyu had only been demoted one rank, becoming a beauty, and was punished to transcribe the Dizong Sutra for the unborn heir's salvation. To attract such calamities from merely stepping out. This palace truly seems to be at odds with us, Bai Ling murmured. Enough lamenting. Let the young master rest for a while. The back and forth has been exhausting. Bai Ying interrupted, lowering the curtain and stepping outside to wait. Sheng Mingzhu opened her eyes, gazing at the ceiling, and quietly sighed. Speaking to herself, if one can glimpse on you, why harbor hatred for Wang Chong? How many nights had they shared in each other's embrace? To feign indifference and remain unperturbed would be disingenuous. There is a saying that prolonged companionship fosters affection. After so many nights spent in intimacy and honesty, how could one simply turn away without a scratch? Sheng Mingzhu mused that perhaps it was better to succumb once, to make foolish decisions twice. A third time would only invite humiliation. Once calm returned, aside from the restrictions on movement, the residents of Wanyu Pavilion, owing to Sheng Mingzhu's considerable wealth, were well provided for even after her demotion to a talent. Alas, it seemed she would miss the wedding banquet of third brother and Cece. The avid reader, Sheng Mingzhu, continued to revel in the tranquil solitude of her abode, expressing her regrets to Bai Ying and the others. Do not lose heart, dear young lady. Perhaps by then we shall be able to escape, Bai Ling consoled Sheng Mingzhu. My lady, this unforeseen calamity seems to have been premeditated, aimed at ensuring that you can never rise again. Bai Ying analyzed the hidden conspiracy behind the incident. Sheng Mingzhu did not lift her gaze. As if the matter did not concern her, her mind too expansive for undue haste, she resolved to wait and allow them to reveal their true intentions. As soon as Zhang Jiyu fell into the water, Bai Ling jumped in to rescue her, and it was unlikely that such a brief interval would lead to a miscarriage. It seemed there was a hidden hand orchestrating everything. Let Xiao Lin observe discreetly. We must not startle the snake in the grass, Sheng Mingzhu instructed Bai Ying. From my observations over the past few months, Lin Jida and Su Shang could prove to be invaluable. I understand, my lady, Bai Ying replied. Now that you have been elevated to the status of a talent, it would be wise for you to avoid attending the third young master's wedding. One can only imagine how he might mock you, Bai Ling remarked with a casual air, while others, like Zhou Jiyu, have merely been demoted by one rank. Your ladyship has suffered a 3-rank drop. That foolish Long is laughable. Let him mock if he wishes. I shall not permit third brother to consummate his marriage. Sheng Mingzhu said, biting into a pear and vehemently condemning Chun Yuanji's heartlessness. Bai Ying and Bai Ling chuckled. My lady, you must exercise caution. We cannot afford to offend the emperor. If word of our situation were to spread, our chance of escape would truly become a distant dream. Let's simply lie low, Sheng Mingzhu retorted. That was the very intention with which I entered the palace, with abundant food and drink. Why would I wish to step outside and dirty my hands like a fighting cock? Her aim of complacency was now within reach, and she pondered why she should exhaust herself striving for an escape. However, those who deserve to be confronted must indeed be confronted, and vengeance must be sought. If she chose not to leave, it must be by her own volition, not due to coercive deprivation of freedom, for that would be a profound insult to her origins and dignity. Chapter 44. Entrapped. Sheng Mingzhu poisoned Yunzhen's miscarriage coincided with Sheng Mingzhu's demotion and loss of favor, marking a temporary cessation of turmoil. The palace would always be rife with conflict, whether for family, fame, fortune, or personal gain. In recent days, the palace maids and eunuchs on duty had found their tasks particularly arduous, as an oppressive chill pervaded the imperial study, palpable even to those who merely came to clean. The cause was the accusation made by Yunzhen's personal maid, who claimed that Sheng Mingzhu's maid, Cui had drowned in the pond, leaving behind while stating that she feared the Sheng family would seek vengeance for Yuan Chongyuan. Lu Shun was particularly apprehensive, although Qin Yuanjia had not explicitly instructed him. It was his duty to ensure Cui's protection, as she was pivotal to Sheng Mingzhu's case. At present, the focus had once again turned toward Sheng Mingzhu and the Sheng family. Fearing that someone might dare to act against Sheng Mingzhu, Chen Yuanjia officially sealed off Wang Yuxian, ostensibly to protect her safety, and ordered the elite guards to be stationed nearby. He also commanded the investigation into the circumstances of the maid's drowning and dispatched shadow guards to inquire discreetly. 10 days passed without any leads when Fan Jie rushed into the imperial study to report, "Your Majesty, the former talent of Wang Yuxian has suddenly fallen into a coma and is in grave danger." Upon hearing the words coma and grave danger, a wave of fear washed over Chen Yuanjia, causing him to falter slightly. "El Shun, summon Hua Qilin to treat the lady of the house at Forget Worry's pavilion without delay." As Chen Yuanjia spoke, his voice quivered slightly. He had faced the perils of battle without fear, unyielding even in the face of the ever-shifting intrigues of the court. Yet, upon hearing that the young girl, whom he had forcibly taken, was in peril, he felt a profound dread. Should she perish, he would be consumed by regret for eternity. Chen Yuanjia rushed towards Forget Worry's pavilion, determined to witness the situation firsthand. He must ensure the life of Sheng Mingzhu was preserved at all costs. Upon his arrival, chaos reigned in the pavilion. Bai Ling and Bai Ying wept inconsolably, their cries echoing through the air. Su Shang, Jin Shu, and others knelt nearby, wiping away tears. The scene resembled a lamentation for a beloved mistress who had breathed her last. Taken aback, Chen Yuanjia stumbled, nearly losing his footing, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of panic. His heart racing uncontrollably. Fan Jie glanced at the advancing emperor, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. "Miss, please awaken. You are only 15. How can you depart?" Bai Ling cried, her grief resonating deeply. Were Sheng Mingzhu to regain consciousness, she would surely retaliate with a punch. "Bai Ling, let us not disturb the lady's rest. Allow her to sleep in peace," Bai Ying urged, holding Sheng Mingzhu's hand as if bidding farewell to a lifeless body. Fan Jie's eyes twitched. Could it be that Yuan Kai had truly breathed her last? "His Majesty has arrived. Do not remain," commanded the eunuch accompanying Chen Yuanjia as he shooed away the kneeling sisters beside the bed. Chen Yuanjia approached the couch, where the young consort lay obediently, her charming visage, delicate nose, and petite mouth radiating youthfulness and beauty, yet now devoid of life. "Where are the physicians? Are they all dead?" Chen Yuanjia's expression darkened, a chilling aura emanating from him. El Shun, drenched in sweat, hurriedly led Hua Qilin to the scene. "He has arrived." Hua Qilin, upon seeing the emperor's countenance, dared not engage in formalities, recognizing the urgency, and immediately approached the bed to take Sheng Mingzhu's pulse. In an instant, Hua Qilin clasped his hands before Chen Yuanjia and reported, "Your Majesty, the lady of the house has been poisoned with aconite. Is there an antidote?" Chen Yuanjia's eyes reddened, his body taut with an overwhelming wave of guilt. "This poison is highly potent, administered in a lethal dose. The assailant was determined to take her life. I can only induce vomiting to expel the toxin, then use silver needles to detoxify. The combination of both methods may yield success." Hua Qilin shared his approach with Chen Yuanjia. "Spare no effort in the treatment. I demand the lady of the house be safe and sound. Should anything happen to her, you shall all face dire consequences." Chen Yuanjia's complexion turned ashen. He insisted that Hua Qilin exhaust his medical expertise to save Sheng Mingzhu. "I shall obey your command." Hua Qilin wanted to curse, but dared not. Why should he suffer alongside the emperor's consort's reckless fate? Chen Yuanjia grasped the cold hand of the young girl, feeling a profound sense of loss. He should not have let unfounded matters affect her, nor should he have allowed his ire to manifest towards her. She had once been a spirited child, yet he had forced her into such a dire situation. Surely, she harbored resentment towards him, having endured his neglect for so long. If she were to awaken, he vowed never to let her suffer again. El Shun, investigate who had the audacity to poison the lady of the house beneath my very gaze. Chen Yuanjia thundered with fury. This servant shall comply. El Shun promptly set out to arrange an inquiry. Hua Qilin summoned a purgative potion, compelling the Bai Ying sisters to administer it to Sheng Mingzhu. After several attempts, Sheng Mingzhu finally expelled a foul-smelling bile. She remained unconscious, her lips turning purple and her limbs rigid. Balin wept inconsolably, eliciting tears from all present, mourning the tragic scene. Silence. Depart at once. Sheng Mingzhu, disturbed, rebuked Balin, who was overwhelmed with grief as if she might rush forth to confront the emperor were he not present. Hua Qilin, as the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, managed to stabilize the spread of the poison but dared not delay further, returning to the Imperial Hospital to research an antidote. The poison from aconite, described in medical texts as lethal to both birds and beasts, presented a dire situation. The depth of Yuan Karen's poisoning necessitated not only purging but also acupuncture for detoxification. At the very least, she should have shown signs of revival. Yet, Yuan Karen lay as though entirely lifeless, silent and still. Hua Qilin paced anxiously within the library, fear gnawing at him, for should Yuan Karen fail to awaken, the emperor's wrath would be palpable, and his own life would hang in a balance. Suddenly, he halted, a bold thought striking him. Could it be that Yuan Karen herself was the issue? Aconite could induce respiratory failure and cardiac arrest, simulating death, but she might awaken after 3 days. With this notion, Hua Qilin rushed to the Wanyu Pavilion to confirm his hypothesis. Sheng Mingzhu set aside state affairs, vigilantly watching over the little concubine, his heart a tumult of confusion. They were meant to share a lifetime together, yet he had caused her so much pain. He repeatedly chastised himself in his mind. In just one day, the once resplendent monarch was consumed by anguish, a mere shadow of his former self. Bai Ling rolled her eyes discreetly, feigning deep sorrow when awake. He had shown no regard for her, imposing confinement without a hint of compassion. The lady was right. What a despicable creature he was. El Shun stood in shock. Had the maid of Yuan Karen dared to roll her eyes at the emperor? Your Majesty, I require further examination, Hua Qilin declared, approaching the bedside with his medical kit. Stating his intent, Sheng Mingzhu rose, yielding his position. Hua Qilin took her pulse and examined her eyelids, formulating a plan. Your Majesty, I have prepared a pill that can counteract the poison, but she requires 3 days of rest to observe the effects. Bai Ing stepped forward, gratefully accepting the vial from Hua Qilin. Thank you, esteemed physician, for saving my lady. She has taken the purgative multiple times today, so it would be prudent to administer this remedy later. That is acceptable. It should be done before the hour of the rat, Hua Qilin assessed Bai Ing, further convinced of his suspicions. This servant and her mistress were audacious enough to conspire against the emperor. How could the Sheng family be so fearless? Chapter 45. A glimpse of the truth. Sheng Mingzhu sat in the imperial study, perusing memorials. The stability of the realm could not afford his prolonged despondence. A multitude of national affairs awaited his decisive hand. At this moment, he appeared calm, as though nothing had transpired. El Shun entered with tea, and the emperor resumed his work, placing the tea upon the imperial desk and standing silently to the side, not daring to utter a word. Your Majesty, Doctor, Hua requests an audience. The attending eunuch entered to report. Summon him. Sheng Mingzhu paused his tasks and immediately called for him to enter. Hua Qilin endured a day of torment, uncertain if revealing the truth of the alleged poisoning would bear the weight of consequences. Both he and Wanyu Pavilion would surely be held accountable. However, to know yet remain silent would incur even greater punishment, potentially implicating his entire family. Ultimately, he resolved to disclose the truth, hoping that the emperor, concerned for the well-being of Consort Yuan, would not be excessively harsh. Your Majesty, I have made a new discovery regarding Consort Yuan's condition, and I have come to report it. After paying his respects, Hua Qilin got straight to the point. Speak. Sheng Mingzhu sat upright, his gaze steady and piercing. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Consort Yuan has not been poisoned. Hua Qilin gritted his teeth and revealed the truth. Sheng Mingzhu rose, initially surprised rather than enraged, and after a moment, sat back down, questioning why the diagnosis indicated poisoning. Consort Yuan had ingested a substance similar to aconite, which presented symptoms akin to poisoning. However, the substance was merely a potent anesthetic, rendering her unconscious and indistinguishable from the deceased. In contrast, aconite possesses significant toxicity, capable of causing immediate death. Hua Qilin provided this explanation, cautiously glancing at the man seated before him, wondering if he would erupt in fury. To his surprise, Chen Yuanjia maintained a calm demeanor, not appearing furious over the deception by Wanyu Pavilion. I have observed that a small quantity of aconite juice was indeed mixed into Consort Yuan's recent meals. She seems to have noticed and preserved samples of those dishes. I suspect she intended to draw out the perpetrator by feigning her own poisoning, utilizing the mandrake to create a diversion. Hua Qilin felt weary. In these times, physicians were not only tasked with healing, but also required skills in investigation. After some contemplation, Chen Yuanjia instructed LV Shan, "Spread the word that Consort Yuan is beyond medical help and her life is in jeopardy." The servant promptly complied. Hua Qilin, ensure you visit Wanyu Pavilion daily. Regardless of circumstances, guarantee Consort Yuan's safety. In the medical records, we will document it as poisoning. At this moment, Chen Yuanjia felt a sense of joy akin to reclaiming something lost, unwilling to expose the young consort's clever ruse. Since she had exerted such effort in her scheme, he would surely lend her his support. Had he been more vigilant, she would not have resorted to such tactics. After Hua Qilin departed, Chen Yuanjia turned his attention to a memorial, his gaze lingering on a particular section, noting the lack of progress. The joy of reclaiming something lost was far from the calm exterior he presented. Had it not been for Sheng Mingzhu still in a deep slumber, he would have been tempted to chastise her. The following day, news of Sheng Mingzhu's poisoning and impending demise spread throughout the palace. Consort Zheng and Yang Baolin sought the imperial guards, wishing to visit Sheng Mingzhu, but Fan Jie directly presented an imperial edict to bar them from entry. The general's residence received word that Madame Sheng and her daughter-in-law sought an audience, but were denied permission on the grounds of Sheng Mingzhu's actions against the heir, being placed under confinement for reflection. In Yonghe Palace, Wei Zijin sat casually, with Hu Yanran also present. I have learned that Consort Yuan is indeed gravely ill. Beyond the help of medicine, the eunuch reported to Wei Zijin. How delightful! The seductress has perished without a trace, Hu Yanran exclaimed, her expression brimming with joy and unrestrained in her speech. Wei Zijin cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhaoyuan, scoffing, "What is so momentous that it warrants your exuberance?" The compassionate empress has suffered many grievances at the hands of the concubines, but this time, Chui'er has finally demonstrated her worth, allowing the concubine to breathe a sigh of relief and feel a sense of inner tranquility. At this moment, Li Zhaoyuan does not forget to flatter Wei Zijing. Wei Zijing smiles warmly, for who does not relish sweet words? It is a rare and kind reminder, and it is prudent to keep a distance from matters of poisoning. Indeed, the concubine shall remember this. Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. Li Zhaoyuan expresses her gratitude respectfully. In Weiyang Palace, Xiang Shi has discovered that the death of the maid Chui'er was orchestrated by Zhou Shi, yet there remains a suspicious element. Chui'er herself had significant issues, and her true master was someone else. Inquiring about the situation from Yun Jun, it became apparent that Yun Jun, having suffered a miscarriage, was in a daze, weeping continuously and claiming ignorance. Armed with the evidence she had gathered, Xiang Shi sought an audience with the Changqin Palace, where Lu Shun personally came to greet her. "Long live the Empress! The Emperor awaits you." The concubine bowed. "I pay my respects to the Emperor. May you be in good health." No need for excessive courtesy. Rise. Chen Yuanjia understood Xiang Shi's intentions for this visit. With a gentle smile, Xiang Shi stepped closer, presenting the testimonies she had uncovered. "Your Majesty, I have found that the maid Chui'er's death was instigated by Zhou Shi, who bribed the eunuch Xiao Yi from Jiayue Hall to lure Chui'er to the Lotus Pond at night, where he conspired with eunuch Shao Mengzi from Funing Palace to push her into the water, leaving only after she had drowned. It was also Zhou Shi who ordered someone to forge a suicide note imitating Chui'er's handwriting. The incident concerning Yun Shi's miscarriage is also quite suspicious." Noticing that Chen Yuanjia did not interrupt, Xiang Shi continued. Although Empress Yang was wary of Chen Yuanjia's feelings for Sheng Mingzhu, she was more concerned about the threat posed by Wei Shi. The second prince was of the same age as her eldest son, destined to be the greatest rival. If an opportunity arose to eliminate him, she would seize every chance with all her might. As Chen Yuanjia listened to Xiang Shi's account, He perused the signed testimonies. On that day, Zhou Jiyu and Zheng Jiyu were leisurely chatting in Funing Palace when Shui'er repeatedly urged them to take their leave, successfully guiding them to the lakeside pavilion where Yuan Kalin was resting. Intentionally mentioning a recent conflict among them, Zhou Jiyu foolishly directed her ire at Yuan Kalin. Indeed, as the maid of Sheng Mingzhu had stated, Sheng Mingzhu wished to leave and avoid entanglements, but Zhou Lan obstructed her path. In a fit of anger, Sheng Mingzhu pushed Zhou Lan aside, causing both to fall into the water due to the force of gravity. In this entire incident, Sheng Mingzhu bore no fault. If one were to impose blame, it would be for indirectly causing Zheng Jiyu's miscarriage. I have come to this conclusion, thinking that the emperor might be anxious. Hence I report back first. As for Shui'er's origins, further time is needed for investigation. Seeing Chen Yuanjia's expression darken with anger, Xiang Shi seized the opportunity to propose a thorough investigation into Shui'er's background. Chen Yuanjia returned the testimonies to Xiang Shi. You have worked hard. Please return to the palace and rest. The remaining matters I will handle. Disappointment flickered in Xiang Shi's eyes. What was Chen Yuanjia truly concerned about? Perhaps he had already discovered that Shui'er's true master was Hu Yanran, who was closely tied to Wei Zijing. Both were not without guilt. Hu Yanran having manipulated Shui'er, while Wei Zijing reaped the benefits. I understand, Your Majesty. You toiled daily with state affairs. I sincerely hope you take care of your health. Xiang suppressed the bitterness within her heart, gently advising the emperor to take care of himself. Chen Yuanjia took her hand and softly reassured her, Wanwanch, do not worry. I shall accompany you until our Yongheng can stand on his own. Upon hearing this, Xiang's eyes sparkled with joy as she tenderly replied, I thank your majesty. Yes, Wanwan. You may return now. Chen Yuanjia instructed Lu Shun to escort her out. On her way back, Xiang felt an unprecedented sense of vigor, even choosing to set aside her concerns about investigating Wei Zijing. Although Chen Yuanjia did not explicitly declare his intent to establish Yongheng as the crown prince, his words undoubtedly conveyed a message of assurance. Chapter 46. Sheng Mingzhu awakens, endures punishment in the Forgetting Worry Pavilion at the first watch of the night. Sheng Mingzhu finally regained consciousness. Buying cautiously helped her sit up, having arranged thick, soft pillows behind her. Within the room, only the three of them remained. Xiao Lin was outside, vigilantly guarding alongside Su Shang. Miss, this is exceedingly perilous. What if something were to happen? Bai Ying voiced her concerns, offering Sheng Mingzhu a nourishing soup that had been simmering for a long time. Mingzhu took a small sip, feeling little hunger, and waved her hand to dismiss it. Do not worry. I'm aware of my situation. Consider this an experiment. Perhaps in the future, I can use this skill to escape the palace. You say that. Yet the news of your poisoning has spread like wildfire. Our household has been in a state of panic. Bai Ling lamented. Rest assured, Brother San and Aceh are both informed. We have investigated this together. We simply have not had the time to test it, Sheng Mingzhu confidently declared. However, having been in a deep slumber for 3 days, her lips had begun to peel, presenting an ethereal beauty that evoked sympathy. Nonetheless, let someone send a message home tomorrow to inform Mother. Mingzhu decided it was prudent to keep her family apprised. Bai Ying began to massage Sheng Mingzhu's legs, still stiff from the prolonged immobility. Call Xiao Lin in, Mingzhu instructed Bai Ling. Yes, miss, Bai Ling complied. Soon after, Lin Jida entered, kneeling to pay his respects. Greetings, esteemed one. No need for excessive courtesy, Xiao Lin. Please share what you have discovered, Mingzhu replied. Yes, esteemed one, Lin Jida began to recount. His findings mirrored those concerning the Empress and revealed that the individual behind Shui'er was Hu Shi, as well as the reason behind the presence of aconite in the recent meals. The Forgetting Worry Pavilion was not an impenetrable fortress. The 3 palace maids and 3 eunuchs originally assigned had been carefully selected by Lu Shun for their unblemished backgrounds. Yet, there were always those who succumbed to temptation. The palace maid Quan Er had accepted a bribe from the head maid of Fu Ning Palace, secretly adding a small amount of aconite juice in Sheng Mingzhu's meals daily. Fortunately, they had been vigilant, keeping the matter discreet, and had turned the tables, as Bai Ying had already replaced the tainted food when Quan Er was not looking. Throughout this incident, Zhou was neither entirely innocent nor entirely guilty. She had, in truth, been manipulated from the shadows into conflict with Sheng Mingzhu, pushed to act and to harm. Let us not concern ourselves with her for now. We must see if she has any other connections beyond Funing Palace. Mingzhu resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. Despite having suspected individuals, she required irrefutable evidence to confront Chen Yuanjia. Now, I must retire for the night, Sheng Mingzhu declared with a touch of pride. Miss, have you really slept for 3 days and still not had enough? Bai Ling said with irritation. Was I truly sleeping? I know nothing, Sheng Mingzhu huffed. In the Chengxian Palace, Chen Yuanjia remained seated at his desk, perusing a confidential letter sent by Sheng Mingzhu. During their previous outing to the Sheng residence, he had entrusted Sheng Mingzhu with the covert investigation into the salt tax in Jiangnan. As anticipated, Wei Zijing's father, who was also Chen Yuanjia's uncle, was embroiled in the matter, along with a list of numerous officials. Chen Yuanjia slammed the table, causing a tremor that shattered the vermilion brush into 2 pieces, his eyes gleaming with icy fury akin to a sword. Wei Tingjian, relying on his status as a royal uncle, suppressed dissent and embezzled wealth. Now he even dared to meddle in the salt tax to line his own pockets. Your Majesty, the Shadow Guard reports that Yuan Kalen has awakened, Lu Shan announced as he entered, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the chamber. Chen Yuanjia, upon hearing this, quelled his anger and strode towards the palace exit. Lu Shan hurriedly followed, instinctively aware that the emperor was headed to the Wanyu Pavilion. This was not surprising. Ever since the rumors of poisoning at the pavilion emerged, the emperor had been openly visiting, and the palace denizens believed he was merely paying his respects to the Grand Tutor, spending the final moments with Yuan Kalen, a dying person of no consequence. Sheng Mingzhu had indeed slept excessively in recent days, yet sleep eluded her now. She instructed Bai Ling to read some poetry, but the soothing effect was insufficient. I must rise and have a midnight snack. Perhaps that will help me sleep, she declared, lifting the silk quilt and turning to get out of bed. My lady, you, a dying person, venturing into the dining hall at this hour? What if someone sees you? You would frighten them to death. Bai Ing immediately intervened. Yes, indeed, Mississippi. You may not be aware, but the palace is abuzz with whispers that you are hanging on by a thread and may not survive the night. If you step outside, our efforts would be in vain, Bai Ling added, attempting to dissuade her. Sheng Mingzhu gritted her teeth and retorted, even if they die, I will not perish. I, Sheng Mingzhu, am destined to brave the martial world, unifying the rivers and lakes for eternity. Indeed, you speak true. Calamities are destined to linger for a millennium. Bai Ling began, but before she could finish, her mistress raised a hand, pushing her aside. Have you been poisoned? Did you secretly consume that venom? My lady, be cautious. If you continue to push me, I might just extort you, Bai Ling retorted, rising unceremoniously. Then I shall gift you to Zhou, Sheng Mingzhu responded, standing up and approaching the window to gaze at the night sky. Unexpectedly, a figure stood outside the window, arms crossed, their posture resembling a pine tree. Sheng Mingzhu, startled, stifled a scream and retreated in alarm. Bai Ing and Bai Ling rushed forward, one on each side, supporting her. What is the matter, miss? Before Sheng Mingzhu could respond, Chen Yuanjia had already entered. Is Yuan Kalen not in a coma? How is she now standing here so well? He mused, seating himself upon the couch. His voice was as soft as falling snow, yet to the 3 present, it enveloped the room in an instant chill, causing them to shudder. Only when Sheng Mingzhu saw Chen Yuanjia seated did she regain her composure from the earlier fright. She approached him, intending to twist his ear and loudly question, Are you a peeping Tom? Is it amusing to stand outside someone else's chamber at this hour, instead of sleeping? However, Sheng Mingzhu placed her delicate hand upon her heart, inhaling and exhaling several times to compose herself, prioritizing the resolution of the present matter. To assault the emperor at this moment would only compound her guilt. Long live the emperor, she murmured, executing a formal bow that was merely for show. Chen Yuanjia's fingers rested lightly on his thigh, each joint distinctly defined, as if they contained immense power, while the dark brocade of his attire failed to conceal the chilling aura that enveloped him. Sheng Mingzhu dared not hold his gaze for long. His eyes were like a consuming abyss. "Leave," Qin Yuanjia commanded, referring to the two servants. Bai Ying and Bai Ling exchanged glances with Sheng Mingzhu, and upon receiving her nod, exited the inner chamber. With only the two of them remaining, an eerie silence settled, punctuated only by the sound of their own heartbeats. "Come here," Qin Yuanjia said, his countenance serious as he regarded the bashful concubine frozen in place. He felt a surge of irritation, recalling how he had been on edge that day, filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Sheng Mingzhu shook her head resolutely, refusing to approach. Given his displeasure, what reward could she expect? Qin Yuanjia's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze darkening with displeasure as he rose and forcefully drew her closer. Sheng Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. Just as she began to speak, Qin Yuanjia seized her slender waist with one hand, while the other struck down upon her with a series of firm slaps. Sheng Mingzhu instinctively pushed against him, a sharp pain radiating from the targeted area, combining embarrassment and anger at his actions. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed. Unfazed, Qin Yuanjia delivered several more resounding smacks, the sound echoing with a notable firmness, indicating his serious intent. "Do you understand the consequences of deceiving the emperor?" he uttered, his voice laced with thinly veiled anger as he regarded her coldly. The pain from the blows left Sheng Mingzhu biting her lip, stifling her sobs. Qin Yuanjia lifted her effortlessly to meet his gaze, his eyes settling upon her tear-streaked face, before finally releasing her. Once her feet touched the ground, she retaliated with a fierce kick to his shin, muttering about his shamelessness. Qin Yuanjia grasped her chin firmly, declaring, "Should you ever dare to jest with your life again, I would not hesitate to personally take it from you." Sheng Mingzhu, feeling wronged, whispered through her tears, "What do you care if I live or die? Haven't you all been seeking my demise? Take it if you wish." With that, she discreetly rubbed her sore backside, casting him a flirtatious glance as tears spilled down her cheeks. The sight tightened Qin Yuanjia's chest. Drawing her into his embrace brought him a sense of relief, as though he had regained something precious. Yet the young lady resisted, pushing against his face and defiantly shouting, "Qin Yuanjia, I do not covet anything you offer. I want to sever all ties with you. I would rather return home to cultivate in solitude than remain here, subjected to you and your women's disdain." Qin Yuanjia regarded the unruly and irrational concubine in his arms, his expression stern. "Speak another word, and I shall show you no mercy. I am on the brink of death. How can I concern myself with your mercy?" She retorted, "I have been in the palace for half a year, encountering all manner of filth. Sheng Mingzhu did not come here to be bullied. I formally inform you of my intention to depart from the palace." Before Sheng Mingzhu could complete her words, Qin Yuanjia forcefully pressed her onto his lap, his face dark with anger, and struck her fiercely several times, causing her entire body to tremble with pain. "Do you dare to speak nonsense again?" Qin Yuanjia demanded, his face flushed with rage. Sheng Mingzhu shook her head, choosing silence over further suffering. He lifted her into his embrace, positioning her so that her rear rested between his legs, avoiding any friction. Firmly grasping her head, he bent down and tenderly kissed away her tears. Sheng Mingzhu ceased her sobbing, her brow furrowed tightly as she raised her hand to wipe away the trace of his kiss. Qin Yuanjia, with playful intent, kissed her lips once more, sucking gently on the delicate petals, leaving her mouth moist. What does this mean? A slap for a kiss? Chapter 47. A night of tenderness. Qin Yuanjia held Sheng Mingzhu securely, his gaze deepening with affection as he gently stroked her hair. "Do not act recklessly again. Everything is under my watch," he said, his tone imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. Sheng Mingzhu, weary of this tyrant, awaited his intervention. By the time he showed up, she would perhaps be ready to reincarnate, never to see him again. She tilted her head to look at Qin Yuanjia, her eyes pure and clear, like a spring devoid of impurities. A softness washed over Qin Yuanjia's usually stern countenance. "What is it?" "Our fates clash. For the tranquility of your harem, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from me." This night, Sheng Mingzhu resolved to disregard all decorum and hierarchy. even foregoing the title of your majesty to address him directly by name. Do you remember you are merely a talented concubine? How dare you show such disrespect? Do you know how I shall punish you? Chen Yuanjia asked with a deliberately stern expression. Sheng Mingzhu gazed into his eyes, filled with playful mockery, and shook her head, then nodded. In an instant, Chen Yuanjia grasped the back of her head, his lips fiercely claiming hers, consuming her breath and muffled moans while his hands roamed over her body. His palm ventured to certain intimate areas, and Sheng Mingzhu repeatedly pushed his wandering hands away. She resolved to maintain her defenses, refusing to let him breach her resolve so easily. Otherwise, all she had endured would become a mere jest. Avoiding his approaching kiss, she huffed in indignation, "Your Majesty, your concubines are lined up to serve you. You should seek them out instead of indulging in sentimentality with me." Chen Yuanjia pinched her delicate face, gazing at her seriously, and chuckled softly. "I have not entered the harem nor touched them for a month." "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Sheng Mingzhu appeared unfazed, yet internally she felt a dissipation of her previous scruples. "You dare to speak to me thus, taking advantage of my current guilt, calculating that I would not punish you. Am I right?" Chen Yuanjia advanced dangerously close to her cheek, his gaze burning into the woman in his embrace. Sheng Mingzhu slightly turned her face, evading the heat of his breath. He laid her gently upon the bed, his tall and robust frame hovering over her, his eyes fixed upon her. Sheng Mingzhu's long eyelashes trembled, her lips parted slightly, her eyes glistening with trepidation as she gazed up at Chen Yuanjia. Chen Yuanjia leaned down and captured the lips of the young concubine, discarding the scant remnants of her garments, succumbing entirely to temptation. Sheng Mingzhu sought to resist, preparing to voice her protest, but a fiery tongue invaded her mouth, leaving only whimpers in its wake. Her arms were raised above her head, rendering her immobile as she was at the mercy of Chen Yuanjia. Abruptly, he paused, bending close to her ear, his voice a low, sultry whisper laced with seduction. "Has it truly been so long since we last met, that you are so tightly wound?" Sheng Mingzhu's cheeks flushed crimson, her legs squirming in futile resistance. Unbeknownst to her, this very movement drove Chen Yuanjia further into a frenzy. Despite his constant awareness of her feelings, he had been pent up for far too long, succumbing to unbridled passion. Outside the door, El Shun and Bai Ying spent the entire night unable to meet each other's gaze. The cacophony from within, the unabashed utterances, and the broken, alluring moans, left them blushing in embarrassment. After a night of indulgence, Sheng Mingzhu awoke to find the sun high in the sky and Chen Yuanjia's absence, likely having attended the morning court. Frustrated, she hurled her soft pillow onto the bed, lamenting her susceptibility to his allure, questioning her own worth as she easily succumbed to his temptation. "The esteemed physician, Dr. Hua, has arrived," Bai Ying announced upon entering. Sheng Mingzhu, feeling a touch of shame, avoided eye contact with anyone. The 15-year-old concubine was thoroughly embarrassed. Sister Bai Ying, I shall freshen up first." Every part of her ached, as if her feet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and her backside throbbed, remnants of the abusive encounter with that vile man. Her senses acutely aware of the consequences. "Yes, esteemed concubine. This morning, the emperor commanded the removal of the imperial guard," Bai Ying noted, fully aware of her mistress's modesty and maintaining her customary gentle demeanor without a hint of mockery. Soon after, Dr. Hua Qilin was ushered into the inner chamber to check her pulse. The room was scented with refreshing incense, creating a serene atmosphere. "I pay my respects to the esteemed concubine," Hua Qilin greeted with a bow. "There is no need for excessive formality. Dr. Hua, I shall be direct. Is there a source for the poison of aconite in the capital?" "This poison is forbidden, and there is none to be found in the capital," Hua Qilin replied. "However, I have heard whispers of a village in Jiangnan, Kangmu Village, where a barefoot physician once refined this toxin. May I inquire how the esteemed concubine came to know of this aconite poison?" Hua Qilin questioned. "To be candid, doctor, prior to entering the palace, I encountered an ancient medical text that contained detailed annotations, which afforded me a basic understanding," Sheng Mingzhu divulged. Hua Qilin nodded in understanding. "So, it is. Does the esteemed concubine have any plans moving forward? I am here on the Emperor's orders to assist you fully. Nothing else is required. But I kindly ask Dr. Hua to spread the word that a method for antidote has been discovered, and the remedy can be prepared in just a few days. I shall trouble you no further, Sheng Mingzhu requested politely. I shall do my utmost, Hua Qilin assured, taking his medical kit to report back to the Emperor. What is the meaning of this? Was it not said that no remedy could be found? In the Funing Palace, Zhou Lan frantically questioned Sheng Mingzhu. For the past 10 days, she had been in a state of restless anxiety, unable to sleep, terrified of being implicated. Her eyes were sunken, and her appearance was a shadow of her former self. The sixth prince was taken to the prince's residence under the pretense of needing to acclimate to royal life, where the empress personally arranged for someone to attend to his needs. With Zhou Lan's limited intellect, crafting a meticulous plan is beyond her capabilities. Her straightforwardness renders all conspiracies riddled with flaws. The manipulator behind her exploits Zhou Lan's foolishness, aligning all the incriminating evidence against Sheng Mingzhu with her methods and schemes, leading others to believe that such a simplistic murder must indeed bear Zhou Lan's signature. It is irrefutably true that Dr. Hua has returned to the Imperial Medical Institute in search of various medicinal herbs to concoct an antidote. Young Mingzi is also profoundly alarmed. Kuai-en cannot remain. She must be dealt with promptly, lest time elapses and calamity ensues. Zhou Lan finds herself in a state of utter confusion. Unbeknownst to her, people from all directions are awaiting her next move. Chun Yuanjia and the Xiang family remain passive, intending for her to ensnare herself, while Wei Zijing and the Hu family are poised for her to make further foolish missteps. Sheng Mingzhu eagerly anticipates her immediate action, disinterested in drawing out the situation. In the Yonghe Palace, one can only marvel at the resilience of life. As Wei Zijing remarks, how remarkable to still be alive under such circumstances. The fate of Yuankai Run is of little concern to us. Rest assured, Your Highness. Ingshi attends to Wei Zijing during her meal, serving dishes while conversing. Wei Zijing sets down her chopsticks, instructing her attendants to remain vigilant. Any sign of disturbance must be reported immediately. Yes, Your Highness, I shall convey your orders. Ingshi replies before withdrawing. Since Hua Qilin disseminated the news of Sheng Mingzhu's safety, an increase in palace maids and eunuchs has been observed near Worry-Free Pavilion. That afternoon, Lin Jidai covertly trails Kuai-en, revealing her interactions with the chief eunuch of Funing Palace. After witnessing young Mengzi slip a note to Kuai-en, they part ways. Lin Jidai returns to report to Sheng Mingzhu. Let's take action. Tomorrow, someone will inevitably come to us, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Sheng Mingzhu is no longer inclined to dance around Zhou Lan, and with all evidence in hand, she is ready to tear away the Wei family's veil of secrecy. Previously, Sheng Mingyu and Liu Che hastened to Jiangnan's Kangmu village, investigating tirelessly and employing coercion to uncover the vendor of the poisonous aconitum. The seller, no longer the fabled barefoot divine healer, but rather a former student, had made a deal with the Wei family. Yet after the arrangement, the Wei family dispatched multiple groups to silence him. Upon discovering his whereabouts, Sheng Mingyu arrived just as the man was evading capture, managing to escape due to geographical advantages. Liu Che and the others brought him back to the general's residence, recorded his testimony, and arranged for it to be delivered to Hua Qilin. Chapter 48. One man stands guard. Slaying the scoundrels that night, Kuai-en stealthily exited, followed by Lin Jidai and several eunuchs. Behind a rockery in the Imperial Garden, Kuai-en met with young Mengzi, who, in mere moments, seized her by the throat, intent on a swift execution. Lin Jidai signaled, and the accompanying eunuchs swiftly intervened, restraining both parties and escorting them back to Worry-Free Pavilion. Thus, the night passed amidst rising tides of intrigue until dawn broke. Sheng Mingzhu enjoyed an unusually restful slumber. Awakening revitalized, her complexion glowing with the evidence of attentive care. After a serene breakfast, she cleansed her hands and rinsed her mouth before taking her seat in the main hall. The court must have concluded by now. Send for the emperor and empress, and inform them I have grievances to address. Also, notify Yonghe Palace and Xinfu Palace that I have a request. On this day, Sheng Mingzhu donned a flowing white gown adorned with plum blossoms, complemented by a golden hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and brilliance. Lin Ji, not daring to delay, personally went to the imperial study to summon the emperor while dispatching another eunuch from Wanyu Pavilion, Xiao Jinzi, to invite the empress. News swiftly spread throughout the palace, prompting Zheng Shufei and Yang Baolin to hasten to see Sheng Mingzhu, who appeared unharmed. After exchanging pleasantries, others soon arrived. The guards outside Wanyu Pavilion had withdrawn, and Chun Yuanjia instructed Fan Jie to arrange for a group of shadow guards to discreetly ensure Sheng Mingzhu's safety. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. Sheng Mingzhu and a few others proceeded to the main hall to welcome their sovereigns, beholding the emperor and empress entering together. This humble servant pays respects to the emperor and the empress. Please rise, Chun Yuanjia commanded as he took his seat, his gaze settling on the gathering of concubines, ultimately resting on Sheng Mingzhu. Xiangshi also took her place beside Chun Yuanjia and inquired of Sheng Mingzhu, Yuan Kaijin, you summoned the emperor and me. Is there a matter of great importance? Sheng Mingzhu knelt and replied, Your Majesty, I do have pressing matters to report and seek your guidance. However, I must beg for your pardon, Empress, as I await the arrival of Consort Jingde and Lady Li Zhao. Upon hearing this, Chun Yuanjia's brows twitched slightly, sensing that the young concubine intended to undermine the situation. No need to rush. Please have a seat, Xiangshi graciously offered. And soon Bai Ying and the others served tea. Sheng Mingzhu savored her tea, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Chun Yuanjia, completely disregarding him. The concubines in the hall exchanged glances, speculating on the nature of the interaction between the two. Chun Yuanjia, observant, noted that while the young concubine outwardly appeared calm, her flushed ears betrayed her shyness, undoubtedly recalling their intimate encounter from 2 days prior. Consort Jingde has arrived. Lady Li Zhao has arrived. This humble servant pays respects to Consort Jingde and Lady Li Zhao. I pay my respects to the emperor and the empress. Both parties exchanged their greetings accordingly. Please rise. Consort Jingde, do take your seat, Xiangshi encouraged, bestowing seats upon them. Thank you, Empress. Taoyu assisted Wei Zhijing in settling down. Yuan Kaijin claims to have been poisoned, yet your complexion appears even more radiant than before, Lady Li Zhao expressed, a twinge of unease gnawing at her. Though reassured by Wei Zhijing's presence, she began to speak carelessly. Sheng Mingzhu turned her gaze, unabashedly retorting, You ought to inquire with the emperor. Chun Yuanjia nearly choked on his tea, casting a sharp glare at Sheng Mingzhu for her bluntness. Such audacity, Yuan Kaijin. Calling all these people here merely to utter words unworthy of their ears? Wei Zhijing leaned back, her gaze icy as it bore down on Sheng Mingzhu. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Sheng Mingzhu exchanged a glance with Lin Ji, who then bowed and exited. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have been falsely accused and trapped within Wanyu Pavilion, while treacherous individuals have sought to poison me and endanger my life. In my quest for self-preservation, I could not pursue the matter privately, yet I now possess evidence and witnesses. I implore you, Your Majesty and Your Highness, to discern the truth. Sheng Mingzhu disregarded Wei Zhijing's previous remarks, directly addressing those seated with her intent. Bai Ling presented several signed testimonies to Chun Yuanjia for his review, while Lin Ji timely brought forth Quaner and Xiao Mingzi. The two individuals emanated a foul stench, prompting those within the palace to immediately cover their noses with handkerchiefs. Lady Yuan and Lady Zhou indeed harbored malicious intentions. This palace shall address their misdeeds according to the regulations. However, your clandestine imprisonment of palace servants is a breach of decorum. As the matriarch of the harem, Madame Xiang must maintain impartiality. I acknowledge my transgressions, replied Sheng Mingzhu, with a demeanor of utmost respect. She gestured for Bai Ying, who promptly released the two from their muffled mouths. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you must intercede on my behalf. Lady Yuan has disregarded palace regulations and coerced me into confessing against my will. Little Mengzi continued to struggle fiercely. Silence. Take them away and execute them. Chun Yuanjia, after perusing the documents in his hand, uttered these brief words, inciting a flurry of anxiety among the concubines present. The eunuchs in attendance swiftly proceeded to escort the offenders away. I confess, it was Lady Zhou's maid who bribed me with silver, leading me astray into poisoning the food of the lady. Please spare my life. Quan'er's head struck the ground repeatedly, trembling uncontrollably. Do not rush. Where has eunuch Da, by Lady Li Zhao's side, vanished to? Sheng Mingzhu inquired, casting a glance at the terrified Quan'er before turning to Hu Yanran. Taken aback by the sudden question, Hu Yanran stammered. Little Detsi is preoccupied with matters. Why would Lady Yuan concern herself with the eunuchs within this concubine's quarters? Because he is also one of my conspirators. What do you think, Lady Zhao Yuan? Should I not be wary of him? Sheng Mingzhu smiled at her, causing Hu Yanran to reveal her trepidation. Wei Zijing wiped her mouth, displaying far greater composure than Hu Yanran. Your Majesty, Lady Yuan has been audacious, showing blatant disrespect towards a high-ranking concubine. Ah, it seems that Lady Jingda is rather short-sighted, for she only perceives me questioning Lady Zhao Yuan, failing to grasp that I am merely uncovering the truth. Sheng Mingzhu responded lightly, unfazed by the venomous remarks lurking behind scenes. Impudent! Lady Yuan, do you dare to show such disrespect towards me? Wei Zijing pointed an accusatory finger at Sheng Mingzhu, then knelt before the throne. Your Majesty, Your Highness, will you allow Lady Yuan to humiliate us so? Lady Jingda is overly hasty. I find Lady Yuan's reasoning quite valid. It is merely an inquiry into the suspect. How has it turned into such a grave disrespect? Zheng Shufei, having drawn closer to Sheng Mingzhu since the rescue of the second princess, felt compelled to speak up in support of the young lady. Lady Shufei speaks wisely. Lady Jingda, please remain calm and allow me to continue, Sheng Mingzhu said, observing Wei Zijing, who frequently cast pitiful glances at Chen Yuanjia while kneeling on the ground. Chen Yuanjia intended to intervene, but, sensing the fierce glare of the young concubine directed at him, instinctively refrained from speaking on behalf of Wei Zijing. Left alone to perform her solitary act, Wei Zijing found the lack of support disheartening and awkwardly returned to her seat. I shall speak for Lady Zhao Yuan. Little Detsi was instructed to approach the maid Chui'er from Jiayue Hall, who similarly added the toxic essence of aconitum to Lady Zhen's meals. Consequently, Lady Zhen exhibited signs of miscarriage long before that day, and even had she not fallen into the water, a miscarriage was inevitable. It was Little Detsi who delivered the poison to Chui'er and Little Mengzi. Sheng Mingzhu recounted slowly, leaving the audience in stunned silence. You speak nonsense. You assert whatever comes to your lips is truth. Hu Yanran leaped up in accusation, her fury suggesting she felt wronged. Thus, did the esteemed Lady Zhao summon Xiao Detsi to categorically deny the allegations? Or was it Sheng Mingzhu who confronted Wei Zijing? Should I bring forth the drug trafficker to reveal who purchased from him at exorbitant prices, only to silence him thereafter? Sheng Mingzhu, do inquire among the assembly. Who would believe your fabrications? Are these documents issued by the Dali Temple for examination? Hu Yanran's voice quivered slightly, yet she valiantly engaged in a fierce contest against Sheng Mingzhu. Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes and bowed to Chen Yuanjia. Your Majesty, I implore you to allow me to summon the suspect Lu Hai from the inner court to meet with Lady Zhao and Lady Jingda. There is no need. Chen Yuanjia declined, casting the documents to Lu Shan. A sudden silence enveloped the hall. Chen Yuanjia stood firm as a mountain, unyielding amidst the turmoil, his garments undisturbed. His gaze as inscrutable as a deep, cold pool. Your testimony aligns perfectly with that of the Empress. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no need for further inquiry. Chen Yuanjia finally declared after a prolonged silence. Yet before Sheng Mingzhu could finish her retort, he interrupted. Yuan Kai, I shall provide you with an explanation. Chen Yuanjia obstructed the confrontation between the suspect and Wei Zijing, fully aware of Wei Zijing's involvement. When Sheng Mingzhu and others submitted their testimonies to Hu Qilin, they had first passed through his hands. Sheng Mingzhu smiled faintly, a sense of desolation settling within her. Even with the evidence laid bare before him, he still sought to protect Wei Zijing. After all, they were kin by blood. And what was her relationship with Chen Yuanjia? stripped of its superficial ties, merely that of a lowly concubine. Chapter 49. The quarrel. Chen Yuanjia observed the frail silhouette of Sheng Mingzhu, resolutely standing and gazing at him, her disappointment starkly evident. Yet he had no choice but to act thus. For the Wei family, for the Empress Dowager, and to preserve Wei Zijing's favor. He had to suppress even the corruption of the former Grand Minister, let alone the palace's clandestine affairs. Xiang's fingers turned pale as she attempted to leverage Sheng Mingzhu to overthrow Wei Zijing, but her hopes were dashed once more. Zhou's conspiracy against the concubine was unforgivable, meriting death by poison, whose intent to harm the heir was a grave sin. Henceforth, she would be stripped of her titles, reduced to a commoner, and relegated to the cold palace. All others involved, be they maids or eunuchs, would face execution. Chen Yuanjia decisively dealt with all participants named in the testimonies, sparing only Wei Zijing, who remained unscathed. Your Majesty, I have borne 3 sons for you. I implore you, for the sake of Yongyu, to grant me this one reprieve. Hu Yanran prostrated herself, pleading for Chen Yuanjia to rescind his decree. Chen Yuanjia's countenance darkened with anger. It is misfortune for Yongyu to have a mother like you. Mind yourself. It was unclear whether this remark was directed at Hu Yanran or intended for others, but Wei Zijing clenched her handkerchief tightly, forcing herself to betray no sign of emotion. Take her away. Lu Shun waved his feather duster, and guards rushed to escort Hu Yanran out. Lady Jingda, please save me. Wei Zijing remained as steadfast as a mountain, her demeanor utterly indifferent. Yuan Kai has suffered an unjust accusation, effective immediately. She shall be reinstated as a concubine with a reward of 10,000 taels. Zhen Jiyu, having been wronged, suffered injury and shall be promoted to concubine with a reward of 1,000 taels, Chen Yuanjia proclaimed. Sheng Mingzhu remained unmoved, and despite Buying tugging at her sleeve several times, she reluctantly expressed her gratitude but remained silent. Should anyone dare to conspire against the concubines or the heir, they shall be executed. Chen Yuanjia, having spoken, rose and departed, leaving a room full of concubines kneeling behind him in respectful farewell. Even Xiang Shi offered a half-squat gesture in his honor. Only Sheng Mingzhu fixed her gaze on his receding figure, wishing to chase after him and deliver a resounding slap to this feigning deaf and mute monarch. Everyone, return now. Let this serve as a lesson for us all, to never take a life, Xiang Shi concluded. We shall adhere to Her Majesty the Empress's decree. After a series of bows, the crowd dispersed in small groups. In an instant, Wei Zijing found herself accompanied by Wu Jiyu from the Chuxiu Palace and Sun Meiren from the Yihe Hall, with the absence of a Li Zhao Yuan. Her connection to the Empress Dowager ensured that she was not lacking in support. We shall see. Sheng Mingzhu, Wei Zijing shot a fierce glare before striding away, leaving only Zheng Shufei and Yang Baolin, who offered a few words of comfort before departing. The few attendants busied themselves, yet the grand performance could not commence, which was truly vexing. Sheng Mingzhu settled onto the soft couch, her radiant face betraying no emotion, save for a slight furrow between her brows that revealed her seething anger. Your Highness, it is perhaps for the best. Do not let yourself be distressed, Buying gently advised, well aware of the tempest concealed beneath Sheng Mingzhu's calm facade. Indeed, Your Highness, it is not worth injuring yourself over such matters, Bai Ling chimed in, finally addressing her correctly. Sheng Mingzhu smiled faintly, dismissing her anger. Very well. At least you recognize my status as a princess. I shall reward you with 2 months' pay. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall call you that every day henceforth. Bai Ling replied cheerfully, delighted by the mention of money. Bai Ying, Xiao Linzi, Su Shang, Jin Shu, and even Xiao Jinji were all granted their share. And the other palace servants responsible for cleaning were also rewarded with an extra month's pay. During this period of gathering evidence, everyone had contributed, and while they had not achieved a resounding victory, they had certainly done their utmost. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The few in the inner chamber expressed their gratitude. It turns out, I'm not the only one favored. Bai Ling had thought herself the sole recipient of her master's affection. Sheng Mingzhu found this amusing, truly a domineering woman. A mere additional month's pay sufficed. Bai Ling beamed immediately, and the others bore no ill will. Lin Ji and Su Shang, upon arriving at Wanyu Pavilion, received rewards greater than in the past several years. In Wanyu Pavilion, the master they served was pure and benevolent, embodying righteousness and sincerity. Although she was not as indulgent as Bai Ying and her sisters, she had never scolded or mistreated them. Occasionally, they would gather in the corridor to light a fire and admire the moon together, enjoying grilled delicacies, thus breaking the shackles of the rigid palace rules and fostering a shared joy between master and servants. That evening, Qin Yuanjia spent the night alone in the Chengxian palace. While Lu Shun heard him tossing and turning, sighing deeply, he understood. The emperor was reluctant to confront Yuan Chongyuan. Those involved in the incident were swiftly brought to justice, and the matter was settled. Qin Yuanjia subsequently issued 2 decrees. The 6th prince was to be entrusted to Zhan Chongyuan for upbringing, granted residence in Funing Palace. Wu Jiyu was promoted to a position of honor to raise the 3rd prince. In no time, the atmosphere in the harem became lively once more, the previous tension dissipating as numerous concubines visited both palaces to extend their congratulations. Sheng Mingzhu promptly instructed Bai Ying to distribute silver, each receiving 666 taels for good fortune, ensuring that no one would be tempted to engage in underhanded dealings that might lead to further complications. 2 days later, Qin Yuanjia returned to Wan Yuxian, realizing that avoidance was not a viable solution. He intended to have a heart-to-heart with the young concubine, seeking to unravel the knots in their relationship. Inside Wan Yuxian, Su Shang was applying dye to Sheng Mingzhu's nails. As spring approached, she was dressed in delicate attire, complemented by her vibrant crimson nails, presenting an enchanting sight. It was truly beautiful. Who would have thought your nail art skills were so remarkable? Bai Ling, standing nearby, admired Su Shang's expertise. Su Shang blushed at the praise, insisting it was not as impressive as they claimed. Bai Ling, however, was unabashed in her compliments. The emperor has arrived. This time, there was no eavesdropping. El Shun announced his presence at the door. Sheng Mingzhu pouted, annoyed that this bothersome man interrupted her rare, leisurely afternoon. "Pay your respects to the emperor," she said, bowing gracefully. "Rise," Qin Yuanjia said, stepping forward to assist her. But she evaded him, standing to the side silently. Unperturbed, Qin Yuanjia took the young woman's hand and settled onto the soft couch. Sheng Mingzhu furrowed her brow tightly, biting her lip in silence, her face slightly turned away from the seemingly refined man before her. Qin Yuanjia's voice was rich and husky as he gently addressed Sheng Mingzhu. "Quiet beauty, await me at the city corner. Would you care to accompany me for a walk?" "I dare not. Since there is a woman who embodies tranquility, why provoke another beauty?" Sheng Mingzhu replied. "It would be better for the emperor to visit concubine Jingda, lest my life be in jeopardy, and I gain the infamy of disrupting your harmonious relationship." She was genuinely terrified. Sheng Mingzhu was indifferent to Qin Yuanjia's flirtation. He smiled warmly. "Has my little jealous jar been overturned? When did I mention her? I was speaking of the serene and beautiful Sheng, was I not? You have wronged me. I do not dare to compare myself to her. While I may be beautiful, I cannot claim to be tranquil. If anyone were to harm me, I would seek their life in return. Due to the foolishness of certain individuals, I must tread carefully and cannot approach dangerous people. Please understand my fears, Your Majesty, and do not return to Wan Yuxian. It would be better for me to fend for myself here." Sheng Mingzhu expressed vehemently, leaving Qin Yuanjia momentarily stunned. Qin Yuanjia held onto the agitated concubine's hand tightly and whispered, "Shh, I know who the mastermind behind the plot against you is, but I must consider the greater good and protect her. You have suffered, and I shall compensate you. Please understand me just this once, all right?" "Very well. My compensation is a life for a life," Sheng Mingzhu replied, unwavering. Qin Yuanjia gazed at her, his eyes lingering on her face before he spoke again. "Aside from that, everything else is negotiable. Promotions, rewards, even accompanying you back home from the palace, I can agree to." Sheng Mingzhu pressed her lips together in silence. Qin Yuanjia's gaze gradually darkened, and she sensed his displeasure and the urgency of his expression. Her life was intricately linked to the palace's past and present, and it was not to be trifled with. Ah, so Wei Ji's life is precious, but my Sheng Mingzhu's life is not. It is only just that one pays for a life taken. How can she roam free? Simply because she has an aunt who is an empress and a cousin who is the emperor? Is it permissible for her to take innocent lives without consequence? Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, shaking off Chen Yuanzhi's grasp in anger. Chen Yuanzhi felt a surge of anger in his eyes. This little creature dared to speak so recklessly. Sure, do not be so presumptuous. I have my own decisions to make, and this matter is not open for further discussion. The determination and disdain evident in Sheng Mingzhu's gaze were unmistakable. Humph, your majesty may as well kill me swiftly. Naturally, no one would dare to reveal the truth. The world would remain oblivious to your moral decay and cold indifference, and no one would know that the law holds no power over the Wei family. In the realm of Great Shun, they can sweep all before them. Sheng family, should you dare to continue this nonsense, I will not show mercy. With a fierce roar, Chen Yuanzhi shattered the jade cup on the table, shards scattering across the floor. The palace maids and eunuchs fell to their knees in terror. Chapter 50. Coercion and compassion. As the teacup shattered, droplets of tea splashed onto Sheng Mingzhu's skirt. She chuckled lightly. Which of my words was erroneous? A person devoid of dignity might as well be dead. I speak for my own dignity and life. What is wrong with that? Get out, all of you! Chen Yuanzhi bellowed, banishing the palace attendants. With a firm grip on her chin, his veins bulging and his expression dark and foreboding, Chen Yuanzhi exerted pressure. Despite the pain in her jaw, Sheng Mingzhu remained resolute, unwilling to bow before the man whose strength far surpassed hers. Admit your fault, he coldly demanded, the words slipping through clenched teeth. You may as well kill me, Sheng Mingzhu retorted defiantly, her neck held high, unyielding in her conviction. An air of chilling menace enveloped Chen Yuanzhi, instilling fear in those who dared to approach him. As Sheng Mingzhu met his piercing gaze, a tinge of trepidation flickered within her. After all, she was still a young girl, and the disparity in their auras was staggering. Witnessing her eyes glisten with unshed tears, Chen Yuanzhi felt a twinge of softness, loosening his grip slightly. Do you recognize your error? He inquired, his demeanor slightly softened. I do not know, she replied with misty eyes. I only resent my unfortunate fate, reduced to being your plaything. Whose concubine would you prefer to be, then? Do you regret not becoming Lu Che's legitimate wife? Chen Yuanzhi was deeply perturbed by her childhood bond with Lu Che. Once she became his woman, she was to be wholly his. Any inappropriate thoughts would incur a price, and both would bear the brunt of his wrath. With a brutal force, he threw her onto the couch, effortlessly tearing her dress apart and pinning her down, biting her lips as he held her chin. Sheng Mingzhu suddenly turned her head, causing his kiss to miss its mark, her lips brushed by a few disheveled strands of hair. Chen Yuanzhi grasped her head firmly, leaning closer, his eyes ablaze with fury. What do you resist? Have you already forgotten the pleasure you found beneath me? Sheng Mingzhu shook her head, struggling fiercely. No, you must not touch me. Not allow. You have no say in this. Chen Yuanzhi's rage peaked. Never had he encountered such defiance. The more she resisted, the more he felt compelled to punish her. She resembled a fragile rabbit, her delicate form toyed with by the tyrant. Unable to endure any longer, Sheng Mingzhu wept pitifully. She felt no joy whatsoever. Only an endless abyss trapped her, her suffering akin to being slowly dismembered. Please, no more. Sheng Mingzhu grasped his iron arm, desperately shaking her head and crying out for mercy. She had never realized that Chen Yuanzhi's cruelty could lead to such despair. Her voice hoarse from weeping. She was on the verge of fainting, unable to endure any longer as she cried out, I admit my mistake. Hearing the little concubine's admission, Chen Yuanzhi straightened his posture to look at her. The midday sun streamed through the window curtains, illuminating the room with a bright light. The graceful form of the woman beneath him was fully revealed, igniting a surge of blood within him. Sheng Mingzhu's face flushed crimson, drenched in sweat, her youthful fragrance wafting through the air, intoxicating him. The man's expression remained tense, aside from a hint of color in his cheeks. His anger was still palpable as he tightly held the person in his arms with ferocity. Time passed, and eventually, Sheng Mingzhu's vision darkened, and she fell into a deep unconsciousness. After venting his frustrations, Sheng Mingzhu summoned Bai Ying to attend to her and retreated to her study. Once in quietude, he felt regret. He had intended to bridge the gap between them, yet he could not suppress his underlying concern for Lu Che, forcing her into submission. He understood the grievances she harbored, and Sheng Mingzhu, resting his head on his hand, felt a twinge of irritation. A female physician had already been called to examine Sheng Mingzhu. Bai Ying, holding back tears, wiped the frail body of her mistress. The physician, accompanied by El Shan, entered the study to report on the current situation and some precautions before withdrawing to await further instructions. Sheng Mingzhu's broad chest heaved with deepening breaths, his expression darkening as he pressed his fingers against his brow, ultimately rising to head to the bedchamber. Bai Ling, undeterred by the danger, stood in front of Sheng Mingzhu, refusing to let him approach her mistress. "How dare you not step aside?" Elle scolded rudely, fearful of provoking this tyrant once more. Bai Ying stepped forward to drag her away. Sheng Mingzhu sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the slumbering girl with a heavy heart, sighing inwardly, knowing that it would now be even more difficult to soothe her. As night fell, there were no signs of Sheng Mingzhu awakening. Sheng Mingzhu, resembling a vengeful spirit, wore a grim expression, casting a shadow over the entire room. He did not leave, but lay down fully clothed beside her. Just as he began to drift into slumber, he felt a burning heat emanating from her body. Immediately, he reached to check her forehead, which was exceedingly hot. Sheng Mingzhu had developed a high fever, seemingly igniting in an instant. "Bring the imperial physician," Sheng Mingzhu commanded, and Bai Ying rushed in, preparing ice water to sponge the fevered girl. The physician and Huo Qilin soon arrived. The latter checked her pulse through the curtain and determined it was not a grave concern. The excessive indulgence had drained her vitality, consuming her physical strength and energy, resulting in psychological fatigue. He advised her to refrain from intimacy for the next month and to consume nourishing meals to restore her health. The physician examined her private areas once more, reiterating the need to apply ointment to heal the injuries. After administering fever-reducing herbal medicine, Sheng Mingzhu's temperature gradually decreased, and the physicians finally took their leave. Sheng Mingzhu's eyes reflected anxiety and concern as he gently patted the small woman's shoulders, wary of falling into a deep sleep himself. Before dawn, as he prepared to attend court, he tested her forehead once more. Her temperature had returned to normal. Gazing at the serene girl in slumber, a profound sense of compassion welled up within me. My thumb gently caressed her delicate face, where a hint of bruising lingered on her chin, a stark reminder of my own forcefulness the previous day. I pressed my lips softly against Sheng Mingzhu's cheek, drawing in the parched skin of her lips, my eyes brimming with guilt and remorse. Before departing, I left a decree stating that she need not pay her respects at the Weiyang Palace until she had fully recovered. It was only during Bai Ying's third attempt to assist her with bathing that Sheng Mingzhu finally stirred. She struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, staring blankly at the ceiling for an extended moment, tears cascading down to her ears. "Miss, you will be well again. I shall stay by your side," Bai Ying murmured, addressing her for the first time since entering the palace, her own tears rendering her voice nearly inaudible. Sheng Mingzhu nodded, unable to articulate her thoughts, feeling utterly drained. "May I assist you in rising? Shall we have something to eat, and then rest once more?" Bai Ying inquired softly, upon seeing Sheng Mingzhu nod in agreement. She helped her into her undergarments and fetched water for a brief washing before inviting Bai Ling and Su Shang to set the table. Sheng Mingzhu managed to consume only a bowl of bird's nest and a few sweet pastries before her appetite waned. At that moment, the physician arrived, awaiting her summons outside the door. Bai Ling went to invite the doctor in to check on her young mistress. "Your Highness, please do not burden yourself with excessive worries. Your health will surely improve. The incense being burned in this hall must be discontinued, as it contains a trace of musk, which could adversely affect your progeny in the long run," the physician advised candidly. "Thank you for your concern," Sheng Mingzhu replied hoarsely and politely, rewarding Bai Ying for her service before dismissing the doctor. "Shall I dispose of this incense?" Bai Ling asked. "There is no need. I enjoy this fragrance." "Let it remain lit," she replied dismissively, Without offspring, she felt no inclination to bear the tyrant's child. In the previous dynasty, Qin Yuanzhe wielded his authority with unyielding strength, swiftly dealing with several officials linked to the salt tax in Jiangnan, among whom were notable associates of Wei Taiwei. The warning was clear. The Taiwei's residents should heed this lesson. The Empress Dowager might overlook a transgression or two, but repeated offenses could jeopardize the state, leading to dire consequences. After ruling for over 6 years, the emperor mastered the art of balance, skillfully managing the relationship between the Taiwei's and the chancellor's households. Qin Yuanzhe combined benevolence with authority, navigating the realms of power and morality to instill both respect and fear across the realm. Upon leaving the court, he proceeded directly to Wangyu Pavilion, pondering whether the young consort had managed a proper meal. Entering the chamber, he found Sheng Mingzhu's maid by Ling, recounting amusing tales from the past to lift her spirits. Sheng Mingzhu appeared weary, occasionally managing a faint smile. "The emperor has arrived," Bai Ling announced. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Qin Yuanzhe approached the bedside, intent on checking for a fever on the young woman's forehead. As he reached out, Sheng Mingzhu turned her face away, unwilling to be touched. "Have you had a proper breakfast, my dear?" Qin Yuanzhe inquired, unfazed, recognizing that he must bear the consequences of his own actions. With her eyelids half closed, Sheng Mingzhu refused to meet his gaze. Sighing, he leaned down to kiss her hairline, gazing at her with concern. "When you feel better, I shall take you back to the general's residence to visit the Grand Tutor. Should you wish, you may invite your elder brother's daughter to the palace for a few days of companionship," he suggested gently. Sheng Mingzhu remained silent, her delicate face slightly pale, evoking a sense of pity as Qin Yuanzhe lifted her chin. He gently ruffled the young girl's hair, disregarding her resistance, and cupped her face for a kiss, apologizing for the hurt he had caused her the previous day. Grasping her soft, fair hand, he placed it against his heart, declaring that this was where she belonged, wishing for her not to dwell on anyone else. Sheng Mingzhu tilted her head, dismissing his words as mere jealousy. She understood his grievances. Had it not been for her, he could have pursued the marriage he desired, living the life he envisioned. However, now that she had entered the palace, certain matters required her to endure as she was. After all, related to his mother. As a son, he had to consider the dignity of his mother and the honor of her family. Qin Yuanzhe spoke with utmost seriousness. Pushing him away, Sheng Mingzhu leaned back and closed her eyes as if pretending to sleep. Qin Yuanzhe raised an eyebrow, finding her difficult to appease. Here he was, the revered emperor, humbling himself to apologize, yet she offered no reaction. He leaned closer, his handsome face gazing at her with deep affection. Unable to withstand his proximity, Sheng Mingzhu coolly remarked that if he wished to be filial, he should not involve concubines, as she owed them nothing, nor the Wei family. Qin Yuanzhe was taken aback by her retort, each word striking a chord of reason. "Are you not angry anymore?" he asked, a smile playing on his lips, showing no sign of irritation. Sheng Mingzhu expected him to storm off, for who did not know of the current emperor's respect for the Empress Dowager? Her previous mention of the Wei family could have been seen as disrespectful to the Empress Dowager, a grave offense indeed. Qin Yuanzhe reached for Sheng Mingzhu, drawing her into an embrace, lifting her radiant face gently, his fingers grazing her skin as he leaned down to plant a tender kiss, filled with affection and adoration. "Let me see, is your injury severe?" he inquired lazily, having barely slept the previous night, constantly vigilant of his concubine's condition. "What are you looking at? Do you not know?" she retorted, her frustration evident. As he prepared to lift her skirt, she propped herself up, pushing his hand away, frowning as she insisted. "There is no need for your majesty to worry. I am fine. Do I not have my own dignity?" "What do you mean by that?" Qin Yuanzhe remarked, sensing her mutterings were directed at him. Nothing at all," she replied, genuinely intimidated by this tyrant. A swift strike would be easier to endure than the dual torment of physical and emotional distress. Qin Yuanzhe understood that his violent outburst had left a shadow over Sheng Mingzhu, instilling a sense of fear that would require patience and time to overcome. Seeing her cheeks puffed in anger, he could not help but grasp her delicate shoulders, pulling her closer into his embrace, leaning back against the soft pillow. adjusting their positions slightly. Sheng Mingzhu, when you turn 17, shall we have a child? Chen Yuanjia's lips brushed against her dark hair, his tone tentative. At his words, Sheng Mingzhu stiffened. Since entering the palace, she had never contemplated having a child, and even if she did, would she be able to protect it? She herself was muddled and confused. Your Highness, the medicinal bath is ready, and the water temperature is just right, Bai Ying's voice sounded outside the door, appearing at the perfect moment. I'll be right there. Sheng Mingzhu wriggled out of the man's embrace, carefully sitting up to rise. Hearing her mistress's movements, Bai Ying hurried in to assist her with her shoes, as Sheng Mingzhu was unable to bend down. Supporting her, they made their way to the bath. Qilan had suggested the medicinal bath for its benefits in alleviating fatigue, promoting blood circulation, and relieving inflammation and pain. Bai Ying and Bai Ling naturally encouraged their mistress to give it a try. Seeing her struggle to walk, Chen Yuanjia rushed to her side, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and personally assisting her in shedding her garments before placing her in the bath. You should leave, Sheng Mingzhu said with a flushed face, her voice a mix of indignation and shyness. It is my fault, of course. I should attend to you, Chen Yuanjia quipped, raising an eyebrow playfully. Sheng Mingzhu bit her lip, glaring at him in frustration. Chen Yuanjia, sensing her displeasure, tactfully exited, knowing that attempting to converse further would result in an unreciprocated response from the young lady. Bai Ling was busy arranging lunch, while in the bathroom, Jin Shu and Bai Ying were attending to Sheng Mingzhu. At this moment, Chen Yuanjia was in the study of Wanyu Pavilion, addressing matters from the previous dynasty that could not be neglected. Seizing the opportunity, he dealt with several memorials, intending to ensure that the young concubine had her meal before he met with the 6 ministers in the afternoon. After the passage of a short incense sticks time, Sheng Mingzhu completed her medicinal bath, changed into her sleeping attire, wrung out her long hair, feeling somewhat lighter, and her complexion significantly improved. Returning to the inner chamber, she settled onto the soft couch. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuanjia had the memorials sent back to the imperial study before turning to enter Sheng Mingzhu's quarters. The young concubine wore a pale pink sleeping gown, her long hair casually pinned with a wooden hairpin, exuding a delicate charm that stirred his desires and possessiveness. Sheng Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, then quietly pouted, wondering why he hadn't left yet. How could such small gestures escape Chen Yuanjia's keen eyes? Sitting across from her, he teasingly remarked, My dear, there are no half-completed copies of the Dizong Sutra in the study. I recall asking you to transcribe it 100 times. Why should I? It's not my fault. The debts of the wronged have their rightful owners. Your Majesty can ask Consort Jingda to write it instead. Sheng Mingzhu, fearing that this foolish ruler might indeed make her transcribe, immediately flared up. Chen Yuanjia's smile was evident, still unable to let go of Wei Zijing. Are we? It seems this matter will linger in your mind for a lifetime. Very well, I shall have her transcribe it another day. Chen Yuanjia was not jesting. In recent years, the Wei family had grown overly restless, showing disrespect towards the Xiang family and lacking compassion towards their subordinates, a consequence of his excessive indulgence. It was imperative to correct this before it escalated into a grave error that could endanger both their children. Sheng Mingzhu huffed, uncertain if he was merely deceiving her. Chen Yuanjia patiently accompanied the young concubine through lunch, occasionally serving her dishes, trying too hard to appease her, which left Lu Shun wide-eyed in astonishment. This Yuan Chu Yuan is remarkable. Who knows how she will manage the emperor in the future? In less than a year, she has made the imperious and formidable majesty lower himself and indulge her in such a manner. Truly extraordinary. Episode 52. As the auspicious day approached, the noble lady, Sheng Mingzhu, had fully regained her vitality after a few days of recuperation. Chen Yuanjia would occasionally join her for lunch or dinner, yet the young concubine, while outwardly respectful, would recoil at any slight approach, as if avoiding a contagion. The emperor, fearing his own tumultuous heart, dared not to stay overnight. On the 10th of April, Chen Yuanjia accompanied Lady Xiang for lunch at the Weiyang Palace. Your Majesty, the 15th of April marks the birthday of Yuan Chongyuan. This morning, I dispatched someone to inquire about her wishes, but she is reluctant to hold a birthday banquet. Naturally, as the principal lady. Lady Xiang must command the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare for it. Chen Yuanjia felt a pang of discomfort. He had initially intended to host a grand celebration for her, to publicly honor the granddaughter of the Sheng family. But her unwillingness posed a dilemma. Let her be. She is rather indolent and can manage her own affairs, he decided, unwilling to impose upon her. Indeed, then please, Your Majesty, accompany Yuan Chongyuan in a modest celebration. Lady Xiang suggested softly, her words laced with grace. Chen Yuanjia responded with satisfaction. In 2 months, it will be your birthday as well, and the Empress Dowager will return to the palace. We shall celebrate together with great festivity. I am aware of the Empress Dowager's return and have already begun tidying the Shokong Palace. The residence of the third princess is also undergoing renovations, Lady Xiang replied, balancing her duties towards both her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law. With you by my side, I feel at ease. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Lu Shun, grant 20 bolts of the exquisite gold-threaded brocade tribute from the Western Xia to the Empress, and bestow my 2 sets of the 9 heavens writing essentials upon Yongheng and Yongrui, who are diligent and eager to learn. They deserve such rewards, Chen Yuanjia declared impulsively, generously rewarding the 3 of them. On behalf of Yongheng and Yongrui, I express our gratitude for your grace, Your Majesty, Lady Xiang said, genuinely elated, finding joy in their recognition rather than her own. There is no need for excessive formality. Quickly, let us dine, Chen Yuanjia urged, and the couple shared a harmonious lunch before he returned to his state affairs. On the 15th of April, at the Wanyu Pavilion, the young palace maids had risen early to clean the courtyard, adorning it with vibrant seasonal flowers, creating a lively atmosphere. Sheng Mingzhu, reluctant to rise from her bed, was eventually coaxed into dressing up by Bai Ying and Bai Ling. Today, she was to don a ceremonial gown adorned with hairpins and a floral crown, her beauty radiating elegance and charm. The main hall was prepared for the feast, organized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Regardless of her desire for seclusion, palace regulations mandated that she engage in the social customs of the harem. As the hour approached, Chen Yuanjia, accompanied by the concubines of the palace, arrived to celebrate the occasion. As he took his seat, several eunuchs from the Chengxian Palace presented a lacquered red and gold tray, showcasing a golden rui, a jade carving of the birthday star, a golden butterfly hairpin adorned with 5 gems, and 10 bolts of cloud-patterned silk, all bestowed by the emperor. In previous years, some concubines had received such gifts, but it was rare for multiple treasures to be granted simultaneously. The empress's gift was a splendid enamel mirror from the West, a prized possession reflecting Yuan Chongyuan's beauty, with floral adornments crowning her head year after year. Sheng Mingzhu performed her customary bow. This humble concubine thanks Your Majesty for your kindness. Subsequently, the other palaces presented their gifts in succession, with Wei Zijing's offering being particularly exquisite, shedding the previous air of superiority, perhaps in an effort to impress Chen Yuanjia, given the long absence of his presence. May this palace wish you a life of profound joy and endless happiness. Wei Zijing, shedding her previous air of arrogance, smiled warmly and remarked, with the empress present, to mention the words Wei Yang could be construed as harboring ambitious intentions, yet one cannot find fault in such a statement. However, it is imperative for the concubines to constantly remember to avoid any words or objects associated with the central palace, including the colors of their garments. Sheng Mingzhu, naturally, did not fall behind in this exchange. Expressing her gratitude to Consort Jingde, it is widely acknowledged that Her Majesty, the Empress, embodies boundless elegance and grace. As I am under Her Majesty's benevolent care, I shall surely have no worries. Furthermore, we have not seen you for quite some time, Your Highness Yuan. Qing'er has come to present you with a congratulatory gift. The second princess, noticing that Sheng Mingzhu had ceased her conversations, approached and took her hand. One of the second princess's maids presented a delicately crafted bracelet made of colorful pearls, exuding a sense of youthful charm. This was personally strung by Qing. Do you like it, Your Highness Yuan? The little princess awaited her response with eager anticipation. Thank you, Your Highness. I truly adore it, and shall treasure it dearly. Sheng Mingzhu replied, holding the little girl's hand affectionately, her heart filled with joy. Hee, can your highness Yuan play house with me now? Shen Yuqing, sparkling with innocence, elicited a gentle pinch on her cheek from Sheng Mingzhu. Of course, whenever the second princess wishes for my company, I shall gladly oblige, Sheng Mingzhu assured her. The little princess beamed with happiness and returned to her mother's side. Soon, the banquet commenced, with Chun Yuanzhe seated at the center, Su Shi to his left, and the birthday celebrant Sheng Mingzhu to his right. Observing the young concubine today, Chun Yuanzhe noted her poised and dignified demeanor, displaying a maturity beyond her years, sitting upright with her skirt elegantly spread, her gratitude to the gift-givers flowing like the first notes of a nightingale's song. Lu Shun announced the emperor's decree, and Chun Yuanzhe spoke with a lightness in his tone. Yuan Cheng Yuan, please come forth to receive your title. As Lu Shun stepped forward, holding the imperial edict, he called upon Sheng Mingzhu to accept it. Rising gracefully and lifting her skirts, Sheng Mingzhu knelt in the center of the banquet, saying, I humbly accept the decree. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is proclaimed, I recognize the virtue of the Peony Hall, relying on kindness and gentleness. The Orchid Pavilion shines with brilliance, highlighting your noble character. To you, Yuan Cheng Yuan, with your gentle and humble nature, I hereby elevate you to the rank of Zhao Yi, granting you a golden book and seal as a mark of great honor. May you be blessed by heaven, and do not replace this praise. Additionally, you are granted 2 days to visit your family. Thus decreed, with heartfelt gratitude, Sheng Mingzhu accepted the decree, exclaiming, Long live the emperor. She bowed deeply in thanks for her promotion, yet inwardly she mused, is this a grudge against me? Gentle and humble? Is this not a jab at my very spine? Would it not be better to have described me as lively and spirited? Such simplicity would ring truer. Chun Yuanzhe rose to assist the newly appointed Zhao Yi back to her feet. In the eyes of all present, Sheng Mingzhu did not falter, allowing him to guide her. Zhao Yi, on this auspicious occasion, there is no need for formalities, Chun Yuanzhe observed, pleased with her graceful demeanor, personally leading her back to her seat. From being the lowest among the 9 concubines, lacking experience and offspring, how could she ascend to the highest rank overnight? Is this favoritism directed at her, or at the general's household behind her? How could the attendees not feel envy? Even Su Shi must harbor considerable apprehension. Chun Yuanzhe raised his cup in a toast with everyone. The atmosphere remained pleasant. Although the occasion was modest, the table was adorned with fine wines and dishes, including a rare Lonling wine, a precious gift from the general's household delivered the previous day, worth its weight in gold. Chun Yinja indulged in a few more cups of wine, having just set down the wine vessel when an incongruous sound of retching reached his ears. I beg the emperor's and empress's forgiveness, and the same from Lady Yuan. Sun Marin stood to plead for pardon. Is something amiss with your health? Xiang inquired. Sun Jiruo, shyly glancing at Chun Yuanjia, instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. Your Majesty, it is of little concern. Sun Marin is 3 months pregnant, and the fetus within her is healthy. It was likely a fleeting moment of pregnancy discomfort, Wu Jiu interjected. Is the fault of this humble servant. Having caused a disturbance on Lady Yuan's birthday, Sun Marin added, wielding her gentle yet cutting words. Not at all, Sheng Mingzhu replied with a smile, shaking her head, as if to challenge whether she could indeed unsettle her. Regardless of whether Sheng Mingzhu succeeded in her endeavor, Chun Yuanjia appeared somewhat uneasy, uncertain as he realized it had been a while since he had engaged with the other women of the harem. He recalled the period when he had quarreled with Sheng Mingzhu, during which he had indeed been more attentive than usual. Observing Sheng Mingzhu's seemingly joyful demeanor, he could not help but wonder how she truly felt about him and how she might wish to distance herself from him. The thought struck him like a boomerang, hitting him squarely in the forehead. Naturally, this was a joyous occasion, and one must take good care. Should any discomfort arise, one should promptly notify me. The Empress stated first, affirming her concern for the royal heir as the matriarch of the harem. This humble servant thanks the Empress for her consideration, Sun Jiruo replied, casting a hopeful glance at the Emperor, yearning for a word of affection. Since you are with child, you ought to rest well within the palace. Chen Yuanji's tone was neutral, revealing neither joy nor anger. This humble servant shall comply. Even a light remark left Sun Marin astonished by her favor. Sheng Mingzhu shook her head inwardly, finding the situation pitifully blatant and beyond remedy. The young beauty was already with child, yet remained so indifferent and dismissive. Chapter 53. Drunkenness. A temporary madness as the hour of Shun passed. The banquet at Wanyu Pavilion had concluded. By the hour of Yu, perhaps preparing for the familial visit the next day, Sheng Mingzhu was in high spirits, instructing Bai Ying to procure a bottle of Lanling fine wine, wishing to savor it with a few companions. For the earlier banquet had not been sufficiently enjoyable. Alas, the wine was ready, and the accompaniments prepared, yet someone lingered, unwilling to depart. Your Majesty, today is the 15th. According to ancestral customs, you should accompany the Empress to Weiyang Palace. This humble servant dares not overstep, and I respectfully bid you farewell, Sheng Mingzhu stated, observing his indifference. Resolute, she rose to bow and issued an invitation to leave. No matter, for today is the birthday of my beloved concubine. I shall certainly keep you company. Chen Yuanjia disregarded the little concubine's sentiments. Sheng Mingzhu stood, glaring at him in discontent. This man was exceedingly audacious, feigning ignorance even after she had clearly dismissed him. Noticing Chen Yuanjia reaching for the wine, Sheng Mingzhu quickly seized the bottle, taking a step back, as if to guard it from his grasp. Chen Yuanjia chuckled, finding her behavior endearingly childish, as her intentions were written across her face. Bai Ying cleared her throat, subtly reminding her mistress of her impropriety. Realizing her own pettiness, Sheng Mingzhu shot a glance at Bai Ying, acknowledging that perhaps she had indeed been a bit stingy, fearing that excessive drinking could lead to intoxication. Implicitly, she conveyed that it was not a matter of reluctance to share the drink. Ah, so my dear Shu'er is concerned for my well-being, rather than unwilling to share a drink with me? Chen Yuanjia feigned ignorance. Certainly not. Your Majesty has misunderstood me, Sheng Mingzhu retorted sharply. Such is the delight of this day, the birthday of the cherished Zhaorong. I shall indulge in revelry with my beloved consort until inebriation claims us. Chen Yuanjia pushed the wine cup forward, his intentions unmistakable. Zhaorong is a pet name for Sheng Mingzhu, known only to close kin, and it was unexpected for this brazen fellow to address her thus. After a moment's pause, Sheng Mingzhu, biting her lower lip, poured wine for Chen Yuanjia, then filled her own glass, placing the bottle on the table beside her. It was not that there was only this bottle left. Rather, she simply wished to reserve the exquisite wine for herself. To you, my beloved consort, on this joyous occasion of your birth, may you enjoy countless springs devoid of troubles, and may we always meet in youthful splendor. Chen Yuanjia clinked his cup against Sheng Mingzhu's. She gazed at the man beside her with her bright, calm eyes. Chen Yuanjia's fingers, long and elegant around the cup, bore a hint of a captivating smile, but his formidable presence could not be overlooked. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sheng Mingzhu drank deeply, and Bai Ying stepped forward to refill her glass. Chen Yuanjia raised his hand to halt her, first pouring a cup for Sheng Mingzhu before serving himself. A faint blush crept onto Sheng Mingzhu's cheeks. The effects of the wine were beginning to take hold, giving her dark, pure eyes a touch of dreamy allure. Your Majesty, I wish to go outside to admire the moon. You may leave at your leisure, Sheng Mingzhu implied. However, before she could finish, Chen Yuanjia commanded the attendant Lu Shun, prepare a banquet in the courtyard. At once, Your Majesty, Lu Shun replied, hurrying off to make arrangements. In the eastern courtyard of Wayuxuan, a hexagonal pavilion had been constructed at Chen Yuanjia's request, strategically placed in an open area, offering an unobstructed view, a rare spot for admiring the scenery. Chen Yuanjia took Sheng Mingzhu's hand as they approached, the twilight enveloping them. Despite their 10-year age difference, they truly resembled a pair of graceful swans, a perfect match. Sheng Mingzhu had changed from her formal attire into a delicate yellow gown, exuding a sense of elegance and ethereality. Chen Yuanjia donned a robe of rich ochre, standing tall and dignified. Bai Ying and Bai Ling, along with others, lifted the flowing moon-white gauze curtains of the pavilion, ushering the couple inside to take their seats. The table, adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, awaited them. Lu Shun and the other attendants discreetly retreated to wait outside the pavilion. The full moon of the 15th day was breathtaking, occasionally veiled by wispy clouds that cast a soft halo of light. Raising my cup to invite the bright moon, our shadows form a trio. Sheng Mingzhu's face lit up with a gentle smile as she finished a drink and recited a line of poetry. What sorrows give rise to your solitude, dear Shu? Would you care to share with me? Chun Yinja observed the rare moment of poetic reflection from the young consort, though her expression was tinged with longing for her family. Sheng Mingzhu, her delicate tongue trembling slightly, turned to him upon hearing his inquiry, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Chun Yuinja felt a jolt within. The purity of the girl before him, untouched by worldly concerns, stirred a fervent warmth within him. I do not wish to. Sheng Mingzhu hesitated, then shook her head in refusal. Cup after cup, the wine flowed freely. A slow smile spread across Chun Yuinja's lips as her words revealed her inebriated state. He rose to sit beside her, lowering himself to serve the enchanting girl, lifting the cup to her lips, personally feeding her the wine. The wine you serve is rather unpleasant and excessively spicy. Sheng Mingzhu gazed at Chun Yuinja with intoxicated eyes, clearly displeased as he continued to pour wine for her. Chun Yuinja tilted his head back and drank deeply, declaring it not spicy and encouraging her to try again. The little drunken girl, oblivious to her own limitations, saw her cup filled to the brim and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She accepted it and drank it all, then looked up with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "It's sweet, I like it." Chun Yinja attentively observed her expressions, her lustrous black eyes, flushed pink cheeks, swollen crimson lips, exquisite features, and pure aura were all fixated on him, silently urging him to pour more wine. At this moment, the moonlight flowed like silk, wrapping around the pavilion's gauzy curtains. The gentle night breeze stirred the fabric like flowing clouds, while the bronze bells chimed softly and the sandalwood incense wafted from the ornate burner, forming delicate wisps of mist. With a beautiful companion beside him, an enchanting nightfall enveloping them, he was utterly captivated and enchanted. In this frigid palace, where the clamor of interest from the previous court echoed, her presence undoubtedly provided him with a serene refuge amidst the bustling chaos. Chun Yuinja pulled the petite concubine into his embrace, feeding her from his cup. The cup accidentally slipped from his hand, spilling a little wine from the corner of her mouth, sliding down her snowy neck and disappearing into the valley of her chest. "Let me taste," he murmured, leaning down to savor the lingering fragrance of the wine from her lips, which was particularly aromatic. Suddenly, Sheng Mingzhu, fueled by an unknown strength, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the audacious man. The sound was crisp and resonant, causing Lu Shun's heart to tremble. "How dare you lay hands on me? Do you even know who I am?" Sheng Mingzhu frowned, her awareness gradually fading as she struggled to discern the figure before her. Chun Yuinja gently pinched her face, his voice cool and teasing. "Dare to strike me? You possess quite the audacity." Sheng Mingzhu could no longer distinguish her surroundings, only hearing a constant buzzing in her ears. She pushed him away, striving to stand upright. Her petite frame swayed unsteadily, clearly top-heavy. "I am destined to unite the martial world as a female hero. Why should I not act boldly? I shall not only strike you, but also seize and slay you." Despite her severe dizziness, she fought to open her eyelids, delivering a soft punch to the man's shoulder. Chun Yuinja chuckled. "Little madcap, you're babbling nonsense now." He rose and enveloped her in his arms. "What secrets do you hold from me, Mingzhu? You plan to seize and slay me first? Moreover, I am also your senior brother. How can you venture into the martial world without your senior brother by your side? Who are you?" Sheng Mingzhu suddenly widened her eyes, examining him with scrutiny and curiosity, seemingly more lucid. "I am your husband, your senior brother, and above all, your very own Yuinja Gij." Chun Yinja whispered softly into her ear, seducing her with his words. Sheng Mingzhu reached out to touch Chun Yuinja's face, akin to a beggar seeking favors, muttering, "I have no such husband." Chun Yinja seized her wandering little hand, grasping her wrist and gazing down at the 2 lines of tears she had shed. My father is too weak, sending me off as a concubine to someone else. Woe is me. Sheng Mingzhu cried out loudly. Chen Yuanzhi's expression turned pained. Yet he remained patient, allowing her to lament without interruption. Chen Yuanzhi, that scoundrel, has confined me within this dilapidated palace, robbing me of my purity and my freedom. How pitiful I am. Chen Yuanzhi, a fool with a muddled mind, is both blind and deaf. He is the most dissolute and unworthy of all men throughout history. Bai Ying yearned to silence her mistress's rebellious tongue, but upon encountering the icy glare of Chen Yuanzhi, she dared not approach. Outside, several individuals knelt, awaiting their fate. To die alongside the young mistress on the same day, what a blessing earned through countless lifetimes. Is it so that you resent me? Chen Yuanzhi murmured softly, almost like a whisper. There was not a trace of anger in his tone, rather an unexpected gentleness. Whose son is this? Quite handsome, just as dashing as that scoundrel. Sheng Mingzhu, restless in Chen Yuanzhi's embrace, squirmed and emitted soft sounds, bouncing incessantly. Chen Yuanzhi hoisted the intoxicated woman into his arms and carried her to the chamber, laying her upon the bed. Sheng Mingzhu, feeling the world spin, sought a point of support and grasped a firm arm, holding on tightly. Who am I? Chen Yuanzhi pinned the little concubine beneath him, preventing her from drifting into sleep. Sheng Mingzhu, somewhat vexed, finally steadying herself, began to swat at him. Chen Yuanzhi, you tyrant, let me be. I wish to sleep. I feel quite dizzy. Chen Yuanzhi felt reassured. Even in her haze, she recognized who lay upon her. Does Shuer love Brother Yuanzhi? He coaxed, curious if the drunken girl would utter words that would delight him. I love not. You are both wicked and filthy. Sheng Mingzhu whimpered, patting her head, lamenting the need to answer questions, finding it more annoying than a teacher. Then, does Shuer fancy Lu Che? Chen Yuanzhi pressed, unwilling to concede defeat. If she did not cherish him, could it be that another occupied her heart? Sheng Mingzhu shook her head, evading the man's kiss, bumping her head against him. I do not like. Are you not tiresome? Chen Yuanzhi buried his face into her lips, his spirits suddenly lifted, remembering the physician's advice. Though he could not possess her further tonight, a deep kiss filled with resignation ignited his fervor. Whom does Shuer truly favor? Chen Yuanzhi insisted, refusing to let her sleep. Sheng Mingzhu had already succumbed to slumber, impervious to his teasing, caught in a delightful madness. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, Your Highness, it is time to rise. Bai Ying gently shook the deeply sleeping Sheng Mingzhu. Your Highness, today we shall return home to visit. At the hour of the dragon, we must bid farewell at Weiyang Palace. If you do not awaken now, we shall miss our departure. Bai Ying tugged the silk quilt a little and called out again. Sheng Mingzhu, bleary-eyed, regarded them, her head throbbing, her stomach aflame, feeling discomfort all around. I will never drink again. My head hurts, she lamented, clutching her head and falling back. Bai Ying and Bai Ling supported her on either side. Your Highness, you cannot sleep any longer. After washing up, they assisted her to the wardrobe, swiftly dressing her in palace attire and preparing her for the day. What is the matter? Why do you gaze at me so? Sheng Mingzhu found it difficult to ignore their furtive glances, their restrained smiles betraying their amusement. Bai Ying and the others shook their heads, yet their smiles grew more pronounced. No, it must be that I said something last night. Seeing them continue to shake their heads only fueled her curiosity. What did I do? Sheng Mingzhu cautiously inquired whether she had inadvertently committed some scandalous act. Your Highness, it is perhaps better that you remain unaware, Bai Ling whispered conspiratorially. Observing the expressions of her companions, Sheng Mingzhu's mind raced. What could possibly be so significant that even Bai Ling was reluctant to divulge? Su Shang and Jin Shu were suppressing laughter, their heads bowed. Could it be that I, in a drunken stupor, behaved inappropriately towards you? Sheng Mingzhu gasped in disbelief. Bai Ying, exasperated by her wild conjectures, retorted, Oh, Your Highness, what are you thinking? You merely scolded the emperor fiercely and then held on to him without letting go. Nothing more. Sheng Mingzhu stood frozen, aghast. While reprimanding the emperor was not particularly grave, maintaining such a hold on him was absurd. Had she truly lost all sense of decorum? My reputation is ruined. My honor is shattered. She lamented, regretting not having sent him away. Now, he would surely believe her affections were genuine. Fear not, your highness. The emperor bears no grudge. In fact, when he departed for court, he mentioned he would personally escort you back to the palace tomorrow at the hour of Shun. Bai Ying quickly reassured her embarrassed mistress. Sheng Mingzhu nodded, acknowledging the irrevocable situation. It was too late now. She resolved to avoid his company during future drinking sessions. At the hour of Chun, a ceremonial escort from the Ministry of Internal Affairs arrived at Wanyu Pavilion to escort her back. They first proceeded to Weiyang Palace to pay their respects to the Empress. The Su family bestowed a gold rui as a parting gift before allowing her to leave. The official roads of the capital had been cleared, with 8 eunuchs leading the way, scattering incense along the route as the common folk knelt in reverence. Outside the general's residence, the Sheng family awaited eagerly. The Ministry of Internal Affairs had come the previous day with a decree permitting their daughter to return home for a family visit, and they were grateful for the emperor's benevolence. We humbly welcome the arrival of Lady Zhaoi. May she enjoy boundless blessings and peace. The Sheng family knelt in greeting. With Bai Ying's assistance, Sheng Mingzhu descended from the carriage to greet the Grand Tutor, urging him to rise. Lady Zhaoi, please, he replied, guiding her in accordance with the established protocols. Upon entering the main hall, Sheng Mingzhu helped the Grand Tutor to his seat, then stepped back 3 paces to perform the customary familial salutations. I pay my respects to my ancestors and greetings to my father and mother. Gone was her former poise. She approached her family with affectionate familiarity, disregarding the distinctions of rank. Please rise, this is not proper decorum. The Grand Tutor promptly interjected, stepping aside to avoid the half-bow. Sheng Mingzhu beamed, glancing around to find many relatives present, including her 4th sister and brother-in-law, both in good health. I offer my respects to Lady Zhaoi. Sheng Mingwei, assisted by Shu Yin, returned the gesture, her pregnancy evident and advanced. Do not stand on ceremony, sister. Bearing a child is arduous, and, as your younger sister, I should present you with a gift of embroidered garments. Alas, my needlework is lacking, as you well know, so I have prepared only a longevity lock. I hope you will not think it unworthy, Sheng Mingzhu expressed, her words imbued with sisterly affection. Sheng Mingzhu had heard rumors about Sheng Mingwei during her time in the palace. Although her cousin and Shu Yin treated his wife well, the presence of a meddlesome mother-in-law, intent on introducing concubines into their household, made their lives far from tranquil. I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, Lady Zhaoi. I feel it keenly, Sheng Mingwei replied. Having undergone many trials, transforming from a distant and aloof, noble woman into someone who approached life with cautious humility. The family was present, particularly Madame Cui, who could hardly fail to discern the implicit support for her daughter-in-law. The family did not linger, recognizing that the family wished to enjoy a reunion dinner, and thus they discreetly departed. As they left, Sheng Mingzhu once again reminded Sheng Mingyu, candidly advising that Shu Yin ought to cherish their family's daughter. The banquet prepared by Madame Sheng was exceedingly grand, attended by both branches of the Sheng family. It was a rare occasion for Sheng Zhiguang from the 2nd branch to be home, as they were discussing the marriage of his eldest son, Sheng Mingli, who had set his sights on the legitimate 2nd daughter of the Minister of Work's 3rd household, with the wedding date still under deliberation. Yesterday was 3rd brother's birthday. What did you all gift him? I went on it too. Do not think to conceal anything, for I am privy to all, Sheng Mingzhu jested. At this moment, she sat with her family, the atmosphere relaxed, save for a few close attendants. I am the one with the ears everywhere. Hee. Little Sheng Yunhua bounced up in excitement, eagerly awaiting her aunt's return. Having been in the palace for half a year, and yet you only managed to attain the rank of Zhaoi, what is there to boast about? Sheng Mingyu retorted, and before Sheng Ming, Shu could respond. Their martial father's fist had already struck his face. Sveng Ming, Shu skoped uplitle no. And the two of them reveled in the misfortune of the one who bore the mark on his face. Could you not amend your sharp tongue? You might scare Ruashi away, Madame Sheng sighed. Fear not, mother, his sharp tongue is aimed solely at me. He would never dare to offend Cici. Sheng Mingzhu replied with clarity. Does uncle truly favor beauty over kin, forgetting his sister in the presence of allure? Little Nuo would not let the moment pass. Inquiring about her uncle, Sheng Yuan patted his granddaughter's dark hair. Nuo, do not speak such things. It was brother who taught me. Sheng Nuo pointed at Sheng Yunzheng. Sheng Yunzheng remained calm, neither denying nor affirming. Meanwhile, Madame Sheng Chun felt embarrassed, realizing her jest had been taken to heart by the little girl, unfairly implicating her younger son. Upon noticing his wife bow her head, Sheng Mingzhu understood that his daughter was fabricating tales, yet he chose not to correct her. Indeed, Zheng Er speaks rightly. Is not your uncle just like that? He chimed in. Father, do you recall how he had to feed medicine to teacher Lin just to escape for some fun? Sheng Mingzhu had ample old stories to recount. The members of the Sheng family were well aware of the incident, and the second branch nodded in acknowledgement. Teacher Lin favored Cici the most, and to avert any mishap, we had intended for Cici to serve him the tea laced with medicine. However, third brother, fearing that the matter would implicate Cici, forced me to act, leading to my unfortunate beating by father later. Just think, how old was Cici then? And how old was he? Sheng Mingzhu recounted, the memory vivid to all present. Uncle, how could you treat our Mingzhu so? Aunt, my heart aches for you. While the little actress Nuan lamented, Sheng Mingzhu planted a kiss on the young girl's cheek, relishing the moment of affection between aunt and niece. Enough now. Do you think being a Jowie makes you so special? What are you so pleased about? Sheng Mingyu teased. I have not attained the rank of concubine, yet you have become a second-rank general, Sheng Mingzhu retorted. As their quarrel intensified, the Grand Tutor interjected. Mingyu, one must not be disrespectful to the Jowie. The favoritism of the Grand Tutor was unmistakable. Sheng Mingzhu's lips curled into a smile as she provocatively teased Sheng Mingyu. Though I hold the esteemed title of Jowie, I shall not permit certain individuals within my household to exploit my name for their own gain, harboring aspirations of promotion and wealth. Have you taken note? Sheng Mingyu? Sheng Yunnuo, she mused, would come to disfavor you, perhaps even develop a loathing for you. Once she bore her own child, observing her affection for the little niece in her arms, Sheng Mingyu decided to provoke further. Tears welled in Sheng Yunnuo's eyes as she gazed at her little aunt, caught between the urge to cry, and her plight was indeed pitiable. Sheng Yuan once again struck his son with a fist to silence his insolence. The afternoon banquet of the Sheng family concluded amidst the symmetrical swelling on either side of Sheng Mingyu's face. Chapter 55. The Melodious Flute. Each note, like a weeping blood, as the banquet drew to a close. Sheng Mingzhu returned to Rei Garden to change into her everyday attire, donning a gown of delicate purple lotus gauze. Just as she finished changing, Madame Sheng arrived, ushered in by Bai Ying. Your Highness, Madame Sheng bowed gracefully. Sheng Mingzhu hurriedly helped her up. Mother, there are no outsiders present. Such formalities are unnecessary. Sitting down together, Madame Sheng felt a mix of joy and trepidation at her daughter's elevation to Jowie. Now that you are the foremost among the 9 consorts, be mindful, for a large tree attracts the wind. I was distraught to hear of your poisoning and the implications regarding the air. It felt as though the sky had fallen. Even if I were to weep, my hands could not reach the palace to assist you. Mother, did I not promise to take care of myself? Sheng Mingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. What foolish decision did you make? Had it not been for your third brother's own words, I would scarcely believe it. How dare you be so audacious? Setting aside the matter of deceiving the emperor, you dare to employ unverified remedies. Are you intent on giving me a heart attack? Madame Sheng feigned a tug at her ear. Sheng Mingzhu did not shy away, but rather leaned closer to her mother's hand. I acknowledge my error, but why do you resemble that scoundrel, Long? Madame Sheng could not bear to be harsh. It was merely a scare tactic. You clever girl, your tongue is far from decorous. Should the ceremonial officials hear you, they would accuse you of grave disrespect. Rest assured, Mother, Sheng Mingzhu reassured. Dear, you have been in the palace for half a year. Does the emperor summon you often? Why do you inquire about everything, Mother? Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Madame Sheng smiled. I merely wish to convey that you are still young, and it may not be the right time for you to conceive an heir. It would be wise to delay such plans for a couple of years. Mother, I am aware, and I have no intention of having children. In my old age, I will have Nuo and Yunzheng to rely upon, Sheng Mingzhu stated earnestly. What nonsense! Once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the sea. Having your own flesh and blood is the only true security, Madame Sheng urged, observing her daughter as refusal. Sheng Mingzhu fell silent, recalling how a child had been lost due to the schemes of the consorts in the palace. Chen Yuan Zhe remained indifferent. Should she fall victim to Wei Zijing's machinations, the outcome would likely be the same. It was far better to avoid the suffering of both herself and the unborn child. Moreover, with 6 princes already in the palace, her child would hardly receive the emperor's favor, rendering the fate of her offspring quite lamentable. Thus, not having children could be seen as an act of kindness. Mother, the emperor has permitted me to bring Nuo heir into the palace for a short stay. Do you think my sister-in-law will agree? Sheng Mingzhu skillfully shifted the topic. Your mother cannot decide for your sister-in-law. After dinner, you shall inquire with her yourself. Madame Sheng, understanding the delicate nature of the conversation, refrained from mentioning matters concerning the children. The mother and daughter engaged in discussions regarding Sheng Mingzhu's marriage, and soon it was time for dinner, prompting the group to proceed to the main hall. Sheng Yunjin stood beside the grand tutor, diligently reviewing his studies, while Sheng Yunnuo nestled in her grandfather's embrace, wary of the possibility that her great-grandfather might question her as well. What is referred to as hua, grass, as Rome. What is not splendid, yet substantial is termed xiao, while what is splendid yet insubstantial is known as ing. Little Sheng Yunjin recited his lessons with remarkable fluency, without a hint of hesitation. Very good indeed. Pray tell, do you know from which text these lines are derived? The grand tutor, having acknowledged his great-grandson's efforts, turned to Sheng Mingzhu. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Mingzhu took Yunnuo from Sheng Ziyuan's arms and held her close. Noor, speak up and tell your great-grandfather. Brother, perhaps you should enlighten our great-grandfather. It is rather pitiable that he is unaware of such matters, the little one urged her brother, observing their mutual reluctance. The grand tutor cast a cold glance at the pair. The uncle and nephew exchanged discreet gestures of exasperation, for poetry and literature were not their forte, and they found no joy in being put on the spot. Just then, their aunt arrived. Great-grandfather, you might as well ask your niece, Sheng Yunnuo exclaimed, her spirits lifting at the sight of her aunt, as if she were a lifeline. What do you wish to inquire of me? Sheng Mingzhu settled beside Sheng Yunjin. Let us dine. The grand tutor thought it wise to refrain from questioning this new arrival, anticipating a similar outcome as with the previous two. Sheng Mingzhu, ever sharp-tongued, remarked, "It is evident you possess little knowledge or literary finesse. Thus it would be prudent not to press further. I wonder what you discuss with the emperor in your leisure? Surely it cannot be the trivialities of playing house, for you are confined every other month, resulting in scarce interactions. Nonsense. It is my own choice to stay indoors. While I may not rival our family's literary prodigy, I am capable of articulating a few elegant phrases," she retorted. "Should you dare to spread such slander, I shall ensure the emperor revokes your position." Sheng Mingzhu attempted to salvage her dignity, feeling her brother's comments were unwarranted. "Perhaps you should first secure your position as Jowie." Sheng Mingzhu shot back. Though her words carried a sting, they were laced with concern for her sister's predicament rather than mere mockery. "Silence, please. Your sister seldom returns home. Should we not allow her the peace to enjoy a family meal?" Sheng Ziyuan glowered at his younger son. Sheng Mingzhu, hands raised in surrender, indicated her intention to cease. As the family gathered for dinner, the menu featured many of Sheng Mingzhu's favorite dishes. Following the meal, the women congregated to share intimate conversations, during which Sheng Mingzhu sought her sister-in-law's approval to take her niece to the palace for a short stay, a proposition that the eager young girl welcomed with enthusiasm. As night fell and the guests departed, Sheng Mingzhu, after bathing in Ryuan and donning her night clothes, was about to retire when a haunting melody from a flute pierced the stillness of the night. She wrapped herself in a cloak and approached the window, listening intently. The sound seemed to emanate from the back street. The flute's notes were crisp and chilling, flowing like a gentle stream over green stones, weaving through the twilight. A figure materialized in her mind, a youthful gentleman clad in splendid attire, forever ensnared in the throes of unrequited love. She recalled the saying, "Love arises without reason and runs deep," a sentiment that resonated with her own experience in matters of the heart. Despite her previous declarations of refusal, she found herself mired in melancholy, the flute's sorrowful tones echoing a heart-wrenching lament that stirred her emotions profoundly. The piece titled "The Partridge Flies" resonates with high notes that flow like pearls and jade, with lingering tales, while the low notes echo with a mournful wail. As the final strains dissolve, they scatter into a tapestry of sorrowful whispers, evoking a sense of desolation and solitude akin to a fleeting dream. Alas, this young Master Lu is indeed a foolish romantic, sighed Bai Ying. Sister, the ceremonial officials and the Imperial Guard are still present. If any rumors arise, it would jeopardize our young lady. Have you forgotten the events of last time? Bai Ling expressed her concern, fully aware of Chun Yuanji's possessive nature following their previous encounter. Bai Ying gazed at Sheng Mingzhu's dazed expression, feeling helpless. One may choose not to harbor affection for others, but one cannot impede others' affections. Moreover, the bond forged since childhood weighs heavily on them. Their lady could not bear to inflict pain. Young Master Lu is no longer a child. Once he marries, things will improve, Bai Ying murmured softly. Lu Che sat idly on the branch of a large tree where they once played house, the solitary moon casting a cool glow that left half his face shrouded in shadow, reflecting his loneliness, disappointment, and anguish. He found himself bereft of any opportunity or right to approach her, to hear her speak or watch her laugh, to indulge in their childhood games. Upon hearing of her being wrongfully accused within the palace, he yearned for a moment of selfishness, to abandon familial ties and escape with his beloved to a secluded haven. Yet, he knew he could not act recklessly without the means to protect both his family and her. The path forward lay in strengthening his own power and influence, perhaps to one day confront Chun Yuanji and reclaim his rightful wife. Chapter 56. Returning to the palace, playing house. The following day, after lunch, the imperial household had prepared the royal carriage for their return to the palace. Chun Yuanji had promised to come for her, yet after waiting an hour, he remained absent. Fearing a delay in their journey back, they bid farewell to their elder relatives, boarded the carriage, and set off for the palace with Sheng Yunhua. Inside the carriage, the Sheng aunt and niece sat in the middle, with the Bai sisters attending to them on either side. Wasn't it agreed that you would come to escort us? How can one be so fickle and untrustworthy? Bai Ling protested on behalf of her young lady. Sheng Mingzhu grasped her little niece's hand, gazing affectionately at the beaming Nua. Let us simply return to the palace and ensure that my dear Nua is well taken care of. Otherwise, we shall have to face the wrath of our ancestors upon our return. I won't cry. Annie is wronging me. Father punished me with writing, and I didn't shed a tear, the little girl protested, unwilling to concede. Such fortitude, truly a reflection of my Sheng Mingzhu's lineage. You possess the grace of our family. Sheng Mingzhu could not resist praising herself as well. What grace of our family? Is it not the grace of our father? Bai Ling refrained from questioning further. Upon returning to the palace, they first visited Weiyang Palace to pay their respects. Lady, she presented little Nua with some small gifts before allowing them to return to Wanyu Pavilion to rest. Wow, Annie, this place is so beautiful. I absolutely love it. Nua exclaimed excitedly as she stepped across the threshold of Wanyu Pavilion. The courtyard was paved with blue stone, adorned with several pots of orchids placed beneath the corridor, and the air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance. Although Sheng Mingzhu had resigned from the general's residence, having lived here for over 6 months, she had unwittingly begun to regard it as her home, feeling a sense of belonging in this moment. As long as you like it, dear, let us first freshen up and change into some lovely attire, shall we? Sheng Mingzhu gently led the little girl, her voice soft and tender. Sheng Yun nodded earnestly, responding with a crisp, good. In that brief interlude, Jinshu approached to report the recent happenings within the palace to her esteemed mistress. The eldest princess had unexpectedly contracted chickenpox and showed no signs of improvement that day. The emperor had not attended the morning court, remaining by the side of the Yonga palace. Jinshu relayed the essential details to her sovereign. Can chickenpox be contagious? We ought to keep our distance and wait until she recovers before sending any gifts. Sheng Mingzhu was not inclined to curry favor. Yes, your highness, I understand. Jin Shu replied before attending to her other duties. Sheng Mingzhu guided the young Sheng Yinhua around the forgetting worry pavilion, familiarizing her with the surroundings. Upon returning to the main hall, a sumptuous feast awaited them, bringing joy to the aunt and niece as they dined together. That night, rather than letting little Nua sleep in the side chamber, since no one came to visit, Sheng Mingzhu drew Nua to share the main bedroom with her. Chen Yinzhe remained by his elder daughter's side, having forgotten that the young concubine was due to return that day. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, little Nua insisted on playing house with her aunt. Considering that the second princess had been eagerly anticipating this, Sheng Mingzhu sent someone to summon her. Su Shang, adept with her hands, styled the two little girls' hair into butterfly buns, dressing one in a white gown and the other in a green gauzy skirt, creating a charming and splendid sight. Though one was 5 and the other 4, having never met before, they inexplicably got along harmoniously. Auntie, what shall we play today? Nua tugged at Chen Yuqing's hand and approached Sheng Mingzhu, tilting her head inquisitively. Today, our theme for playing house is the legend of the white snake. It primarily tells the story of 2 sister snakes who transform into humans to seek their savior and repay their kindness. Nuer will be the white snake, Qing will be the green snake, and I shall be Su Shilin, your savior. Sheng Mingzhu explained the day's theme. Wow, splendid. Does that mean we can perform magical feats? Nua's round eyes widened with curiosity. Chen Yuqing, adorably nestled by Sheng Mingzhu's other leg, chimed in sweetly. Of course. You sisters come to the human realm to use your magic for good deeds and to alleviate suffering. Let me think. The spells you can perform include summoning wind and rain, flooding the Golden Mountain, flying with the wind, and creating illusions. Sheng Mingzhu counted on her fingers, recalling the spells from the tales. Wonderful. Let us begin playing Qing brimming with excitement, could barely contain herself, pulling Qing into the outer chamber. Sheng Mingzhu struggled to keep pace with her 2 spirited companions. You 2 slow down. At merely 16 years of age, she exuded a maternal glow as she worried about the possibility of the 2 little girls tripping. Upon hearing this, Nua glanced back at her aunt, and seeing that she was following, continued her eager dash forward. The trio raced into the courtyard, where the palace maids and eunuchs paused in their tasks, gazing curiously, unsure of what their mistress intended to do. Sister, let us transform into human form and venture into the world to find our savior. Nua, embodying the white snake, was already in character and eager to perform. Yes, sister, Qing, the green snake, was clearly prepared as well. Sheng Mingzhu and Bai Ling settled into the pavilion, patiently observing the 2 little serpentine figures in the distance, feeling quite satisfied with her arrangements. News had just reached her that the eldest princess was recovering, and the emperor, in an effort to ward off evil, had conferred upon her the title of Chang'an. Bai Ying placed a platter of fruits before Sheng Mingzhu while relaying the rumors circulating within the palace. Sheng Mingzhu picked up a skewer, impaling a grape to savor its sweetness. And the second princess? She inquired. There is none, Bai Ying replied candidly. Humph, his infamy is not a recent development. The noble consort has managed to endure. If an opportunity arises in the future, we shall see. Sheng Mingzhu's gaze lingered on the 2 girls engrossed in their performance, reminiscing about her own fervor at the age of 5. Well then, she declared, the chores in the courtyard are complete. The palace maids and eunuchs stepped aside, assuming the role of an audience, encouraging the 2 little performers to give their all. 2 little snakes, would you care for a break to sample some earthly fruits? Sheng Mingzhu called out to them. No, this snake has yet to find its benefactor and cannot afford to be lazy, the white snake refused. I too shall pass. The green snake echoed. Sheng Mingzhu shrugged, devouring the fruits herself while casting a longing glance at Bai Ying, who reluctantly prepared to slice more fruit. Sister Bai Ying, do cut a bit more. There are many of us, she urged, calling out to Bai Ying from behind. Your Highness, perhaps you should watch your appetite. Your summer garments, tailored to your measurements last year, may not fit this year, Bai Ling observed, noting her mistress's slender waist and delicate features, pondering why she could not wear the custom-made dresses. Unmarried individuals cannot comprehend, refrain from speaking carelessly, Sheng Mingzhu declared proudly. Bai Ling, scratching her head, remained perplexed. Throughout the afternoon, the courtyard of Wang Yuxian was filled with joyous laughter. Even the midday meal was enjoyed outdoors. When the clock struck a quarter past the hour of Yu, Consort Zheng dispatched her attendant, Dan Chao, to escort the second princess back. The two little friends clung to one another, reluctant to part, and Sheng Mingzhu could only promise to send for the second princess at dawn. Eventually, the two children released their embrace. Sheng Yunhua, with a heavy heart, accompanied her to the palace gates, while Chen Yuqing turned back towards Changchun Palace, glancing back repeatedly, transforming their farewell into a poignant scene that caused some of the more sentimental palace maids to shed tears. Sheng Mingzhu gazed skyward in silence, crouching down to embrace her little niece as they returned indoors. Chapter 57. The Emperor is not an uncle. After completing her evening ablutions and preparing for rest, Sheng Mingzhu was interrupted by the announcement of El Shan. The concubine pays her respects to the Emperor. Sheng Mingzhu performed her curtsy, while Yunhua lay on the bed. Peering out with curiosity, Chen Yinja assisted Sheng Mingzhu, taking her hand to explain, "My dear, there is no need for such formalities in private. I had intended to personally fetch you yesterday and pay my respects to the Grand Tutor, but was hindered by the grave illness of Hua Er. The Emperor is too modest. The safety of Princess Chang'an is paramount. My grandfather surely understands your intentions," Sheng Mingzhu replied, no longer placing her faith in him. Whether he fulfilled his promises mattered little to her. However, she still wished for her family to perceive Chen Yunji's slight affection towards her, to ease their worries. Alas! With his entanglement in the affairs concerning Wei Zijing and her daughter, all matters had to be postponed. "Is Nuo here?" Chen Yuanjia, aware of his own shortcomings in this matter, ceased to argue and led Sheng Mingzhu to the bedside, taking a seat in the nearby chair. "Nuo, we must pay our respects to the Emperor. Have you forgotten?" Sheng Mingzhu reminded her niece softly as she stood at the edge of the bed. "Nuo pays her respects to the little uncle." Sheng Yunhua insisted, still convinced that this man was her aunt's husband. "The Emperor is to be forgiven. Nuo does not understand. I will teach her later." Sheng Mingzhu worried that this tyrant might admonish her little niece. Chen Yuanjia understood that the little girl was completely innocent and unaware. It was merely a thoughtless mistake on Nuo's part. A thoughtless mistake? Did Nuo say something incorrect? Sheng Yunhua could hardly believe it. If this was not her aunt's husband, why would he hold hands with her aunt? In their family, both her parents and grandparents behaved similarly. "Nuo, can you promise to speak with your aunt in the future?" Sheng Mingzhu gently intervened to stop the little girl from asking further questions. "Aunt, I understand now. The Emperor is not my little uncle. My little uncle should be like you," Sheng Yunhua stated with utmost seriousness. Sheng Mingzhu glanced at Chen Yuanjia, whose expression was evidently stunned, fully aware of what her niece was implying. "Why should Nuo's little uncle be like your aunt?" Chen Yuanjia asked, amused, as he watched the young girl. "Because my aunt is small, so my uncle should also be small," Sheng Yunhua articulated clearly, word by word. Chen Yuanjia met her gaze, their eyes locking in the air, while Sheng Mingzhu lowered her head first, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Her niece openly expressed her disdain for his age. Would this old man become furious? "Nuo, let us hurry and sleep, all right? If we don't, you won't be able to wake up when the second princess arrives tomorrow." Sheng Mingzhu urged her niece to sleep, thinking that Chen Yuanjia would leave once he found no place to rest. "Nuo sleeps here?" Chen Yuanjia questioned. "If she sleeps here, where am I supposed to sleep? Surely, you wouldn't have me sleep in a side chamber." "Your Majesty, forgive me. Nuo has just entered the palace and is not accustomed to the bed," Sheng Mingzhu explained. "I shall first go to your study. You can coax her to sleep." This implied that once she was settled, he would need to find another place to rest. He intended to stay here tonight. Once Sheng Mingzhu saw him leave, she reluctantly climbed into bed, embracing little Nuo as they drifted to sleep. "Aunt, why isn't he my little uncle when I saw him holding your hand just now?" Nuo, fiddling with her fingers, continued to question, puzzled. "Because your aunt is not his wife, so he is not your little uncle," Sheng Mingzhu replied succinctly. "Then who is Nuo's uncle?" "Nuo does not have a little uncle, but she has a big uncle. Do you not remember? He isn't Shu Yan from Aunt Mingyue's family, Sheng Mingzhu clarified. Sheng Yunhua fell into deep thought, her mind struggling to comprehend. Sheng Mingzhu was at a loss as to how to explain her relationship with Chen Yuanjia. She recalled her own childhood, not understanding the distinctions between primary and secondary wives until the Eastern Palace took in 2 concubines. How indignant she had felt then. Now, she found herself in a similar position, sometimes reflecting on the absurdity of fate with helplessness. After a cup of tea, little Nuar furrowed her brows and fell asleep. Bai approached to carry the little one to the side chamber, tucking her in with a silk quilt and lighting a candle to keep vigil. El Shun, noticing the light in the side chamber, promptly entered the study to report to the emperor. Chen Yuanjia finished the chapter he had been reading before rising to wash up. Sheng Mingzhu knew that with him staying, she would have to wait. It was her duty as a consort. Many concubines eagerly anticipated Chen Yuanjia's favor. Yet she wished to evade it, but found herself unable to escape. Bai Ling and Jin Shu entered to change the bedding, finding Sheng Mingzhu sitting before the bed, nervously twisting her handkerchief, her gaze lost on the scrolls on the table. They were well aware of their mistress's unease. The events of that day were indelible in her memory, and even they, listening from outside, felt the heart-wrenching pain of it all. After Chen Yuanjia finished his morning routine and entered the room, he noticed the little concubine lost in thought, mistakenly believing that his careless words from the previous day had distressed her. "Sure, settle down," he said as he donned his night attire and lay beneath the brocade coverlet. After a brief pause, Sheng Mingzhu climbed onto the bed with a sense of resignation, quietly resting beside him. Chen Yuanjia gently pulled the petite figure into his embrace, cradling her tender form against him. He tenderly stroked her hair, his gaze suffused with warmth. "Sure, you have neglected your brother Yuanjia for a month. How shall you make amends?" He brought her delicate hand to his lips and pressed a kiss upon it. Sheng Mingzhu's face nestled against Chen Yuanjia's firm chest, with a steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated powerfully. Sure has also been distant for a month. Would it be acceptable for Brother Yuanjia to compensate you?" As he spoke, the man's body pressed down on her, his lips brushing against her sensitive neck and earlobe, igniting a fire within his gaze. Sheng Mingzhu's body tensed, her heart racing. The man's touch made her breath quicken and her skin warm and soft. A strange yet familiar sensation of helplessness surged within her, urging her to flee. "Do not fear, trust me." Chen Yuanjia exhaled with heated breath and labored sighs, teetering on the edge of restraint while still seeking to soothe her. Mindful that the little concubine had only just recovered and should not be overwhelmed, Sheng Mingzhu trembled slightly, biting her lip as soft whimpers escaped her, sometimes loud, sometimes faint, while the man's gentle treatment allowed her to relax a fraction. As passion deepened, sparks ignited in the room, stirring the man's heart with fervor. When Nuo awoke, she found her Aunt Bai keeping vigil by the bedside. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she inquired, "Aunt Bai, where's my little aunt?" "Good morning, Miss Nono. The princess has gone to pay respects to the empress and will return shortly." Bai replied as she began to help the little girl dress. Nono complied obediently, allowing Bai to assist her with her attire and morning routine before heading to breakfast. On her way back, Sheng Mingzhu was halted by Wu Chongyi. "Your Highness, may this humble servant accompany you?" Wu Chongyi approached with feigned humility. "Absolutely not," Sheng Mingzhu replied curtly as she entered the sedan chair, unwilling to engage in further conversation. "Your Highness, I merely wish to converse. We are all sisters, so why do you keep me at bay?" Wu Chongyi obstructed her path with exaggerated grace. "While I am in a good mood, I suggest you maintain your distance," Sheng Mingzhu stated coldly, her gaze piercing. Wu Chongyi understood that provoking her would yield unfavorable results. Though she sought to curry favor with Wei Zijin, she decided not to rush, instead smiling and bowing slightly. "Your Highness, please forgive my transgression. I bid you farewell." Upon returning to Wanyu Pavilion, the second princess had already arrived, and the 2 little ones were enjoying pastries while sharing amusing stories from their past. The friendship of children is simple and pure. It would not be an exaggeration to say they felt as if they had known each other forever. Chapter 58. Conflict in the Imperial Garden, Nua, injured Sheng Mingzhu accompanied Chen Yuqing and Nua in playing house at Wanyu Pavilion until lunchtime. When they took a brief respite, after finishing their meal, the two girls clamored to play outside, unable to resist their persistent pleas. They reluctantly allowed by Ling and Jin Shu to accompany them to the Imperial Garden. Sheng Mingzhu, perhaps still weary from the previous night's attendance, felt drowsy and drained, leading Bai Ying to attend to her as she prepared for a brief nap. Two young maidens strolled into the Imperial Garden, where they frolicked at a pavilion by the water, leaning against the railing to watch the fish play in the pond. Chinger, may I catch a fish to take home and roast? The gluttonous little Nua exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the plump fish. Who are you to dare fish here? The voice belonged to the Grand Princess Chen Yuhua. Long and Princess Wanfu, Bai Ling, and others greeted respectfully. Which household do you come from? Do you not know how to pay your respects upon meeting a princess? Chen Yuhua, of the same age as Nua, spoke with an air of royal arrogance. This is Nua, my friend, Chen Yuqing interjected. Chen Yuhua dismissed her younger sister entirely and approached Sheng Yunua. Are you mute? Do you not hear this princess's question? Faced with Chen Yuhua's haughty demeanor, the little girl matched her stance, thinking to herself, is this how a princess greets others? If you had not proclaimed yourself a princess, I would have thought you were merely a rude child from a lowly household. Do you dare to be disrespectful to this princess? Do you know who my mother is? Chen Yuhua retorted angrily, pointing at the young girl. Huh, so you don't even know who your own mother is? How pitiable, Sheng Yunua teased, fully aware that there were only two princesses in the palace. Pampered by her father, Chen Yuanjia, during her recent illness, Chen Yuhua had become accustomed to looking down on others. Although the Longan princess had the pedigree to be proud, her treatment of her sister and a stranger revealed a lack of refinement. Yuqing, how dare you bring such a person into the palace to disgrace me? Are you envious of my title bestowed by Father Emperor, conspiring with this wild girl against me? Chen Yuhua shifted her ire towards the timid Chen Yuqing. She is not a wild girl. She is my good friend. I am not envious of you. Thus you cannot insult my friend, Chen Yuqing replied, her eyes reddening as she firmly denied the accusation, shedding her usual timidity. Seeing both girls daring to speak back, Chen Yuhua moved to strike Chen Yuqing. Longan princess, the second princess and our young lady were merely jesting with you. I shall take them away now, Bai Ling interjected, stepping in front of the two young maidens. A mere servant dares to obstruct me? Aunt Taoyue, teach her a lesson, Chen Yuhua commanded imperiously, instructing Taoyue to take action. Without hesitation, Taoyue advanced to slap Bai Ling. Big sister, you cannot strike them. I will tell Father Emperor. Chen Yuqing cried out, nearly in tears. Chen Yuhua sneered disdainfully. Oh, you plan to tell Father Emperor? I wonder whom he would believe, you or me. Chinger, Bai Ling, let us not argue with foolish people. We shall leave, Sheng Yunua said, taking Chen Yuqing's hand as they prepared to depart. However, Chen Yuhua was unwilling to let them go, shoving Chen Yuqing to the ground and turning to confront Sheng Yunua, resulting in a chaotic scuffle among the three young girls and the four maidservants. Just as they were entangled, Wei Zijing passed by with her son, witnessing Chen Yuhua being subdued by the two maidens. She barked orders for the palace maids and eunuchs to intervene. How dare you bully the sister of my son? Chen Yongjia rushed forward, kicking Chen Yuqing aside and then delivering several harsh kicks to Sheng Yunua. Capture them, Wei Zijing commanded, cradling her daughter in her arms, her face already marred, glaring fiercely at the others. Soon, a dozen palace maids and eunuchs subdued the individuals on the ground. Your Highness, this matter does not concern the second princess or my young lady. I am willing to accept punishment. Please spare them, Bai Ling implored, realizing the dire situation and seeking to take the blame to save the two young girls. Wei Zijing's arrogance knew no bounds, for she even forced the Princess Chen Yuqing to kneel, let alone the daughter of a mere subject. Sheng Yunua, having been kicked in the chest by Chen Yongjia, struggled to speak, yet defiantly met Wei Zijing's gaze. If you wish to punish me, so be it, but she is a princess just as noble as your daughter. What right do you and your daughter have to lay hands on her? Wei Zijing, clutching Chen Yuhua, shared a venomous glare with her daughter directed at Nua. Since you are so eager, You shall take her punishment. Taoyue, deliver 10 slaps to this girl. The 2 wretched maids shall also be dealt with. Your Highness, I am willing to take the punishment on her behalf. Please show mercy and spare my young lady. Bai Ling and Jingshu desperately struggled against the eunuch's grasp. Taoyue raised Nua's face, striking her mercilessly with 10 resounding slaps, while Bai Ling and Jingshu received the same. Having vented her anger for her daughter, Wei Zijing instructed Taoyue to carry Chun Yuhua away. Once they departed, Bai Ling rushed over on her knees to scoop up little Nua and fled towards the Forgetting Worries pavilion, with the second princess weeping and following closely behind. Inside the pavilion, Sheng Mingzhu was lost in her reading, yet unease gnawed at her heart. Sister Baiying, please go retrieve Nua, lest she be in danger, she said, her words cut short as Jingshu dashed in, breathless and distraught. Your Highness, Miss Nua has been hurt. Sheng Mingzhu sprang to her feet and rushed to the door, spotting Bai Ling struggling to carry the injured Nua back. Quickly, fetch Dr. Hua from the Imperial Hospital. Insist on his attendance, and say it is a request from the Wei Yuan General's residence, she ordered Bai Ying as she ran ahead. Taking Nua from Bai Ling's arms, tears streamed down Sheng Mingzhu's face. The little girl's cheeks were grotesquely swollen, handprints clearly visible, blood pooling ominously. The force used against her was unimaginable. Auntie, it doesn't hurt. Please don't cry, the faint-voiced Sheng Yunhua whispered, attempting to comfort her aunt despite her agony. Choked with emotion, Sheng Mingzhu could barely speak as she returned to the chambers. Su Shang brought cold water but dared not touch the girl's face. Endure a little longer. The doctor will arrive soon, she soothed, stroking Nua's little head. Your Highness, the second prince kicked Miss Nua in the chest multiple times. You should check her clothing, Bai Ling wept, noting that her and Jingshu's cheeks were also swollen. Sheng Mingzhu promptly removed Nua's clothing, revealing large bruises and swelling on her chest, a mix of fear and hatred coursing through her as her hands trembled uncontrollably. Your Highness, the doctor has arrived, Bai Ying announced, leading the physician directly inside. Dr. Hua, I thank you on behalf of the Sheng family, Sheng Mingzhu implored, invoking the family status. I shall do my utmost, Dr. Hua replied as he approached to examine her. At this moment, there was no room for delicacy. While the injuries on her cheeks were not severe, her chest required further observation. This ointment is for pain relief and is highly effective. It can be applied immediately. Regarding the condition of the chest, it requires observation through the night. Should there be any occurrence of chest pain, shortness of breath, or a coughing, it would undoubtedly indicate injury to the heart and lungs, necessitating prolonged treatment. Dr. Hua handed the ointment to Bai Ying beside him and proceeded to relay the most unfavorable analysis to Sheng Mingzhu. Bai Ying had already applied the ointment to Sheng Yunhua, and the coolness of the salve alleviated the girl's whimpers considerably. Dr. Hua, is there a significant possibility of heart and lung injury? Sheng Mingzhu's voice trembled, her heart filled with a desire to exact vengeance upon the mother and son of Yonghe Palace. Yet she needed to ensure Nua's safety before seeking retribution. Your Highness, based on my diagnosis, it is evidently a heart injury. Miss Sheng's breaths are weak. There's pain upon pressure on the injured area, and her consciousness is clouded. These symptoms clearly indicate heart damage, which Lin explained in detail. Sheng Mingzhu found herself unsteady and sat on the edge of the bed. Is there hope for recovery? The Sheng family will undoubtedly mobilize all their resources to repay you. Your words are too heavy, Your Highness. I will certainly exert every effort to treat Miss Sheng, what Lin assured as he examined the pulse, the injury, and the cheek once more before preparing a prescription for a heart-protecting decoction. Meanwhile, Princess Chen Yuqing stood at the door, hesitant to enter. All the attention within was focused on Sheng Yunhua, neglecting the fact that the second princess had also returned with them, albeit lagging behind on the journey. Sheng Mingzhu turned towards the voice and saw the little girl with tearful eyes looking inside. Qinger, do not be afraid. Shall we have Eunuch Lin escort you back? All right, Chen Yuqing nodded. Fearing to frighten the young princess, Sheng Mingzhu instructed Lin Ji to personally escort her home. Chapter 59. The Empress Dowager's desire for blood. Chen Yuanzhe, having concluded his state affairs, arrived at the Forgetting Worries pavilion at the hour of the dog. Noting that the hour was late, he proceeded towards the pavilion. Upon arrival, after the announcement by El Shun, he found no one awaiting him at the entrance, aside from the guards stationed there. Assuming that Sheng Mingzhu was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the palace maids and eunuchs, as he had often witnessed their unrestrained laughter and playfulness, he made his way directly to the main hall. Upon entering, he faintly heard the sound of muffled sobs, and upon closer listening, it was indeed evident that someone was weeping. Quickening his pace, he ventured further inside. Sheng Mingzhu gazed at the unconscious Sheng Yunhua, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Bai Ying, noticing, offered a handkerchief. Sheng Mingzhu took it to wipe away the tears pooling at her chin. Her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Nuanua. Bai Ling and Jin Shu knelt on the floor, while Lin Jida and others stood with their heads bowed, the atmosphere heavy with concern. Bai Ling felt it was her failure to protect Miss Nuanua that had resulted in such grievous harm, and she remained kneeling, unwilling to rise. "Get up, Bai Ling," Sheng Mingzhu urged, but she refused. "Bai Ling, the princess is already deeply distressed. Must you add to her turmoil? If kneeling could ensure Miss Nuanua's safety, we would all remain in such a position indefinitely. Yet your actions are of no benefit and only serve to trouble the princess further. Quickly leave," Bai Ying admonished her sternly. With swollen, tear-filled eyes, Bai Ling glanced at her sister and then at her mistress, who was entirely focused on Miss Nu, realizing her sister's words held merit. She rose and retreated from the room. As she exited, she collided with Chen Yuanzhe, and the group hurriedly bowed in respect, greeting the emperor. Chen Yuanzhe strode directly into the inner chamber, observing Sheng Yunhua peacefully asleep on the bed, the young concubine seemingly indifferent to his arrival. "Sure, what has transpired?" Chen Yuanzhe observed that Sheng Mingzhu's complexion was pale, her face streaked with tears. He then looked at the little Nuanua lying on the bed, her cheeks flushed, a sight that was truly alarming. Sheng Mingzhu adjusted Nuanua's small blanket and, in a calm tone, addressed Chen Yuanzhe. "Your Majesty, you should return. Nuan needs peace to recuperate and cannot be disturbed." El Shun raised his eyes, astonished at how audacious the imperial concubine had become in dismissing the emperor. What had happened to Nuan? Had a physician been summoned? As Chen Yuanzhe examined the location of the girl's injuries, he recognized the palace's customary methods of punishment, evidently linked to his own consorts. It was not difficult to surmise that the only one bold enough to confront the Forgetting Worry pavilion was the Yonghe Palace, which left him with a headache. Sheng Mingzhu, however, remained unresponsive, checking Nuanua's forehead and glancing at her chest to see if the injury had worsened. Observing the disregard for the emperor, El Shun called Lin Ji to report, thus clarifying the situation. No wonder the emperor was not welcomed. Chen Yuanzhe stayed until the hour of high, yet Sheng Mingzhu would not budge, remaining by the bedside without eating or drinking. "Sure, why don't you rest for a while? I shall keep watch here." Chen Yuanzhe expressed concern for her well-being. "No need, I shall stay with her. You may leave." Sheng Mingzhu coldly refused, sending him away. Chen Yuanzhe sighed. "Sure, during these days, Huiqilin has been solely attending to Nuo. You must take care of yourself. I will come to see you again tomorrow." Only then did Sheng Mingzhu nod. Chen Yuanzhe gently ruffled her hair before taking his leave. The following day at dawn, Huiqilin arrived at the Forgetting Worry pavilion for a follow-up examination, checking the condition of Sheng Yunhua's injuries. He instructed the little girl to sit up, engaged her in conversation, and observed her for a while. Fortunately, her injuries were primarily superficial. Although the pain in her chest persisted, with careful recuperation, it could be healed. Sheng Mingzhu expressed her profound gratitude and instructed Bai Ying to provide a generous reward, while requesting Huiqilin to visit the general's residence for follow-up care, which Chen Yuanzhe permitted, and Huiqilin naturally accepted the task. "Nuo, today your aunt will take you home, and Bai Ying and the others will accompany you," Sheng Mingzhu declared, having made her decision known to the little girl. Nuo was reluctant to part with her aunt. The little one missed her family. Yet she also did not wish to leave her aunt. "Be good, Nuo. Your aunt will come to visit whenever she can, all right?" Sheng Mingzhu gently applied the swelling ointment to the girl's face, which still bore significant puffiness, causing her heart to ache. Sheng Yunhua obediently nodded as Bai Ling and the others began preparing the young lady's belongings. Your Highness, I wish to stay and serve you. May I ask Su Shang or Jin Shu to accompany Bai Ling in seeing the young lady off? Bai Ying, aware that her young mistress was trying to send them away, feared for her safety should she be alone in the palace, and thus implored her to stay. There is no need. I have already made my decision. You must follow my instructions, Sheng Mingzhu replied gently, yet her resolute gaze left no room for dissent. Your Highness, I still have something to say, Bai Ying began, but Sheng Mingzhu raised her hand to interrupt. Prepare to leave. It is better for you to return early. Sheng Mingzhu decisively commanded them to gather their belongings and prepare for departure. Sheng Mingzhu spent barely an hour by Nua's bedside last night, her countenance somewhat weary. After Su Shang attended to her grooming and adornment, she remained the same noble and elegant daughter of the Sheng family. Aunt, Nua will miss you. Nua will call grandfather to drive away the bad people and will not let you be bullied. Little Nua planted a kiss on her aunt's cheek, reluctantly boarding the carriage. Be cautious on your journey, Sheng Mingzhu responded, returning the kiss to her niece's forehead. As Lin Ji and Xiao Jinzi drove the carriage, she turned back only after watching it turn into the main thoroughfare. Su Shang, you and your companions have been with me for quite some time. Here are some gifts I have prepared for you, a token of our bond as master and servant. From now on, take good care of yourselves in the palace, Sheng Mingzhu declared, placing a wooden box on the table. Your Highness, is this Su Shang began, noticing the farewell-like gesture, but Sheng Mingzhu cut her off, instructing them to leave her be and attend to their duties. In the inner chamber, Sheng Mingzhu opened a Nanma box and retrieved a dagger adorned with gemstones. Known as the moon-shattering blade, its edge glinting with lethal sharpness. She tucked the dagger into her sleeve, donned her attire, and departed from the worry-free pavilion, forbidding anyone to follow her. As she made her way, the palace maids and eunuchs beheld the sight of the crimson gauze dress billowing in the wind, the imposing figure of the Jowie heading towards Yonghe Palace. They hastily stepped aside to kneel in reverence. Upon reaching Yonghe Palace's entrance, without waiting for the gatekeeper to announce her arrival, she strode through the door, exuding an aura of fierce determination as she warned, I do not wish to harm the innocent. If you value your lives, step aside. Should you dare to obstruct me, I shall not hesitate to kill. Jowie, how dare you intrude upon Yonghe Palace? Eunuch Liu emerged to block Sheng Mingzhu's path, feigning authority as he reproached her. Sheng Mingzhu kicked him aside, brandishing the dagger with its gleaming blade, advancing into the main hall, where she found the trio of mother and children leisurely conversing and laughing. Upon witnessing Sheng Mingzhu's furious entrance, Tao Yu and Ingshi immediately approached, their eyes filled with unrestrained hatred. Jowie, my lady did not summon you. Do you dare to enter Yonghe Palace armed, intending to rebel? Sheng Mingzhu wasted no words, stepping forward, raising her arm to deliver a fatal strike to Ingshi, and then, with a swift motion, to Tao Yu. With the bloody dagger drawn, she kicked the two senior maids, sending them crashing to the ground, unconscious. Wei Zijing and her companions gasped in terror as they beheld the bloodstains on the floor, instinctively shielding their children behind them. Sheng Mingzhu, you dare to kill? Have you lost your mind? Sheng Mingzhu advanced towards them, her icy gaze fixed upon the trio, and with a swift kick, she brought Wei Zijing to her knees. While the eldest princess and the second prince trembled in fear, retreating repeatedly. You have evaded justice for far too long. It is time to pay the price. Sheng Mingzhu's voice was chilling as she seized Wei Zijing by the collar and plunged the dagger directly into her chest. Ah, you dare to kill me. Wei Zijing cried out, her lips quivering, her body convulsing. Are you frightened now? When you bullied a little girl, did you ever consider that others might be afraid? When you murdered Cui, coerced Xiao Detzi to poison me, and forced Zhoulan to take the blame for you, did you ever think about their fear? Sheng Mingzhu smiled gently, yet her hands were stained with crimson, a sight both grotesque and terrifying. A murder has been committed. The imperial concubine has taken a life. The palace maidens outside scattered in panic, their cries echoing. Sheng Mingzhu released Wei Zijing, tossing her to the ground, and approached the second prince. In Chapter 60, Titled Offering the Chun Family's Empire as a Sacrifice, Wei Zijin lay prostrate on the ground, her gaze fixed on Sheng Mingzhu's footsteps, fearing that she might truly harm her children. Enduring immense pain, she crawled forward and clutched at Sheng Mingzhu's feet. Sheng Mingzhu, with a powerful knee, sent her sprawling backward, then pressed her foot down on Wei Zijin's hand. Crouching down, she fixed her eyes on the once mighty woman and asked with a mocking smile, "Why do you tremble with fear, Consort Jingde? You and your children have harmed my dear Noor. I merely wish to return the favor by extracting the second prince's heart and marring Princess Chang'an's visage. Nothing more. Sheng Mingzhu, please, I beg you, spare them. I offer my life in exchange for Miss Sheng's." Wei Zijin shook her head, her voice choked with sobs as she looked up imploringly at Sheng Mingzhu. "Then let me first sever one of your hands and see if that will quell my wrath." Sheng Mingzhu, blinded by fury, resembled a female demon from hell, mercilessly pressing Wei Zijin's hand against the blade, poised to strike. Suddenly, a teacup flew through the air, knocking Sheng Mingzhu's hand aside and causing her to stagger back. Once steady, she raised her eyes to see Chen Yuanjia arriving with the imperial guards. Unfazed, she smiled sweetly, wiping the bloodied tip of her blade on her sleeve. A display of chilling cruelty. "You have some audacity, Sheng Mingzhu," Chen Yuanjia bellowed, his eyes darkening upon witnessing 3 bodies sprawled in a pool of blood. With a cold laugh, Sheng Mingzhu gracefully positioned herself behind the second prince, taking him hostage. She understood that this was her sole opportunity to exact vengeance upon the mother and son. She could not let it slip away. Wei Zijin and the 2 palace maids had been carried away for rescue, yet Sheng Mingzhu had spared Chen Yuhua. Her only desire now was for Chen Yongzhi's life. One life taken in exchange for 2 sacrifices. Was that not a worthy trade? Sure, be reasonable. Release Yongzhi. I will provide an explanation to the Sheng family. Chen Yuanjia approached her, fearing she might indeed take the second prince's life, which would incite chaos beyond redemption. Sheng Mingzhu pressed the blade against Chen Yongzhi's neck, the sharp tip drawing blood from the delicate skin. An explanation? Hasn't the time since yesterday's incident sufficed for you? You feign ignorance and act as if nothing has happened. You and your cousin's callous disregard for life is all too clear to me. Have I not experienced it enough? Her voice was icy, devoid of any flicker of emotion. "Father, save your child," Chen Yongzhi cried, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "Sure, I promise I will not favor them this time. Trust me." Chen Yuanji's expression was stern, his brows furrowed with authority. "How can I expect you to treat the 2 daughters you have with fairness when you cannot even do so for your own subject's daughter, the Princess of Chang'an? You need not take charge, Chen Yuanjia. Everything that has transpired today is solely due to you. Had it not been for your repeated protection of Wei Zijin, who has poisoned the crown prince and conspired to murder the consorts, and the Wei family's purchase of forbidden substances which they wield as a weapon against the innocent, this trio would not have become merciless killers, endangering my innocent Noir. I am merely repaying a debt of vengeance." Sheng Mingzhu regarded Chen Yuanji's tightly clenched fists and heaving chest, enumerating his transgressions. "Do you comprehend that the murder of a prince warrants the extermination of 9 clans? Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Observing Sheng Mingzhu's unwavering gaze, Chen Yuanjia, seeing no flicker of doubt, resorted to threatening her loved ones. "By taking you as my consort, you are now part of the royal family. If you seek the annihilation of 9 clans, you shall include yourself as well. Chen Yuanjia, I do not wish to live. Should you dare to lay a hand on the Sheng residence, I assure you, by the following day, the subjects of the realm shall know of your and the Wei family's sins. At that time, let the Wei family and your Chun clan's fortunes accompany the Sheng residents to the grave." Sheng Mingzhu, devoid of any sentiment, fiercely admonished Chen Yuanjia. As she stepped out of the Wanyu pavilion, she harbored no thoughts of returning alive. She intended to extricate the Bai Ying sisters from the palace. Although Su Shang and the others had served her, they would not pursue her to the end. The worst outcome would be their exile to the Zenziku. She had left sufficient silver notes for them to manage, and given time, they would have an opportunity to rise again. As for the Sheng residents, with the power of the Grand Tutor in her father's military authority, she was confident that Chen Yuanjia would not dare act against them. Sheng release Yongzi. I shall settle today's affairs on your behalf, Chen Yuanjia declared with an undeniable tone. Chen Yuanjia, your credibility with me has long since evaporated. Save your promises for your son's remains. Sheng Mingzhu's smile was both chilling and enchanting, as her delicate hand gripped the blade with determination, pressing the tip against the boy's neck. The boy's breath waned as he gradually collapsed. Sheng Mingzhu slowly relinquished her grip, preparing to direct the blade toward her own carotid artery in a bid to end her life. In a swift motion, Chen Yuanjia lunged beside Sheng Mingzhu, snatching the hilt from her grasp and casting it to the ground. He embraced the desperately struggling Sheng Mingzhu, fury enveloping him like a tempest, his dark aura foreboding as if heralding a storm. Hui Qilin promptly approached, applying the prepared coagulant to the second princess' neck, carefully transporting him to a nearby couch for meticulous treatment. Chen Yuanjia released Sheng Mingzhu, his palm clenched into a fist. He advanced a step, raising his hand with the intent to strike, but at the apex of his restraint, he redirected his grip to seize her chin, his eyes ablaze with rage. Sheng Mingzhu, you dare to kill Prince? What else are you incapable of? Hearing the sound of her jaw nearly being crushed, Sheng Mingzhu's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and retorted fiercely. If they can kill Nur, why can't I kill them? Chen Yuanjia loosened his grip slightly, fearing that if he held on any longer, her jaw would indeed shatter. Did I not instruct you to seek me out if you had matters to discuss? Are you conspiring with them against me? You would do well to kill me. Otherwise, if Nuo does not recover, Chen Yuhua shall not survive either. Sheng Mingzhu glared at Chen Yuanjia, her eyes aflame with fury. Chen Yuanjia gazed gloomily at the woman before him, her fearless and indifferent demeanor stirring a tumult of emotions within him. He closed his eyes, striving for composure, and after a lengthy pause, he thundered. Summon someone to escort Yuan Zhaoi back to Wanyu Pavilion. She is to be strictly monitored. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who defy this order will face lethal consequences. Fan Jie stepped forward, hesitating to act, and gestured respectfully towards Yuan Zhaoi. Sheng Mingzhu adjusted her gown, lifted her head with regal poise, and ascended into the sedan chair. Chen Yuanjia remained rooted in place for an extended period, his gaze cold and fierce, his body taut as iron, torn between fury and fear, which rent his heart. Reflecting on Sheng Mingzhu's words, it was evident that she had been utterly disappointed in him, leading her down this irrevocable path. Though she had indeed taken a life, he felt not just anger, but a profound sense of guilt. This incident would undoubtedly alarm the court of the previous dynasty. How could he possibly protect her? Half of the imperial physicians from the Tai hospital had arrived. Hui Qilin quickly staunched the knife wound on Wei Zijing's chest, fortunate that the injury was not deep enough to penetrate any vital vessels. The remainder of the treatment was left to the female physician. He then hurried to the side hall to stitch up the second prince's wounds, which were far more severe and posed a grave danger. Xiang Shi and others from the harem inquired and rushed to Yonghe Palace. Except for Xiang Shi, the others were halted at the palace gates. El Shun dispatched someone to convey the edict, commanding the consorts not to move about freely or leak any information. Your Majesty must take care of yourself. Consort Jingde and the second prince will surely be safe, Xiang Shi quietly advised, standing by Chen Yuanjia's side. He nodded, maintaining a facade of icy calm, though internally he was beset by turmoil, frequently glancing towards the inner chambers where the treatment was taking place. Xiang Shi said little, offering gentle words in response to his distress. Standing beside him, she observed his evident concern, yet this dual-edged situation stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Should the second prince perish, even if Wei Zijing survived, she would be untroubled. Chapter 61. The Grand Tutor requests an edict. Zhaoi returns to the family temple for purification at Wanyu Pavilion. Sheng Mingzhu washed away the blood from her body and indulged in a soothing bath. After a prolonged absence of the mournful toll for the prince, she approached the palace gates and tempted the guards with a bribe. I wish to know if the mother and son in Yonghe Palace have perished. Whoever brings me this news shall receive a reward of 100,000 taels. The guards exchanged glances, somewhat tempted, and one quietly inquired, "Does what Zhao say truly hold?" "Naturally, I, Sheng Mingzhu, possess ample silver notes." Her tone was light-hearted, her eyes sparkling, as if she were not the one who had wielded a knife just moments before. Fan Jie soon arrived, kicking a few soldiers lightly, and turned to Sheng Mingzhu with a grin. "My dear lady, do calm down. The Wei family has entered the palace. It seems dire. General Fan, what I seek is news of their demise, not ambiguous answers. Are you trying to deceive me for the sake of reward? How utterly heartless of you." Sheng Mingzhu shot a sidelong glance at Fan Jie through the gap in the door. Fan Jie sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead, and whispered, "Given my connection with your father, I advise Zhao to consider her options carefully. If you wish to contact your family, I can assist. Let us discuss this later. I am hungry now, and food is of utmost importance." Sheng Mingzhu replied with a carefree turn, her garments fluttering as she walked away, her spirits evidently high. Indeed, Sheng Mingzhu was acutely aware of her transgressions. According to the laws of the Great Shun, the assassination of a prince is a crime punishable by death, and she did not wish to implicate more innocent souls at this juncture. In Yonghe Palace, the wails of Madame Wei echoed like thunder, while the Grand Commandant, having cracked his head in supplication, implored the emperor to take action and demand the immediate execution of Sheng Mingzhu. Chun Yuanjia, with a furrowed brow, regarded Wei Tingjian's coercive demeanor with cold disdain and rose to check on his son. "My lord, the emperor is deeply concerned for the lives of the empress and the second prince. Let us discuss other matters afterward," reminded El Shun as he passed by Wei Tingjian. Hua Qilin, having exerted all his medical expertise over the past 2 days, finally succeeded in preserving the life of the second prince. Wei Zijing had awakened, and upon seeing her mother by her bedside, tears streamed down her face in sheer terror, her heart shattered at the thought of recent events. In the previous dynasty, Grand Commandant Wei had engaged in a fierce quarrel with General Sheng Ziyuan, openly accusing the Sheng family of disregarding human life and conspiring to murder the imperial concubine and her offspring, demanding the emperor execute Sheng Mingzhu. The Grand Commandant certainly knows how to twist the narrative, one might say. Previously, when the consort was poisoned with aconite and the heir's life was at stake, concubine Zhou was coerced into committing murder, resulting in the dismemberment of several palace attendants. Should not the Grand Commandant take a moment to ponder who the true mastermind is? My granddaughter, having received the emperor's favor, was merely accompanying the consort for a brief stay in the palace, yet was struck across the face, leaving her bruised and her heart and lungs compromised, now lying in a state of unconsciousness at home. Who then can be deemed the heartless perpetrator intent on torturing a young girl? Sheng Ziyuan, having battled on the battlefield for numerous years and consistently training troops, exuded an aura of martial ferocity. The Grand Commandant could not have anticipated that such matters of the inner palace would be laid bare in the court, and moreover, he had struck at the very heart of the Wei family. Enraged, he fell to his knees and beseeched the emperor, "Your Majesty, how dare the Sheng family extend their hand into your harem? This is a blatant act of treachery, a plot to rebel." Chun Yuanjia gazed upon his uncle, exasperated by his foolishness. The mask had been torn away, yet he continued to feign innocence. At this moment, the Grand Tutor stepped forward, solemnly kneeling before the dragon throne and bowing thrice, stating gravely, "Your Majesty, the consort Jingda has committed murder, while consort Yuan seeks vengeance. Given that the Wei family is the maternal family of the Empress Dowager, I do not dare request your Majesty to execute the principal offender publicly. I humbly implore you to spare the life of consort Yuan, allowing me to take my granddaughter back to the family shrine to live out her days in peace." Chun Yuanjia observed the kneeling Grand Tutor, fully aware of his strategic retreat. He then surveyed the assembly of officials, aside from a few disciples of the Wei family. The majority nodded in agreement, recognizing that the transgressions of the Wei family and Wei Zijing outweighed those of Sheng Mingzhu. "This matter pertains to my harem. You need not interject. There are established protocols for addressing their misdeeds," he declared. "Furthermore, what the Grand Tutor suggests is misguided. Consort Yuan is the foremost of my personally conferred 9 concubines and shall remain by my side for the rest of her days. Not to mention returning to the Wei family. Chen Yuanjia dismissed the Grand Tutor's plea, hearing the implicit favoritism towards the Sheng family in Chen Yuanjia's words. Wei Tingjian's face turned crimson with rage. He concluded that his unreliable nephew could not be trusted, and it was imperative to summon the Empress Dowager. Over the past few days, the court had been inundated with petitions accusing both the Sheng and Wei families, with excessive focus on the disputes within the harem. Today, I shall make a decisive resolution to set the record straight. El Shun announced the decree. Chen Yuanjia instructed El Shun to proclaim the edict. Lu Shun stepped forward and unfurled the imperial edict. The ministers knelt in reverence before loudly proclaiming, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have received the divine command to oversee all lands. Reward shall be justly given for merit, and punishments shall correspond to transgressions. You, Grand Chancellor, have engaged in corrupt practices and neglected the upbringing of your daughter. Your misdeeds are conspicuous. In consideration of your past services, I shall refrain from imposing the death penalty, but I decree the forfeiture of 3 years' salary. I urge you to reflect deeply and redeem yourself through merit." So decreed. Wei Tingjian bowed his head and prostrated himself on the ground, accepting the edict with gratitude. He was acutely aware that the emperor must have investigated the embezzlement of salt taxes in Jiangnan, and he felt a surge of panic, refraining from voicing any objections. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. General Wei Yuan has been lax in the education of his daughter and has failed to uphold court regulations. He is to forfeit 1 year's salary as punishment. So decreed. Lu Shun proclaimed the second decree. The ministers expressed their gratitude upon receiving the edict. The hearts of the Sheng family were reassured. The emperor intended to protect their granddaughter. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Consort Wei Jingda from the Yonghe Palace has exhibited jealousy and disorderly conduct. Her behavior has been lacking in propriety, and she has disregarded court etiquette. Therefore, she is demoted to a secondary consort rank, confined for 6 months, and her salary is to be forfeited for 2 years. As for the concubine, Sheng Yuan, who has indulged in favoritism and spoken impertinently, openly contesting authority and disregarding social hierarchy, she shall be demoted to a lady-in-waiting, penalized with 2 years' salary forfeiture, and confined for 6 months to observe her conduct. So decreed. Lu Shun read through 3 imperial edicts in one breath. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Chen Yuanjia ultimately classified the incident as a palace rivalry for favor, meting out equal punishments. Sheng Mingzhu now bore an additional charge of having harmed the emperor's son. Yet Chen Yuanjia's decisions were arbitrary and lenient. It was evident to all that the emperor favored the forgetting worry pavilion. Yet Wei Zijing's prior crimes left no one daring to advocate for her. Chen Yuanjia arrived at the study, where Hui Qilin had already come from the Yonghe Palace to await him. Upon the emperor's entrance, he silently followed. "What news?" Chen Yuanjia inquired as he settled into the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, the second prince is now out of danger. He simply requires careful recuperation and a more refined diet." Hui Qilin answered with a bow. "Very well. How is the young lady from the Sheng family faring?" Chen Yuanjia began to peruse the memorials. The young lady of the Sheng family has also taken her medicine and is slowly recovering, Hui Qilin responded, harboring a personal interest due to the respect shown to him by Yuan Zhaoi. "Excellent. Lu Shun, reward him," Chen Yuanjia declared, bestowing a generous reward upon Hui Qilin, who graciously accepted and withdrew. Chen Yuanjia reviewed the memorials late into the evening. Lu Shun informed him that both mother and son from the Yonghe Palace were awake, prompting him to take a brief visit. The princess of Chang'an had been quite frightened that day. She was taken back to the Wei residence by her maternal grandmother for care. Upon hearing that her mother and brother had awakened, she insisted on returning to the palace. And thus, Madame Wei sent the eldest princess back. When Chen Yuanjia arrived, their conversation abruptly ceased, and Madame Wei hurriedly stood to pay her respects. Father Emperor Chen Yuhua ran to embrace Chen Yuanjia's leg, her voice soft and lacking the previous day's fierceness. Chen Yuanjia lifted her up and approached Wei Zijing's bedside, observing her parched lips and pallid complexion. "Are you feeling any better?" "Cousin, I am fine, but what of Yongzha?" Wei Zijing cried, her once enchanting appearance now in a state of disarray and fatigue. Chen Yuanjia inwardly chastised himself for having been overly lenient with her, which had led to this bitter consequence. Take care of yourself. With Huiqilan present, Yongzhi will be fine. Chen Yuanjia's tone softened considerably, yet to Wei Zijing, it felt as though he was lacking in concern for her, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Chen Yuhua clung to Chen Yuanjia, tears streaming down the faces of mother and daughter, leaving Chen Yuanjia feeling quite vexed. Huar, be a good girl and stay here with your mother. I shall go and check on your brother, he gently reassured, placing the little girl on the ground. The recent events were ignited by Princess Chang'an. Yet being still so young, the blame could only fall upon her mother. Cousin, will you come to visit us again? Wei Zijing, suppressing her pain, sat up and called out to Chen Yuanjia as he prepared to leave. She clearly saw the impatience etched on his face. Once he stepped through that door, it would likely be half a year before they met again. Jinger, take care of your injuries. Yongzhi will reside at the prince's residence once he recovers. As for Huar, she must attend lessons in the study during the day and return to the palace to keep you company afterwards. Chen Yuanjia, unable to sever the ties of lingering affection after years of companionship, hesitated to send away her children entirely, leaving their daughter behind as a bittersweet reminder. Wei Zijing watched Chen Yuanjia's retreating figure, her face awash with tears. Chen Yuhua, seeing her mother in such sorrow, gazed at her father's departing silhouette with a fierce intensity not befitting her tender age. Chapter 62. Chen Yuanjia, your love is cheap. Within the Forgetting Worries pavilion, Sheng Mingzhu was nearly driven to madness these past few days, for a guard had indeed remembered her promise and secretly sent word to Yonghe Palace, returning news of the mother and child being safe, rendering her time spent in vain. If she were to encounter Huiqilan now, she would undoubtedly want to strike him down. To make matters worse, that guard insisted on a reward, claiming he had at least brought back a morsel of information. Sheng Mingzhu, not one to be stingy, promptly produced a large banknote from her pocket and slipped it through the door's crack to the guard, instructing him to procure all sorts of renowned candies in the capital, with the remainder being his reward. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall send someone to make the purchases immediately. The guard's eyes widened at the sight of the banknote, nearly drooling in delight. Susha stepped forward to assist Sheng Mingzhu back to the main hall. With Bai Ying and her sister absent, it fell upon her to soothe her mistress. Your Highness, the other day, Lord Liu delivered the edict, which must have been a sign that the mother and child of Yonghe Palace were spared, resulting in a lighter punishment for you. Thankfully, they were saved. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences. You were indeed too impulsive. Even hiring someone to kill would have been better than taking matters into your own hands. Sheng Mingzhu recognized that her actions had alarmed them. Susha, even if they do not perish, at least we have avenged Nur and Jin Shu. We do not leave empty-handed. Susha sighed, pondering if this was truly the time to discuss losses. She felt somewhat weary and hoped for Bai Ying's return to the palace, knowing her temperament could effectively temper the fierce and vengeful nature of their mistress. That same evening, the guard indeed kept his word, secretly delivering a large box of colorful candies of all varieties to her. Sheng Mingzhu indulged her modest cravings and generously shared with the palace attendants, ensuring that neither party felt anxious over the half year of house arrest or demotion. For them, it was merely a commonplace affair. As for the 2 years' worth of monthly allowances, it was but a trifling sum to Sheng Mingzhu, hardly worth mentioning. Before drifting into slumber, Sheng Mingzhu quietly extracted a porcelain figurine of a pig from her dowry chest, representing her zodiac sign. This cherished savings jar, which had accompanied her since childhood until her coming of age, was filled to the brim with shards of silver and gold. Heavy and substantial, she carefully placed it upon the table and lit 3 incense sticks in the burner before settling cross-legged on her mat. Amitabha, please take away their lives and grant me my desires. I promise to ensure daily offerings of incense. She fervently wished, her intentions earnest despite her childish demeanor, akin to her usual play-acting. Rather than beseeching a mere vessel, why not seek me? You might find success. Chen Yuanjia's low voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her, startling Sheng Mingzhu into a frightened roll off her mat. With such cowardice, You dare to speak of murder? Chen Yuanjia remarked with a sardonic tone. Irritated, Sheng Mingzhu rose and confronted him, her round eyes wide with indignation. Are you out of your mind? Appearing in a young lady's chamber at this hour. Are you a peeping Tom? Chen Yuanjia rudely pinched her chubby cheek, declaring, if you were indeed a proper maiden, my realm would be devoid of innocence. Sheng Mingzhu forcefully swatted his hand away, her reckless spirit unperturbed by his presence. If it weren't for you, the wretched dragon, I would be a maiden and my honor intact, she retorted heatedly. Chen Yuanjia sat upright upon the bed, his demeanor grave as he regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Sheng Mingzhu, do you believe that mere confinement can absolve your transgressions? If so, let us proceed with your proposed punishment for your clan. Enraged, Chen Yuanjia advanced toward her, ready to chastise her for her reckless words. Sheng Mingzhu hastily retreated, shouting, what are you doing? I'll scream of your impropriety. You would want everyone to label you a tyrant who preys on confined concubines. Remember, I am a royal concubine in life and a ghost of the royal family in death. Your lineage is implicated in my fate as well. Can you deny it? Chen Yuanjia positioned himself before her, blocking her escape against the wall, his handsome face tinged with displeasure. As he raised his hand, believing he meant to strike her, Sheng Mingzhu instinctively kicked, but the confined space rendered her efforts futile. He seized her wrist, rendering her immobile, the pressure causing her discomfort. Are you still unaware of your folly? Have you taken leave of your senses? Chen Yuanjia leaned slightly closer, his hand firmly grasping her delicate chin, compelling her to meet the gaze of the defiant emperor. Sheng Mingzhu winced in pain, her clear eyes reflecting innocence and naivety. How could she dare to contemplate murder? Chen Yuanjia's gaze lingered on her fair, youthful complexion and her rosy lips, igniting an irresistible desire within him. Chen Yuanjia, whether by blade or by other means, I leave my fate in your hands, for in 16 years I shall still be a striking beauty. Upon witnessing the flicker of lust in his eyes, Sheng Mingzhu, fearing his predatory nature, continued her reckless bravado. Since you wish for death so fervently, I shall grant it. Speak, how do you wish to perish? Chen Yuanjia moved closer, their bodies nearly touching. I choose to die by poison, silently and painlessly. Furthermore, I have one condition. I want Sheng Mingyu to accompany me in death. Although most people come into this world and leave it bare, I, Sheng Mingzhu, am different. I arrived with Sheng Mingyu by my side, and I shall depart with him as well. Send someone to convey my decree. I am ready to embark on my journey at any moment. Sheng Mingzhu glanced back at Chen Yuanjia with a look that betrayed her eagerness for death, her gaze unwavering. If Sheng Mingyu were to discover his dear sister's insane request, he would undoubtedly leap up to slap her. Sheng Mingzhu has once again reshaped Chen Yuanjia's perception. This little woman has become audacious to such an extent. Knowing he would not dare to punish her severely, brazenly provoking him with a demeanor that exuded impatience for death. Very well, I grant it. Tomorrow, I shall bestow upon you both the punishment of slow slicing. Chen Yuanjia's expression darkened as his hardened cheek pressed against the rebellious concubine's face, his voice low and gravelly. No, no, it is poison. Have your ears dulled with age? Sheng Mingzhu pushed his face away, hastily correcting him. For 6 months, you shall remain obedient in Wanyu Pavilion. Should you dare to cause trouble again, I will cast you into the cold palace. Chen Yuanjia's tone shifted, his demeanor weary. Yet he embraced the little concubine as he spoke harshly. Chen Yuanjia, do you realize how cold-hearted you are? When I was bullied by Wei Zijing, you turned a blind eye, yet now that I have stabbed her and her son, you come to express concern. Do you not find this hypocritical? Since you cannot equally favor both, why not abandon one and genuinely cherish the other? This constant indecision must be exhausting for you. Sheng Mingzhu ceased her struggles and instead criticized the man's fickleness and indifference. Mingzhu, I will handle everything. You must not joke with your life. You must be confined for 6 months to quell the censor's accusations of your murder of the prince. Be good. We shall discuss other matters once your confinement is lifted. Chen Yuanjia whispered softly as he held Sheng Mingzhu close, yet he did not respond to her accusations. The little concubine's gaze fell into the depths of his eyes, and through the shadows, she glimpsed the tumult of his desires, almost mistaking it for profound affection for her. With all her strength, Sheng Mingzhu pushed him away, her expression stern. "Your actions do not touch me in the slightest. On the contrary, I loathe your indifference and selfishness, your passionate yet heartless demeanor. You initially chose her among your many women, and you should remain steadfast in your affection for her. Yet, you turn around and pretend to be unwaveringly devoted to me, all while watching her and her son ensnared in misfortune, seeking to preserve my wealth and status. Chen Yuanjia, your love is utterly cheap. Mingzhu, one must possess the ability to turn the page. I do not wish for you to be trapped in the past between her and me. Simply remember that I will be by your side for your future." Chen Yuanjia held her firmly, cradling her face, urging her to listen earnestly. "There is no need for that. I choose to be beautiful on my own." Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes at him unabashedly. Chen Yuanjia pretended to lean in for a kiss, inciting Sheng Mingzhu to thrash about like a little madwoman, breaking free from his embrace. "Chen Yuanjia, keep your distance. And if, during this time, you allow anyone to deprive me of my sustenance, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to seek your life after I starve to death." Sheng Mingzhu, indifferent to everything else, was solely preoccupied with ensuring a steady supply of food and drink. As for love, it was of little consequence. Chen Yuanjia snapped his fingers, noting how increasingly audacious this little one had become. Following the recent incident, she no longer even pretended to care, wearing an air of indifference towards life and death. This behavior was unacceptable. Thus, I have dispatched Granny Qing to instruct you in etiquette. You are to learn diligently. For rewards await those who excel, while those who do not shall have their daily rations reduced. Chen Yuanjia intended to assign a more experienced maid to supervise her, anxious about potential mishaps during these 6 months of confinement. "I refuse to learn. I entered the palace to relax, not to study," Sheng Mingzhu firmly protested. Chen Yuanjia delivered a light slap to the girl's backside as a form of punishment. "In due time, you may choose whether to study or not. Be obedient, and should any issues arise, inform Granny Qing. She possesses a token that grants her free passage." Having just imposed confinement, Chen Yuanjia would not remain overnight. The gravity of the situation was far greater than their previous playful skirmishes. After reiterating his warnings, he departed, leaving Sheng Mingzhu in a state of frustration. Reflecting on the events that transpired, feeling as though she had emerged victorious, yet not quite so. Chapter 63. An unexpected visitor. Take care. My dear, the tumult of the world came to a halt, the sun and moon renewed. Chen Yuanjia approved the request from the general's residence to escort Bai Ying and her sister back to Wanyu Pavilion. Madame Sheng prepared a cart filled with provisions, instructing 4 servants to accompany the sisters into the palace. The 6-month confinement loomed long, making it difficult to avoid unforeseen incidents, as long as their basic needs were met. Other matters could be managed with caution. Fan Jie inspected the entrance, finding no prohibited items, allowing the 2 sisters to pass while the Sheng family's servants completed their task before promptly exiting the palace. Upon seeing Sheng Mingzhu, the sisters wept, kneeling and bowing their heads, unable to rise. "Sister Bai Ying, one might think you too are mourning my demise," Sheng Mingzhu remarked. "Hinsu, Susang, help them to their feet." Sheng Mingzhu herself felt a hint of tears welling up, fearing the emotional display might cause a scene, and urged Su Shang to assist the sisters. "Do not worry, my lady. Miss Nuanua has completely recovered, though Madam is quite concerned for your well-being," Bai Ying replied, wiping her tears and updating her mistress on Nuanua's condition. Nodding, Sheng Mingzhu observed several servants in the Sheng family's livery carrying items. "Sister Bai Ying, does Mother believe we are in the cold palace, unable to eat?" "Indeed, over 6 months. Who knows if the food is satisfactory?" Bai Ling muttered with red-rimmed eyes, still troubled by her mistress's solitary ventures, feeling abandoned despite having accompanied her for so many years. "Oomph. Let anyone dare to slight me during this period. Once I am free, I shall show them how to be reprimanded," Sheng Mingzhu replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "My lady, everything has been moved. The servants are bowing to you and preparing to leave the palace," Lin Ji reported as he entered. "Xiao Lin, please offer them some tea and let them rest briefly." I wish to prepare some gifts for Nua and Yunzheng, Sheng Mingzhu said, hastily heading to her private treasury. Just as she pushed open the door to the treasury, someone tugged her aside, covering her mouth to stifle any cries for help, and swiftly closed the door, blocking Bai Ying from entering. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as the intruder, clad in the garments of a Sheng family servant, turned to reveal a strikingly familiar face, Lu Che. Startled, she glanced around, relieved to find no one following her. She had heard that the emperor had appointed a wet nurse, and the uncertainty of whether she was friend or foe necessitated extra caution. Sheng Mingzhu pushed away Lu Che's hand, taking a deep breath in disbelief at Che. What are you doing here? And dressed like this? Shu, I intend to take you away tonight. The young man's voice, roughened and layered with emotion, met her gaze. Che, what nonsense are you spouting? Look, I am unharmed, merely under house arrest for 6 months. In fact, I would prefer to remain indoors. Sheng Mingzhu promptly understood the recklessness of his secret entry into the palace and hastened to clarify her situation. Shu, you are not happy here, are you? Trust me, I have made arrangements. After tonight, all traces of you can be erased. Lu Che reached to grasp the girl's hand, but Sheng Mingzhu evaded him. Aki, listen to me. I cannot leave. I must not leave. I cannot allow my actions to jeopardize the Sheng and Lu families or Bai Ying and the others. Furthermore, Ruoxi and third brother are to be wed soon. How can I bear the weight of so many lives? Sheng Mingzhu retorted, unwilling to invite trouble. As long as her family and friends were safe, she found this existence tolerable. Lu Che discerned her refusal. Shu, believe me, if you leave, they will be safe. With Uncle Sheng and my father's military power, alongside the strength of your third brother, the royal family would not dare act rashly. Sighing, Sheng Mingzhu recognized that Lu Che's intentions were rooted in concern for her well-being. She needed to elucidate her feelings, to clarify that her previous resolve stemmed from the intrigues among the concubines. Such matters inevitably involve her family, and she was resolute in her refusal. Aki, though I did not willingly enter the palace, the tranquility of Weo Pavilion is sufficient for my survival. I hope you will cease your worry and scheming on my behalf. It only brings me unease, guilt, and fear of endangering you and your family. I have repeatedly stated that my feelings for you are merely those of brotherly friendship. Even if circumstances had allowed for a union with Chen Yuanjia, it is not the love I yearn for. Sheng Mingzhu firmly conveyed her heart to Lu Che, hoping to liberate him from the shackles of past regrets and imagined losses. Lu Che closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them to gaze at Sheng Mingzhu, his voice low and somber. Then do you love him? Is he the love you desire? Sheng Mingzhu fell silent. Having already inflicted harm, she resolved to be thorough. Her lack of response, in Lu Che's eyes, was tantamount to acquiescence. A bitter smile graced his lips as he stepped back, sure regardless. I wish you the fulfillment of your desires. Che, I too wish you encounter a woman deserving of your devotion. Sheng Mingzhu sincerely hoped for his liberation from unrequited love. Lu Che managed a faint smile, then pushed open the door and strode out. Bai Ying rushed in immediately, approaching the dazed young lady standing aside. Sister Bai Ying, let us prepare swiftly and transport those rewards back home. It is best we empty his treasury sooner rather than later. Sheng Mingzhu instructed Bai Ying, her tone tinged with a hint of venting her frustration towards Chen Yuanjia. Was I too blunt just now? As Sheng Mingzhu pondered, a knock resonated at the door. Bai Ying shook her head and went to check. Oh dear, Your Highness. You are not yet ready? Those household servants have lingered too long. It is not proper. The visitor was Granny Qing, a rather dogmatic elderly woman. Please wait a moment. Granny, Bai Ying replied with a smile, turning to assist the princess in selecting items. No, Your Highness, this jade piece is a royal exclusive, and this set of scholarly implements is reserved for imperial use. You cannot bestow them upon others. Such an act is profoundly disrespectful and may incur punishment. Granny Qing interjected, selecting several items to prevent them from being gifted. Sheng Mingzhu returned the items to the wooden box, sealing it with a defiant attitude. I don't care. If it was given to me, it's mine to give to whomever I please, and you have no say in the matter. Just as Granny Qing was about to retort, Bai Ying seized the box and dashed out, leaving Sheng Mingzhu to block Granny Qing's path. Watching Bai Ying's successful escape, she turned back to Granny Qing and flashed a sweet smile, rendering the elder too bashful to continue her lecturing. The Sheng family soon discovered Lu Chei's entrance into the palace, as the steward found one of the household servants, tasked with delivering supplies, unconscious and bound in a secluded alley. Sheng Mingyu awaited there, and upon seeing Lu Chei approach with an air of weariness, she lunged forward, her fist slicing through the air to strike his cheek. Lu Chei staggered back, steadied himself, and hung his head in silence, displaying no intent to retaliate. Do you realize that your reckless entry into the palace endangers her greatly? Sheng Mingyu demanded, gripping Lu Chei's collar with fury. He shook his head, murmuring, "No more. I won't go again." It seemed the youth was speaking to himself, vowing not to appear before her again to cause her distress. In the palace, Chen Yuanzhe once more breached protocol, appearing in Sheng Mingzhu's chamber. Gazing at the girl asleep, he felt an inexplicable thrill. An undercover guard had just returned from outside the palace, reporting that he had followed the man who entered the Wang Yu pavilion today and trailed him to the back alley of the general's residence. There, he witnessed the Lu family's young master and Sheng's third young master embroiled in an argument. Lu Chei's despondent demeanor suggested he had been rejected by Sheng Mingzhu, which pleased the observer immensely. "Sure," Chen Yuanzhe whispered, reaching out to envelop her in his embrace. Sheng Mingzhu attempted to push him away, yearning to continue her slumber, but found herself unable to escape his strong hold. "How annoying. Are you not tired of this?" she mumbled, finally waking from the heat of his embrace, struggling to push him away. With a soft touch that lacked force, she gazed up at him, wide-eyed in confusion. "Chen Yuanzhe, are you a devil, here to disturb my sweet dreams?" she inquired skeptically after a moment. Chen Yuanzhe, unable to resist, pressed kisses upon her brow and eyes, softly asking, "Do you dream of me?" "Naturally, you plague my nightmares," she retorted, annoyed at being roused from her peaceful sleep. Observing the weariness in her eyes, Chen Yuanzhe leaned closer, a gentle smile gracing his lips, ungrateful. "I cannot accommodate you, O great Buddha. The emperor requests you vacate this space." Sheng Mingzhu playfully dismissed him, yet he held her face, capturing her rosy lips in a teasing kiss, chuckling softly. "If you dare harbor anyone else, I shall ensure you never leave this bed for the rest of your life. What madness drives you to intrude upon me at such an hour?" Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes at him. "I missed you." Chen Yuanzhe's warm, mellifluous voice uttered sweet nothings, his words gentle yet profoundly captivating. Sheng Mingzhu, feeling shy, was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected gentleness, her cheeks flushing red. "What a rogue!" Chen Yunzhe tenderly caressed her delicate chin, leaning in closer, his hands not idle. "Sure, how about you give me? Did you come here tonight merely to act foolish and indulge in your desires?" Sheng Mingzhu, irritated, swiftly retreated to the side of the bed as she observed his intentions escalating. Chen Yunzhe's breath grew slightly uneven. Sensing her reluctance, he relented. "I won't touch you. Let's sleep." He gathered Sheng Mingzhu into his embrace, holding her tightly. "You're holding me so tightly. Am I to breathe at all?" she protested softly. Chen Yunzhe eased his grip a little, locking eyes with her shimmering gaze, suppressing his own ardor. "Stay still, be good. If you move again, sleep will be the least of your worries." Sheng Mingzhu promptly closed her eyes, fearing his capriciousness. Chapter 64. Indulgent Days and Pretend Play with Palace Maids in early June. Empress Dowager Wei returned to the palace with Princess Chun Lanxin, preparing for the upcoming Qianqiu festival, a banquet rivaling even the emperor's birthday celebrations in grandeur. Nobles and officials from military and civil sectors came to present their congratulations, and concubines along with noble women gathered at Weiyang Palace to offer their gifts, all showcasing the immense wealth of the great Qin dynasty. Outside the Forgetting Worries pavilion, the world was bustling and intricate, yet within, the few confined souls enjoyed a serene camaraderie. However, beneath this tranquility lurked a hint of foreboding. "Your Highness, how should I wear this?" Xiao Jinzi looked despondently at the revealing attire his master insisted he don. despite having grown accustomed to the odd roles assigned to him over the past month, such as the previous day's portrayal of a skeletal figure in a simple white gown, or earlier as a nine-tailed fox in a flowing red dress. He had become the designated villain in their master-esque narratives. Xiao Jinzi, are you reluctant? Sheng Mingzhu asked coolly. He shook his head, though she was young. Her smile had an unsettling quality that sent chills down his spine. Glancing at Lin Ji, who hung his head with a furrowed brow, looking quite discontented, she prodded. Little Lindsay, why do you wear such a mournful expression? Have you finally ascended to immortality? Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? I am indeed thrilled. Lin Ji gritted his teeth, uttering insincere words that nearly earned him scorn from Xiao Jinzi. That's wonderful. Now, everyone, let us prepare. We must be ready within the span of a tea break. Anyone who is late will face a deduction in their monthly allowance. Sheng Mingzhu declared mischievously. Bai Ying presented a bowl of chilled boya Jueshuan tea, placing it on the table before Sheng Mingzhu, who was diligently crafting character sketches on paper. Her previous indulgence in immersive storytelling had evolved into a newfound passion for writing her own tales, compelling her companions to stage performances reminiscent of theatrical debuts. Your Highness, when Granny Qing arrives, you must be mindful of your posture. It may not meet her approval, Bai Ying teased, knowing well that Granny Qing was rather pedantic, constantly correcting her mistress's manners as if the emperor's command depended on it, displaying utmost seriousness. Why must such a splendid person like Granny Qing be sent to teach me etiquette? She would be much better suited for Yonghe Palace. Sheng Mingzhu pouted. As I gazed upon the teacup on the table, filled with fresh milk and jasmine snow buds, I lifted it for a taste. The aroma of the tea was crisp and unrestrained, and chilled to perfection, making it an ideal refreshment for the sweltering June heat. A sip was invigorating and refreshing. Soon, Bai Ling and her companions made their entrance, while Lin Jida and Xiao Jinzi hesitated behind. Upon their brazen arrival in the main hall, Sheng Mingzhu could not suppress a fit of laughter, nearly spitting out her tea as she coughed and doubled over in mirth, momentarily forgetting her composure and grace. Good heavens, you're going to make me die of laughter. If you can't fit into those outfits, why wear them? They're so ill-fitting. She teased, her laughter echoing. Lin Jida and Xiao Jinzi exchanged glances. Indeed, it was a sight that was hard on the eyes, yet was this not a sacrifice for their roles? As per your design, their spirits dampened. Ah, indeed. Lady Qing appeared with a flourish, and someone slowly straightened up, stifling their laughter, the movement of their shoulders betraying their struggle to contain it. Your Highness, today you shall learn the Qing. I have summoned the master from the music hall, and he awaits your presence in the side hall. Lady Qing, in her 50s, bore a kind and amiable countenance, and the residents of Wang Yu Pavilion enjoyed a harmonious rapport with her. Her only flaw was her unwavering loyalty to Qin Yuanzhe. A moment in attention would see her rushing out to report to him, and the next day, they would find themselves deprived of a dish or two. Although they had their own kitchen, the imperial kitchen produced exquisite dishes such as crab meat lion's head, 8 treasure gourd duck, and red robe longevity soup, which the cooks at Wang Yu Pavilion could never replicate. To satisfy their own appetites, they had no choice but to heed Lady Qing's directives. Sheng Mingzhu, feeling displeased, redirected her smile to Xiao Jinzi. She shot him a pointed glance, causing him to lower his head, though his upward curving lips refused to remain hidden from his mistress. Qin Yuanzhe, that cunning scoundrel. Sheng Mingzhu finished her tea and placed the cup heavily upon the table, muttering a curse at the source of her vexation. The expected correction from the ladies soon followed. Entering the side hall, Sheng Mingzhu found the Qin already arranged, with a teaching auntie bowing in respect. She was not entirely averse to the Qin. Having had some exposure at her boudoir, she had dabbled in learning, though not with great diligence. She would firmly refuse to practice calligraphy, yet the Qin might offer an opportunity for refinement, a way to pass the time. Following the auntie's instructions, Sheng Mingzhu took her seat, eager to test the instrument's feel. With a graceful lift of her hand and a delicate pluck of the strings, the sound resonated beautifully. Your Highness must have had prior experience. Your skill is remarkable, the teaching auntie praised, observing the elegant posture of the lady as she played. her right wrist and left hand positioned perfectly, betraying no hint of a novice. We have had masters in our household. It was my own playful nature that hindered my earnest study, leaving me somewhat unrefined, Sheng Mingzhu admitted candidly. That could be easily remedied. I have some sheet music here that you may follow to enhance your skills rapidly. The teaching Annie offered, presenting several volumes of music before beginning her instruction. After dinner, Bai Ying invited Lady Qing to a private chamber. Lady Qing, the day after tomorrow marks my third brother's wedding banquet, and I shall be unable to attend. I have prepared a gift, and I would be grateful if you could deliver it outside the palace tomorrow, Sheng Mingzhu said with graceful demeanor and bright, respectful eyes. I shall certainly comply with your wishes, Your Highness, Lady Qing replied cheerfully. Sheng Mingzhu nodded repeatedly, continuing with a smile. My mother is quite worried about me. Tomorrow, the matron will visit, so please tell her about my pleasant experiences in the palace. There is no need for her to rush back. Matron Qing, with a hint of exasperation, replied, If you do not wish for me to return early, you could simply express that, rather than complicating matters so. The emperor had instructed her to guard against outsiders tampering with Lady Zhao's meals, and to find someone to teach Lady Zhao some skills of interest, so that her time in confinement would not be tedious. She was merely fulfilling her duties. I shall convey this to Madame Sheng. Matron Qing responded respectfully. Some individuals were pleased, finally granted a day of respite. They quickly summoned Bai Ying and Bai Ling to personally prepare congratulatory gifts for Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Ruoxi. 2 full chests, brimming with rare treasures, silks, and satins, were set aside. Additionally, there were some boxes prepared for her 2 nephews and nieces at home, to avoid scolding her for favoritism upon their next meeting. Among the mischievous group from their childhood, she became a royal concubine, while Sheng Mingzhu and Lu Ruoxi were happily united in matrimony, and Sheng Mingyue was set to marry in Shuyan. Sheng Mingli's wedding was also approaching, leaving only Lu Che as the solitary bachelor. The only other individual in a similar predicament as Lu Che was Chun Lanxin. In her childhood, during palace banquets, she relished following Lu Che around, chattering about him at every opportunity. Time has passed. Does she still harbor feelings for Lu Che? Sheng Mingzhu smirked, pondering whether to play matchmaker. Chun Lanxin had returned to the palace several days ago. If Matron Qing were to secretly summon her for a discussion, it might yield interesting results. Bai Ling, observing her young mistress's silly grin, was puzzled by her joy. Was it the first time she would play the role of matchmaker? She hesitated to approach, fearing her mistress might simply be infatuated with that scoundrel. Chapter 65. Sneaking out of the palace. Transforming into a nobleman, it had been quite some time since the incident involving the 2 favored concubines, and the palace gradually began to stir. The concubines frequently sent tea and snacks to the imperial study in attempts to curry favor. Chen Yuanjia typically only visited the Weiyang Palace on the 1st and 15th days of the month to accompany the empress, occasionally dining with those concubines who had sons or with Consort Zheng, but never stayed overnight nor summoned any concubines to the Chengxian Palace for the night. Observers perceived the emperor's newfound restraint, prompting a memorial from the censors, while the Yang family, in their official capacity, felt compelled to advise the emperor. The Empress Dowager also urged her son to pay attention, and he acquiesced in person, yet no further action was taken, seemingly for the sake of the one residing in Wanyu Pavilion. It was impossible that this concern was for Yonghe Palace. Upon returning, the Empress Dowager, due to Chun Yuanjia's decree, had not even been able to see her niece. Only when Princess Chang came to pay her respects did she learn of Wei Zijin's dismal condition, not due to a lack of material needs, but rather from self-torment, rendering her aged beyond recognition. Chun Yuanjia remained unmoved by the Empress Dowager's indirect pleas for clemency toward Wei Zijin. His years with Wei Zijin had led him to indulge her more than he intended, loving her fiercely, yet after such love, he still felt the profound solitude of standing alone at the pinnacle. It was only with the reappearance of Sheng Mingzhu that his long-buried obsession was rekindled, and once he truly possessed her, the reality proved exceedingly difficult to balance. Sheng Mingzhu yearned for singularity, while Wei Zijin longed for absolute adoration. It was only in the moment he beheld Sheng Mingzhu's bloodied hands and Wei Zijin collapsed in a pool of crimson that he comprehended the impossibility of three in love. At that instant, he chose Sheng Mingzhu. On this day, after Princess Chen Lanxin entered the palace to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, she proceeded to the imperial study to meet Qin Yuanjia. Your Highness, cannot you allow Shu Shu to come out? It is not her fault. Why must you punish her with house arrest? Chen Lanxin implored, standing before the desk. Qin Yuanjia did not lift his head, continuing to peruse the memorials. I had no idea you would take Shu Shu into the harem. Your Highness, are you truly unaware of how much she cherishes the ideal of a lifelong, monogamous union? With your imperial sister-in-law on one side and concubines on the other, and so many other women, how could she possibly acquiesce? The only reason she hasn't taken a knife to you is out of respect for your imperial status. Chen Lanxin chattered on, recalling her shock upon hearing this news at the royal tomb last year. Return and accompany our mother. Qin Yuanjia dismissed her curiosity. I will not. I must see Shu Shu. You shall not allow anyone to stop me. Chen Lanxin declared imperiously. Qin Yuanjia felt a headache coming on. After finally enjoying a moment of peace, his troublesome sister had returned to stir trouble. Shu is doing well now. Wait until her confinement is lifted before you visit her. How do you know she is well? Those in the palace are the most sycophantic and capricious. She's been confined for so long. She must be suffering terribly. What if someone harms her? Chen Lanxin expressed her concerns. El Shun, remove her from my sight. Qin Yuanjia, disturbed, ordered El Shun to expel Chen Lanxin. With a heavy huff, she exited. Upon leaving the imperial study, a sudden idea struck her. She went to the Empress Dowager's Shokong Palace, spending the afternoon in idle chatter, mentioning that she intended to stay at her own Elan Hall that night. Madam, she was thorough in her attentiveness. The chambers in the palace, even before her younger sister-in-law established her residence, were kept impeccably tidy. After dining with the Empress Dowager, Chen Lanxin claimed she needed to return to the palace to rest and hurriedly departed. She then made her way to Wanyu Pavilion, where, indeed, the imperial guards were on duty. Looking up at the towering walls that seemed to stretch indefinitely, her meager skills were of no use. Here is my token. I, the princess, have come to see Yuan Zhao Yuan. Chen Lanxin boldly produced a token from her bosom and addressed the guards. The sentinel stepped forward, accepting the token with both hands to inspect it. Confirming it was indeed an imperial gift, he noted the palace maid accompanying Chen Lanxin and, recognizing the legitimacy of her presence, permitted her entry. Greetings to Princess Wenjing. The palace attendants bowed as they saw Chen Lanxin approach. Where is your lady? Chen Lanxin inquired briskly upon reaching the main hall, not seeing Sheng Mingzhu, and asked the little attendant Jinzi beside her. The lady is in the side hall. Please wait a moment. Your Highness, I shall go inform her, Jinzi replied, bowing as she retreated. Lanxin, it truly is you, Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, running over with her skirt in hand, visibly delighted. Chen Lanxin stepped forward, circling around Sheng Mingzhu and marveling. You must admit, you are indeed different now. How does your brother treat you? Bah, that scoundrel. Sheng Mingzhu was about to utter a curse, but Granny Qing appeared once more, swallowing the harsh words for the sake of her culinary delights. The Emperor's grace is vast and profound, leaving one utterly speechless. Stop. Do you think I am unaware of your literary prowess? It seems you're not satisfied. TSK. How could the Emperor treat such an extraordinary beauty in such a manner? Chen Lanxin crossed her arms, gazing at Sheng Mingzhu with a look of pity. Unable to contain herself, Sheng Mingzhu shook her violently, questioning why she would not confront him directly instead of lamenting here. Oh dear, my apologies. Please stop shaking me. I'm becoming dizzy. Chen Lanxin hurriedly called for a halt. Come, let us sit down and converse leisurely. Sheng Mingzhu guided her into the inner chamber. As soon as they settled, Bai Ying and a few others brought tea and snacks to entertain the princess's friend. Wow, the tea here is exquisite. Is this Yin Bin Huayan? Chen Lanxin exclaimed. You, the only legitimate princess of the Great Shan, truly have not experienced the world. What is so remarkable about this? Sheng Mingzhu teased, Bai Ling, go fetch some Fei Zi Shao and Air Haiyu. Let the princess broaden her horizons. A few maidens promptly departed to prepare. All right, I see you're living well. That's enough for now. Chun Lanxin rolled her eyes. Joking aside, you managed to enter so easily? Sheng Mingzhu inquired. Of course, I have this. Chun Lanxin tossed a token onto the table, relishing her moment of superiority. Sheng Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she picked up the token. Truly worthy of a princess. I am impressed. Do you wish to leave the palace? Chun Lanxin asked, tilting her head. The other nodded repeatedly. Do you dare venture to that place, Yanlu Alley, where you were too afraid to go as a child? She replied with sparkling eyes. Well, if you do not mind massaging my back and shoulders, and if you please this princess, I shall certainly find a way to take you out for some amusement. Chun Lanxin proposed enticingly. The one confined for 3 months became exceedingly attentive. Without a second thought, she stood behind Chun Lanxin and began to massage her shoulders. Despite her reluctance, the two young ladies soon became embroiled in playful banter. At 1/4 past the hour of the rooster, in the bustling Yanlu Alley, within the elegant seating of the largest brothel in the capital, Yihong Yuan, 2 dashing young gentlemen were accompanied by beautiful women. With melodious music playing before them and an abundance of fine wine and delicacies at hand, indulging in unrestrained revelry. Dressed in a stone blue brocade robe, adorned with a golden crown, was Chun Lanxin, while Sheng Mingzhu donned a moon-white brocade robe with a jade crown. Employing a clever ruse, they left Shi asleep in Sheng Mingzhu's chambers, while Bai Ling boldly acted as an informant, keeping it hidden from Bai Ying and Nurse Qing. Good. There's a reward. Chun Lanxin produced a silver ingot to reward the musician, exuding an air of arrogance befitting a young nobleman. How does this arrangement please you, young Master Ming? Quite satisfactory. Lan young master has arranged splendidly, he replied. These beauties are lovely, and their music is delightful, truly deserving of reward. Sheng Mingzhu matched his extravagant demeanor, producing a silver note for further rewards. Young Master Ming, allow me to toast you with another drink. The beauties around him grew even more attentive and proactive. Sheng Mingzhu welcomed their advances, and soon, the two young masters were intoxicated and in high spirits. In the midst of their revelry, cries of despair from a woman and harsh reprimands from a man echoed from outside. The two rose and opened the door to witness a girl, seemingly younger than them, clad in tattered garments, kneeling on the ground, bowing her head in supplication to a man. Do you dare defy me? The man demanded, gripping the girl's hair, forcing her to look up at him. Please, let me go, the girl pleaded, enduring the painful tugging at her scalp. When I grow tired of you, I shall naturally call for your release. But by then, with your broken body exiting this door, who would want you? The man, slightly overweight and accompanied by a madam and her attendants, wore fine clothing, indicative of his family's deep-rooted wealth. Did you hear that? The young master has taken a liking to you. This is a fortune you must have accrued over several lifetimes. And you dare to refuse? The madam scolded the trembling girl fiercely. No, please, I beg you. Let me return home, the girl implored, shaking her head repeatedly. Her persistent refusals clearly angered the man, who yanked her hair and dragged her into a private room, while the madam and her subordinates shooed away the onlookers. Sheng Mingzhu and Chun Lanxin squeezed through the crowd, seizing the opportunity while the madam and her followers were busy dispersing the curious spectators, and kicked open the door to the private room. The man, ready to take what he wanted, was interrupted by the sound of the door opening behind him, disrupting his plans. Infuriated, he turned to see who dared to intrude, muttering curses under his breath. However, upon seeing the two individuals, he felt a twinge of unease. As the younger brother of the empress, he had attended numerous royal banquets and seemed to recognize one of them, though he could not immediately recall which noble family she belonged to. The man was Xiang Yanbo, the illegitimate son of the prime minister, the same chubby boy who had once fought with Sheng Mingzhu in their youth. The madam and her attendants rushed over upon noticing the newcomers, ready to drive them away. Do you know who this young master is? Speak his name, and it may frighten you to death. How dare you interrupt his business? Leave at once. The madam advanced, attempting to push them out, though the two before her exuded an air of distinction. They were still unworthy of her attention compared to the second son of the Xiang family. Chun Lanxin, holding a fan, disdainfully evaded the madam's grasp. "Oh, then do enlighten us. Perhaps we shall see if it truly terrifies this young master," she retorted. "Indeed, let us witness this young master who forces women into such a plight. He must be a person of great significance in the capital." At that moment, Sheng Mingzhu appeared exceptionally graceful, her expression a blend of amusement and defiance. Xiang Yanba reconsidered. Clearly, they had come for pleasure, just as he had. Gradually easing his tension, he suggested, "Perhaps you two are interested in this lady? I have purchased her first night. If you do not mind, once I am finished, I could allow you to have your turn." Hearing the man's flippant remarks, Sheng Mingzhu and Chen Lanxin were incensed. What if this young master refuses? Chen Lanxin challenged. "You are merely inviting trouble. Throw them out." Enraged by their repeated rejections of his offer, Xiang Yanba commanded his attendants to take action. In addition to the current subordinates, a wave of others surged in, encircling Sheng Mingzhu and her companion. "If we continue to dally, the officers will arrive at any moment," Sheng Mingzhu whispered. Given their numbers, victory seemed unlikely. They had already paid the musician outside to report to the authorities. Chen Lanxin nodded in agreement, then turned to Xiang Yanba, saying, "It seems your background is indeed prestigious. Do you not fear tarnishing your family's name with such conduct? Moreover, we are unarmed. Even if you triumph, it would not be a fair victory. Do not feign righteousness. Are you not also here to indulge in frivolity? Surely you did not come merely to recite poetry and ponder life?" He dismissed their words with contempt. "Enough chatter. Throw them out, and do not hesitate to use force." Xiang Yanba angrily berated them, confident that the prestige of the Xiang residence and the honor of the empress's family would shield him from any repercussions. Even if embroiled in legal troubles, he could extricate himself with ease, leading to an eventual disregard for the law. Faced with this situation, the two could only rise in defiance, ensuring their safety before the soldiers arrived. The room was in disarray, the furniture overturned, and in the absence of anything to hurl. They relied on the chaos to turn the tide. Fortunately, the quick-witted courtesan, adept at handling matters with money, arrived promptly, and the soldiers intervened to halt the brawl. "Arrest them," commanded a low-ranking officer from the patrol camp, who wasted no time in ordering their capture. "Sir, we acted out of righteousness, intervening to prevent this scoundrel from harming innocent girls. Surely, you need not apprehend us?" Chen Lanxin immediately interjected, her tone bordering on flattery. If taken to the magistrate, her identity would be revealed, and her royal brother would learn of her presence in a brothel, jeopardizing her very existence. Yet, Xiang Yanba remained immovable like a mountain. A servant approached the officer, whispering something in his ear, which caused a sudden shift in the soldier's demeanor. "It appears you two were the instigators. Take them back for detention. They shall be tried tomorrow." The soldiers advanced to detain the two girls, bowing and flattering Xiang Yanba, as they forcefully attempted to escort Sheng Mingzhu and her companion away. "Stop!" Lu Che miraculously appeared at the door of the private room. "Who dares obstruct my duties?" The soldiers moved forward to scold him, but upon meeting Lu Che's fierce gaze, they faltered, unable to proceed. "Okay, thank goodness. We need not reveal our identities now," Chen Lanxin exclaimed with relief. Lu Che swiftly freed the two girls from the soldier's grasp, shielding them behind him. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his gaze settling on Sheng Mingzhu. "We are fine. Just this rogue and this dim-witted official conspired to capture us," Chen Lanxin pointedly accused, gesturing toward Xiang Yanba and the soldiers. "Let's go," Lu Che urged, having discreetly followed them upon noticing their entrance, fearing an incident. Xiang Yanba, incensed that these individuals dismissed his authority, hurled a teacup at them, which Lu Che effortlessly deflected. "You've ruined my plans and now seek to leave? Do you think you can?" Xiang Yanba glared at Gao and his entourage, who unsheathed their weapons without hesitation. Liu Ge, seasoned from years in the military, engaged the group with remarkable ease, fending off a dozen attackers with grace. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Mingzhu assisted the young girl, guiding her alongside Chen Lanxin as they attempted to retreat. Just as they neared the exit, they were obstructed by the soldiers. "Stand aside. Do you wish to invite your own demise?" Chen Lanxin glared fiercely at the soldiers before her. However, These men were acutely aware of the second young master of the Xiang residence's esteemed status and dared not offend him, thus siding with Xiang Yanba. Seeing no path clear, one soldier kicked another aside, creating an opening as they led the girls to flee from the Yihong courtyard. Lu Che held the rear, swiftly incapacitating Xiang Yanba's entourage and several soldiers before quickly catching up with Sheng Mingzhu and her companions. As they fled through the streets of Yanlu Alley, Chen Lanxin gasped for breath. "Shu Zhu, let us take a moment. They cannot pursue us any longer." The rescued girl, eyes glistening with tears, expressed her gratitude. "Where do you live? We shall escort you home," Sheng Mingzhu softly inquired of the young girl. "My home is located in the outskirts of Ganbei Fishing Village," the little girl cautiously replied. Sheng Mingzhu glanced at Lu Che and Chen Lanxin, her meaning clear. They intended to escort the young girl back home. As the four of them reached the city gate, the imperial guards stood resolutely, their gleaming armor reflecting the torchlight, casting blinding rays of golden light. The emperor's golden chariot halted in the center, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Chen Yuanjia descended from the carriage, emanating an intense chill that instilled a profound sense of intimidation and oppression. Sheng Mingzhu gazed at him, her vision becoming clearer under the moonlight, revealing the man's surging hostility and somber gaze. His jade-like visage, while beautiful, possessed an unsettling coldness. Chen Yunjia's deep black eyes turned towards her with an icy stare. His voice crisp and low. "Where does Miss Xu intend to go?" Upon learning of Sheng Mingzhu's escape from the palace, his feelings were a tumultuous blend of anger and fear, fearing she might never return. Chapter 67. Dare to run? I'll break your legs. The moment Chen Yunjia laid eyes on Sheng Mingzhu, some of his anger dissipated. Yet, upon seeing Lu Che standing beside her, an immediate chill enveloped him. "Brother, what a coincidence, ISNT at Shu." Chen Lanxin timidly remarked, sensing her brother's overwhelming aura. "Coincidence? Not at all," Sheng Mingzhu retorted boldly, displaying no signs of embarrassment or fear regarding her escape. "This humble soldier pays his respects to your majesty." Lu Che knelt to show his respect. The girl, frightened, dared not look up and also knelt, overwhelmed by the presence of such noble figures. "Come here." Chen Yuanjia stepped forward and pulled Sheng Mingzhu to him, as if uprooting her from the ground. Understanding his possessiveness and sensing Lu Che's presence, she realized there was no escape for her. Thus, she unabashedly entrusted Lu Che with the task. "Ah Che, could you escort this young lady back home?" "Certainly," Lu Che replied in a distant tone, wary of implicating her. "Take this. Live well upon your return. Those people will no longer bully you." Sheng Mingzhu handed the girl some silver, considering it a twist of fate that brought them together. The girl trembled as she accepted the money, kneeling to express her gratitude. After Lu Che and Chen Yuanjia exchanged pleasantries, he led the girl away. "Fan Jia, ensure she returns to the princess's residence," Chen Yuanjia instructed, gazing absently at Lu Che's departing figure while Chen Lanxin, frustrated, scolded him for his inaction. "Huh? Brother, please do not punish Shu. It was I who pressured her. If you must be angry or impose punishment, let it be upon me." Chen Lanxin pleaded as General Fan Jia escorted her to another carriage, her voice rising in desperation. Chen Yuanjia disregarded his sister's cries and turned his attention to Sheng Mingzhu. Feeling somewhat guilty, she met his gaze, sensing the danger brewing within. "Why do you look at me like that?" "To discipline you," Chen Yuanjia replied fiercely, abruptly lifting her and placing her in the carriage. Sheng Mingzhu twisted her small frame with all her might, her waist nearly being crushed, unable to suppress a cry of pain. "Who gave you the audacity to leave the palace unaccompanied?" Chen Yuanjia demanded angrily as he settled in with her. "My parents gave me life, so it is they who have granted me this freedom," Sheng Mingzhu shot back defiantly. "Feeling bold, are we?" Chen Yuanjia scolded, the fire of anger burning brightly in his eyes as he raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp smacks to her backside. "You scoundrel!" Sheng Mingzhu propped herself up, pushing against his embrace. Chen Yuanjia held her face firmly and exclaimed in anger, "Dare to run? I shall break your legs." Receiving no response from Sheng Mingzhu, he lifted her and made her straddle his lap, one arm encircling her waist while the other grasped her chin, gazing intently into her eyes and asking, "Do you know how I shall punish you?" Sheng Mingzhu nodded. "What do you think?" Chun Yuanjia observed the girl with her elegant hairstyle and alluring figure, suppressing his desire as he captured her delicate face in a deep kiss. Diminished allowance? Reduced rank? Withdrawal of my delicacies? Sheng Mingzhu proposed several options, but the men shook their heads. With a sidelong glance, she whispered, "You wouldn't be contemplating my life, would you? Do you understand the penalty for a consort who secretly meets with a man during her confinement?" Chen Yuanjia twisted the truth deliberately. The young consort, indignant, retorted, "Who has been meeting in secret? Which reckless beast dares to slander me?" Chen Yuanjia's expression darkened. This little one was becoming increasingly audacious. How had the sweet and compliant girl he had taken into the palace less than a year ago transformed into this rebellious spirit? Sheng Mingzhu, noticing his grave demeanor, incredulously questioned, "Is it you, the emperor, who has twisted the facts? Can't I handle you?" Chen Yuanjia fiercely bit down on her lip, preparing to exact his own form of justice. Sheng Mingzhu quickly sensed something amiss and attempted to break free, but her hands were firmly restrained behind her by his grip. "Your Majesty, you wouldn't want your illustrious reputation to be marred tonight, would you?" she hastily exclaimed, threatening him with his own honor. "Oh, how would you ruin it? By shouting?" Chen Yuanjia whispered, leaning in to kiss her lips once more. Sheng Mingzhu turned her head away, yet he wickedly began to suckle and tease. Despite the night, with passers-by and vendors bustling on the streets, she dared not make a sound, even if it meant suffocation. "Akir, that sounds so affectionate." After a prolonged moment, Chen Yuanjia spoke seriously, observing how she bit her lip tightly, suppressing any sounds of pleasure, his thoughts lingering on her choice of a dress, which stirred his desire for revenge. Pulling her even closer, Sheng Mingzhu could hardly anticipate that his notion of punishment would manifest in this manner. The jealous man unleashed his ferocity from the palace to the Forgetting Worries pavilion, where an entire night of fervor ensued. The overwhelming jealousy and months of abstinence rendered him insatiable, leading to a night of relentless passion that left Sheng Mingzhu utterly exhausted, unable to lift even a finger. As he finally carried her to the bathroom to freshen up, Chen Yuanjia, rarely finding such relief and satisfaction, departed the following day with a look of contentment, generously choosing not to pursue the matter of Sheng Mingzhu's escape from the palace. However, before leaving, he decreed that she must personally transcribe the female precepts and rules 3 times each for his review, warning that any laziness would result in a punishment akin to the previous night's ordeal. In the Prime Minister's residence, Madame Wang entered to find her husband scolding his illegitimate son, Xiang Yanbo. She stepped forward to intervene. During the morning court session, the censors had reported that the second son had engaged in misconduct, frequenting brothels, bullying the populace, and forcibly taking women, among other offenses. He was a mere commoner, without any official position, and thus his transgressions would fall upon his father and elder brother, resulting in a punishment for both of them for failing to discipline him properly. With the Prime Minister's salary being docked for a year and the eldest son, Xiang Qingxiu, suspended for a month. "Why are you stopping me? It would be better to beat him to death." In the palace, Wanner faced numerous challenges, and this ungrateful child only added to her burdens. It would have been tolerable if he had merely idled away his time, yet he managed to embroil himself in so many disgraceful affairs that the censors seized upon him. The chancellor scolded Xiang Min in a fit of rage, delivering several blows. "Father, I recognize my mistakes." Xiang Yanbo, like a chastened quail, had long lost his former splendor. "How could my second brother, in the face of adversity, resort to monetary solutions instead of avoiding official scrutiny?" The girl, Xiang Luo, was the second daughter of the chancellor's household and the queen's younger sister. "Be silent, and you must also conduct yourself with decorum. Do not let your association with those noble young ladies lead you to arrogance." Mrs. Xiang interrupted her daughter's discourse. The eldest son and daughter were exceptional individuals, one a notorious libertine, the other excessively proud. "You both must behave yourself. Should anyone jeopardize Wanner and your elder brother's prospects, I will not show leniency." The chancellor warned the two. Seated in contemplation, the chancellor reflected on his errant second son, whose mischief had become a frequent occurrence. Today's events mirrored past incidents. Yet this time a censor dared to confront him directly, seemingly unconcerned for his status as chancellor, which suggested he had crossed paths with formidable opposition. The realm of Dichun appeared tranquil on the surface. However, beneath lay a tangled web of conflicting interests among various factions and aristocratic families, as well as the intricate relationships of court officials. The emperor, Chun Yuanjia, though young, introduced an element of unpredictability regarding the future. Was it wise to have the second daughter enter the palace to assist the favored eldest daughter? At the chancellor's residence, ripples of turmoil stirred. Chapter 68. An audience with the Empress Dowager, reproach. The lifting of restrictions in both palaces had reached mid-October. Qin Yuanjia had just departed for the morning court, and Sheng Mingzhu did not linger in bed. After refreshing herself, she prepared to pay her respects at Weiyang Palace. Today, she was likely to visit Shokong Palace, and her attire would surely catch the Empress Dowager's eye. Bai Ling expressed satisfaction with her mistress's ensemble. Sheng Mingzhu donned a gown adorned with floral patterns. Layered beneath a light blue mink cloak, her hair styled in an elegant cloud-like arrangement. Far from appearing dispirited due to her confinement, she radiated even more brilliance and charm, exuding an extraordinary grace. Let it be. There is truly no need to cling to me, she thought as she rode towards Weiyang Palace. Princess Yuan is indeed diligent. She has only just been released from confinement and already attended to the emperor's bedchamber last night. And this morning, she is not remiss in paying her respects to the empress, Wu Huanxiang remarked, dripping with sarcasm as she observed Sheng Mingzhu settle in. Xiang Shi watched Wu Chongyi's eagerness to defend Wei Zijing from her seat on the phoenix chair, suppressing a smile and remaining silent. Do you have an objection? Sheng Mingzhu's voice was cold as she fixed her gaze upon Wu Huanxiang. Under normal circumstances, Wu Huanxiang would not dare to confront Sheng Mingzhu with such audacity. However, today she stood her ground, responding with a smile. Naturally, I would not dare to have an opinion. I merely praised Princess Yuan's adherence to propriety. Is this not permitted? You are just idle and have nothing better to do than to continue flattering Consort Jing's night fragrance pot. Spare me your prattle. Your breath is repugnant. Due to the malicious actions of someone last night, Sheng Mingzhu's voice was somewhat hoarse, her tone tinged with a raspy quality. The attendees stifled their laughter. For Yuan Zhaoyuan truly embodied the esteemed daughter of the general's household. Despite the heinous crime of murdering a royal consort, she remained unscathed, her spirit still unyielding. Your Majesty, the Empress, Yuan Zhaoyuan has dared to humiliate a mere consort. I beseech you to grant me justice. Wu Hanxiang knelt, imploring Xiang Shi. Xiang Shi, feeling a headache coming on, lamented the loss of Zhou Jiu, only to now contend with another Wu Hanxiang, truly a fool unaware of her own folly. Enough. Let's speak less. Today, all sisters are gathered. Follow me to Shokong Palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, Xiang Shi declared, leading the group toward Shokong Palace. Sheng Mingzhu's palanquin trailed behind Zheng Shufei, who instructed the palace attendants to slow their pace to match hers. I was unable to congratulate Yuan Zhaoyuan on her release. Is everything well? Zheng Shufei inquired gently. Thank you, Your Highness. I am well. Is the second princess in good spirits? Sheng Mingzhu responded with gratitude, then asked about Chun Yuqing, knowing the little princess must have been quite frightened. She knew you were released yesterday and cried to see you. I stopped her, fearing you would be busy. She refused to eat last night. Zheng Shufei replied with a hint of exasperation. Sheng Mingzhu could easily envision the soft, endearing image of the little princess. If it pleases the esteemed lady, I would be most grateful if you could have someone send her me later. It is a request I cannot easily fulfill. Zheng Shufei smiled in agreement. Casting a furtive glance at Xiang Shi's palanquin, she whispered, the Empress Dowager is indeed related to Wei Shi as aunt and niece. Should she reproach you, bear it patiently. The Emperor holds the Empress Dowager in high regard. And this is no idle talk. Sheng Mingzhu understood Zheng Shufei's implication. She could not confront the Empress Dowager, for Qin Yuanjia would not side with her. Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. I shall remember, she replied. As they arrived at Shokong Palace, they entered in order of rank. This humble servant, along with the consorts. Pays respects to mother. Xiangshi greeted the seated Empress Dowager Wei. Though still not of age, the Empress Dowager had seen much turmoil during her youth within the palace. Fine lines graced her eyes, and upon closer inspection, a few silver strands mingled within her dark hair. Her lips curved slightly, still hinting at the elegance of her earlier years. Since the late emperor's passing and Chen Yuanzhi's ascension, the Empress Dowager had acted with increasing audacity, treating the grand consort and her son with excessive harshness. Standing beside her was Wei Zijing, casting a fierce glare at Sheng Mingzhu. It was no wonder she had not seen her in Weiyang Palace, nor was it surprising that Wu Hanxiang dared to provoke her. It was evident that the dog owner had found a formidable ally. Rise. I prefer tranquility. You need not visit daily. A greeting on the 1st and 15th will suffice. The Empress Dowager commanded, her gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Xiangshi. Yes, mother. I shall remember, Xiangshi replied with gentle grace. I pay my respects to the Empress. Wei Zijing greeted Xiangshi. Xiangshi stepped forward to assist her. No need for such formality, Jingfei. It is a comfort to have you accompany mother. It brings much liveliness here. Please, have a seat, the Empress Dowager instructed, and tea was served. After a brief moment of idle chatter, Xiangshi prepared to lead the consorts in departure. Yuan Jiayuan, stay back and converse with me. The Empress Dowager suddenly called out to Sheng Mingzhu. Yes, Sheng Mingzhu replied, turning back to stand by, awaiting further instructions. Wei Zijing, seated beside the Empress Dowager, scrutinized Sheng Mingzhu with an air of arrogance, emboldened by the presence of the Empress Dowager. Yuan Jiayuan, did I summon you back merely for you to stand in silence? The Empress Dowager abruptly challenged. Sheng Mingzhu sighed quietly, realizing that she had indeed been guessed by the Empress Dowager. She knelt and said, This humble concubine is foolish. Please enlighten me, your majesty. Kneel down. The Empress Dowager bellowed in anger. Sheng Mingzhu complied and knelt. How dare you wield a knife to harm a royal prince? Do you think that having the emperor's protection means you can escape unscathed? The Empress Dowager expressed her indignation, lamenting that the future support of the Wei family was ruthlessly cut off by her own hand. Although she had recovered well now, such behavior was truly detestable. Sheng Mingzhu furrowed her brow and remained silent. The Empress Dowager, in a fit of rage, commanded, Zhuing, strike her, since she possesses such audacity. Let her beg for mercy. Yes, replied the maidservant, stepping forward to carry out the punishment. Your Majesty, the crimes of this humble concubine were already judged by His Majesty 6 months ago. Is your action a sign of dissatisfaction with His Majesty or with the court? Sheng Mingzhu calmly retorted, her demeanor unruffled. Yuan Jiayuan, do you dare to disrespect the Empress Dowager? Wei Zijing fanned the flames from the side. Look at her. She is utterly arrogant. The emperor may have spared you due to your seductive manipulations, but I shall not show mercy, the Empress Dowager declared. What are you waiting for? Strike her 20 times. She glared at Sheng Mingzhu, urging Zhu Ying to act. Stop. Chen Yuanzhi rushed in, seeing several people holding Sheng Mingzhu down, and shouted sternly. He entered, helped Sheng Mingzhu to her feet, and examined her face. It was unharmed, and she showed no signs of fear, maintaining her proud demeanor. Your Majesty, she has caused great suffering to Jing'er and her child, and yet you let her off so easily. This I cannot accept, the Empress Dowager chastised Chen Yuanzhi, angered by his defense of Sheng Mingzhu under her very nose. Mother, this matter has already reached a conclusion. There is no need for further discussion. You and Jing Fei should rest. I have documents to attend to in the study, Chen Yuanzhi stated, pulling Sheng Mingzhu's hand as he prepared to leave. I do not permit it. Today, I must teach her a lesson, the Empress Dowager exclaimed again, slamming the table. Chen Yuanzhi held tightly to Sheng Mingzhu's hand. Turning to the Empress Dowager calmly, rest assured, Mother, I shall ensure she receives a thorough reprimand. The Empress Dowager and Wei Zijing were momentarily speechless, while Chen Yuanzhi took his leave, escorting Sheng Mingzhu back to the imperial study. Chapter 69. The charming little eunuch Chen Yuanzhi led her into the study. Noticing the little concubine's displeasure and softly inquired, Have you been wronged? What I have suffered at your hands hardly compares, Sheng Mingzhu replied, disdainfully. This little one truly harbors a grudge, forgetting all the good I have done for her and only recalling her own misdeeds. It is I who have wronged you too much before, dear Shuer. Is there anything you desire? As an apology, I shall fulfill your wishes, Chen Yuanjia said, his arms loosely encircling her waist, his gaze tender and profound. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu pondered for a moment, then lifted her head and asked, "May I stay at home for a few days?" Noticing Chen Yuanjia's slightly gloomy expression, she quickly changed to a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Both I and your cousin Jing Fei have been confined, yet she has family to accompany her and support her. I, on the other hand, am entirely alone, forsaken and helpless. Even if I perish in this palace, I cannot see my family. My fate is truly wretched." "Am I not your family?" Chen Yuanjia asked in a deep voice. Sheng Mingzhu raised her eyebrows playfully, as if she were aware of his thoughts. The relationship between the emperor and his concubines is fundamentally one of hierarchy, not familial equality. Otherwise, how could you deny being Nua's uncle? Whether he is family or an uncle is of little consequence. What truly matters is her ability to leave the palace and reunite with her kin. The young concubine's acting skills were remarkable as she gazed tenderly at Chen Yuanjia, her smile hinting at mischief. If Brother Yuanjia says so, then it must be true. I only fear that Brother Yuanjia may not acknowledge it, which is why I dare not claim it. If Brother Yuanjia and Shuer are family, then they too are connected to the Sheng family. Having not seen our grandfather for so long, should we not, out of respect, pay them a visit? Chen Yuanjia discerned the playful glint in her sparkling eyes, recognizing her charming demeanor. It was indeed a rare occasion for her to seek an outing from the palace. Yet, burdened by state affairs, he deemed it unfeasible. He released the petite woman and returned to his desk to attend to the official documents. Sheng Mingzhu seemed incensed by his indifference, darting in front of Chen Yuanjia and asserting in a mock fierce tone, "You may choose not to go. But I have no duties to attend to and am quite free. I can go by myself." Chen Yuanjia remained unperturbed, ignoring her outburst. "Brother Yuanjia." Sheng Mingzhu tugged at his sleeve gently, swaying it while calling out sweetly. A wave of warmth washed over him. This little concubine was truly remarkable, employing her charms with such effectiveness. "Will you allow it, Brother Yuanjia?" Her words were laced with seduction, akin to a gentle breeze that stirred his heartstrings. "Sure, mischief invites punishment. Have you considered the consequences?" Chen Yuanjia's voice turned husky as he drew Sheng Mingzhu into his embrace. Observing the audacious girl who had shed her facade and revealed her true self through these encounters, Sheng Mingzhu mused that after sharing so much time together, an additional moment mattered little as long as her objectives were achieved. Moreover, their candid interactions were neither theft nor deceit. They were permissible and lawful between an emperor and his consort. Sheng Mingzhu seized Chen Yuanjia's mischievous hand, steadfast in her resolve until he offered promise. "I will take you out of the palace this afternoon." Chen Yuanjia pressed his lips against the delicate pink of her mouth, his breath hitching slightly as her playful advances ignited a fire within him. Upon hearing Chen Yuanjia's promise, Sheng Mingzhu smiled gently. "You are truly wonderful, Brother Yuanjia." Chen Yuanjia found himself utterly captivated, poised to pursue further intimacy. However, in a moment of unguarded vulnerability, the little concubine deftly slipped away. "As a humble concubine, I am grateful for the emperor's kindness and wish to serve him, preparing tea and attending to his needs." Sheng Mingzhu performed her curtsy with grace, her playful banter almost provoking Chen Yuanjia to reprimand her for her audacious escape. "Are you not coming to prepare?" Chen Yuanjia inquired, picking up his brush to attend to state matters. Though his demeanor was stern, his words carried an unconscious tenderness. As they diligently carried out their respective roles until noon, the spirited little concubine eagerly prepared dishes for the emperor, her smile illuminating the entire morning. After lunch, Sheng Mingzhu accompanied Chen Yuanjia out of the palace, where Elshun provided her with a set of eunuch attire. Clad in the garments, she appeared even more charming and petite. Her long hair elegantly gathered beneath the eunuch's cap, her fair face glowing with radiance, and her slender neck accentuated beautifully. In the gilded carriage, Sheng Mingzhu lifted a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. The bustling streets were alive with the ebb and flow of life, a tapestry of common folk and their daily toils. Lu Gonggong, shall we stop by Shu Fang's to procure some delicacies on our return? Sheng Mingzhu remarked to El Shun, who trailed alongside the carriage. Upon hearing this, El Shun noticed Yuan Zheyuan within the carriage, her countenance bright with laughter as she looked his way, sending a chill of dread down his spine. Was his dear lady truly trying to ensnare him in such peril? Noticing El Shun's silence, she huffed and lowered the curtain. Your Majesty, El Shun's pretense of deafness mirrors your own. Truly, a testament to the bond between master and servant. Chen Yuanjia cast a cool glance in their direction, while Sheng Mingzhu, rather amused, chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. As the guards of the general's residence recognized the royal carriage approaching their gates, one stepped forward to announce their arrival, while the others advanced to welcome the esteemed guests. May I inquire, who is this noble person? A guard asked with a respectful bow. El Shun whispered the name, prompting the guards to kneel in reverence as the carriage drew near. Once Chen Yuanjia alighted, Sheng Mingzhu could hardly contain her excitement as she jumped down, neglecting the gentlemanly gesture of accepting the man's outstretched hand. The Sheng family hurried over. Since the emperor was on a private visit, they offered only a brief bow before ushering him within. They had yet to recognize that the charming young eunuch accompanying the emperor was their beloved granddaughter. Ah, how wonderful it is to be back here, alive and well. Upon entering the main hall, Sheng Mingzhu spread her arms wide, inhaling the familiar scent of home, overwhelmed with emotion. Having thought she would never again have this opportunity, she was surprised to find herself safeguarded by the man beside her, and upon a second glance, he no longer seemed so out of place. The Grand Tutor, astonished, realized this was his cherished granddaughter, casting a disbelieving glance towards the emperor. Grandfather, it is I. Have I so dazzled you with my beauty that you fail to recognize me? Sheng Mingzhu playfully removed her eunuch cap, letting her long dark hair cascade down her back as she affectionately linked her arm through the Grand Tutor's in a display of endearment. Greetings, Princess Zhaoyuan. The attendees, having only seen Chen Yuanjia thus far, hurried to pay their respects to the granddaughter. There is no need for such formalities. Let's converse inside, Sheng Mingzhu interjected, disallowing the Grand Tutor from bowing. Shang Zuan escorted Chen Yuanjia to the seat of honor, where the steward had prepared tea, which El Shun presented to the emperor. Please, take a seat, Grand Tutor. After granting him a seat, Chen Yuanjia glanced at the smiling Sheng Mingzhu, his spirits lifted. I am deeply grateful for your grace, your majesty. Today, to behold Princess Zhaoyuan fills my heart with profound gratitude. Though the Grand Tutor and the Sheng family were aware that the emperor had favored their granddaughter in the recent case, they still felt a twinge of anxiety having not yet seen her. Observing their granddaughter, vibrant and poised, they sensed she had been thriving. Furthermore, they noted the softness and infatuation in the emperor's gaze towards her, hoping sincerely that this bond would endure. Where is mother? The ladies have not yet arrived. They are in the back courtyard and did not manage to greet you, Sheng Mingjin explained to her sister. Oh dear, our little literary star has grown so tall. Gome, let us compare heights, Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, noticing Sheng Yunjin standing beside their father, now reaching the waist of the elder Sheng. Aunt. Sheng Yunjin stepped forward to stand beside his aunt, allowing her to fuss over him. I have heard that Yunjin's studies are commendable. Would you dare to answer my queries? Chen Yuanjia had indeed heard of the prodigious talent emerging from the Sheng family, a young luminary whose literary prowess and unique insights were remarkable for one so young. Sheng Mingzhu glared in an attempt to deter Chen Yuanjia from examining her nephew, yet the polite and well-mannered Sheng Yunjin willingly stepped forward to engage. The title of my composition is Verses on the Remnant Snow, Reflecting the New Moon, Chen Yuanjia announced. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Yunjin responded with great courtesy. Thin remnants of snow linger at the eaves, a slanting crescent hangs in the sky. Cold light filters through the bamboo gaps. White blossoms fall upon the plum boughs. Gradually, the Milky Way appears closer, yet I wonder if the jade mirror conceals it. In the stillness of night, unable to sleep, I drink alone before the clear brilliance. A profound silence enveloped the hall, with thoughts diverging among the attendees. The members of the Sheng family harbored concerns regarding the emperor's unease about their family's power and reputation. They feared that such exceptional offspring might incite jealousy. Chen Yuanjia was taken aback by the talent of the Sheng family's great-grandson. Although his own sons were diligent, their abilities paled in comparison to Sheng Yunjin's innate gifts. It would be a splendid prospect to have him join the palace as a companion to the prince. Indeed, no wonder he is under the tutelage of the Grand Tutor. When Mingjin and I were 6, we too studied under him, yet we cannot compare to Yunjin. The contrast between the remnant and the new is striking. The regulated 5-character lines and the emotive final couplet are quite apart. Lu Shun, reward him. Chen Yuanjia expressed admiration, prompting relief among the Sheng family. Lu Shun presented the 4 treasures of the scholar's desk to the young boy. So extraordinary, he truly is my nephew, Sheng Mingzhu beamed, her pride eliciting quiet amusement from those present, marveling at her audacity. Such talent deserves to be educated alongside the prince under Yongheng. What does the Grand Tutor think? Chen Yuanjia held high hopes for his eldest son, feeling that even with a cousin from the Xiang family as a companion, adding Sheng Yunjin would be a delightful enhancement. With the emperor expressing such sentiments, how could one refuse? We must graciously accept the decree. Just as the Grand Tutor was about to respond, Sheng Mingzhu firmly interjected, "No, our Yunjin shall remain under his grandfather's guidance at home. We dare not aspire to the prince's companionship." The emperor need not focus his attention on Yunjin any further. Her resolute refusal left the Sheng family silent. Her boldness was commendable, yet daunting. Impudent. Chen Yuanjia could only mutter in reproach before relinquishing his insistence. Suddenly, he considered that if one day this spirited woman bore a prince, it would be entirely acceptable to appoint Sheng Yunjin as his companion. Aunt Noir misses you dearly. As Sheng Yunhua entered the front hall, she broke free from her mother's grasp and rushed towards Sheng Mingzhu with outstretched arms. Sheng Mingzhu quickly embraced her, exclaiming, "I miss you as well." "Alhen," General Sheng interjected, reminding the two of their decorum. "Your servant pays respects to the emperor and to Lady Zhao, Mrs. Sheng and others bowed in greeting. "Be at ease," Chen Yuanjia responded. Chapter 70. The Longevity Festival. A miscarriage. The Sheng family prepared a feast, with men and women seated separately, catering to the comforts of their guests. Sheng Mingzhu exchanged greetings with her sister-in-law Lu Ruoxi and, upon noticing Ruoxi's fair and rosy complexion, teased her without reservation, provoking a series of disapproving glances from her brother. "Look, your majesty, he dares to glare at me," she exclaimed, pointing at Sheng Mingyu, which elicited stifled laughter from the family and reassured them of the emperor's favorable disposition towards their daughter. As it was not an imperial decree for a family visit, the emperor could not stay overnight. Once dinner concluded, he departed with the young concubine, returning to the palace. The Sheng family felt content, respectfully seeing off the emperor and the young eunuch Sheng Mingzhu. Upon returning to the palace, Chen Yuanjia had no intention of releasing anyone, instead opting to settle in the Chengqian Palace. During this time, he unapologetically demanded from Sheng Mingzhu both her tokens of gratitude and the price for her earlier provocations in the imperial study. Thus, the time arrived for Chen Yuanjia's birthday celebration, the Wanshou Festival, on the 8th day of the first lunar month. This grand occasion, presided over by the Ministry of Rites, was held in the Tai Chi Hall. The banquet commenced at noon, with the imperial table set on the elevated dais. The princes and royal family members were seated on the eastern side, while the empresses and officials occupied the western side, with the empresses positioned at the forefront. With the arrival of the emperor, the empress dowager, the empress, the assembly knelt in reverence, and once the three had taken their seats, Lu Shun initiated the banquet. As the festivities progressed, ministers began to present their congratulatory gifts, the most notable being the 99 longevity gifts from the Prime Minister's residence, crafted from 81 exquisite jade Rui scepters. Wei Taiwei presented a golden cup inscribed with the image of boundless longevity, a treasure in its own right. Each residence showcased its unique offerings, and Chen Yuanjia generously rewarded them with 6 exquisite dishes as a token of his satisfaction. The empresses began to present their tributes as well, including performers, among whom was the captivating Yu Wenqime from the Jua Pavilion, whose alluring figure and vibrant attire had garnered her considerable favor since her entry into the palace. After her performance, she approached Qin Yuanjia to extend her birthday wishes. "I humbly wish the emperor boundless blessings, with the sun and moon shining upon you." Qin Yuanjia cast a glance toward Sheng Mingzhu, who was thoroughly enjoying her drink. Having been in the palace for over a year, Qime had maintained a compliant demeanor and fostered harmony within the inner chambers. Sun Meirin, pregnant with the seventh prince, had also earned her merits, and thus the suggestion was made that the emperor bestow rewards upon her, as well as extend grace to the other sisters in the harem. Xiangshi addressed Qin Yuanjia, making a magnanimous request for the empress's honor, which prompted admiration from all present. "The empress is virtuous. I shall naturally grant your request," Qin Yuanjia replied, directing his gaze towards the concubines. Wei Zijing, Zheng Shufei, Ning Zhaoyuan, and Yuan Zhaoyuan occupied the first row. Wu Chongyi, Zhan Jiyu, Sun Meirin, and Qime were in the second row, followed by a few talented ladies in Baolin at the end. Shufei, possessing both talent and virtue, had raised her daughter well, and thus was conferred the title of Hui, with her daughter, Yu Qingyu Shui, honored as Princess Chonglu. The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude, with Hui Shufei now elevated to the most esteemed second-rank concubine beneath the empress, surpassing Wei Zijing. Ning Zhaoyuan was promoted to Jiaoyi, Wu Chongyi to Xiuyuan, Zhen Jiyu to Chongyuan, and Qime to Jiyu. Qin Yuanjia conferred titles upon all the harem concubines. Sun Meirin was elevated to Jiyu, Jin Kairan to Meirin, Han Shi to Meirin, Su Shi to Kairan, and even the unconsummated Kairan Baolin was promoted by one rank. Only Wang Yuxian and Yonghe Palace remained without commendation, their eyes silently pleading with the Empress Dowager and Qin Yuanjia, expressing their grievances. One was indulging in the feast with great delight, seemingly enjoying the flavors, nodding frequently, and requesting Bai Ying to serve more. Should Sheng Mingzhu be reinstated, it would inevitably involve Wei Zijing, and if Jing Fei were to regain her position, with the Empress Dowager's backing, it could lead to further harm. Last night, Qin Yuanjia had already arranged with the young concubine not to promote her position this time, as elevating her on her birthday would seem justifiable. With 4 months remaining, should she begin knightly endeavors from now, it would be entirely reasonable for her to bear a child, thus being elevated as one of the 4 consorts. As the courtiers expressed their gratitude and took their seats, their faces beamed with joy. Yuan Zhaoyuan, however, appeared quite famished. Could it be that she was transforming her sorrow into an appetite? In an attempt to conceal the disappointment stemming from the emperor's failure to elevate her status, the newly appointed noblewoman, Wu Hanxiang, endeavored to mock Sheng Mingzhu with a demeanor befitting a consort. Unperturbed, Sheng Mingzhu casually dabbed her lips with a silk handkerchief, choosing to ignore her. Today, on the occasion of the emperor's birthday, all the palaces presented gifts and performances, yet it was curious that none from you were observed to express your sentiments. The Empress Dowager, observing the serene composure of Sheng Mingzhu in contrast to the restless demeanor of her niece Wei Zijing, felt compelled to redirect her ire toward Sheng Mingzhu, deeming Wei Zijing excessively frenzied and indiscreet. "Your Majesty, I humbly present my offerings to the Emperor at the precise hour of the hare, regrettably not allowing your Highness to preview them. I am at fault. May I beseech the Emperor to unveil them for your Highness and the esteemed ladies of the palace to behold?" Sheng Mingzhu addressed the 2 dignitaries seated before her with utmost reverence, responding to every inquiry. Qin Yuanjia cast a scornful glare at the scheming woman beside him, finding her demeanor utterly unrefined. While others remained oblivious to her so-called gifts, he was acutely aware. The previous night, he had compelled the young woman to explore new positions, leaving their garments in disarray. Upon awakening, he found himself unable to navigate the room, prompting the girl to package the remnants for delivery to the imperial study. He had anticipated a congratulatory gift, only to discover a stack of incriminating evidence instead. Wei Zijing, observing the interaction between the two, felt a profound ache in her heart, consumed by envy that Sheng Mingzhu had surpassed her. "Shuer, please take a seat." Noting the Empress Dowager's disregard for the standing Sheng Mingzhu, Chen Yuanjia graciously offered her a place. As the main hall resumed its ceremonial music, the atmosphere became lively with toasts. The second princess approached Sheng Mingzhu and whispered, "Your Highness, what gift have you presented to father?" "It is clothing," Sheng Mingzhu replied with a smile. Chen Yuanjia glanced over again. Noticing his daughter and his concubine engaged in hushed conversation, their heads close together. Intrigued, he called out to Qing, The two, caught in their jovial exchange, turned to the man at the throne, beckoning to Chen Yuqing. Sheng Mingzhu playfully nudged the young girl. Chen Yuqing appeared considerably more animated than before, unperturbed by the formal setting, and scampered over to the emperor. By the Empress Dowager's side, she also called out to Chen Yuhua. The Empress Dowager showed little favoritism toward her two granddaughters, as it would not jeopardize the Wei family's future. Noticing her grandmother's affectionate gaze, Chen Yuqing returned a sweet smile. "Father," she addressed Chen Yuanjia as she approached him. In a hushed tone, Chen Yuanjia inquired, "What did your noble lady say?" "I asked her what gift she sent to father, and she said she presented clothing," Chen Yuqing relayed, her voice innocent and clear. Chen Yuanjia looked up, only to find that she was not focused on him, but rather raising a toast with family. "Go inform the noble lady to await me tomorrow evening," he instructed tersely, a shiver unexpectedly coursing through him after she relayed the message. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the imperial kitchen served the final dish of longevity soup. Present at every table, Sheng Mingzhu took a few tentative sips, finding it unpalatable, and set it aside. Just as she was about to converse with Bai Ying, she felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen, gradually intensifying. Bai Ying noticed her mistress breaking into a sheen of perspiration, her complexion paling, and her hand pressed against her abdomen. "Your Highness," Bai Ying cried, rushing to support the unsteady Sheng Mingzhu. "What is happening?" Chen Yuanjia inquired, turning to see Sheng Mingzhu collapse to the floor unconscious. With a few deliberate steps, he descended the stairs and approached Sheng Mingzhu, observing her condition, which appeared to indicate poisoning. He lifted her and carried her into the side hall. The imperial physician had long been waiting at the banquet, fearing the worst. "What is the situation?" Chen Yuanjia inquired anxiously. "Your Majesty, the noble Lady Zhao Yuan has suffered a miscarriage," the physician replied candidly. Chen Yuanjia was taken aback. Sitting up in disbelief, "Please repeat that." "The noble Lady Zhao Yuan was less than a month pregnant, and the strong scent of musk on her suggests prolonged exposure. Even if she had carried to term, it would have been difficult for her to sustain the pregnancy," the physician elaborated further. "Enraged, Shen Yuan's commanded El Shine. Conduct a thorough investigation. Who dared to administer musk to her?" His heart, filled with anticipation for her child, was now shattered by the grim news. Chapter 71. The Fragrance of Transcendence. The hidden manipulator. It was not until the next morning that Sheng Mingzhu regained consciousness, still feeling abdominal pain, weakness, and dizziness. "The noble lady has awakened," Bai Ying announced, stepping forward cautiously to assist her. Bai Ling brought a basin of water, and together with Bai Ying, they helped their mistress wash and refresh herself. "What has happened to me?" Sheng Mingzhu's voice was hoarse, exuding an air of fatigue. "Your Highness, you suddenly fainted at the banquet last night. The physician has informed us that you have suffered a miscarriage," Bai Ying responded softly. Sheng Mingzhu fell into a long silence, unable to believe that she had been pregnant and had failed to protect the life within her. I didn't feel any discomfort before. How could this happen?" Sheng Mingzhu had always believed that her use of the fragrance of transcendence would not lead to any misfortunes. How could she have conceived? The physician stated that prolonged exposure to musk-containing items caused the miscarriage. "Your Highness, do not worry. If you rest well, you may conceive again," Bai Ying explained gently. Sheng Mingzhu shook her head, recalling the soup from the previous night. "No, it wasn't solely the musk. Something was off about that longevity soup. Send Shaolin to investigate discreetly. The Emperor has arrived," El Shun announced. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Chen Yuanjia entered to find Sheng Mingzhu turning away, refusing to meet his gaze. She seemed displeased, sitting at the edge of the bed, her expression darkened. "Do you have something to say?" Chen Yuanjia asked solemnly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. How will you atone for your sins? Sheng Mingzhu leaned back, raising her chin defiantly. Excuse me? Chen Yuanjia responded with confusion. Atone? For whom? I had a miscarriage, and you bear half the blame, Sheng Mingzhu asserted. My fault? Chen Yuanjia retorted. You dared to use musk for an extended period, and now you twist the facts? Who gave you the audacity? His anger flared, but had it not been for her recent miscarriage, he would have struck her. Unfazed, Sheng Mingzhu replied, Yes, I admit my fault in using the fragrance of transcendence, but the true cause of my miscarriage lies with you. It was your lack of restraint the night before that harmed the pregnancy. There remains an unclear reason that I need to investigate. Once the truth is revealed, we shall each bear our own blame and seek atonement. Chen Yunjia's expression froze, suppressing his inner pain and confusion, realizing that the blow to Sheng Mingzhu, who had just learned of her pregnancy, was far greater than his own. I have already begun an investigation. You must simply focus on your recovery to ease my mind. Chen Yunjia's voice grew hoarse, his throat constricting as he fought to suppress the anguish surging from within. Sheng Mingzhu cast a sidelong glance at the man, pondering his reliability and trustworthiness. Trust me, results will come swiftly, he assured her. Chen Yuanjia noticed her skepticism and distrust, gently embracing her and planting a soft kiss on her delicate face, soothing her with his slightly cool hands. Unhappily, Sheng Mingzhu pushed him away, huffing, Trust you? Even a sow can climb a tree. With no decorum, you dare utter such nonsense? Chen Yuanjia tenderly stroked her hair, lightly reprimanding her. Sheng Mingzhu gazed blankly at him, her expression somewhat numb. You should leave. I need to sleep. Sleep then. I shall wait until you drift off before I depart, he replied, encircling her in his arms. Observing her still pallid complexion, he leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her face. How annoying. Do not disturb me, she murmured, soon succumbing to a drowsy stupor, weakened by her loss of vitality. In the imperial study, the Hu family from the Cold Palace bore a grudge against Yuan Jiayuan for separating her from the third prince. They bribed the palace maid Sinner to poison Yuan Zhiyuan's soup with a deadly substance, but Sinner, fearful, substituted it with musk powder, resulting in Yuan Zhiyuan's miscarriage. Lu Shun presented the evidence uncovered by the inner court's investigation. The Hu family had prior connections with Sinner, having repeatedly sent her money to ensure her support for the Hu family in the Cold Palace. This ongoing relationship led the Hu family to contemplate using Sinner to harm Yuan Jiayuan. Lu Shun cautiously assessed the emperor's expression, unable to discern anything. Lu Shun, summon Fan Jie, Chen Yuanjia commanded after discarding the testimony. As you wish, Lu Shun lamented, noting the inner court's lax investigation. Or perhaps the inner court itself was flawed, concluding the case with only a fragment of the truth. Upon receiving the decree, Fan Jie was summoned to the imperial study. Afterward, he immediately set about investigating the individuals who had interacted with the Hu family and Sinner during this time, discreetly inquiring into officials of the inner court with close ties to the previous dynasty. That evening, Chen Yuanjia visited Wanyu Pavilion to see Sheng Mingzhu. She stood by the window in a light purple nightgown, exuding an unmistakable sense of despondency. Chen Yuanjia draped a cloak over her shoulders, concerned about her not having fully recovered. Are you cold? That is none of your concern. Sheng Mingzhu's sorrow was inexplicable, a weight pressing upon her chest, leaving her breathless and distressed. Though she had never harbored expectations or desires, the overwhelming sense of loss was entirely beyond her control. Without hesitation, Chen Yuanjia lifted her into his arms and sat on the couch. Be good, do not be sad. Once you regain your health, we shall conceive. By then, when you celebrate your 17th birthday, you will surely bear a healthy child. Who would want to have a child with you? I did not enter the palace to bear you children. What gives you the right to expect that of me? What will my child even mean? Sheng Mingzhu's emotions surged, her sobs muffled against Chen Yuanjia's dragon robe, her sorrow bizarrely intense. Lu Shun had already summoned Dr. Hua, who awaited outside, and upon hearing Yuan Jiayuan's anguished cries within, neither dared to enter. Sure, regardless of your feelings, let us first have the physician examine you, shall we? Chen Yuanjia inquired softly, seeking to provide comfort amid her agitation. At this, Lu Shun promptly led Dr. Hua into the inner chamber. Your Majesty, it is with great concern that I inform you of the delicate condition of Lady Zhao Yuan, who, having suffered miscarriage, is experiencing both physical and emotional turmoil. It is imperative that she is afforded ample time for recovery and psychological support during this trying period. Excessive worry must be avoided, should her heart be burdened. It could lead to severe consequences. Furthermore, it is advisable to refrain from intimate relations for the time being. After taking her pulse, Dr. Hua Qilin bowed and reported, "You may leave now." Chen Yuanzhe wished to inquire whether this would affect her future fertility, yet fearing to provoke Sheng Mingzhu. He withheld his questions and dismissed the physician. Sheng Mingzhu, disliking her emotional state, gazed silently at the floor, exhausted from her tears. "Would it be acceptable if I summoned your mother to the palace to keep you company tomorrow?" Chen Yuanzhe gently coaxed her, with her face pressed against his chest. Sheng Mingzhu remained unresponsive. Chen Yuanzhe, undeterred by her silence, carried her to wash up before retiring for the night. Fan Jia, fulfilling his duty, quickly discovered the puppet master behind the scenes, Wei Zijing. Wei Zijing had orchestrated contact between Sun Heir and the Hu family from the Cold Palace, exploiting Sun Heir's greed by bringing in relatives of the Hu family, promising to look after Hu in exchange for substantial rewards. Hu sought the demise of Sheng Mingzhu, yet she was far removed in the Cold Palace, making it nearly impossible for Sun Heir to evade the stringent poison testing of the imperial kitchen. Coincidentally, Xiao Lu appeared, inadvertently offering Sun Heir advice, assisting her in navigating the situation, thus enabling her to become a palace made responsible for the meals of Lady Yuan Zhao. Regrettably, Zhen Ea, lacking courage, feared repercussions for her family and discreetly swapped the medication. This was corroborated by the testimonies of Sun Heir and Xiao Lu, both of whom had affixed their seals. Fan Jie presented the testimonies, which Lu Shun accepted for the emperor. Fan Jie continued, "The case is overseen by the supervisor of the inner court, who discovered that Hu was summoned for questioning by the esteemed Grand Dowager Empress. Upon her return, the case was declared closed. Despite the radiant sunshine outside the imperial study, Chen Yuanzhe, seated before the imperial desk, felt ensnared in shadows. His piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, bore down on Fan Jie. His composed demeanor mingled with an oppressive coldness that filled the space, instilling a sense of dread in the attendants, including Lu Shun, who knelt before him, too intimidated to raise their heads. Execute Hu. Let her family be subjected to investigation by the Court of Judicial Review. Bring forth the quiet consort." Chen Yuanzhe's voice was as frigid as his imposing aura. Chapter 72. The Wei family, soul departed in prison. Wei Zijing stepped into the imperial study, her heart racing with trepidation. She had already sent for the Grand Dowager Empress, yet her steps felt laborious. "I pay my respects to your Majesty," she managed, striving to maintain her composure despite her shock. Chen Yuanzhe's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, leaving Wei Zijing feeling cornered. "Cousin, may I ask why you have summoned me? I must soon return to the study for lessons, and I promised Hua Heir I would fetch her." Her heart raced, as if attempting to escape the confines of her own body. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her anxiety. Chen Yuanzhe tossed the testimonies before her, his voice icy. "Do you have any defense?" Upon examining the contents, Wei Zijing immediately knelt, weeping. "No, it was not me, cousin. This is a frame-up. I had no knowledge of this. I am innocent. Is that so?" Chen Yuanzhe raised a hand to support his head, contemplating how this individual had allowed herself to be consumed by favor, ultimately betraying his affection. Indeed, it was Hu Yanran who conspired with Xiao Yezi, seeking to ensnare me. "Your Majesty, cousin, please believe me. How could I possibly poison Yuan Zhaoyuan?" Wei Zijing trembled in fear, yet her pride prevented her from admitting the truth. Chen Yuanzhe's countenance darkened, suddenly infused with a chilling coldness as he summoned Fan Jie. Behind Fan Jie, guards escorted a man into the hall, and upon closer inspection, it was the inner court's Master Zhang, who, after interrogation, could not stand upright and was half dragged, half pulled by the guards. Fan Jie's methods of interrogation were both varied and cruel. Even the chief eunuch of Yonghe Palace, Xiao Luzi, could not withstand the torment and confessed, let alone a temporary accomplice. Wei Zijing dared not speak, only hoping the Empress Dowager would arrive in time to save her. Jing Fei, do you have anything to say? Chen Yuanjia inquired again. Observing Wei Zijing's reluctance to refute, he sternly commanded, take Jing Fei to the inner court for awaiting judgment. Hold! The Empress Dowager hurried in, positioning herself protectively behind Wei Zijing. I pay my respects to your majesty. The eunuchs and guards in the hall bowed. Your majesty, do you truly disregard your mother's authority? The Empress Dowager glared at her son, scolding him. Jing has accompanied you for many years. How can she be treated worse than the remnants of the Sheng clan's blood? The Emperor's transgressions are equal to those of a commoner. I have indulged her due to your leniency. Yet Jing Fei has grown increasingly reckless and unrestrained. Chen Yuanjia descended the steps to stand before the Empress Dowager, solemnly handing her the evidence from Lu Shan. Sheng's miscarriage was partly her own fault. It cannot solely be attributed to Jing. I absolutely forbid you from harming her. The Empress Dowager, seeing the undeniable proof, remained resolute. Jing Fei, you must tell your mother just how much royal blood stains your hands. Chen Yuanjia queried Wei Zijing. Wei Zijing, trembling, knelt at Chen Yuanjia's feet, clutching his robes, and wept. Your Majesty, I recognize my errors. From now on, I shall reform my ways. I beseech you to forgive me this time. Mother, please return. Advise the uncle more often, lest you, like Jing Fei, realize your folly too late. The Wei family shall have no second chances. Chen Yuanjia ignored Wei Zijing's pleas, clearly expressing his discontent towards the Wei family. The turmoil instigated by the maternal relatives throughout history is plentiful. He cannot repeatedly grant leniency to their transgressions. The Empress Dowager observed her son, now devoid of youthful innocence, embodying the formidable weight of imperial authority, impervious to defiance. Cousin, Jing truly understands her mistakes. Aunt Wei Zijing was dragged away, and despite her cries for mercy, she received no compassion from the men. For the sake of the Shang clan, you disregard even the bonds of kinship. What Yongzha? What Hua The Empress Dowager pointed at Chen Yuanjia, tears glistening in her eyes as she questioned her son. I shall make arrangements. Mother, return to the palace and recuperate. The affairs of the harem rest with the Empress. You need not worry. After speaking, Chen Yuanjia returned to his desk to attend to state affairs. The Empress Dowager, persuaded by Aunt Zhu Ying, retreated to Shokong Palace.